Welcome, and please subscribe. Today's episode, like the lost episodes of Bonanza, comes from the vault, and weighs in at 14 hours, making it the longest chess short in world history. I have to clear some space from my hard drive, so I'm uploading this as one giant episode. This is one of the few instructional chess videos on my channel, thanks to the A players, experts, and national masters commentating as the Missouri team took on state teams across the country. You can watch marathon style from start to finish, or use the timestamps in the description to pick up where you left off if you have to watch in chunks because you have a job. If you finish all 14 hours, stop by the Springfield, Missouri Chess Club and I'll give you a sticker. You'll see some local tournaments advertised. This was from a couple of years ago, so don't sign up. Please enjoy, and take a look at the other videos on my channel.
Is everybody started?
So I've got one game open. Asisha's game is up.
Oh, okay. Let me do that. Refresh. Okay, and then click on
Roman's playing. Like Panda's gets deeper into his game.
Yeah, it's started off a center counter, and he's played the system without playing an immediate D4. He played the D3 line, which is really super solid. It allows you to continue development without giving black a lot of targets, and since it's not very well known, it's kind of puts players more on their own resources. So it looks like pretty standard stuff right now. Well, actually, yeah, it's a little unusual that he went back to D8 with his queen. Because there is a line of the Scandinavian or the center counter where after you play D5 and take with the queen and he moves the knight out to C3, he goes back to D8 immediately. Let's see what else we got going. Do you have anybody else going?
I'll double check. I'm going to run through the moves in Panda's game real quick so people can see.
Okay.
And looks like Roman's game is...
Yeah, he's played the Alban counter gambit. Super sharp.
What do you think the question mark means after his rating? Is that maybe they're provisional?
Yes, for Lee Chess. I think I still have that question mark. I don't know what the minimum number of games you have to play to get an established rating at this time control is, but I'm pretty sure it means it's provisional.
And he's playing, I should have told people already. So in round one, Asish Panda is playing Gopal Menon. That's a 2374. And Gadson is playing Matthew Stevens, who's 2358. Kevin Ho has white against Roman Kozelov. and Ho's rating is 2065. And Venkat Abhyudaya, hopefully I got close, has white against Perleco, Julian Perleco, and he's a 1950. So I don't know about these pairings. I think I liked it better where you met your counterpart in the last round.
Yeah, I think that that makes more sense to me. Okay, game.
And I mentioned Brian Ruda. He showed me a video that Julian made for the St. Louis Chess Club. So I think he's active in that club.
Well, I guess I need to be commentating, huh?
Which game do you want to look at? Looks like they're all 4 going now.
Yeah. Well, let's look at Roman's game. And I have it 15 moves deep already, so it's he played the Alban counter gambit, and it's very, very sharp. You know, you sacrifice a pawn that a lot of times you don't get back for a long time. You're just playing for the attack, but looks like his opponent has decided not to castle on opposite sides like they normally do, and he's castled on queen side the same as Roman did, so that kind of slows down the attack a little bit. But I mean, you know, you look at Roman's pieces; all of his pieces after 14 moves are all super active. He's got a pawn on d4 there that's really cramping white, although he has to kind of watch out for knight to e4, which will hit a couple of soft points. His last move was 15 king to b1. Yes, he's going to try to slow him down or stop him. Knight to e4 threatens knight takes pawn on f6, and also knight to c5, which would get rid of black's good white squared bishop. So yeah, it's pretty sharp. Playing rook to g4 kind of puts the rook on a vulnerable square. Bishop to h3 might be an idea. So this game is really, really sharp. And a lot of times you can't you can only give a general overview when you just are looking at it for the first time. There because you haven't thought of all the moves the whole way. So.
And black's 2 knights can't hold up the pawn.
The knights. I mean the pawn is it's cramping white center. I mean, white can't really play e3 or e4 now because of those the knight on f5 especially. But the pawn is on the queen is on the same file as that pawn, and so you have to kind of be on the lookout for moving the knight away from d2 and playing e3, and then the pawn would be pinned.
Okay.
Now, king to h1, I'm not sure what's going on there. I think there might be some tactics with. Apparently, there was some tactics there with the king on b1 and the queen on c2. Roman was probably threatening knight to e3, or knight takes g3. Probably knight takes g3, which would then allow bishop to f5, which would pin the queen to the king. So yeah, he was using the rook to g4. That was the threat that he set up. So this is super sharp. White's position, like I say, his pieces that are all well placed. It's just a matter of what can he do. Now this is very sharp. And Bad thing is Roman is about 5 minutes behind on the clock, so there's another. Oh, okay. So here's some more. He's working with tactics again. I mean, we need to go to the other games probably, but he's working with tactics. He left the rook on pre, so if bishop takes rook on g4, you would play pawn takes. Then that knight on f3 has to move, and then the knight on d2 is pinned to the queen, and there is apparently maybe a follow-up like knight to h5 or knight to a5. You take the knight on d2, and that relieves the guard of b3, and then knight on a5 could take on b3. So there's a lot going on. But I'm going to I mean, they're moving pretty quick, and there's a lot going on. I want to look at some of the other games though. So
Okay.
Let me because I don't want the other games to get away from me. So let's look at Julian's game, and they're 15 moves deep in it also. And this was a Queen's Gambit, standard Queen's Gambit with bishop to f4, which has been pretty popular for 20 years or so. And White has played on the king side with h4, which is a little bit unusual once you've castled on that side. So just, I don't know, a quick overview. The pawns are symmetrical. So knight to c4 looked like a pretty good move. You're threatening the a3 pawn, and also knight to b2 to get rid of that good white squared bishop for white. So I think I don't know. I'm not an expert on this. I mean, certainly White has the majority in the center, so it's pretty sharp. This is another sharp game, an interesting game. So let me switch to Isaiah, and they're really deep. They're in the game already. So let me go through the move. So yeah, looks like Isaiah just won a pawn early on, and just playing an endgame a pawn up, which is good. He has the h3 pawn is a little bit weak. Probably play it to h4, but then knight to c5 or knight to f5 will kind of keep it under wraps. So it may be a little bit of time before you can get that rook into the game. But his White's knight is very well placed. You can go to c5. It's a good square. It's a good square on where it is right now. So I'd say White's doing really well in this game. It'd be just a matter of, like I say, he's got to protect, maybe march the king up to c3, protect that c4 pawn, and then maybe find a way to activate that bishop. But we are up a pawn on this board, so let's go to Azish. And he, after 21 moves, let me run through the game. That was the center counter that was played a little unusually. Well, he either won a pawn or black sacrificed a pawn to get an open line against his king, so might have been 6 of one, half dozen of the other. So White doesn't have much of an attack on the black king. His king's pretty solid, and he hasn't really moved forward on that side of the board. He is up a pawn. Black has a lot of control of the center and the open G file, which can be pried open even more by pushing black's H pawn forward. after G3 now. So I mean, this is pretty tense. I would say Black definitely has compensation for the pawn, at least. So, and unfortunately, White squared bishop is stuck over on the queen side, so it can't lend her too much support. He'll have to play something to get the bishop back. He'll have to play something like C3 and bishop to D1 to F3 to get it back over there by the king, take hold of that long diagonal. So this one could be pretty tense.
And this one, Panda's got board 1. He's playing Gopal Menon. So.
Yeah. So yeah, that's their highest rated player. So
last year he got 1 or 2 wins against the board 1s. So.
Right. No, I don't. I mean, this, like I say, I think Black probably has a lot of compensation for it. I don't know if you ran it in the computer, what the computer would say, because he's going to continue with pushing the H pawn and exchanging, and then probably putting his bishop on H. Black will put his bishop on H3. That's a move that stops H4 right away. Black does have, like I say, he has the center, so he can also start advancing his pawns in the center, although he can't. Once the pawn goes to E5, it's not going to go too much further. So this is kind of interesting. Actually, rook to A4, he can also, it controls the king side pawn advance for Black. It's like I say, it's a little bit passive maybe, but Black has to find something to do. Like I say, I think a good defensive try here is to play C3, bishop to D1 to F3. A bonus is after you play bishop to D1, you're hitting that pawn on H5. So this one will be tense. But I think White's doing fine. He's not in any danger of losing, I don't think. And like I said, he was our secret weapon last year, so maybe that will hold true again this year. So I want to go back to our board 1, see how that things are. Holy smokes. He has really infiltrated Black's position. Let me go back to where I last looked at it. He played king to A1. Okay, knight back. That's the last position I saw. Bishop moves. F5, C1. Knight to E4. Okay. So, king to B8. King to H2. Queen to H7. Okay. Well, after it's 26 rook to D3, Black has obviously got a lot of play. White's going to try to get his queen back in the game with queen to D1 probably and offer a queen exchange. He has left the pawn on E2 to be taken, but I'm sure he'll play queen to D1 now. Yes.
Well,
so he's now he's up a pawn. And he has much more active pieces. White's knight on F1 is pretty poorly placed, although it could possibly come to E4. Although Black can shut that down with F5 right now if he wanted to, depending on the merits of that. He could also play rook to E8, actually, play rook to E8 and threaten rook to E1 to chase that queen away. Actually, rook to E8, you're also threatening rook to E2, pawing up on that knight, and indirectly the bishop on B2. So there's a lot going on. But Black is doing very, very well here, I think. Yeah. So he just decided to as a practical matter, you just keep that knight from going to even thinking about going to E4. But the D4 pawn is a little bit weak, but right now we've got it covered pretty well. And the only thing is if we Okay, well that threatens b5 maybe to loosen up on that pawn, but it also opens up his king side, or his king's position. Knight to e4, well, does that win material? No, he's got rook to b3. Oh no, you can't play rook to b3 because the knight hangs. Oh, this is winning material. Yep. So now the rook is going to fall. He's going to win an exchange. White possibly can get the d4 pawn, although I think black can cover it pretty well. So yeah, I think we're looking pretty good on this board. The moves are coming pretty quick, so let me go back to see how Isaiah is doing. He's still up his pawn, although it's well advanced. But he does. Like no, he's up an exchange and a pawn.
Looks like
he's won. Yeah, he's won.
Yeah, I think black resigns. All right.
All right. So yeah, there's a point. Yeah. You have to kind of watch him. He moves fast. He moves fast and he wins fast. You have to kind of keep an eye on him.
So Isaiah Gadson beat Matthew Stevens for our first.
Yes. Our first point. Okay, so let me find another game. Let's go to Julian's game and see what that's going on there. Looks like he's down in exchange. So no, Julian is white, so he's up in exchange. Had the colors wrong on that. Oh yeah, going over the game. Black just moved his rooks in a position where he could win the exchange. Give up. So we are.
I think they made a mistake because it's Julian's supposed to have black against Venkat in round one.
Well, that's what I had written down.
I think the Illinois team sent out the wrong challenge.
Will the game stand?
I don't know how that works. I think in an over-the-board tournament, I think it would be too far along to change anything.
Right, to change. Well, even in this, I mean, that would slow everybody down.
Yeah.
I think I did have that happen to me once last year in one of the rounds, as my opponent sent me a challenge with the wrong colors, and I immediately declined it. And I don't know if I contacted you or sent him a message, and they sent one back, the right one. But yeah. So.
Huh.
Yeah, that's I mean, we'll have to kind of put a footnote by this one, I guess.
Yeah, see what they do.
What they decide. Now we're up in exchange. Sometimes these positions can be pretty tricky because White has to find a way to break through the knight on. He's basically, I think he wants to get rid of that knight on d5 and the queens, of course. So we'll have to see about the technique. He is up 4 minutes on the clock, so let's go back to Roman's game. So Roman is up 2 pawns. What happened here? He took what? Didn't win the exchange with. Oh, after knight to b3, he didn't take the rook. He took the pawn c4. That's kind of interesting. He elected to be 2 pawns up instead of being the exchange up. So he's 2 pawns. After 39 moves, he's 2 pawns up, and he's starting to, the pass pawn. I think that pass pawn is going to seal the deal here. I don't think there's any stopping that that G pawn after 40 moves. So this looks good. Yeah, the knight on c5 is just too far away, and g2 and g1 are both covered by the black's pieces. So I don't know how white's going to stop that pawn. And there's no advances into the king's position, black's king's position. So this looks good. So let's go back to Asish's game. So he's up 3 pawns now after 31 moves. He's slightly ahead on the clock. The rook on h4 looks like it's trapped, but at g3 is going to get it out of there sooner or later. But with less than 2 minutes on each side, this is going to be how well can you play blitz, I think. But I think black. There's no doubt that black is in bad shape here. So I just want to stay here and see. Okay, he gave back one of the pawns. So maybe h3 now to get that rook back in the game. Might be, I mean, white's in no danger of losing. It's going to be, 2 pawns up, but it's a matter of time now, because there's no immediate breaks. There's no immediate threats. You got to get that rook back in the game. Probably have to play something like bishop to g2 to cover the e4 pawn. Oh, he's targeting the h5 pawn. Well, that makes sense if it works tactically. I guess he could play rook to f4 now if he wanted to. Could possibly play bishop to d3.
Like he's down to a minute.
Yeah, he's down to a minute. Rook to d4 is a good square. Does give up the back rank, but you got to be careful now. F5 might be a move because of the pin on the diagonal. You could play rook takes h5 if he plays f5 and trade that way, which would probably be actually wouldn't be bad for white.
Looks like Roman won his game.
Okay. Yeah, that passed pawn was unstoppable. This is looking better for white, though there's still a lot of play. Okay, black's going to try to eliminate that c3 pawn and then use that pass pawn. No matter, even though white would have a massive pass pawns on the other side of the board. King g2. Okay, got to be careful. Can't go for mass exchanges here. You could play g4 though and just try to get your pawn going. But oh no, I don't think that was right. Although that might not be bad. I mean, you're going to play bishop f7 now. You can give up the bishop or bishop to d1. You give up if you have to give up the bishop. Although, do you have to play f3 here? If you move your king, well, okay, you can go there. You're in. Boy, this is tricky, and he's got 4 seconds. Oh, good move. There's no way. The only way we're going to lose this is on time. We'll never lose it. Uh-oh. No, he can do that. You always got to watch putting the bishop and the rook on the same diagonal, but he saw everything. H5. Yeah, he's trying to shepherd us home. Uh-oh. Wow, now it's a draw. I mean, you can try to win this, and you probably should, as long as you don't lose on time, because this can be very difficult to defend with no time. You have to know the drawing positions cold. You can't try to think them through. You just have to know them cold. E5, king E5, there you go. Looks like they both know how to play this. Yep. Yeah, that draw offer. Okay, that's a draw. He tried. So, I mean, a draw against their board 1, that's got to be a success. And so, did you say Julian won his game? Or are they still playing?
Looks like they just finished, and Julian won. Yeah. All right.
So that will just... Okay, I'm going to mark that down as a win for him, even though it's really a 1-0 instead of an 0-1. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how that goes. But they are the home team, so I don't know what the rules are. It's their responsibility to send out the correct challenge.
Yeah, and I'm sure in an over-the-board game, once you get that deep, it's too late to make any kind of claim.
Right. Okay, so we just get out of these tabs and then search for or just go back to their...
You should be able to click on their name and then go back to their homepage.
Back to their homepage, okay. Do that on every game. That one.
Run through the moves on Julian's game real quick so people can see the whole game.
Yeah.
And the players have 10 minutes if they want it. So.
Yeah.
Breath. I think some players don't like it.
I always do. I always did. I wanted to decompress even for 5 minutes if I could. It's a lot of stress.
I need some white out for my notebook. Yeah.
Well, Ho is still supposed to have white, though. I've got it up on my phone here. Yeah, I have Ho against Kozelov. I didn't. Let me get out of this then and one rapid game. Games. First round, he played.
You played Noob, right?
Yeah, Noob 696.
Cool.
And that is.
Well, I must have messed up one of the other games.
So somebody sent out the wrong challenge, or. So
And Roman won.
Roman played Venkat. And he was supposed to play him in round. I suppose it doesn't really matter, except the colors were still wrong on that one. Venkat Kozelov.
Roman was supposed to have white against Venkat, and I've got him
Yeah.
black.
Well, yeah, they sent out the wrong, or they messed up somehow, or
I don't think they would have updated.
so
Double check.
Gadson Stevens was right, and
Oh, here we go. Okay.
so we got
Got 1E4, I guess.
okay. Kozelov is playing. Kozelov is playing Ho this round. He was supposed to play Venkat, but he's playing Ho. And what's the other one? Oh, Azish. Let me refresh this. He started and they're already at move 8. He's black against Matthew Stevens. Okay, let's look at Isaiah's game against their number 1. So this was a Sicilian Rosalimo, and pretty standard stuff.
On Roman's game?
No, I'm looking at Isaiah's game.
Okay.
White, a lot of times, I mean, these C3 lines, you can, C3, an early 5C3, you can play it different ways depending on what black plays. A lot of times black plays E6 and D5, and let's just white play D4, and you exchange in the center, and white pushes D5. But Isaiah decided to challenge immediately with E5, which allows white to sack a pawn temporarily, but get all kinds of open lines. So right now, after 11 moves, black is a little bit short of development. It's going to take a little bit of time to get his queen side. He's always going to have a weak pawn on D7 now that white's got an E5 pawn. Can you excuse me just a second? Sorry, the dog was scratching to get in.
Oh, that's fine.
So yeah, this is this. White's definitely got to play for the pawn. White has a lot of real easy ideas here. After 11 moves, he's got knight to D2, to E4 to hit on D6. He's got bishop to D6 to keep black from castling, and if black plays knight to E7, then the queen has to stay on that knight, or he can never castle. These positions are a lot easier to play with white than they are black. That hole on D6 could be pretty strong, pretty hard to fill. Now he does have a tempo now because he had to move that bishop out, away. So assuming, see knight there, that's an idea, because at bishop D6 you got knight to F5, but that may not be enough. Because on top of that, on top of just preventing him from castling, yeah, he can just occupy D6 with a major piece with the knight or the bishop, and just freeze black's play. Right now he's actually threatening knight to f3 to win the pawn back on d4. So if black should try to play a move like b5 to hit the bishop, so he can play bishop to b7, then white has an immediate bishop to d5 to take that diagonal away. So it's going to be a little bit tricky to get that queen side developed. And like I say, right now you're threatening to white's threatening to gain the pawn back, although that might not be the best plan. The best plan may be to try to play something like rook to. You can't play rook to e1 because he has black has knight to a g4 in return right now. So, and then f2 would be hanging as well as h2. So he has to maybe preface it with something, but knight to f3 and simply taking the pawn back on d4 would be enough to give white an advantage, I think. If there's nothing else. So this one, I predict black's going to have to burn some time because the moves are, you can't just make natural moves, you have to make calculated moves. Like in a lot of openings early on, you can just make natural moves, and these your position is loose enough that you have to really check everything and double check everything. So let's go. Let me see what else is going on. Is Julian started?
It's like Roman. Was he had his game? Does he have new this round?
Yes. Let me refresh it because I don't have anything up for that. Let's see here. Roman won already. Holy smoke! And
like we won on Julian's board also. Our top two already won.
Wow. So yeah, black just first he hung a pawn, and rather than give up the pawn, he gave up a weakness on the king side, and then to try to defend the weaknesses on the king side with queen to f6, he lost a piece. So that was a quick win. And so he'll get a little extra rest before the third round. So who did you say won?
Julian won this game. Julian had white against in the new pairings. Julian has. Oh, I guess he had white against.
I can't even see his game.
I think he's got Venkat this round now.
Oh, he beat
Mastillo.
Yeah, I was thinking that was the game from the first round because that thing went so quick. I thought that game had already been played. Man, they were blitzing out the moves. So let's go back to, let me see what Isaiah's doing. Okay, so I think the last I talked about, he played knight to h6, knight to d2. Oh, interesting. d3 just to get the bishop off that diagonal, I guess. So white has won back his pawn. Black is still fairly cramped. He is trying to break. He tried to break down the center, the e5 pawn with f6. But looks like he's getting mated or he's losing tons of material. So that f6 was not very well timed. I can go back to that.
I think Panda's the only one we've got going still.
Okay, I'll move back to him. refresh. So let me go back to where I was. This was still early on. Okay. This was kind of
keep an eye on it. Make sure they don't play the same player twice. They're out of order.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good idea. I'll keep talking. This started off as kind of a strange Sicilian. It's kind of like a Kopek system. Danny Kopek developed a system with knight to f3 and bishop to d3, and then you play c3 and drop the bishop back, and then expand in the center. Kind of transposed into his system. Black had to give up the bishop, dark squared bishop, which was probably not optimal fairly early on. And he got short of development, so he decided to give up his queen. So after 20 moves, looks like a queen and pawn against a rook and knight, which is not optimal. This is not looking very good. And white sacked a pawn with h5 on move 22 to deflect the black rook off the d file so he could grab it. So, which may or may not mean anything, because rook to e5 is a good counter-attacking move, although queen to f3, what do you have, rook to f5 again, maybe? You have to kind of watch out that the bishop's on pre and the rook may be coming to d6. The queen is on that long diagonal, which means the knight can't wander off. So, but rook to f5, it'd make white decide what he wants to do. If he wants to, rook to f8 is actually has its points, because now that queen has to get off that diagonal, which takes the pressure off the knight and allows the bishop to drop back to a more natural square on. Well, no, it doesn't, because if he goes bishop to c8, then rook to d6 would win material. So bishop to e8 was forced. Rook to d6 makes sense. Now you're threatening rook takes knight, rook takes c6, and the rook's hanging. So the rook on e5 has to move, but it also needs to stay in touch with that e6 pawn. So white would have gained his pawn back, maybe with a little bit of extra play, at very least. But he's not going to give it up that easy. Rook's pretty solid there. How can white improve his position? Yeah, bishop to h6 is natural. At least makes him think about it. Rook to f7. Rook to f7. Is there any follow-up for white? I'm not. I don't see any way for the rook to join the attack. d8's covered. for the time being. For the time being, this is solid enough. Yeah, Black needs to find rook to e2 is a possible move. After f3, rook to e2 is possible, although you probably after rook to f2, rook to e2, king to f1 would probably gladly give up that b2 pawn so you can play rook takes on e6. So we'll see. We'll see if that's true. The idea is king to f1, rook takes on b2, rook takes on e6. You're hitting that bishop, so he'd have to go bishop d7. Now is there any follow-up after bishop to d7? Okay.
Big time advantage. That was my job last year. Keep an eye on the time.
Oh, okay. You're the color man. You keep track of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely in our favor because this is not by no means a simple position for White to play, and he's down to about a half a minute. Black's 3 minutes up on the clock, although he has the worst position, so that makes it not so easy for him to play. White has to Black is threatening, or White is threatening king to f1 now, and the rook is trapped because if it goes back to e5, then rook takes c6, wins material. So this is interesting. Rook takes c6, rook at d takes on d2. You win the piece back. You're threatening the rook, and you're also threatening maybe to take on g2, although right away you just give up 2 rooks for the queen, and you'd still be down in exchange, but those rooks are... Okay, okay, 17 seconds. Bishop to e8. That looks like it's holding everything for the time being, except, yeah, it is. Queen to d3, rook to e5. Well, rook to e5 is still good here, and you're threatening... Rook to e5 threatens rook to d5, but now it doesn't threaten rook to d5. Okay, this is not that easy because e6 is hanging with check. So rook to e5 was forced. Bishop to f4. You can't play. Well, you can play rook to d5. Or you can play rook to f5, queen takes, rook, no, rook to f5 is not good either. Yeah, rook to d5 is forced. Bishop f7, now if queen to c8 checks, knight to d8. Oh, he just took the knight. I missed that he took the knight. Okay. Yeah, this is too bad. This is too bad. White's playing this real well. Yeah. So now it's a matter of converting a queen and a couple pawns against a rook, which with the increment and the easy potential of developing many outside pass pawns on the queen side is probably going to happen. But we can just watch. White is probably at some point going to play bishop to e5 and go after the black king. Like right now. I would probably play it right now. Although that's, yeah, I mean 6 of one, half dozen of the other. He's kind of paralyzing White's pieces first. Yeah, I would play bishop to e5. The only check, you just run to f4. So. Okay, this is. Yeah, so there went that other pawn. Yeah. Well, yeah, the rook dropped back to help, but I don't. The rook is in a shaky position. Although rook f7 probably now. He saw it coming. Can't exchange on f3, and he's gonna. Okay, he resigned. So.
Last time I looked at Romans, it looks like they started moving. I just had one move for.
Okay, yeah, I got it now. They got it up to 10 moves. I have been black against Stevens. Okay, so that's what you were saying. They switched, right?
Yeah,
and who is Kozelov playing?
I guess Kozelov and Proleko. Brian's helping us keep track. I think Kozelov and Proleko switched their third and fourth round with the way they sent out the pairings. Illinois.
Okay, let me get all 4 games up, and then let's see. Proleko and games. So this is Menon against Prolenko, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that looks like an interesting game. I'm going to pull the other games up real quick. Gadson. Okay.
Proleko's got a big.
Yeah, I saw that. And last one, Asish. Well, one thing about Panda, he doesn't mess around. The moves just fly. They're already down to a queenless middle game, I guess is what you'd call it. So let's start with Roman's game.
Okay.
So opponent played 1b4, which is the orangutan. I think it was it Tartakower that?
Oh, is that the one? Is that the one that Nakamura plays when he's just having fun on YouTube?
A lot of times, I think Naka used to play B3 a lot.
Oh, B3 maybe.
This is B4. I think the story was that Tartakower had played this in an international tournament, and it was pretty rare. Somebody asked him what gave him the idea to play that, and he said he'd gone to the Bronx Zoo or some zoo and consulted with an orangutan, and the orangutan told him to play B4.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. So, but to get back to the game, Roman's playing this in classical style. You just point your pieces toward that king, and white is, after 12 h3 is given, he had to play something because of the pressure on the long diagonal, but now he has a target. Roman hasn't castled yet. He will probably it'll be perfectly safe to castle queenside, but he decided to castle kingside. But black definitely has all the play here. There's nothing going to happen on the queen side. The pawns are too locked up. There are no pawn breaks for either side on the queen side, so it's going to be a matter of pawn breaks on the king side. That's the only way either side's going to infiltrate. So there's a lot of plans here. Perhaps white's knight on c5 is kind of clogs things up, and ideally you probably want to shift your black wants to trade the bishop. His dark squared bishop and his queen want to trade places, get the queen out in front first. But white is trying to preempt all that, playing f4, and I think you pretty much have to take here. So that gives white an open f file and an immediate tactical threat, since the bishop on f5 is hanging. Bishop takes d5. But in long term, the e3 pawn is going to be really, really weak. And when you look at all the pieces, the white has by far the worst minor piece on the board, and that's that bishop on b2. That, in order for that bishop to do anything, it's going to have to try to play e4, and that's going to be very, very difficult to do. I expect something like rook at a to e8 maybe here, to prevent white from even thinking about playing e4 and targeting that e3 pawn. One simple plan would be rook at a to e8, rook to e7 or e6, and the other rook to the e file. It's nice that white is it's gonna be harder for white to put his major pieces, the rooks and the queen, on the e file, because black always has bishop to g3 to chase one of them off of the e1 square. So really, white is only going to have one square to put a major piece, and that's going to be e2. So this looks very, very good for Roman. Certainly black has all the play. White is just going to have to try to defend. And it's a long way from being over, but black has a really solid advantage here, I'd say. So let's go to a different game. Let's go to their number one against Julian. And wow, this is 30 moves already. He's still got a 7-minute time advantage from what I'm looking at now. Okay, start out a Caro-Kann kind of closed system. White really pressed everything forward on the king side, all those pawns, and then castled that way, which is pretty unusual. I don't know that I've seen that plan before.
You think Manon, their board one, got in trouble? It's like Julian's ahead on material and he's way low on time, like he made a mistake and he's trying to figure it out.
I'm still going through the moves. I haven't got.
Oh, okay.
There's still even material. I've up to move 20, but you can put her in the cage if you want. Let her eat. What do you do? Oh, white sacked a piece. Was that necessary? Maybe. Yeah, e5 looks like a really strong move. Well, yeah, he sacked a piece temporarily. One, two, three. Yeah, white's only got a pawn for the piece now. He's got that major protected pass pawn on g6, but it's not going to do anything without a lot of help. So And Black's doing real well, just chasing all the pieces. Oh, now, okay, I'm looking at, he gave up an exchange, so now he's down a whole rook. Well, I don't know, a whole rook. A rook for a pawn. This is, and you know, White's only got two pieces doing any attacking at all, the queen and the bishop.
Wow.
Even a defensive move like rook to d7 or queen to b6 or queen to b7, I mean. Yeah, rook to d7. Rook to d7 is a multi-purpose move. It also keeps that g6 pawn at home. He can't go anywhere. This is I can't offer anything for White here other than just try to make moves, which is what he's doing. He's under 2 minutes. But Black just has to maneuver his pieces on their best squares. C2 is a target. To get the bishop there. Knight to c3. I was looking at e4 as a potential target. Okay. See, knight to c3 has the threat of knight to d1, which is going to get rid of one of those bishops. So that's hard to meet. You might have to play something like bishop to. No, he can't play bishop to. He can't move his dark square bishop because now the rook to d2 is going to be strong. So, Ellie, you need to stop barking. Okay, so he's going after his weakness. Okay, there is f6, which f6 and e5. You don't want to lose both those. But gosh, a move like a bishop d3. Well, he's got a minor threat of rook to c1 here, maybe, but I don't know if it does a whole lot. Bishop d3 is an idea. Bishop to e2, very, very sharp. Yeah. Yeah. See, now you've got you introduce the threat of you cut the rook and the bishop support on e3, and you got the threat of rook to d3 now. So the only thing is, after queen to f6, you have to make sure he can't sneak away with some kind of dumb perpetual. Because White doesn't care about material from here on out. It's just he's got to try to find a way to get at that king and try to get a perpetual or repetition or something. He's also down to 14 seconds. Okay, queen takes e5 or knight check. Okay, yeah, everything's covered. Well calculated. Everything's covered. The rooks will eventually come in. f3 might be a sneaky move. But he's only playing for traps now. Keep checking him. Now, rook d6 wins the queen. Take it. King takes a6. Check him a couple times. Hide on c7. It's done. Yeah, White has all those passed pawns, but none of them can move.
Huh.
Queen d6. Oh, Queen d6 was mate. Instead of rook takes f5, but that's good enough.
Oh. All right.
That was impressive. He played that game really well. So that's a win, our first win. Wow, okay, I forgot about the other games. Where are we at here? Let's go to Isaiah's game. And I'm on move. It's up to move 34. Let me scroll back just a little bit. I haven't looked at anything past the opening here. Yeah, it's like Isaiah just kind of maneuvering pieces, made a little pawn break there, and his opponent hung a pawn. So after 25 moves, he's up a pawn with a passed pawn and a 3-1 majority on the queen side. Has the control of the dark squares. He's going to try to set up a blockade, but he wasn't in time, and White got in d6 and c5. So I'm looking at 39c6. That looks like that might be Jin there. e2, rook to e1. Got no follow-up. White's threatening c7. That looks. This looks like another win. Check. He can just go back. There's nothing there. Queen is pinned, so the queen can't enter the attack, and c7 still a big threat. I suppose that he could try queen to. Oh, if he's trying. Yeah, he was trying c7, queen to e7, threatening a rook on e1, but rook to e1 check. But he circumvented that pretty easily. So now c7 is a big threat again, and you're going to have to give up material. c7 or even b5, b6. So this, with plenty of time, it looks like a. Yep, it was a win.
All right, Isaiah.
And let's see here. Anish. Okay. This is, we've been playing this queenless endgame or middle game for a while. Black has the two bishops, so I think White has to draw.
You're on Panda?
Yeah, Panda.
Okay.
Pawns aren't symmetrical, but Black has a weak pawn on e5. Black has the two bishops, so he's going to play forever. He doesn't. He's just going to probe and probe and probe. And according to my notes, White has offered a draw, and Black has declined it. But there's no real way for the king, Black's king, to infiltrate. Probably would just want to leave those queenside pawns where they are for White. you don't want to create any holes with the black king. Like, you don't want to play anything like b4 and let the black king have access to c4. I don't see any. You're not going to be able to exchange pawns. Typically, you want to exchange pawns when you're slightly worse. You're not going to be able to do that, so it's best just to leave the pawns where they are. Let him advance. Best he can do is gain some space over there, but I don't really think there's going to be any pawn break. He might be able to play. He might be able to play for b5, b4, put the bishop on d7, play a4, and make white decide whether he's going to exchange on a4 or leave a weak pawn on b3. If he exchanges on a4, he gives black the square of c4. And if he doesn't exchange, then he has b3 to worry about. Now he went ahead and blocked it with a4, which may be good enough. Black has weak pawns, and that's the white's saving grace, I think, in this position. Is black's always got to keep an eye on e5. He's always got to keep an eye on h6, and so whatever he does, if he tries to run the king over to the queen side and maybe throw the bishop over there, the dark squared bishop, like to b4 or c5 or something like that, he has to be wary of losing his e5 pawn or his h6 pawn. Now, he's played bishop to e6 on move 35, so obviously he's intending to move the king. King move and target b3. Now, if king to c5, knight to e4 check may be enough, because it doesn't let the king get any closer. If king to c6, okay, this is interesting, because now if king to c6, you're going to have to go back king to c2 anyway. And black now has bishop. Well, he doesn't have bishop to d5. He wants to play bishop to d5 to target f3, but white has knight to f5, which attacks the bishop and the h6 pawn. And also, on top of all that, after king to c6, bishop takes e5 is probably possible in some lines. So it's good that he's up a minute. You don't want to be down a minute when you have to try to hold these positions. But king to d3 looks, like I say, black has just enough weaknesses that okay, he's going to try to sneak that bishop on the other diagonal and maybe attack from behind with bishop to c2. Although white can block knight to e4 if he has to. So I think the trap here is knight to f5, bishop to g6, which would wreck white's pawns, because there's no way to add any more support to that knight on f5. So he just maybe needs just to find a move to pass here. Because I really don't think that the bishop check means a whole lot. Although it's possible bishop check, king to d2, you could play e4, but I don't know that black wants to have to exchange the light squared pieces on there. Okay. Yeah, this may be good enough, although now maybe bishop to c5 to d4 is an idea. Because now that the knight's pinned, you've kind of taken some of the pressure off of black's weak pawns. But even if the knight gets to, the bishop gets to d4, it's not clear that what it's going to do there. I mean, it cuts down on white's space, but You definitely don't want to play bishop to e3. I don't think. Maybe you can, but I think that would be losing, because I think you could take on, if bishop to e3, bishop takes, bishop takes knight, pawn takes, king to c5. Might get you into a world of hurt. You might end up being zugzwanged because you have more weaknesses. So. Yeah, and it's not clear. I mean, if bishop d4, white can actually also play b4, although that weakens the a4 pawn considerably. But it does threaten to exchange all the queenside pawns. So yeah, this is something that, I mean, b4 is an idea here. b4 takes, and if bishop to e8 attacking the pawn, you play a5, and he would probably play b5. But as a practical matter, you don't have to do that. There's probably no reason to do that. A lot of times you need to be pragmatic about your pawn pushes. So yeah, basically, black's going to make non-committal moves and gain a couple of seconds at each time. And I don't think that going to b4 means a whole lot, because the b6 is going to be weak. So this kind of starting to look like a fortress. I don't really see how black intends to break through. Okay, bishop c1 repeats. So black actually, he runs the risk of trying too hard and losing on time. Because white really doesn't have to do anything. White can just continue to shuffle his bishop. Now he can, if he's thinking about playing bishop to h2 and playing it on f4, that's not any good. Okay, this is a good move. Now we're going after the pawns from behind. Bishop to f8 is a threat. And okay, like I said, white offered another draw and black declined. Oh, now black offered to draw. It's down to 17 seconds. And probably white should take the draw. I don't think exchanging bishops on c5 is going to be good, because you got to play another move, and you can't play king to e3, because then c4 and black would win, and you can't play king to c3 because then bishop takes knight and black would win. So he's just gonna probe him a little bit more and see how he manages his time, I think. But white has it no worse than a draw here.
You want to check Roman's game?
Oh, are they still playing? Yeah,
yeah. Roman's got a big time advantage. That's my analysis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's got a 3-minute time advantage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so he gave up a pawn or lost a pawn. I have to go back. It's not an inconsequential pawn, because white has the pawn break. Well, he had the pawn break e4 maybe in some lines, although bishop c7 always chased that rook away, so maybe he didn't really ever have it. So yeah, I don't see any winning chances for black, and as long as he keeps the pawn breaks from happening, there's no winning chances for white either. It's just a matter of whether white can blitz out enough moves to not to lose on time. And Black has to. If he's trying to win on time, he also has to be cognizant of not repeating the position. But okay, got that bishop. White got that bishop activated. But I think but with each move, White's actually losing time. Okay, rook d4 wins the pawn back. No, it doesn't. Other pawn's hanging. Okay, scratch that. Yeah, he has to play that. Ooh, a trap. Bishop c7, does that work? Bishop c7 works. Because he can't, if he takes the rook, we take the check and then win his bishop.
Oh,
so the rook has to, he fell for it. Or maybe it's good, I don't know. But is that pass pawn he's got to take? Is the king going to be fine? Oh, he doesn't have to take. Oh, this is going to be a win, I think. Yeah, you just got to pick up all these black pawns. They're all weak. They're all in dark squares.
Wow.
This is a win. Wow. Yeah, that's the master's touch there. You're down a pawn, but he can't do anything, and you just keep probing and asking questions, and you reap the dividend. Okay, so was Isaiah or who is? They took the draw.
The Panda game.
Panda drew. So I have 3.5 again, right? Kozelov 1, Prolienko 1, Gadson 1, and Panda drew. Is that what you have?
Looks like 9-3. Good guys.
All right. So that wraps up the match. Excellent. This was a strong team we were playing.
Yeah, they were ahead of us on rating.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, didn't they made the playoffs last year, right? We played them in the last round, and they beat us, and they went in the playoffs, and we didn't. Was that Illinois?
So, yeah.
Yeah. Roman is playing the white side against the Philidor defense. So this should be a really good game. I'm going to really pay attention to this game or go over it afterwards because these classic Philidor defenses are exceedingly difficult to play from both sides, playing correctly. Because black is just so solid, and white usually gains a space advantage, but if he doesn't do something with it, then all of a sudden his e4 pawn can become weak, and so Roman's thinking a little bit. He's down 1.5 minutes on the clock after 6 moves, so but still in theory. So we'll let them play a little bit. Oh, he took all the tension out of the position. He played d takes e5. So he must know I don't know if he knows we're well ahead, but he's not playing for any theoretical advantage. He's playing just a solid and trade off pieces and probably take a draw. So that's to our liking. So, okay, Julian, they've got 16 moves going here. So, like I said, I'm looking at Julian's game, and he played a6 on the first move. His opponent did. So this is what Miles beat Karpov with famously, some 30 years ago or more. Basically, you just trying to not play any theory. Basically, I mean there are theoretical positions in it, but basically you're just trying to you get a solid. The way White played it, you get a solid solid position, and that already after 10 moves, Black offered a draw and White declined it. So he's playing. He's got his space advantage, his slight development. He's got Black's king stuck in the center for now. Black offered another draw. Which there's no reason for White to take it. I mean, he has kind of after 16 moves, he has kind of a weak pawn on A3. But Black's king is stuck in the center, so it's problematic that he could even take that pawn and survive. So, yeah, I mean, from a sporting point of view, the match score, regardless of the match score, White's got a really good game here. So you can't fault him for wanting to continue to play.
So far, Roman's got 3 points for us. Julian's got 3 points. Isaiah's got 2, and Ashish has 1.
So our top 2 are
going for perfect scores today, I guess.
Yeah. Well, Roman's game is still really solid. I mean, it's a typical Philidor position. Like I said, White decided to exchange on E5, which releases any possibility of Black playing E takes D4 and playing Rook D8 and pressuring the E4 pawn. So it's just super solid. It's not particularly what you play to try to get an advantage, but it's solid, and so they're not doing much in that game. So Julian's opponent hasn't moved. Okay, looks like Isaiah's got the most interesting game. These Benonis can be really, really wild. So just a classic moves by both pieces, or by both players. White's setup with H3 and F3 is a little bit strange, but I mean the pawn will probably go to F4 fairly quickly anyway. So it does weaken the dark squares a lot, though. So, yeah, he had to give up his dark square bishop. Well, Black's just once White gets that dark squared bishop, or gives up the dark squared bishop, he doesn't have any chances of advantage at all. In these type of positions, you just got an absolute lock on E5. You've got an extra piece on that square. You're going to probably play Rook to B8, trying to get B5. Now Rook to B8, A5 is a move, but then you can exchange that knight on C4 and play B5 anyway if you want to. And yeah, the Black is doing really, really well here. And also, you can just leave that knight on C4 and bring your knight back to G6 and target the F4 square. Plus, your queen can't do much on the king side because that knight on C4 is targeting the D6 pawn. But if you care to exchange it, or if White has to move it, the queen has an open road toward the king side, and Black's king side, without the G6 pawn, it may look a little bit open, but without a dark squared bishop, there's not really anything going on over there. White was going to have to try to maneuver his both knights over to maybe E3 and G3 and try to work on the F5 square, which is a weakness in Black's position because the G6 pawn is gone. But that's so time consuming. Isaiah is down over 4 minutes on the clock, which is the only thing, but his position is super solid. There's not
You're on Isaiah's game or Roman?
I'm on Isaiah's game. I'm sorry. After 15 F4, and Isaiah exchanged a bunch of pieces on F4 and just left white with all the dark squared weaknesses. So I would be inclined in this position maybe to play knight takes C4. Yeah, that's what he did. And just remove, you just remove any pressure on that D6 pawn. Now you've got bishop to D4, you've got bishop to E5, bishop to E5 in conjunction with queen to G3 is really strong. Right now, black is threatening bishop takes H3 because of the pin, so it looks like to me rook to F3 is probably forced. Well, he played queen to F1. He's gonna counterplay on that. I don't think that works. I think bishop takes H3 is bishop takes H3, rook takes F7, bishop to D4 check, king moves to H1, you trade twice on G2, and then you pick up the rook on it that is captured on F7. So bishop takes H3 is just going to win another pawn. That's what, this playing F4 and letting black exchange like that. That's why black played G5 in the first place, was because if white ever plays F4, there he did it. He did it. See, to go over the threat again, now if white plays rook takes F7, it's guarded by the queen. But so you throw in bishop to D4 check. Now, if the king goes to H1, then you play queen takes G2 check. White plays queen takes G2. You take again on G2 with your bishop with check. And when the queen is gone, then the rook on F1 has no defender. So you just take it. Rook on F7 has no defender, so you just take it. So you win. You're winning multiple pawns plus the exchange. So right now he's up a pawn. Plus there's also just the threat of bishop to D4 check is very strong. The threat of bishop to E5 and queen to G3 is very strong. This looks like it's crush. Yeah, white is hurting for certain. What, are you going to play something like knight to E2 maybe? If knight to E2, white can be, no. Yeah, he could throw bishop to E5 in anyway with the same thing. No, there's no check though, so maybe it makes a difference. So not matter. If white's going to play on, he's got to play knight to E2 here. Otherwise, he's just going to be down. Going to be down a pawn with a horrible position. So we'll give him a minute. I'm going to look at some other games, see what's going on. Okay, well, the position, I'm looking at Roman's game now. The pawn position has changed remarkably. So let's see how this happened. Oh, okay. White maybe played a little in Roman's game after 20 moves. Black got C5 in, which is gain space on the queen side, and threatens to really lock that bishop out with C4 and then play bishop to C5. So white reacted to bishop to D5. Now that changed, after all the exchanges on D5, that changed the pawn formation remarkably. Now black has a mobile center. The bishop is better than the knight in this position by far. White does have a passed pawn on D5, but black may be able to play C4 to isolate that pawn. This is okay. Okay, so now we're up to 27 E4. I'm looking at, and this looks worse and worse for white. Black got e4 in. The queen has to go somewhere. e2 looks like the only square that doesn't hang material right away. And then I don't know, is he going to round up that d5 pawn? He's going to pile on it. He could play, yeah, he's going to pile on it with queen d5, centralize. First moves you should look at are centralizing moves. A lot of positions. So now he's threatening the pawn on d5, and if white guards it with queen to d2, then he has to watch out for. Okay, that's a tactic. Now, if black plays f4, because white has queen to a7 check, but is that enough? I don't know if that's enough. If black wants to, he could play rook to d7 here. So you don't want to take the pawn on d5 because then the check might mean something. Although I'm not even sure about that. I don't know that this is very good for white. I'm not convinced f4 is not a really good move. f4, queen to a7 check, king moves, knight to f1. Then you could temporize with rook to d6 if you wanted to. And white's pieces are all bottled up. And black just continues to roll his pawns on the king side toward white's king. Yeah, I'm not very optimistic here for our chances. We'll have to see. We'll maybe come back to it. I don't know how quickly he's going to move. Let me check another move. Okay, it looks like Panda won.
Oh, wow.
He moves so fast.
Yeah.
He just plays good moves fast. Let me roll through it here real quick. Okay. Well, that's the game that he won. The white fell for the tactic bishop take h2 check, which he just gave up. He lost a pawn with no compensation. So then it was fairly. White tried some stuff on the king side, but by opening up lines on the king side, he just left all of his weaknesses intact. And although white eventually got his pawn back, so how did he win this? Oh, he just blundered. White just blundered. White had actually gotten back in the game, but he just blundered, lost a rook. Okay, what's Julian up to with his Benoni attack? Or no, Julian is the his opponent played the Miles defense. Okay, Julian after 25 moves is up 4 minutes on the clock. Black decided to castle opposite wing. Ooh, Julian. He is going for it here. He's going for the attack. Black's defending really well, though. He's down 4 minutes on the clock, but he's defending real well. Because white looks to have a lot of threats over there, but unfortunately, I don't think that he can play rook to c4 here. Yeah, he played queen to c4. Uh-oh, that doesn't work. Queen to c4, rook takes d4. Or no, that doesn't work either. Wow, this is good. I thought rook takes d4, queen takes d4, knight to e2 check, but white is first. Rook takes d4, white plays knight to a6 check and wins his queen, which is the threat right now. Knight to a6 check. That was a strong move. I should think twice before I say anything. But knight to c4 was a very strong move, because he also has to meet the threat of knight to a6 check, but he also, if he moves his queen away, he has to meet the threat of the pressure on c7. So how's he going to do both? Move his king? You almost have to move his king to c8, so that when the knight moves, it's not check. But if he wanted to, not king to c8, he could probably play queen to a6 again, just to repeat the position if he wanted to. So this is interesting. I think king to c8 is the only move here. 27, king to c8. It's the only move because you got to do something about that check. If you take the knight with either piece, the knight replaces it, and you still got the same threats. Actually, not the same. If you take with the pawn, you play knight takes, and then you got rook takes on b7 next. So, but if knight takes, you got the same threats. So I think king to c8 is forced. I'll just stay here for a second because he's getting low enough on time. He's going to have to move here pretty quick. His opponent, Julian's got a 6-minute advantage. Does that do it? Knight takes, knight to there, queen to. Well, that loses it. Well, he's offering up a pawn. He's offering to trade like knight to a6 check, king to b7, holds everything. That's what he's. Well, no, it doesn't, because you got the other knight in too. So knight to a6 check, king to a7, queen takes queen, knight takes queen, rook takes knight. King takes knight on a6, but then rook takes on c7. And you're going to lose the d4 pawn, but I don't know that means that much, because I think black's king might still be in trouble. Oh, he went there, but doesn't the other knight in? Isn't that good now? Well, maybe not. Oh, much better. Man, I'm missing all kinds of stuff. Yeah, he just withdraws the queen. Now black's queen, if it moves, it loses c7, and it has to move. So this looks very, very good for white. Plus, his opponent's under a minute, so we'll just maybe stay here for a few more seconds until I go back to the other ones. That was a very nice maneuver. The queen first to c4 with a threat, and black counters a threat, and you keep moving back on that diagonal with a totally different threat. That was very nice. They say backward. Oh, wait, see, he just resigned. Backward diagonal moves are some of the hardest moves to find. Okay, let's. I'm going to move back to Roman real quick and see how that position is doing. So let me go back to the position from my last analysis. Queen to e3. He did play rook to d7. He didn't play f4. I think f4 was still probably possible, but he just kept the queen out. So he went queen to c5. He's offering a queen trade. So yeah, black, rather than try to force things, is just keeping all the advantages out of his from his position, and white's just trying to repeat moves and hold on. So the best probably white's going to be able to do here is a draw. But he has some reasonable chances of that because under the right circumstances, he might even be able to get queen to c6 in and have that be a good move. And otherwise, black has the plan of continuing to advance his kingside pawns, but with his king out a little bit now, that might be a little bit more difficult, but maybe not. It's definitely still black's game, but he is down 3 minutes on the clock. He has about 3 minutes to his 6. So let me go back to Isaiah's game. And a lot has happened, and Isaiah's down to 1:30, so I'm going to see what happened here. Okay, yeah, let's see if he won the exchange like I thought he was going to. Takes, yeah, he did play knight to e2 like I thought. Pick up my earlier analysis. Okay. He's down. Okay, I'm looking at move 44. Isaiah is down to 1.5 minutes, but he's up an exchange in 2 pawns, and he's got a monster passed f pawn, which white cannot now take because of e4 discovered check winning the queen. If he doesn't take it, it's going to continue to roll. So this looks pretty good. Unfortunately for white, even if he doesn't take it and he moves the queen, the e4 check is going to be very, very strong. So if he plays queen to e3 in this position, to target the rook on g5, black could just play e4 check. King has to go to h1, and then queen to g3, guards the rook, threatens mate, unstoppable mate. So this looks very good for black. So it'll just be a question of, okay, so he proactively took away that, so now he's maybe threatening to take the pawn. Except f2. Well, this just, okay. Yeah, he can just, as long as this is not a perpetual. Oh, there he is. He just won the queen. Very well played. Very well played.
White resign.
Yes, very good game by black. So that's 3-0 this round, right? And we got Roman's game is the only one left.
Yeah, so Isaiah ended up with 3 wins. Julian ended up with 4 wins. And Ashish had 2 points. A win and 2 draws.
Yeah. Which, for board 4, an even score is will take you a long ways.
Yeah, I think that draw against board 1 really gives us advantage.
That set the tone. That was very, very nice. So looks like Roman, they agreed to a draw, which is a little surprising to me. Maybe the time advantage was enough that that white didn't want to try to, or black didn't want to try to press. I will have to look at this game with my engine and see about f4, because I think that was the critical point for black to try to win it. That would be because once the pawn formation changed, everything was in black's favor. The bishop was better than the knight. The mobile pawn center was better than the the semi-isolated pawn on d5. And white had no attack on black's king, but black had a plan with rolling the kingside pawn. So I'd say the engine, we need to look at 29 f4, and I'm prepared to be totally wrong because these are two good players. So I'm sure they both looked at f4.
You want me to go to which move?
Huh?
What move do you want me to go to?
In the Romans game, after 29, queen to e3. And then this is where I said that after f4, it doesn't win a piece because of queen to a7 check. But after the king moves, then white has to move the knight, which I'm assuming he was going to e2. And then black is still a lot better here. If he goes to f1, it's pretty, I mean, he's just so passive it doesn't matter. But like, even at, I think that, like, let's just say f4, queen to a7 check, king to g8. I don't know that it matters, g8 or f8 or even h8. But then if he plays knight to f1, black can play a move like rook to d6, which holds his a6 pawn, which is white's only threat. And black, I don't know that black or white can do anything else. He can't get the rook or the knight to good positions. Black is not under any threat of from white. I mean, the only thing I can think of is maybe if the move rook to d6, maybe he can check on the back rank and the 7th rank, and there's no real way for black to get out of it without, misplacing a piece or two. But I would think that f4 would be really, really strong here. So I'm going to make sure I look at this with my engine, because and I'm sure they both looked at it, and they're both good players. So there must be something there that I'm not seeing. But it looks really, really strong. There's no doubt that white's hanging on by his fingernails, because all of his pawns are much weaker. Black is just more better placed. But it might just be a matter of just having the right tactic to hold the game together. But certainly, I think the way black played it, he didn't try to press to win, maybe because of his time disadvantage. But anyway, that's all I've got on that. And congratulations to Team Missouri.
That's a great start. 12.5.
3 rounds at 3.5 apiece, and a draw in the other round. Yeah, that's excellent. That's excellent. So,
I appreciate all your help with it.
No, I enjoyed it, and I look forward to. I'll do it again. It's a lot less pressure, a lot less stress than actually playing. So
took on c4 and then played c6 to try and close down the diagonal. Bishop b4 check. The idea is to try and provoke white to play bishop d2, so that the queen's no longer covering that d4 pawn. It looks like this is the only game going so far.
Okay, so Doug Eckert's got black on this one, and he's playing Ashton Jin, who's a 2240.
Okay.
That's Minnesota's board 3.
Okay, yeah, so it's a 2 versus 3. And yeah, black's a pawn up here. Although we don't like to take on c6, so. Yeah, Cowan can be tough to play against. Okay, so yeah, it looks like white took on c6 here with the knight, trade some pieces. And black's giving up the exchange here, but it gets rid of that light square bishop and gets the queen on a8. So kind of double-edged. Assuming white takes on a8. I guess it doesn't have to. Yeah, it looks like a couple of the other games will start. Yeah, it looks like Isaiah's playing a London system.
And Isaiah Gadson has white here. He's playing Oki Iwo, who has a 2242 rating.
This is the London system, pretty standard setup there. It looks like C. Panda, he's playing the white side, or French. That's like the two knights variation. The early H4 and H5, that's interesting. He played Rook H3. That's putting the Rook on G3. Interesting.
And we've got Ashish Panda on white for this board, and he's playing their board one, Samrug Narayanan, who's a 2297. Maybe he can get a draw against board one again this week.
Yeah, he almost had a win last week, so. Yeah, it's a really interesting position. He's got this Rook on G3, it's hitting that G7 pawn, and of course black doesn't want a castle here, so I guess black could play bishop takes E5. Yeah, he can take white's other center pawn, but his G7 pawn would probably the dark square bishop would come off, and then white would take G7. Okay, white doesn't take his castles. Yeah, this is a really odd position. Yeah, it looks like Roman's game has started now. So he has black, he's playing French. Yeah, it looks like an advanced French with a early B6. C5 is the normal move here, but he's playing early B6, Queen D7. That's kind of an interesting way to play. 97. Yeah, I guess the idea is Black's trying to trade off that light square bishop so it doesn't get stuck behind the pawn chain. So he plays c5.
And Roman's got black against Ethan Lee, who's their board 4.
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at Doug Eckert's game now, and yeah, it looks like he sacrificed exchange. He has the bishop pair, and White's got some weaknesses on the light squares, so this is going to be interesting. So yeah, just played e5, hitting the center. Be interesting to see if he's going to get compensation for that exchange. His pieces are a lot more active. Yeah, so going back to Steve Pana's game, looks like Black took the pawn on e5 with the bishop. So we're going to see a mass exchange on e5 with White grabbing that pawn back on g7. Yeah, I think White almost has a take on e5. And White trades off the dark square bishops. That's going to make the Black's remaining bishop pretty bad. They're on c8 behind all the pawns. Okay, yeah, so he goes there and takes on e5 once. And yeah, if he trades queens, he can take on g7 and the material's even, and White's left with a better bishop. Okay, now he just plays rook e3, keeping the queens on the board. Yeah, so Black's gonna move the queen. And maybe just drop back to C7 and try and get some pressure down the C file. Let's see if there's anything else going on. Okay, I'm looking at Roman's game. Roman just played H5, and it's like trying to open up White's king side. There's Black's king still in the center. So yeah, so White's pushed a lot of pawns here, but Black can just castle on the queen side here, and just castle away from all the pressure. So okay, yeah, so White plays H3, supporting the pawn. Okay, yeah, so you can see that castle's long, and yeah, now Black can take and just open up the H file. Maybe double the rooks in the H file. Yeah, this could be tough to deal with for White. Okay, yeah, Queen B5. There's the queen over to the queen side. Yeah, we got the opposite side castling here, so you have one side can push the pawns and open up the opponent's king. It could be interesting. Okay, I see that's Black's taking here on G4 and open up the H file. See, that's going to be a lot of pressure now on the White king. Okay, yeah, White just takes on C5, just ignoring the threat. Yeah, now Roman's taking on E5 with the knight. Just grabbing another pawn. White can trade queens, but Black's going to be up at least a pawn here. And it's also defending that pawn on G4. So I'm not sure if White wants to trade queens here or not. Okay, yeah, so yeah, Queen A6 just checking it. Yeah, Black's just blocking with the queen. Looks like Black is happy to trade queens here. Yeah, so they have trade queens. White takes on G4. Yeah. So Black can take back on G4 and just be a pawn up, or take on C5. He takes on C5. It's like the dark square bishops might be coming off, and it looks like it might be a win-in game for Black. But yeah, the dark square bishops can be traded, and they have a trade on E6. Yeah, Black's got a nice pawn center. Yeah, just grabs the pawn on G4.
Oh, so he's not worried about
So,
the A pawn? Oh, okay.
well, I think white's going to take the E pawn, and white's probably going to get the pawn back here, so this might be headed towards a draw now. So he takes a G pawn first. It ain't nice, so might actually grab another pawn here. Yeah, if the black moves a knight, white can take on A7, and now white's up a pawn. It's probably a draw still. So white does have a passed pawn A file. Yeah, it might be possible for white to win this. Let's check see if there's anything else. Yeah. And yeah, it looks like C pen is up piece for a moment. Well, that knight on B7 is kind of trapped. He's got defends it with the bishop or the queen. It's like black's rooks are kind of awkwardly placed around the king there. If there's any potential tactics to try to open up the king. Okay, so he just brings a knight to D6.
This queen's going to take.
Well, if the queen takes, there's a
bishop can move out of the way.
Discovery. I mean, he's got maybe bishop A7 ideas, and the queen would have to move. White could take on G8. Yeah, since white's already up a piece, giving up 2 pieces for the rook probably isn't too bad if it can weaken the king a little bit. Yeah, black could just play knight F6 and try and kick the queen away off of that G file. Okay, yeah, black goes in and takes the knight, so yeah, we're gonna see, yeah, bishop A7. Discovery against the queen. Okay, yeah, so the queen moves. Just takes some G8. No white's up in exchange. G7's covered pretty well, but he could just move that G3 rook over to E3 and double on to D3 and double on the file. Okay, he just drops the queen back. Yeah, I mean, Okay, yeah, now just doubles rooks on the open file. Yeah, this should be a win for white. Yeah, white can play g4 now. And threaten g5, try and open up the space in front of the king. Because yes, black just plays a5. That's kind of a quiet move. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, white can just play g4 or g5. There's not much black can do. Yeah, black can push his pawn on the queen side, but it's just too slow. Yes, black brings the queen to c7, hitting the f4 pawn, but white might still just go g5 anyway. Yeah, g5. Black moves the knight away, so yeah, white can take on h6, and now yeah, black's king's looking pretty weak. Spain is also up on the clock too. He's got a more than a minute advantage. He's doing pretty good on the clock. So yes, he takes on h6. Black takes back. Let's see, white can try to move like queen f2 or queen e5 to trade queens. Yeah, now black's hitting the c5 pawn. It looks like yeah, white's just going to win the f7 pawn because if he defends it, he'll just double the rooks. Yes, black defends the pawn of the king, and he just doubles the rooks on the f file. There's really no way to defend that f pawn now. The white can take on f7 and they play rook a7. The only thing white has to watch out for a back rank. That's really the only thing he has to be worried about right now. Is black going king f8 or h8? Yeah, king f8. Maybe just white moves king c1 or pushes one of the pawns to get the king over the loop. So you can move the rook. Yeah, he plays A3 just to give him the king a little bit aloof.
Looks like Jared's ready. I'll see if I can figure out the
Okay.
double phone call thing.
Okay. It looks like they're getting really low on time, and Doug actually took a piece
On Doug's game?
really
Oh, okay.
low on time, yeah. Looks like,
Hello.
There's Jared.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's barely.
Yeah, I can hear you too.
How about now?
Yeah, you just
Little
barely
louder?
hear you. But yeah, it
Okay.
looks like his wife just resigned. He dropped the rook.
All right, so we got a point there.
Let's see one win from Missouri. Looks like Roman's game's probably still draw. He's down a pawn. Well, it almost looks like White's walking in the mating net almost. Gotta be careful.
So we've got what, one win?
Yeah, one win. Looks like Pan is up in exchange, and Roman's down a pawn, but it's interesting.
I've got it on Roman's game now. Let me know if you want me to switch.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably
Go ahead.
that's probably the most interesting one right now, I think.
I was going to say I tuned in right when he gave up that pawn, so he was clearly chasing checkmate. Because he could have just saved the pawn, but man, looks like Isaiah's game's got a lot left to it.
Yeah, they
But
started
only-
out slow and then really picked up the pace.
Yeah. Oh, picked up the pawn. Wow.
Does Isaiah's game look like a draw, maybe? Or
No. It doesn't look like a draw. It looks like Oni 419 is going to try and get a win here.
If you get the rooks off, maybe. He's down 3 pawns.
Black just has to get around to get his pawns going there on the king side. And after that happens,
Yeah.
although if you start dropping material, we'll see. I guess they just traded. Man.
They could have taken on F6.
Yep. They're both kind of panicking, aren't they?
Yeah, they got a minute left with the increment. That's
Got to keep the rooks on if we're going to try and win. So I'm looking from the black side. I keep forgetting we're not black.
yeah.
I guess we have to
Rooks-
trade.
rooks
This is
come off.
probably going to be in a draw now.
Wow.
I really expected black to find a way.
Yeah, B4 and maintain the dark square.
Happened fast.
Yeah, I didn't.
I was on the record seeing the draw before you guys did.
Yeah, you
Yes. That record is all yours, sir.
It still could be tricky. I mean, it's. Yeah, Clark might be able to win the bishop now.
Actually, it does look like black is probably going to win. Yeah, he's going to win the bishop, and even if he didn't win the bishop, he was going to just start winning pawns.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're even so far?
Yeah.
Panda Roman.
Panda won, so we're up 2-1.
Whoa, Panda beat board 1?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he was playing Narayanan, who's a 2290.
Okay.
Nice. Take pride in that.
Well, we're up 1 point. Let's see Roman's game.
Yeah, Roman's pushing.
We've got rook h5 here, and
Yeah, white's starting to get a little bottled up.
well, after rook h5, rook b4, king g3, it's kind of hard to defend that knight.
Yeah, the rook has to go to h3, and that looks really uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, rook h3 too. Yeah, then you have like stuff like knight f4 and the rook goes to h2, then king g3.
I guess he's just taking his time, making sure rook h5 is the best. It looks really uncomfortable for white.
Yeah, I didn't see rook f3. That's.
Oh yeah, because the knight's pinned.
Yeah.
But he walked into that one. That sucks.
The rook's still defended, but it's going to be a draw now, I think. Yeah. That knight can get over to the A file in time.
Man, after all that, I got to applaud Roman's effort though. He really tried to win it.
Yeah.
Because it was drawn way before. It's hard to win those equal positions when it's so late in the game.
Yeah.
Wow, so we got 2 wins, 1 loss, and probably a draw. Well, this is definitely going to be a draw. I don't think he can time him out. There we go. Not a bad first round result, though.
Yeah, 2.5 to 1.5.
Do we have any typed in jokes from Nathaniel or no?
No, not yet.
Not yet. I actually have Isaiah going and
Isaiah's going?
Panda going.
There's Isaiah, okay.
It looks like Isaiah's playing an accelerated dragon. Knight on h6. That's interesting.
Wow. So bishop g4, and then knight f5. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And then bishop e3. Very unusual position.
I guess white doesn't care about bishops much.
Yeah, clearly. Because h3 is coming. c6 is kind of ugly. Be really nice to get into c5, but that looks pretty distant. Pretty distant. Maybe we could try knight takes on e3 and then rook c8 and c5, but I think white can still stop it with a knight a4. We're just kind of saddled with that weak c6 pawn. And the pawn on b2 is, he's like, get rid of it. It's just a weakness.
Just give it up, yeah.
I guess he's counting on, like, he's going to take on e3, and those pawns in the middle are going to be weak.
But could he just play d4 immediately if white takes? Because knight on f3 is pinned.
Yeah, he could. Cool. Nice. So we got rid of the c6 problem. And black, I don't know that black has the advantage, but black's doing pretty well.
Yeah.
As Roman started his game, he asked me for the schedule, so I wonder if he lost it or something.
Who?
Roman.
Roman. He started playing Aerospastic Monkey.
Okay, so he knows who to play against. I was worried he lost the schedule.
Hopefully that's who he's supposed to be playing.
Roman's supposed to have white against Jin, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
hopefully we do a better job than Illinois did and making challenges.
That was a mess last week. I cut out like 10 minutes of us staring at each other trying to figure out what was going on.
Oh, wow.
What game are you guys on?
We're looking at Isaiah's game.
Okay.
Or at least I am.
Yeah.
Looks pretty interesting at the moment. He got to double white's pawns by taking on f3, and white allowed it by playing knight e2. Real question is, do we play c4 as black? Or does that make things easy on white?
You know, it kind of makes that dark square bishop look kind of bad. So.
Yeah, but it's got to be said our dark square bishop's kind of bad, so...
Yeah,
from that standpoint, I do like it. What I don't like about it is that the pawns get fixed, and white has the eternal c3 square for his knight. I guess that's not the end of the world, really, but he could try and get to a4 and then c5 with his knight. Meanwhile, black has knight h4 ideas, or, depending on how he feels about the dark square bishops, he could offer up a trade. Definitely taking on e3 is a bad idea. That would give white the diamond pawn shape, which is like the strongest pawns. Decided to... Oh. Why? All right, I'm going to look around at some other games real quick.
Yeah, so I'd say I played E6, looks like maybe he's trying to activate his queen.
On which game, Isaiah's?
Yeah, I was
Okay.
told Isaiah's game.
Yeah, like a queen h4 or queen g5. It'd be nice to have knight h4 and then queen g5, but that's not going to be possible because white can play queen d2. What about queen h4, queen h3, knight h4? That's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
If it works.
I guess he could play bishop h6 first and take control of that diagonal.
Yeah, white should be worried here, actually. White should be really worried. Because I don't know that knight g3 actually defends everything. That's kind of what you're hoping as white here, I think. Sometimes you have to play knight f4 to hit a queen if she shows up on h3. But after bishop h6, I'm really surprised he took with the bishop. I would have...
Yeah, I agree.
This is looking great for black.
Yeah, bishop h6. Yeah, white's either got to move that rook or play f4. He probably doesn't want to do.
Yeah. I'd be actually mortified right now as white. I mean, black has so many ideas. Wow. Huh. I was looking at Doug's game, and I was thinking that black was like probably way better, and then he just traded knights. And now black is probably still slightly better because of the way the pawns are, and he has the dark square bishop. But it's not like a huge advantage, I don't think.
Yeah, one idea for white might be to move that knight off f3 and play f4 and pushing the pawns. Take some space on the king side.
Yeah, I mean, if we can hold those light squares, it's a great plan. I would actually race to control the c file. Black's obviously going to play c5. Maybe even like a rook d1 to put pressure on the d pawn, so that c5 is even more discouraged. I don't know, though. The thing about playing c5 for black is that white's dark square bishop will become better then. So black might hold off on c5, which is the natural kind of pawn break here.
Yeah.
He might be angling for f6 instead, although he just moved his rook off the f-file, so... I suspect he's not entirely sure what the best idea here is. Although it looks like he's probably going to try knight f8, e6.
But he might be putting a bishop on f8.
Think so?
Is it possible? I don't know.
f8 and g6. I don't know. I think my evaluation has changed. I like White's position quite a bit. With the knight on e4, I think it was definitely a little different read. I think Black had a little something, but because we really don't want the dark square bishop for White to get, as Black, we don't want it to get active and going. Right now, it's just kind of a redundant piece. Okay, so he is going for the e6 idea. It looks like he's just getting ready to clamp down and just hold, doesn't it? He's going to try and get Doug to go forward and create some weaknesses he can attack, I guess.
Yeah.
But Doug does have the idea, bishop d2 to g5, trade that dude off, if allowed, and that'd be great. And if he plays h6, we have to be kind of worried as Black if a queen shows up on g4. It starts to feel a little loose.
Yeah.
And we rework that knight to f5, knife f5. It's an idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's a plan. It's in the works. White has attacking ideas. What will Black do to hold? Although, that knight on e6 is going to hold a lot of important squares, so...
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's going to be hard for White to really run ahead. But he has ideas, at least. So Isaiah went for his queen to g5, and then White played knight g3. We've got a trade of rooks. Probably going to have a trade of pawns. Although, after rook a8, is queen c2 possible? No, I guess not. Okay. What it is possible is like, well, yeah, do we play rook a8 or do we play queen f4, knight h4? Then if, I think we still want our bishop to go to h6 actually, and try and keep White's rook at bay so it can get to e3, and also kind of keep tabs on the dark square bishop, or White's dark square bishop.
Could Black maybe throw in h5 first?
I'm a little worried about like an h3 from White and king h2, and it kind of gets a little clogged. You know, as long as White can hold f3, it'll actually be kind of safe. So, like, running the h-pawn is an idea. I just don't know that it's fast enough. Because if the pawn goes to h4, it's kind of in the way on h4.
Well, Isaiah went for it.
Yeah, he's a believer.
Went for h4.
Wow, just all the way. Well, White didn't get a chance to play h3, so now it's not horrible. I mean, Black can conceive of h3 himself. I don't know. I don't know if I wanted to trade knights. But you know what? Black's rook could come up to c4 at some point and swing across. The oscillating rook. Actually, it looked pretty good on the fourth rank there. think what Isaiah is thinking, he's thinking in-game advantage. That's what he's thinking. Although he did just kind of say whatever to that, getting his pawn back.
Well, yeah. Well, the pieces come off and white's winning with those fast pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, we definitely can't trade. H3. Oh, that's so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
All right. Huh. I don't know about Panda's position here. That looks pretty nice, white. Although, Panda does have the two bishops. If only our rook were on A4.
Yeah, look at Doug Eggert's game. He got F4 in. He's pushing those pawns.
He is. Well, he's got his light squares covered, so he can do it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. And black is just hunkering down. That was black's whole idea. He's almost forced to take that, right? Like, maybe he's not too worried about pushing his G4 pawn. That looks difficult, but maybe not. I'd be really tempted to take en passant. I like Panda's style. He's just like, ah!
Yeah.
You guys are on Panda's game?
Yeah, I'm kind of just looking at them all, but right now I'm looking at Panda's.
Okay. It was on Doug, I think.
Probably do King F7. Although the pin drops a pawn, so maybe not. But still, you know, he has to watch out for Rook C7 at some point. Yeah, it's got to be said in Panda's game, the knight feels natural on c3, but you kind of want that tempo. So he played knight d2. I suppose trying to encourage trades with like a bishop to d5. Yeah, bishop d5, trades, rook takes, then knight c4. And despite the double pawns, black looks like they'll be doing pretty good. You can also consider just moving his bishop to d1. Although it looks a little uncomfortable. Like we'd probably have to extricate that bishop out at some point. Probably just trades is pleasant. I don't think we should give away pawns, even though it's a double pawn. I don't think we should just give it away. I think we should make white spend time on it.
Although, with bishop d1, if white plays e3, black could play e4 and kind of shut down that light square bishop.
Oh, yeah. He decided to keep the bishops. He likes the bishops.
But what about rook e8 here? Wasn't that...
That's a pretty good question. I mean, bishop g5 just runs into f4, right? So I think he just dropped a piece. Yeah. That sucks. Oh, look at that. So Isaiah got his bishop out. It's actually moving and doing stuff. Got a pretty tough position here.
Big time advantage.
Yeah, monster time advantage.
Got that d pawn rolling too, so the white's pawns are still sitting on a2 and b2.
Yeah, and our pawn in the middle of the board is way up there. Black is way up on time here. Not just like on the clock, but tempo-wise too.
Yeah. And the queen's tied down to the defending f3.
Ugh, yeah, I would expect Isaiah to bring that one home.
So Panda played bishop g5 and his opponent played knight f3. So it looks like maybe he's saving his piece.
Oh, he played knight f... Huh. He didn't think f4 was working? I think f4 was working. Maybe we win a couple pawns, but a piece is a piece, right?
Well, I guess he can take twice on f4 and he's still hitting the knight.
Right, but we take the bishop on e6 first. So if f4, before moving that knight there, if f4 and you take with the pawn, you're not hitting the knight then, so we could take on e6. You lose 2 pawns, but 2 pawns for the bishop? Yes, please. I'll make it work, you know? Yeah, I think Panda's rattled. He knew he dropped the piece, and now he's rattled. Don't count him out.
Looks like Roman lost. So.
Yeah, that sucks. It was kind of a drawish game. I was kind of looking at it, but it looked pretty drawish. I guess it it wasn't.
Isaiah's looking pretty good now.
I'll tell you who looks good. Doug has a pretty promising position. He has all the pressure. And while that knight on c4 is pretty good, it's as long as white isn't careless, it's not going to do a lot.
It looks like in Isaiah's game, his opponent sacked the rook to try and get a perpetual. That's gone. Isaiah doesn't take it.
What do they say? Tricks are for kids?
Yeah, and white's out of checks, so I think this is game over.
Yeah. Yeah, this is way over. Nice.
Back up by a
nice
point.
win, Isaiah.
Yeah.
I think White really messed up there, letting his F pawns get doubled. He's just like, here you go. Here's a structural advantage for you. All right.
It looks like a very closed structure in Doug Eggert's game.
Yeah, it has a lot of potential. What I want to see there is I want to see actually the bishop make its way to c1, freeing the queen. And then we're going to bring the queen over. We're going to try and break with g4 at some point and get some stuff going.
Yeah, he needs to be careful on the clock because he's down a minute and it's a lot of moves left to be played in this game. Not much time.
Yeah, that's probably why he just moved his rook like that. Just make a move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely consider something like bishop, b2 or d2, maybe b2, queen c3, and then swing the bishop back to c1. Just make sure that knight on c4 really can't do anything. And then free the queen up, bring it over, and then we start to look to try and rip open the h-file. And if the queen gets to like h1, I think that's actually what he's going for now. He's probably even thinking about sacking the a pawn, just like king up somewhere, maybe e2, maybe f2, and then just queen h1, and then he's going to take on g6, open it up, and that looks pretty good, doesn't it? Even if black gets that a pawn, I think it's just too slow. Of course, he doesn't have to give him that a pawn because black can't do anything, so he can take his time here if he wants. Looks pretty promising.
It looks like Panda's down a couple pawns and way down on the clock. So I think he's so good there.
Yeah, he blundered and then started making bad moves. And of course, he's down on the clock, so that doesn't make it easier. Wow.
Which game are you guys on? Is it Doug still?
Panda is like really close to being lost. I mean, white is winning, technically.
Yeah, there's not much black can do there.
His bishop is dominated. White has 3 extra pawns.
White can just put the king on A7 and
Yeah, he's probably just trying to flag him a little bit too.
yeah.
All right, so in Doug's game, played H6. Doug took, Black took back with his queen. Now he has pressure on the G pawn, Black does. Is it enough? Is it enough? And now he goes for this bishop B2 maneuver. Get the bishop to C1. Does Black have this H4 idea? H5, H4? After he has to move his king off G7, he has to move his king to like F8. And I think he has that idea then. Let's see here.
Yeah.
That's 3 moves. 1, 2. Well, no. I guess it's too slow. Yeah, it's too slow to actually do anything. It's got to be said, I would have preferred that rook that's on H2 on H1 now.
Yeah.
Because the queen always, like if the knight moves, the queen comes to D1 and she's like not doing a lot, but she's kind of doing stuff, you know, doing more than she was. Actually, queen D1 and then queen B3, I don't think it actually forces, but it's pretty irritating, really.
Yeah, he tries on the board, H4 is coming.
There we go. Defend D1. So he did have enough time to defend it all. And he can even play knight H4 here. And Black has no bricks, no nothing.
Yeah.
He could even think about knight G5. The queen's trapped.
Yeah.
Oh man, if that works. I guess it doesn't work because he just takes the knight, then he plays over to E4, but that would have been embarrassing.
Yeah.
All right, so knight H4. We're attacking the F pawn, and White doesn't have a great way to defend it. He has to take the knight. And then, what, queen F3, queen D1, something like that.
Queen F3.
This is probably going to be a draw, though. I don't see any way White can force anything here.
Yeah, looks like maybe it's going to repeat. No, you're not.
Man, were we behind just like a tempo? Like, was that rook H2 enough for us to like not have enough bite in the position?
Yeah, maybe so.
Actually, what we should have done is that earlier idea of just dropping the A pawn and getting the queen over to H1. We should have just ran for that idea, I guess. Because the bishop was defending A1, so even if the A pawn ran, it was defended.
If Black puts a knight on A8.
Yeah, I don't know about this idea. It seems dubious. I guess he's figuring that White can't do a lot with just the queen. But like, let's drop the king back and swing the rook on H2 over to C2. Let's put pressure on C6.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Black can defend it, but hey, it's pressure. And we'd be pressurizing 2 pawns then. Maybe something would give. Come on, rook H1. Or maybe queen c5? Maybe... not in this position. Oh, he goes for it. Anyway. Huh. Uh-oh. We got 2 passed pawns. How did that happen? Now we got chances. We got chances.
It's still hard to break through. Pawns are blockaded.
Yeah, we... Everything's blockaded. Have to give up a pawn to open anything up. I think Doug just figured it was a draw. I think it was like the maneuver I was talking about, the bishop to c1 maneuver was just too slow, and it was way faster just to drop the a pawn and bring the queen over to h1 and just try and break through. And I don't think it quite won a pawn yet, but it was good pressure. It was really good pressure, and there were a lot of threats there.
We got Roman and Panda started already. And we're tied at 4 after 2 rounds.
Are we? Huh. I think I would have preferred him doing queenside pressure, honestly. Even though, I don't know, he has to do a lot of maneuvering to get any threats on the king side.
Maybe he has some time since that knight's kind of misplaced on a6.
Oh yeah, he's owed a tempo at least from that, maybe 2. But still, he just moved his rook up to g3, and it's like doing nothing. Is he going to actually sack on g6? No way. He's going to sack the knight for 3 pawns?
Certainly not.
I don't think he even gets 3 pawns, actually.
Yeah, it's 2 pawns, isn't it?
Yeah. Tell you what, he would love to take his f2 pawn off the board, and then rook f1, and then now we're talking.
Yeah. Problem is, his queen's kind of trapped over on h3 now.
Yeah, and it just sack the rook. Really?
Huh.
Does this work?
Well, I guess if black takes, he gets the exchange back, so he's...
But it's still only 2 pawns, right?
Yeah, and all the pieces are coming off.
I guess he actually will be 3 pawns. So this was the way to do it if you're going to do it. Takes, knight takes, queen has to defend the rook. Knight takes, a8 or h8. Queen takes, and then queen takes on e6. Oh, maybe we're getting 4 pawns then. Ooh, and we're owed a couple tempos. So nice, he found it. I take it all back.
Yeah, maybe that. He's got that rather strong pawn on e5. This could be interesting.
Well, what's going to happen is he's going to be up this pawn, maybe 2 pawns, and black can't take, obviously. Like, it's just he loses everything. That'd be a horrible position if he took. That was definitely a surprise.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just looking at the knight sacrifice. I wasn't looking at the rook sacrifice. I think Oni 419 was in a similar situation.
Well, it definitely gets the queen on h3 back into the game.
Yeah. Now, if the king had stayed over there, this doesn't work. But because the king started walking away, it worked.
Yeah.
Black panicked. Let's see here. Yeah, if he just left the king on g7, there is nothing. There you go. He was afraid of ghosts, and then the specter got a hold of him. After that 10-minute game, was it? Yeah, Short, where Short did the walk with his king all the way up. Everybody wants to do king walks now. They think they're awesome. They aren't always awesome.
You can make it work, I guess.
If you can make it, it's that way with any chess position. If you can make it work, it's awesome. I mean, is White threatening rook takes on e6 now with his... Yeah. He is. He totally is. He's starting to take on e6. And just destroy Black's central position. So, g6 fell. h5 will definitely fall. I don't know. Was he have to do like king d7? Huh? What? That's like, you're just losing, dude.
Yeah. This is going to be interesting now.
Well, it's just losing. It's just completely losing. You lose all those pawns, and White is all up in your grill. That's just losing.
You can grab on a d5 with check.
Sure. And you're hitting the rook in the quarter. Oh. And he didn't bother winning the exchange right away. His knight's actually a little better than that rook, so why rush it?
I'm wondering maybe White can go queen d6 here because king c8 has got 97. The king has to go to b7 and
really close to a checkmate there.
yeah, there's some potential checkmates.
Well, I definitely know that Roman will find the best move here. So
Still got plenty of time.
yeah, he could spend 6 minutes and we'll work it all out. Although, if he doesn't want to spend the time, he just takes the rook. Well, there you go. And it's winning. It's just completely winning.
Yeah.
The knight on a6 is terrible. The rook on a8 is terrible. The king on d8 is terrible. The queen on h8 is terrible. Oh, man. I'm really surprised he took the rook. Like, he just had to go 2 pawns down. Like, this is hopeless here.
Mhm.
I mean, 2 pawns is pretty hopeless too, but you still have pieces, you still have chances, right?
Yeah. Yeah, now White's going to eat D5 then and have his big monster pawns in the center of the board.
Oh, man. This is almost embarrassing. Huh. This is a Queen's India? Yep. In Doug's game, he's got a pretty tempting move in Bishop D6. I guess it doesn't do a lot, but it's tempting nonetheless. Maybe G4? That's pretty ambitious, but... Yeah, I don't like this rook E1 actually. I was thinking about it, but I think I prefer the queen on E8 where she wants to move anyway, because he wants to slide the rook over. And we can't play Bishop D6. Well, now, rook E8 is probably a blunder, right? Rook E8, rook takes, queen takes, D7. I guess we could just take back with the queen. Okay. About Bishop E5. Takes, knight takes, the queen has to run. I guess play Queen C6, hit G2. Nope, still can't do that because of the knight. Okay. Queen. Where does the queen go?
It looks like Payne lost. Got a whole bunch of pressure down the H file in his game.
Yeah, that's enough pressure right there. Wow, this is really interesting. Isaiah's game, we're down to a knight versus a bishop position where White's bishop is not great. Although, nope, not great. I was going to say Bishop G4 was an idea, but it doesn't look like it works because of F5.
Yeah, that's a really nice knight on e5 there.
Yeah, these are my kind of positions. I really like it when I have a great knight. My opponent has a terrible bishop. Yeah. I really like that. We have ideas of like doing f5, g5, g4, rolling the king side after some preparation. Like swing the queen around, like queen c7 or d8, and then I guess now d8, and swing the queen around, and then just start pushing the king side pawns, taking space. And that bishop on e2 is just suffering here. Yeah, advantage to black. So it looks like Roman got the piece back, and now he's just way better.
Yeah, we just trade off the queens and the rooks.
Yeah, it's just a win.
Yeah.
And the king's open. We don't have to trade rooks. Actually, we can keep attacking that king. Yeah, there you go. It's too tempting not to.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think black might be getting checkmated here pretty soon. Let's see. King f5. Who do we play after king f5?
King f5 or queen d7 just wins the rook.
Oh, right. And of course, going to h4 is checkmate. So I think we just won here.
Yeah.
Just going to take off the rook. Don't even have to try and chase checkmate.
Yeah, each for the lines, so.
Nice game from Roman.
All right, so we're back to even, 5-5 now.
Yeah.
Are we? Who's still going? We got Isaiah and Doug.
Yeah. Isaiah's looking pretty good, and Doug's way down on the clock. On our pawn, d6 looks a little overextended. It'd be hard to hold on to that one.
Last year, did they split match points? Or did it go to the...
What do you mean?
Like for this 8-8 tie.
Yeah, we get half, I guess.
I think they did. That seems like that happened, actually.
Then we'd still be in first because we've got the game points. So.
I mean, otherwise you have to do like some tie-break rule. Okay, so Isaiah went ahead and broke. He wanted to get the game going. Now we can trade rooks as white. But h4 is weak, it's got to be said. Maybe queen d2? Queen d1, okay. And Isaiah's black queen on c7. She doesn't really want to guard b6. She's going to be looking for an opportunity to get out of there.
Yeah, queen d7 maybe.
Actually, I was thinking something a little radical. And queen d8 and then e6. It's probably too radical, though. Like, if it's not just winning, it's kind of bankrupting the position. It's hard to hold h4.
Yeah.
This is uncomfortable for white. I guess he can play rook h3. So, like, trade the rooks on f4, rook h3, and then we have to worry about what, queen to f2? Hitting all the pawns. I decided to push his pawn, weaken his king. Now it's like, rook f2 or rook d4. I still want to get my queen to f2. We can try and do rook e4, queen f2. We definitely get stopped, though. Rook f2, the problem with rook f2 is it doesn't do a lot. And we just actually kind of could potentially walk into a pin after a queen g1 after the bishop on e2 is defended or just moved. Hold the pawn, he says. Black was never going to take on c4 because black's knight is amazing. It's worth way more than, going a pawn up. Way more.
Yeah. Well, now maybe queen c8, and queen h3.
Yeah, queen c8, then bishop f1, and then queen f5. And what, king g1? There's some ideas here. Definitely better for black.
Yeah. King g1 first.
if queen f5 is bishop f3 just nonsense? It feels like nonsense.
Yeah, because it drops a piece, doesn't it? Did 3 times, only defended once, or twice.
Oh, yeah. So it's absolute nonsense. So after we defend the rook,
Wonder why queen f8 instead of queen f5. Queen f5 is looking more active.
I think he was thinking in case he had to run back, because Isaiah is kind of like, he likes his defense. He likes to stay solid. He's probably thinking he can run back if he has to and hold the b pawn. It kind of doesn't work because his rook would be hanging now, but maybe that was part of the thinking.
And now the bishop's just independent.
Oh, he just dropped a bishop
Yes.
to get past pawns? He thought his position was that bad?
Yeah, I think this is just over now. I mean, queen,
Yeah, this is over.
Queen f1.
Queen and the rook, like, there's checkmating threats here. Like, that was definitely not worth it. He just dropped the bishop. I've been meaning to ask, like, if we like go in and type in the spectator room, do those guys, do they have it set so they don't watch it, or are they totally going to be bugged by it?
I mean, the players,
Yeah.
I don't think they see it until the game's over. I think that's how it works.
Ah.
Where other spectators can see it, but the 2 players don't see it until the game's over. I believe that's how it works.
Why is this guy still playing? What is he doing? He's just being a punk. Yeah, he's just being. What? Is he playing a computer?
That was a nice win for Isaiah.
No, that was solid. That was he got the better piece and was able to make good on it. In Doug's game, this is tough.
We win tonight, I'm going to get some celebration pizza, I think.
Celebration pizza?
Yeah.
Does that have like streamers and party hats, or?
Got onions and green peppers. And then...
Those would probably taste better, yeah.
We lose, I'll get consolation spaghetti or something.
Consolation.
We're up.
It sounds like all your food is just like for comfort.
Yeah. We're up 6-5 now.
Yeah. I don't know if Doug can hold his position. This is really good for Black. Black has really great pawns, and Doug's pawns are kind of just terrible. So if Black takes this d6 pawn, and Bishop captures on d6, we have the trade, and then Knight c4, can Black win that position? I mean, Black can win that position, but it's going to be hard, right?
Yeah, White can keep the king out. If White can really put the king on e4.
Which he can do.
Yeah.
There will be like an f5 at some point, but we have g5. Yeah. So it looks like Black isn't sure, so he didn't go ahead and take it. He took that one instead.
He wants the B3 pawn, yeah.
Now that is a lot closer to a win. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot closer. We got the bishop support, the knight support. Knight A5 ideas, king E6 coming up. So if king E4, then we have to move the bishop as black, and then try and get in king E6 and F5. Okay, that's probably better than just letting the pawn run. Huh. What's Black's idea here? Is he going to play try for a G6, Bishop G7, or around that way? Ah, he's going to hit the knight. Try and get a... Oh, king check. That's uncomfortable. King E2. I still think that knight B3 is an idea. Yeah, knight B3 makes... Well, not now.
Yeah,
he's just so down on the clock. That makes it hard.
Yeah.
Yep, he's just going to try and blitz him out some.
It should be for black there now.
Yeah. Gonna be hard to save this one. We're gonna have to count on some stalemate trick. Which is really hard to execute.
Yeah.
Knight's bad. H-pawn is actually weak. Ugh. I'm surprised how fast Black is playing. He's got 2 minutes. Just take his time, get it right, and it'll be over. Although that looks like it's winning. Oh, yeah, there you go. So that's winning.
Oh, the fourth round's already started?
Yeah, Isaiah started up.
And Isaiah's got white against Ashton Jin, 2240.
Was that a reverse Slav that Isaiah played? Do you know, Brian?
No, I think it's just a London system.
Just regular London? I mean, it's definitely the London opening, but it looks like that structure.
So Doug and Panda started theirs. And Roman started his.
Hmm.
We got all four. You guys are on Isaiah's game?
Yeah. Bishop C7 is an idea, but Rook A6, or maybe Knight D7. Black's okay. I also have ideas of like, to calculate it with Bishop D6. It's an idea as well. I think I would wait until Black moved his bishop to do it, but.
Yeah, I think Black could just put the king on D7. Yeah, stop that idea.
Yeah, he might have to, because that knight and bishop are a little annoying.
Mm-hmm. Maybe just play 94 and then king D7 and just try and play bishop D6 and trade off the bishop.
Like 94, he does have to worry about bishop C7, rook A6, and then the bishop tries to find a useful move so he can threaten knight C7. Maybe there's nothing there, but you have to think about it. Interesting. So Roman got a French position where he got the F5 break. It's interesting about that kind of pawn structure in the French is like, it's usually super solid for Black once they get an F5, and captures didn't happen on F6.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I mean, he's pushing on the queen side, but it's going to be really hard for White to actually do a lot in this game.
Yeah. Roman's been playing both sides of the French tonight.
Yeah. But White did get his D4 piece. He can keep a piece there eternally now. That's something. And the bishop on C8 is kind of, yeah, she's suffering. She don't like it, or he don't like it, rather. Most bishops are he's.
Yeah.
Most. Not all.
A4. I guess that's the thing. If you don't know what to do, you just play H4.
It's become really trendy. Like,
Yeah.
there's a lot of strong players that just kind of flick it in now. I mean, I guess it's always been a thing, but it seems like it's trending more now.
Yeah. Queen C7 an idea?
Queen C7 And then queen e1 is probably at least an answer. Oh, what?
Castle is not a knight as square.
He's going to move the knight to h8? Interesting. I don't know if that would have been my preference, but I definitely do it in a blitz game against you.
I think come to f7 and be pretty good there, maybe.
I mean, f7 h6, like. Yeah, I mean, it takes as much time as the other idea I had. I was thinking about playing the other knight to g8, and then once he hit it, knight to e7, we could play the knight in g8 to h6. But we weren't castled then, so. Wow.
h6.
Wow. I'm a little surprised he just like immediately said, okay. I would have thought about opening that G file if I were black. I guess he's going to put, his whole plan right now is to put pressure on the C pawn, right? Bishop D7, Rook C8, Rook, Queen C7. It's not going to win it, but there's going to be pressure there. So much for that pressure. I don't know. I get the feeling that Roman might be playing for a draw in this game. I'm getting that feeling.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, this is the two number ones.
Roman's got a 22.98, and this guy's got a 22.97, so Roman's the favorite.
That's yes, clear favorite.
Looking at Doug's game, he's castle queenside and has opened up the G file with a nice bishop on D7. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's, you have to be careful though, like just rolling ahead, like pushing the H pawn, then the knight sits on G5 forever. So you can't just roll the H pawn, which means white can play G3 and be pretty solid actually. Although it's got to be said, that light square bishop, ominous. That would be making me uncomfortable. I think it's going to be actually white doing a lot more of the attacking, though. Because white can push his A pawn, and black just kind of has to weather the pawn storm. I would probably start off with a rook to G8, the rook on H8 to G8, just so that when he's threatening to take on D4, I guess we're not too worried about that though, are we? Queen can take on B4 and then there goes the pawn storm. Yeah, so maybe rook G8, rook H to G8 is a pretty good move, or at least an idea.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
What game are you on?
Looking at Doug's.
Oh, okay. I was looking at Romans. I was like, I don't know how you play rook HGH.
You're not rated high enough for that yet.
Yeah.
Another 100 points, you can do it.
National Master move or something. Like Feingold talks about Grandmaster moves and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I tell you what, Isaiah's game is really, it's all locked up, but it's unique. We got these double pawns on the queen side. Black's managed to double his rooks on the A file. But Isaiah just broke with B3. And after those pawns exchange, I mean, if Black doesn't exchange, then we're going to play B4. The rook's going to get kicked. And then we have a rook C7, or a knight C7, rather.
Yeah.
So he has to take. And now we have the C4 push. So it has to be that White's better here. I would think about doing it right away. Just C4.
Yeah, I don't see any reason not to.
I mean, my only concern is knight B4, knight D3 ideas, but because if we do it right away, C4, then knight B4, then we can't take on D5, and because he'll just trade rooks and then he'll take back with his knight and have a great knight there. I'd really like to get our knight on F3 to D3. That's what I'd really like. That's what. I guess he likes it too, because King E2 enables that. See if that's what he's going for. But if the pressure doesn't mean anything, then the rook on A5 is just kind of, yeah. It really doesn't have anything to do there. Oh, he decided to go to D2. I was thinking knight E1 to D3, but D2... Is he just thinking about trading knights, F3, and then trying to push E4?
Yeah, I think he just wants to get rid of that knight on E4.
He could have done it with knight E1, F3, and then we would have had the knight on D3, which would have been an awesome piece. I don't know. We definitely want to play C4, but we have to watch out for that knight B4 idea. Huh. He just did not like the knight on E4.
Yeah, no, that's really...
We're still not getting in our C4 idea, though. Or E4. Is he going to try bishop c2? I don't know about that idea. Because then black can put pressure on the a-pawn if the bishops trade. And we have to put both our rooks on the a-file holding the a-pawn. I don't like that much. Huh. Yeah, I really preferred the knight e1 to d3 maneuver. I think that was a more compelling way to play.
And the thing that goes is for C4.
Played it anyway. Okay.
Yes.
So knight b4 is a pretty natural move here. Maybe he's thinking that after the rook's trade, he can get a rook to c7. Maybe on a good day.
Maybe. Yeah, knight b4, c takes d5. Black takes on c1, he can throw in d takes d6 check. But
All right, yeah.
of course, black goes in and takes.
I think he's trying to get a rook to c7. I think that's what's going on here. Which isn't a terrible idea, actually. The rook on a5 is just like passively watching what's going on.
Yeah, it drops back to.
Makes sense. But still, we can just play the other rook to c1 and double, and there's pressure.
Yeah. Yep, there it is.
And we just play e4, we play d5, and white's got an advantage. Although, we do have a knight a5 right now, don't we? Does that do a lot? Maybe it doesn't do too much, but it could cause a swap of pieces, relieving all the pressure. At least some of it.
With knight a5, white could take twice on c8 and then drop the bishop back to a2, maybe.
Yeah. But we got the rooks off at least for black, which would be a pretty big win because white has a lot of pressure on the c-file. Although, knight a5, rook c7, way better than trading. Way better. Knight a5, rook c7, king drops back, or you can trade, but probably not good to trade at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually that knight on c6 is just, not happy. Those pawns are about to roll into his face, and if he trades, then we get a rook on c7. Take on f4, or on e5 rather, and then f takes on e5, bishop drops back to e3, hitting the b pawn. We got to play bishop d8. Passive. We got to look out for bishop f7, right?
Yeah.
Bishop f7. Just have to play our rook back to c3. And that drops the a-pawn. Yep, that drops the a-pawn. Bummer. If we could have held that one.
Well, B6 is saying also.
Does knight, or does rook at c6, does that do anything we want it to do?
Yeah, I was looking at that, but I don't think so, because pawn takes on c6 and knight's just saying.
Right. So we just dropped that one. We're going to get b6, but not as nice as, it's not as much as we wanted.
Well, still though, I mean, white's got one pawn island and black's got 3.
Yeah, white's for choice. It's just not as good. That's what we're trying to get out of it. I guess we can play a rook to d3, double the rooks there, try and infiltrate. Although we still have a rook to d8. All right, yep, take on b6.
And now knight c7, 6 possibility.
Yeah, if knight c7, then we can get a rook into d7. Okay, he moved the bishop. Knight c7. But we can play our other rook to d3 now. Oh, we could play a rook to d7 anyway. He let it happen.
Wow, yeah.
Now we're starting to get somewhere. I think it's the time pressure. I think everyone's spastic monkey is succumbing to time pressure.
We're at 96. We're hitting both pawns.
Hitting both pawns. Yeah, it looks pretty good to me. Looks pretty good. I think black's gonna fold. He doesn't have enough time. And his position's deteriorating.
C3, rook C2.
Ooh. Looks like Roman's down a piece. He lost a piece somewhere along the way.
Pins down at exchange. Doug is up a couple pawns. Yes.
Right.
Doug's got a nice position. He might be leading here. I think he is leading.
Who? Doug? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so it's a bishop versus knight in game, but he's up 2 pawns. He's got a pass pawn on the 7th ring. So.
Panda lost it.
Well, Doug and Isaiah can win, we'll at least tie.
Hey, don't count Roman out. He's crafty.
Yeah, Roman.
Although that looks like a loss.
Oh yeah, I guess
you have to be super crafty.
And Roman can draw. That would be good enough.
It'd be tough to do in that position.
Are you guys on Doug's game?
Yeah, we were looking at Doug's right there. That should be an easy win for Doug. I don't see how White holds that. soon enough, Black's going to have passed pawns. He's going to have 3 passed pawns here pretty soon. Yeah, he's going to win that one. So you can count that a +1 for Doug. And you can probably... is Mr. Monkey here putting up a fight, or is he just... He didn't play 96. Isaiah didn't play 96. I wonder why. Why didn't he play 96?
I don't know. For now, I could play rook d1 and put the other rook on d7. And play it again, or still play it. White's got to be better here.
Oh, he didn't play 96 because he had knight to d4. And even though it gives up a pawn, it got rid of that terrible beast up in his face.
Ow, rook d7 maybe.
Yeah, rook d7 looks pretty okay. Just take the pawn. But maybe knight d3.
Yeah, knight d3 is pretty good, yeah.
And there you go. Up a pawn, up about a minute, and we can start pushing. Excellent chances for Isaiah. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be tied. I think it's going to be 2-2. Unless Mr. Monkey here is actually an amazing blitz player. Gotta move, Isaiah. Gotta move.
G4.
Just move, buddy. Defend the pawn. Bishop c3.
Yeah.
Now he's gonna play what, g5 or g, and then we'll see g4 maybe. King up. And we can drop the bishop back, and then we can try and get our knight to d4. Ah, he let us do it anyway. This should be close to winning. Play the king up, or play that way, I guess. Ooh. Oh, he's going to play bishop check. Oh, man. Those pawns are in dark squares, but it's going to be a draw. We're going to lose. I shouldn't say it's going to be a draw. It could be anything at this point. King up, king up. Oh. 3 to a draw.
Nah.
He should have went for it.
Lost by half.
Should have went for it.
He probably didn't know what the score was.
Oh, I'm sure he didn't. Well, that will be half a point. Would be what? Half a point down.
Yeah.
Tough match. Pretty close. Damn. We're almost there. We almost had it. Yeah, that was tough.
Doing the computer analysis on Isaiah's game.
On Isaiah's game?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a complicated game. It was a kind of an odd opening.
Yeah. It's funny, he pushed E6. That was the mistake. If he would just play King D5, he was like +3.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's the kind of stuff you don't want to find out about. It makes sense, though, because pushing the pawn gives up squares.
Yeah, well, like you just want to keep your king controlling that square in front of your pawn so you can push it if you need to.
Yeah, I wanted to play King F5 for sure, although the knight check drives it back. We had tricks. I mean, we could have dropped the bishop back. You're looking at like move 59, right around there.
Let's see. Yeah, move 60 for white. Yeah, it says, well, I guess King F5 is second best, but King D5 is best.
King D5, that makes sense too.
Yeah.
I was going to say we had tricks with like bishop E1 and then King F5, and if the knight jumps into F4, then we can just push H4.
Yeah, I think maybe the problem with King F5 is black can just play knight E7 check, and the king just has to go back.
Oh, knight E7. Yeah, okay.
Because it has no squares.
Yeah, on D5, knight E7, we can just keep going with the king.
Yeah.
And get all the way down to what, D7?
Yeah. You can actually.
And then that's like the perfect position to escort that pawn.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's also if the king comes to D7, it's hitting the bishop too, with tempo, so. But it's hard to see when you're so low on time.
Oh yeah, of course. It's we just got to move. It's hard to see.
I guess maybe you thought E6 is putting the pawn on light square so the bishop can't hit it, but
well, what he's definitely seeing is he's seeing the knight hit the pawn. He's seeing the bishop hit the pawn, and then if he has to move his knight around, then the king is going to step up and hit the pawn. That's probably all he saw, or at least sensed. Cool. Well, who are we matched up against? I guess you're checking that now. See who we're matched up against next time.
Well, since they pairings differently, we have to wait until all the games are over, and then somehow they pair it system instead of just having play them all in order.
Having it fixed.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I think it
is
seems
interesting.
like it'll work out the same way. I don't think they'll let us play the same team twice just because we're.
Yeah. So we play Illinois and Minnesota, which are probably two of the best teams.
Yeah.
So if you go 1-1, that's not bad.
I tell you what, do you have all the games pulled up, like, at the same time?
I've got them on different tabs.
Okay, gotcha. So you can switch back and forth a little bit.
Yeah.
Sure than I can. Because I'm going in and punching in the usernames and just observing each one individually.
Oh, so you can't have different tabs open?
Unfortunately, not that I know of. At least not on the app. So if you have a game that you want to look at or that you're noticing is getting interesting, you just let me know and I'll pop over to that game.
Okay, yeah, if you just want to start on board 1 with Chenrip, that's Roman Kozelov.
Sure.
Looks like they're down to rooks and 1 minor PC.
Okay. Just a moment here. There we go. Oh, okay, interesting. So materials equal, and black has 2 passed pawns. Interesting. Yeah, this is definitely looking very good for black, I would say. I don't know. It doesn't seem like white can quite hold this, because I'm thinking, yeah, rook a6, knight c4, rook d1, d2, and then knight d2 to follow, and you just win the rook, right?
And in this one, Roman Kozelov has black against David Rolfing, who's their board 4. He's 1905. So.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And Roman's 2298. So I guess they started with 1 versus 4 to begin with, it looks like.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Wow, and looks like Roman got it.
All right. And then, let's see. Might look at Pandas. He's been knocking out board 1 every week.
Oh, okay. That's
Subham 777.
Subham 777. That's what I thought. Okay, this looks interesting.
Last week he beat board 1, and the week before that he got a draw against board 1, so he's been kind of a deadly weapon for the States Cup.
That's awesome.
With COVID being over, I'm kind of worried he's going to start playing it over the board stuff and his rating's going to go up. He helps our average a lot.
Right. Oh, that's great. This is interesting. What to make of this? He's trying to make himself happen on the queen side. I don't know. Yeah, the c4. I think we were just coming. Make a half pawn on d4. Interesting.
Oh, I'm supposed to enter the results. I better get my other laptop open. Usually it's the home team. They distinguish between home and away teams for different responsibilities. But the captain for the home team is going to stream for South Carolina. So.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Well, I'll be happy to put Roman's win in the win column here.
Nice. Yeah, this game is interesting right now. 7. I don't have a computer evaluation up here. I wasn't really intending to anyway, because I didn't want to be, I don't know, I didn't want to be that guy looking at master games and being like, oh man, they missed the engine move, how dare they?
Yeah. For my analysis, he's 2.3 pawns down here, I think. And just give the computer an
Right. But yeah, you're welcome to check it if you want, because I mean, it's helpful to have handy, but I don't think I even really can because of my phone situation. Okay, rook takes f7. What is going on here? Is that just an exchange sack, or is there a tactic? It's worth mentioning rook takes f7, bishop takes h5 doesn't seem to quite work because knight takes d2. And this is okay.
And is so fast too.
Okay.
You get these big time advantages against.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. I've been looking at the clock, but this is actually looking pretty good now. He's got a lot of pawns coming on the queen side. So that was really interesting. Rook takes f7 to remove one of the defenders of the b3 knight, so he could win that pawn. And he's just got 3 pawns on the queen side. I would not want to play this position with 32 seconds as black by any means. Yeah, black's d pawn is just not strong enough.
I told Jared and Brian if the Missouri teams mathematically in the playoffs, I was going to put myself at board 4, and I was joking, but I think they thought I was serious. I don't want to get anywhere near these guys.
Right. So yeah, it looks like you're right. Panda is really coming through here. This just looks completely winning. And his opponent has 18 seconds. Do we have any more results on the other boards?
It looks like Doug Eckert is still playing, and Gadson is still playing.
Well, man, there were so many people there on Friday. I was shocked.
Yeah, the club's really coming back strong. That's a lot of beginners and stuff too. So maybe that means it's got some fresh blood.
For sure, yeah. I mean, it's funny because I was overhearing people, that I had never seen there before, talking about getting back into chess because of the show, and talking about streamers that they like and stuff like that. It's really wild. Yeah, you can tell like how much of an impact, not only the Queen's Gambit but also just the huge online streaming stuff.
Yeah,
it's really different.
Well, I guess the Botez sisters signed some big contract, and I think Nakamura makes more money streaming than he does beating people at chess. So.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. But I mean, it's good stuff. I've been watching a lot of different chess YouTubers recently, and I know there's a lot of really good ones. When I first started playing, there were like 2, maybe that I found that I actually liked, and now, I mean, there's awesome chess channels like everywhere. It's great.
Yeah. And Doug's game looks a little bit more open. I don't know if the rook can go anywhere or not. But he's got Queen Rook Knight versus Queen Rook Bishop.
Oh, okay.
He's Dougie 47.
Gotcha. Well, it looks like Isaiah just won.
Oh, yeah?
His opponent just resigned.
All right.
I'm
So
trying to
Isaiah was
figure out-
playing Joel Jaffe, who's a 21-43.
Wow. Okay. Let me pull up Dougie's game here.
Oh, it says draw. Let's see.
Oh, it was a draw. Okay, I saw one of the. Okay, I saw his rating go up and his opponent's go down, and I immediately assumed resigns. I was like, why? I couldn't quite tell. I was like, so that makes more sense.
Got locked up in the middle, I guess.
Yeah, it didn't really. It was hard to find a way to break through for either side. Let's see. So Doug's game. Okay.
Yeah, so Ashish won his game. And Dougie 47 is Doug Eckert. He's the only one still going.
Yeah, but other than that, I mean, round one's been a pretty clean sweep. Let's see here. Equal. The b6 pawn you'd think would be a weakness, but since the white has a light squared bishop, it's kind of hard to actually win that pawn. Let's see. G4. Yeah, I don't know. This looks about equal to me. White's got more activity, but I don't know. If I had to choose a side, I would choose white, but I don't know what the winning plan would be. But hey, 2 wins and 2 draws would not be bad for Missouri here, leading off.
Yeah, we kind of narrowly missed win last time, or the draw last time with the match. It was
Oh yeah,
by 1 point. And so we're one back on match point, but we had the lead on game points,
okay.
which would help us in any ties. But Oklahoma forfeit last week, so they gave a free match point and 16 game points to Michigan. Well,
Yeah,
Michigan shot to first place.
That's interesting. Yeah, Doug does also seem to be a small time disadvantage. But it's only 1 minute or 2.5 minutes. Queen C5 though. This is interesting. I don't know. It seems.
Yeah, that's the win, draw for Gadson, win for Roman.
This looks dangerous for right now. Maybe. This could be tricky.
So you think white has an advantage, or you think it's a draw?
Now, at this point, I don't know. Black is... I mean, he's got the queen and the rook on the 7th. We're talking the trade queens here. Huh. I'm not so sure. It's interesting because both black and white's queen and rooks were able to kind of activate at the same time.
Black's knight hanging? Oh, okay.
Yeah. But now white can trade queens if he wants to. And then rook b5. A-pawn is kind of running short on defenders. Okay, rook b5, rook c3, attacking the e3 pawn probably. I don't know. White's going to get that outside passed pawn, so that's looking dangerous. The bishop's covering the queening square as well. It's very tricky. Bug is down to 17 seconds as well. Okay, he's got the rook behind the pawn. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he can actually get that pawn all the way up the board. I'm not sure if he can.
Trying to draw.
That's interesting. Yeah, the knight's covering f2 and g3, so the king can't come to g3. He could have, I don't know, he could have tried to walk the king over to the queen side. I'm not sure what would be going on there, but both players are short on time to draw seems appropriate. So.
All right, so the good guys are up 3-1, and on the next one, Storin has white against Gadson, Jaffe has white against Panda, Kozelov has white against Staffa, and Eckert has white against Rolfing. Okay. All right, so I got Gadson's game pulled up.
Okay.
And he's playing their board one, or in a National Master 2240.
Okay. I apologize for camera movement, by the way.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
It'd be like MTV, where the cuts a lot and stuff like that.
Right. That's character.
Extreme chess video or something.
Yeah. Yeah, the Benoni is interesting. I don't play it as black, and I don't face it very often as white. So I'm not an expert in these lines by any means. But black's willing to accept the backward B pawn. A lot of times gets good queenside play. So I'll pop up Panda's game, see what's going on there.
Okay.
Wait for Isaiah's game to kind of get out of the opening. Okay, so we got a French defense over there. The French is interesting. I dabble in it sometimes, but I never can seem to stick to it. Because I'll see these games where people get this really great space on the queen side and just get these really interesting counter-attacking positions. Then I try to play it, and I get the bad versions of the French where my bishop just ends up useless, and my position just gets cramped, and I can't really make anything of it. I try to make the French work, but it just doesn't. It doesn't seem to like me. This looks like a good position. I'm just wondering if that's going to be greedy and try to take on a6.
You're on Panda's game, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Last week, they were talking about a game I wasn't on for about 3 minutes, and then I realized the rook couldn't make that move, and I asked them what they were looking at. I was like, man, these guys are a lot better than me. I didn't even see that move.
They're so good they can play illegal moves.
Yeah. That's what Jared made that joke Feingold makes about that's a grandmaster move I'm not allowed to make.
So I'm looking at, like, bishop takes a6. Maybe rook c7. Bishop d5. I don't know, bishop d5 might not be good. Black might give the trade-off as light square bishop. I don't know. I don't know whether he has time to take that pawn or not. I switched back to Isaiah's game here.
Isaiah's game?
Yeah. And we can, if the other two have started, we can look at theirs as well. But Isaiah's got an interesting position going here. Looks like he's going to have some double pawns over there on h7 and h5, but he's going to have two bishops. An open g-file. My instinct with the bishop on c8 and the pawn on h3 would be to put the king on h8, rook on g8. But I just want to play for some queenside stuff. Bishop d7, d5. A little bit more thematic. But like I said, I don't play the Benoni, so I don't claim to know how to play it. He is at a pretty significant time disadvantage, though. 13 minutes to 7. That's a little concerning, but You never know what will happen. But I guess I can check out some of these other games that I'm sure have probably started at this point.
Yeah, they're all 4 on now.
Okay, gotcha. Are either of the other two...
Roman's got his queen way down on the other side of the territory here.
Okay. Let's check his game out. Okay. So he's up a pawn, it looks like. Interesting. Yeah, this looks pretty good for white. Black's pieces are a little bit awkwardly placed. The rook on f7, the bishop on b7 behind the pawn. The pawn is pinned to that bishop. The knight on b6, I don't know really where it's going. White's going to have these really good bishops on g2 and b2. Yeah, this definitely looks good for white. I don't know whether Black wants to... Yeah, I didn't know whether he's going to trade those queens or not. He's down material, so I wouldn't ordinarily want to trade queens in that situation, but rerouting that knight. It's just really a shame for Black that he can't. That bishop on b7 is just not looking very happy right now. So queen takes d6, bishop takes d6, rook takes, or sorry, not rook takes, just rook e6. The line I would look at, steering the bishop in the c6 pawn. Maybe. And yes, you'd be trading off Black's bad piece, but at the same time, you'd be up 2 pawns, and including a protected passed pawn on c4. So I'd probably go for that. Looks like a pretty simple way to get an advantage. d6. And rook e6. How about that? I was right. But that does look like a really good position for Roman.
Yeah, so according to Stockfish, Roman has a 2.2 lead.
Nice. Let's see. So we haven't looked at Doug's game yet, have we?
Okay, so I'll pull up Doug. Uh-oh. Yeah, we haven't looked because I haven't got his game pulled up yet on this computer. I was watching it on the other one.
Okay.
Forgot that I hadn't pulled it up on this one.
Ah. Okay.
Yeah, so Doug is playing... Doug Eckert has white against David Rolfing, who's a 1905. They're board 4.
Okay. This position looks... I don't know. Looks about equal. Both sides have some space. White's going to attack the d5 pawn, and black's going to attack the e5 pawn, but it looks to me like both of those can be protected. Be interested to see how this plays out. But it looks pretty equal, though. I mean, both sides have developed, their pieces. Both sides have centralized rooks, 2 bishops, space in the center. I suppose if I had to pick a side, I would take black, just because that e5 pawn might be a little bit more awkward to defend, but I don't think it's really a problem. That looks pretty level. So let's see, who have we not looked at for a minute?
Looks like Isaiah's got a bishop pinned. His bishop is pinned.
Yeah, I was just going to pull up his game. Interesting. So White's got that pawn on d5, and that worries me, because black's pawns are a little bit askew. Got these pawns on h5, h7, f7, all isolated. And White's now got this pawn on d5 that looks pretty strong. Black is going to be hard pressed to find ways to... It's isolated, but black doesn't have really any good way to attack it. I was thinking in the middle game that the exchange on h5 wouldn't be so bad for black, but now that we've gotten into this endgame, it's the pawn structure on the black side is just not looking great. But it's not over. Both players have about 5 minutes. Anything can happen. Let's see, popping over to see how the secret weapon is doing. Panda over here.
Well, they did a big exchange on Gadson's game.
Oh, did they?
Now it's down to a rook and a bishop each.
Okay, let me pop back there. Yeah, I don't know, actually. It's hard to say now that exchange has happened. Oh, on a4. This is what I'm talking about. I'm like, oh, White has a pretty good position, and then these exchanges happen, and I don't know. Suddenly all those pawns on light squares are actually looking pretty good because white can't really attack them. Yeah, suddenly this is looking kind of drawish. So I don't think either side... Black has a pawn on the A file that he might try to push, and white has this pawn on the D file, but I don't think either of them are advanced enough to pose a meaningful problem to the other side. Yeah, if that bishop for knight exchange on c3 wouldn't have been a possibility, then I think the position would have been really good for white, but yeah, suddenly now it's looking pretty equal.
And Panda's got about a 3 or 4 minute advantage on their board too. Jaffe.
It looked like he had a reasonable position. That pawn on, well, okay. That pawn on d4. I'm just wondering if white's ever able to trade off that pawn. Okay, so white is up 2 pawns actually. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I take it back. Yeah, white is doing very well here. White's up 2 pawns, 2 clean pawns on the queen side. And if he can exchange off a set of pawns over there, he'll just have two passed pawns. But he's playing on the king side right now. That h7 pawn is hanging. f5 might be coming. Yeah, I'm sad to say this is not looking great for Panda.
So what's White's plan? You said the rook is coming? Or
So, I mean, he's got these extra pawns on the queen side. He could go... Okay, he's locked up the pawns on the king side. So it looks like... I mean, my first instinct would be to find some way to exchange off that b4 pawn and then just push the 2 extra pawns that he got.
oh yeah, okay.
See, now, now with the pawn on g5, the pawn on h6 is protected. And so that h7 pawn may actually be a problem. And yep, there it is.
Okay, so Black resigned.
Yep. That h7 pawn is hanging. White might end up winning that. If he doesn't, if Black tries to defend it with the rook, then White's just going to do whatever he wants on the queen side. Like I said, probably just find a way to win or exchange off that pawn on b4, and then just push the queen side pawns. I don't think Black will be able to do much. So let's see, what other...
Okay, looks like Roman won this game.
Roman won his game?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a point for us.
Nice.
So far, it's a big round for White.
Yeah. So, let's see, I take it Isaiah's game probably I didn't see that one going much past a draw. Yeah, it just looks like both of those pawns can be stopped. The pawn on a4 and the pawn on d6.
Which game?
Bishop on d6. Isaiah's game. Because, yeah, it's, like I said earlier, I mean, black has the A pawn, white has the D pawn, but I don't think either of them are going to actually get anywhere. It looks like this is just probably going to be a draw. And let's see what's going on in Doug's game.
Oh, black resigned. So Doug won that game. All right.
Okay, cool.
3 wins for white.
Yeah, wow. It's another pretty good round for Missouri, it looks like.
Five to 2 Missouri so far.
Oh, okay, I see what happened there. Yeah, so the bishop took on g7, the king takes e6, d4.
Oh, so he'd get a rook, I guess? Or?
Yeah, yep. Yeah, Nathaniel showed up on Friday night as well. It's been a while, I feel like, since he's been there.
Yeah, he said he's going to play this weekend, so that'll be cool.
Oh, wow, okay.
I tried to get, Ron Luther said he might come, and then I emailed him again, and he said he's got to go to his granddaughter's recital, I guess. And then I asked, it looks like Isaiah's about to win, maybe, on time.
Yeah, I was just noticing some things are getting kind of interesting over here. Position still looks like it's probably a draw, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, the time situation is white's gonna have to. Oh, rook f4. Rook f4 check to swing a piece. Yeah, that's the thing. When you get down to like 10 seconds or less, you're just kind of making automatic moves. But yeah, no, that's cool. That he's going to play in the tournament this weekend. It's too bad about Ron Luther, but hopefully it's a good turnout. So there's some interesting stuff happening in this game. Rook takes c3. Rook takes c5. Oh, okay. So Isaiah's doing really well now. This is the thing, right? Is you can have a position that seems really, really drawish, but when it gets down to these time scrambles, and okay, looks like Isaiah's going to get it because his opponent just hung his rook.
Oh, wow. All right.
Wow. Well, good for him. I realize we're like the most biased commentators of all time.
Yeah.
But
call the opposition bad guys and stuff like that.
But no, yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. You can't get too careful in those kinds of positions because if you get too low on time, and there will be tactics and exchanges happening, and suddenly the position is wildly different. There's one or two really good card pod games in the Galaxy Bind. Really, really pretty.
What do you think the puzzle rating means on chess.com? Is it like 200 or 300 points higher than the real USCF rating, you think?
Puzzle ratings? I don't know, because I've seen some people with some really high puzzle ratings that are much, much higher than the rest of their ratings, like several hundred points higher. So, I don't know. I mean, I definitely think they're higher. It's interesting, though, because in my experience, blitz ratings on chess.com are oftentimes, like, very close. I mean, it depends on the person. Like, not everyone is going to be as good at blitz, or some people might be really good at blitz. But, like, a lot of the people that I know, a lot of people around Springfield, their blitz ratings are pretty close to their actual ratings. So as far as online ratings go, I mean, that, to me, seems like not the closest correlation I've noticed.
Seems like way at the top it gets distorted the most, I think, because they're not just playing other grandmasters, like they can play anybody and kind of pad their rating a little bit, maybe.
Yeah. As you go up, I mean, it definitely kind of seems to get much higher as you go up.
I think, wasn't Naka around 3,000 or something?
It's like 3,200 or something like that.
Cool.
Yeah, I know there's multiple people on chess.com who are over 3,000. But it seems like, kind of, I don't know, like, I've seen a lot of, like 17 and 1800 players. It seems like they're, I've seen a lot of 17 and 1800s on chess.com that are about that strength in real life. Even up to kind of like the 2,000, 2,200 range, it seems pretty close. Yeah, it seems like when you get the like some of the best players in the world. I mean, yeah, it definitely seems like it gets a little inflated, but
because my goal is to get to 1,400 so I can have a floor. Right now, my floor is 100, so you got to get to 1,400 before you get the floor.
Oh, I didn't actually know that.
Yeah.
I just assumed it was 200 points below all the way down.
But I got my puzzle rating. That's why I was asking I was wondering if I was getting closer to 1,400 maybe. But I got my puzzle rating up to 1,690. But I'll spend 4 or 5 minutes staring at the puzzle maybe to figure it out. But
right. Yeah.
Hopefully I'm improving. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing, though, right, is that, like, even if your rating, like, if your puzzle rating or tactics rating or what have you is not, close to your actual rating, or even if it's not exactly, if it doesn't line up exactly, I mean, you can still know that if it's getting higher, you're improving.
Right.
So that's still definitely a thing. But let's see.
Like Romans.
Roman
you already knew about that. It's like I just didn't have it refreshed on my other computer. So
okay.
Looks like Doug started. Doug was the one we were waiting on.
Okay, gotcha.
And Doug's got black against their board one, Justin Storn, who's a 2257.
Okay.
Clash of the National Masters.
There's that's what we're doing in the tournament this weekend, right? There's an under 1,400 section.
Right. Yeah, and it's actually kind of the opposite of the MSU tournaments where they were kind of tough. We fought tons of strong players. It looks like the under 1,400 here is going to be bigger than the regular section.
Wow. Okay. That's cool.
Which is a good sign for the future of Springfield chess.
Oh, yeah. I guess I forget you have the people have been submitting the forms to you in advance. So does it seem like it's going to be a pretty good turnout then?
Yeah, let me pull it up and see it, but I've got a list here. Okay, so for the Blitz tournament, we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And Nathaniel's going to be the highest rated in that.
Got it.
And then you and Jared and Brian.
Okay.
Well, I've got a couple of kids in there. But for the G90 in the big boy section right now, we've got Matthew Pratt, Ethan Stech, Brian Rude, Jared Bray, Nathaniel Fast, and Mike Clark. So
Okay. It's a pretty tough crowd.
and it's pretty even in the under 1400. Because we had one of the players pull out, so I guess it's 6 each.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Okay. Cool.
And we're getting close to 20 for the simul. So
Okay. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm excited about that. I'm looking at Doug's game here. White's got a
isn't it C3? Or,
C3 is hanging, but after Bishop B2, I would not take C3 because White is going to get a lot of activity. I don't know. It seems a little risky. I mean, I don't know. Yeah,
runs out of places to run with the queen. Isn't it?
Yeah, the queen would be after Bishop B2, and then the queen would be forced to kind of just find somewhere on the queen side to be, and during that time, I think White's gonna get a pretty scary kingside attack. I mean, I'm looking at like E5, hitting the knight. The knight moves, maybe even queen H5, hitting H7. And if G6, then you weaken the dark squares. Bishop on B2 might come alive. You could even think about putting the queen on H6 and then sacking the pawn with E6, hitting G7 with mate. Yeah, the pawn on C3 was very much bait. To move the queen back. I'd still be a little bit nervous in this position as black, but with the queen on the E7, I feel a little bit less afraid. Because in the other variation with queen takes C3, the queen was going to have to end up, somewhere it probably didn't want to be. But this still looks good for White. I mean, these pawns on E5 and F5, the two bishops, the rook and queen on F1 and E2 supporting those pawns. I mean, Black's got this knight on C7 that's kind of misplaced. I mean, it covers E6, so if White ever wanted to make that advance, it would be not quite as easy, but it doesn't have a lot of plans of its own. Ideally, I mean, knight on D4 would be really nice, but I don't know if that's really going to be feasible. So yeah, I mean, black's definitely not out of this, but just given the nature of the fast time controls, but But I would prefer white, for sure. Let's see here. How are some of these other games going?
Is that game over?
Is it?
Or am I looking at the old? I might see. Couch potato.
It's like, oh, it is over.
Wow.
Wow, okay, so he, oh, he's just running that bishop on c5. Yeah.
I'll play through the game so people can see it, but then I think sometimes I go too fast for people to know what's going on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's on YouTube. People can pause if they want to. I see. Check out Doug's game here. Oh, Doug was the one with the pawns on e5 and f5. Still looking very good. Let's see here. Roman. Okay. Yeah, Roman's game looks interesting. Yeah, the pawns on e5 and f5 looked pretty good. d4, striking out the center. I would consider, e4. What I was thinking. Just keep those strong pawns and kicking that knight out of a big square. Black might put the queen on the G file and have some threats of like knight h3. Part of me wishes that pawn wasn't on f5 though. Because then that bishop on c8 would kind of contribute to the attack. As it stands now, it's not really coming in anytime soon, but...
Okay, so who's still going? We got Doug.
Yeah, how's Doug's game going?
Top two boards.
Any changes over there?
White's got his f-pawn all the way to f6.
Okay.
e5 and f6, so it looks like it's kind of cramped right there. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is scary for sure. G6 maybe, because the queen can't really come into G7 with the knight on E8, but at the same time, I don't know. He might even do try a rook lift. White's got the queen on C6 and the bishop on B7 though, so White has to be a little bit careful. But White's never going to get checkmated there if he's paying attention, but things happen in rapid games. Yeah, this is definitely scary because it's looking like the threat is f takes g7, knight takes g7, e6. Then you're opening up the bishop on b2 to the pinned knight on g7. Queen can't swing over to like g6 or anything like that because of the bishop on d3. So you may have to consider like sacking the exchange on d3 first, and then bringing. Well, he doesn't even have time to do that because queen d7 is just mate. So, yeah, g6 would be my first inclination because that seems to be holding everything for the time being. But white can just make lots of threats and keep black tied down. It might get a little difficult, even if there's not a checkmate right now. Yeah, it's always interesting to me when a strong player, or it always captures my attention when a strong player makes a committal move like that, because the pawns on f5 and e6 are good and had a lot of, they have a lot of potential, and sometimes, depending on the position, strong players will be content to leave those pawns there, or leave good pieces where they are, and threaten all of the things that they could do, maintain all the threats and all the tension in the position. So when a strong player makes a committal move and actually decides on one, it generally means that they see something concretely good about it. So, yeah, in this position, f6 might just be a huge advantage. But who knows? Maybe Black will hold this. I mean, I could be completely wrong. But I'm thinking like g6, maybe even h4.
Would white take with the bishop if he played g6?
I don't think he would do that yet.
No, I was looking at like f takes and then the f7. I guess that doesn't work if you do h takes.
Right. I think h takes would hold it for the moment. So yeah, you'd have to be careful about that. But if you could get in h4 and h5, and then take on g6 with the h pawn, and then take on g6 with the bishop, then you'd be in great shape, I think. But you might be. But I'd be looking at like g6, h4. E6 right away. Huh. Yeah, because if black takes that either way, he takes with the pawn, f7, or even bishop takes g6. If he takes with the queen, then he can trade queens on e6 and then play f7. So he has to leave that pawn there, but that... yep. This just looks winning now. King takes f7, queen takes g6. Yep. Black resigns. Got it. Okay.
For me, so far, Doug lost, Panda lost, and Gadson won, right?
Yes.
In round 3. So far, I've got a 7-4 lead.
Looks like Roman's got some good stuff going on here. Roman is down 2 pieces right now. He's going to win bishop on h3. Instinctively, I'm a little bit nervous. Well, Knight and bishop are kind of out of the game on the queen side, but white's entire queen side is undeveloped, and his king is open. So it looks pretty good for Roman, possibly. And he's got these rooks centralized. Whenever queen takes h3 comes, she might just lift one of the rooks and bring it over the h-file, and that might be that. He also has 2 extra minutes, so... Interesting. Queen takes e. D8. Queen takes f3. Ah, that is a killer. So now even bishop g2. Queen takes e1. White can't defend the rook, or it can't defend the rook and the queen. Queen takes f2. Yeah.
White resigned.
Nicely done.
All right, so after 3 rounds, Missouri has an 8-4 lead over Ohio.
Nice.
Which ensures at least a draw. Like if we drop the...
Oh, right. If it's just if Ohio sweeps the next round, it's just a tie.
Yeah.
Which
is unlikely, I think, maybe.
Looks like Roman's already started.
In the first week, we had the win after 3 rounds. It was kind of fun just to relax and...
Right, at that point, all the players can just kind of be like, okay, pressure's off.
We actually took first place after week 1 because we were tied with the others who won, but also we had the lead in games.
Oh, okay.
Which is the tiebreaker, so.
Yeah.
But now we got to get it back because Michigan got 16 free game points last week.
Yeah, that is a bit inconvenient. Well, we got a Carl Kahn here in Roman's game. That's pretty interesting.
And this should be the round where everybody plays their counterpart, like board 1 versus board 1, board 2 versus 2.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
Well, see Isaiah's game. Maybe he hasn't started yet.
Maybe not.
Okay, you got Doug pulled up.
It's, So I'm looking at just knight takes d4. Maybe he doesn't have to take that pawn right away. Looks like he's probably going to win it either way.
What move are you looking at?
Knight takes d4. I wasn't sure if he's going to take the pawn right away or if he's going to delay that for a minute. It looks like he's going to win that pawn pretty much no matter what. So
You're on Doug's game?
Yeah.
And white played... I'm trying to look at what knight can take d4. Oh, I'm sorry. The other white knight. Okay. So you're getting scared I was on the wrong game again?
Yeah. So he's down a pawn right now, but he's definitely going to win that d4 pawn back. Looks like. I
want to warm up my coffee.
There's some tension on the c file. They're working the black queen, but black might not be worried about that. But
I still don't have a game for Isaiah.
Huh. Yeah, I switched over to Panda's game. He's like already in an end game, pretty much.
Okay.
White has definitely got a lot more activity. I mean, it seems like black's kind of got threats covered, but there's not a lot black can do. Let me try to get his rook going in the G file, but yeah, white's got his C pawn now. That could pose some problems.
Holy cow. I think Gadson's game is over. Just went 12 moves. But they played the whole thing and I missed it.
Wow. Did he win?
Try to see what happened here. I guess he trapped white's queen.
Ah. Oh, wow. Interesting. So, yeah, white just straight up took the pawn on b7, and the queen's just trapped.
Isaiah said you can't do that. All right.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
All right. We got 9-4.
So now Missouri is.
We've got the match point, yeah.
And you got the match. Just a matter of.
And then we'll see if we can gain some of our game points back. See if I get our game point lead again. Last year we had the game point lead too, most of the season.
Looking at, I've pulled up Roman's game here. It seems like he has a good position. Black still hasn't castled yet. White's already got his rooks kind of where he wants them, and his queen and knights are all pretty good. black has the C file. Okay, so let's see.
Wow, so Gadson ends with 3.5 points on tonight, and he's our top
Yeah,
scorer in the league so far. So.
He's killing it. He's killing it, for sure. Let's see, I think Doug's game is the only one I haven't really looked at yet.
He switched to Doug. There we go.
I have looked at it. Yeah, this was the one where we were not sure if he was going to take on B4 or not. Looks like he didn't. Got a pawn on D6. Could be good, but I don't really see it going anywhere. Not yet, anyway.
I think Panda's got an advantage. He's got 2 rooks and a bishop versus 2 rooks and a bishop, but he's also up 2 pawns.
Oh, really?
I counted right. 4, yeah.
Let's see here.
And 2 of White's pawns are doubled, so maybe they're more vulnerable. Plus a 5-minute time advantage.
He does have 5 extra minutes. Wow. It's hard to even tell what's going on here exactly. So...
Can White stop the H pawn?
I don't know if he's going to even try. It looks like he might just be going for checkmate or promoting his C pawn.
Oh, because rook's on 7.
I mean, right now the threat is rook takes D8, king takes D8, rook A8, mate. So black has to do something about that. Okay, rook C5. Well, now might be able to take C6, and then after the exchange of rook A8, he would have the D7 square. So that just seems, yeah, now that he's got the C pawn, suddenly this looks very good. Right, I was a little bit concerned, but just visually it looked threatening. But now bishop e5 now, though. Oh. See, rook d7 I'm not sure about, because I think bishop e5 on the last move almost had to be played to stop that pawn, because now, well, no, okay. Rook d7 is threatening mate. That's the interesting thing, is that Black's just had to keep an eye on these back rank threats. But I don't know. Well, in this position, I'm looking at a2, rook a3, rook d6, and then rook to. No, that doesn't work. Ah. So he's deflecting the rook now. So probably, yeah, bishop e5. The rook exchange happens. And now black doesn't really have to worry about the h pawn. seems. Seems like there's been a lot of opposite color bishop games. Maybe it was just this one, and I don't know. There was the Gadson game earlier that he got the win. It might have just been this one and that one, but interesting stuff. So let's see, any developments in any of the other games?
I can't tell on Doug's game. And then he's got a pawn. I don't think the pawn's going to survive, it looks like. Unless there's some trick on it.
Let's see.
And I think Roman trading a knight for a rook. Looks like he's up 5, and the only thing that's threatened is the knight. So I think the knight just took a rook. Yeah, so Roman forked the king and rook. Took the rook, and I think the bishop's about to take the knight, so he'll be up in exchange. Well, no.
Let me flip over to his game here.
I wonder why he didn't take the knight.
So, oh, it's because the white queen is hanging. And the black queen was hanging, so queen c7, renewing the threat on the white queen, and then just taking the knight after. But black's just up a piece. Knight to f5. Oh no, I'm sorry. Black's not up a piece. There's a rook on a1. This board is really small, so it's on my phone, so it's I've got it flipped this way, so it's kind of scrunched off to the side.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't even notice that rook.
Looks like he's got a rook and a knight for 2 bishops.
Yep, yeah, he's up in exchange. Now there's a threat on f2, rook f3, okay. I mean, black does have 2 bishops and two center pawns, so I mean, you know, tactically he might have some ideas, even if objectively.
Sorry, looks like Panda won his game.
Oh, good. Cool. Yeah, I'll go back to that one and see what happened there.
Well, I guess Panda was going to get a pawn across and they couldn't stop it.
Ah. Oh, wow, yeah, he got his king all the way down there. So what?
10-4, good guys.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So he had 2 h-pawns, and he just sacked the one to get his king onto h3. Once his king gets onto d2, then the bishop can't snap the other pawn. Okay, nicely done. Very, very nice. That's what I was thinking earlier. I was like, I mean, if black could just get his king over there to support the pawn, it would be great. Yeah, just playing h2 and giving up the other one is or giving up that first pawn to create squares for the king is a really good idea.
Well, Roman offered. I was trying to figure out why Roman offered a queen trade, but he's got rook a8. Checkmate. No, that's pretty good. Or no, check. The bishop and rook both cover f.
Let's see. Ah, yep. Interesting. Queen f8, maybe? Queen takes c5? Bishop takes e2, doesn't that hang? Maybe that's fine, though. I mean, white's up in exchange. I wouldn't be too terribly opposed to just trading. Trades off the rooks. Maybe like Queen d6 is seems good. e5 and f6 hangs, and you can't really cover the pawn except for just giving up another one b4. But now the pawn on f6 and the bishop on c4 are attacked, so yeah, seems very, very good for Roman, for sure.
Looks like Doug lost his game.
Doug lost?
Yeah, he lost, so we're 10-5.
Okay.
So Doug Eckert ends with 2.5 points for tonight.
Oh shoot. Just missed the queen hanging on d4. Kind of a crowded position. If you're trying to play fast, it can be easy to just miss it. A piece like that is just not protected. Okay, so Roman's just got... Okay, yeah. Roman just won his game.
All right.
And who we got left? Anybody?
That's it. Let's see. The final score is 11-5, Missouri.
Nice.
So round 4, I've got Roman 1, Doug lost, Isaiah 1, Ashish 1.
Yep.
Does that sound right? Okay.
That sounds good to me.
All right. So that'll get us back.
Yeah.
Depending on what happens with Michigan, it might be in
Yeah.
first or second. So.
Yeah, no, that was a really, really good match by the Missouri team, though.
Actually, I can maybe have to see how Michigan's doing here. Okay, so Minnesota's beating Michigan 8-2 so far, and they're in the third round.
Okay. So things are looking pretty good.
Yeah, and then they look at the standings. I've got it all on different devices here. Yeah. Okay, so Michigan and Minnesota both had 2 match points already, and so we'll tie one of them, and the other one will stay ahead of us. Minnesota's, I think, the tougher team. They're the ones that we lost by 1 point to last week.
Okay. What's going on here? Black has 2 bishops. Black has something going on in the C file, threatening queen c2 check. Oh, and offering the queen trade. Okay. White obviously has his attack going. Not super familiar with this opening. So if queen takes c7, Black's going to play bishop takes e4 check as an intermezzo and grab a pawn. So that's kind of clever. Queen c7 if he takes, bishop takes check. And then I think even if they block with queen c2, yeah, we just take with the bishop. So what are they to do? Queen c7, this could be a strong move. If queen d2, there's bishop takes e4, so queen e3, but then we have queen c2. And the question is, does queen c2 actually achieve anything? I don't know. I'm not sure that it does, but I have to say, it's a very strange opening. I have to say I kind of likes Black's game here because White's got some very weak light squares. Black has the bishop pair, and he has a light squared bishop. It's pretty nice. Of course, that's not going to matter if he gets checkmated. So, yeah, definitely a fascinating position. I think White has to play queen e3, right? Well, I mean, yeah, because he has to protect the knight. Otherwise, queen c2 check wins the knight. So queen e3 is probably going to be played, but then there's moves like bishop c5. So this is not looking great for us. It's not looking great for Missouri here. Black is doing some Wolverine attack, and Missouri's in potentially some trouble here. That's what I think. I could be wrong. But maybe bishop c5 is not so bad because they can just block. So, okay. So I don't know. It's kind of complicated. White obviously has more space. Black has the bishop pair. White's king's not so safe. But White's got rook c1 coming. Maybe White's okay. All right. So let's switch to another game. Maybe Quinoa's game.
To whose game?
Quinoa.
Okay.
K-I-N-A-W-A.
Okay. So
Sorry, I probably should have done that. Sorry.
He's playing our guy.
That you would know.
He's playing our guy Gadson, and then we've got White on that board.
Gadson. All right, we've got White. Oh, good, and we've got a nice rating advantage as well. That's always nice. And we've got a closed position, which often seems to favor the higher-rated player. Higher-rated players tend to understand this type of position, and they can a lot of times defeat lower-rated players without having to work really hard, because a position like this, if you don't really know how to play it, and you don't know how to play with a plan, you could end up in a lot of trouble. And I have to say, already, position looks suspect for Black. The b7 bishop is very ugly. White's plan is just b4 and go for c5. Black wants to get counterplay on the king side, but it doesn't look like it's happening anytime soon. Black would have to somehow get, f5 in, which is not happening with the rook on e8. So something bad has happened in the opening for Black here. It's like a really bad King's Indian. White is much better. I would say White's advantage is probably close to a pawn. If we're talking about from a computer evaluation point of view. I mean, that's my guess. I don't have a computer running, disclaimer. So my analysis is going to be very human. Yeah, let's use that word. Very human. It's going to be very human today. So, but yeah, I mean, from a strategic point of view, it just looks like White is dominating the opening battle, and b4 is coming. And what does Black have going for him? Nothing. If he plays c6, we just take at some point, and then there's weaknesses on d6 and b6. Then we have the d5 outpost. So White is clearly better here. So good start for us here. Nice when we have the 300 rating point advantage. Okay, so let's go to the next game. Why don't you just go to a different one that we haven't gone to? I don't care which one.
We could look at. Let me see. Oh, he might have already won, I think. Oh no, here it is.
Sweet.
Roman's got Black on board 1. His username is Chenrip, CHENRIP.
Oh, okay. Okay, is he playing FMB?
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce.
Does anyone play? Oh yeah. Okay, games. Let me see here. Okay, so Chenrip, is that our guy?
Yeah, Chenrip's our board 1.
Okay, let's go to that. So Chenrip, nice solid 2350 versus 1950. Okay. So I'll just evaluate that the 2350 is winning. Well, he is much better. Black has clear space advantage. It's too bad we missed the very opening part of the game, but obviously that's being played so quickly, and we've got so many games to look at. It's hard to go over, right? I don't know if you're able to go through the opening moves, but I guess even if you are, I won't be able to see them. But at this point, clearly Black is just way up in space. That's the main imbalance in the position. Black has a huge space advantage in the center and the queen side. So we give Black a big plus here. What's it going to do to win the game? It's always a good question. He might double on the A file, put pressure there. He might prepare the F5, F4 push. Very pleasant position for Black. I would hate to play White here. Now, one good thing about White is that, he has a better bishop. I guess you could say White's bishop is better than Black's bishop, since White's bishop is not blocked by his own pawn structure. His pawns are on dark squares. But yeah, that's little solace here. Clearly, big advantage for Black, and White is kind of admitting that with Queen C2. I have nothing to do. I guess maybe he's preparing F3, but yeah, Black is much better. Big space advantage, and it'll be interesting to see if he tries the doubling rooks plan. So rook C6, that might be playing to double rooks with rook A6, kind of a clever way of doing it. He could also be swinging the rook over to the king side. That would be interesting. If he wants to move the knight and at some point swing the rook over to the king side, but I think he's going to double rooks on the A file and see if he can bother White over there. At least give White some problems to solve. Notice that Black is up on time. One of the secret weapons of the higher rated player, they just set problems for you and they make you solve the problems. And even if you solve the problems satisfactorily, you will often get in time pressure. And then you're playing a much higher rated player in time pressure, no fun. So high rated players, Magnus Carlsen, of course, is the famous master at this. High rated players love to give their opponents problems to solve. And it doesn't even matter if they solve them, just give them problems to solve. They might make a mistake, but regardless of whether they make a mistake, solving the problems will consume time. Okay, so we have F4 by White, and Black decided not to do the en passant move. So our board 1 is aware that just because you can do the en passant move, which I'm probably butchering the pronunciation, but we'll move on. If I had my computer running, I could have the computer tell me the correct pronunciation. The chess program probably knows, but I do not. En passant. Okay, so he decided not to do it. Black's just playing with his space advantage. Interesting. I kind of thought he would take en passant, but he decided not to give White that activity and just to continue squeezing the White position. And actually, he's just winning material, isn't he? The E3 pawn is proving to be a huge weakness, and now White almost wishes he had that dark squared bishop. There's an old saying in chess, bad bishops defend good pawns. This is a problem, it appears. Looks like Black is going to win a nice pawn and then have a protected passer on E4. Okay, so looking pretty good for Missouri so far. Gotta like this. Okay, so there's one more game we haven't seen. We've seen 3 of them. I don't know, what was the other one? I think that I'm missing one of the games, so I need to find the other game. So I've got the Abanov versus Chenrip. I've got the Kinawa versus Isaiah Gadson. I've got Subham versus Science Squares. What am I missing?
Julian Perleko, who I don't actually see online, but it's
oh, okay.
Julien.
So maybe they're not playing yet.
And then Proleiko. But you can pull up his profile. I don't see him playing, which hopefully he didn't forget. That would be a 0 instead of a 4.
Okay. Yeah. So JUL. Wait, we would get 0 if someone doesn't show up.
Yeah. For his games, they would get the 4.
Oh, just for his game. Okay. Yeah, I found him. National Master.
Yeah.
Julian Proleiko. FIDE rating 2149. Won 13 out of 22 bullet games yesterday, and is a whopping 2,500 bullet player. Unfortunately, he is not here, so that doesn't help us. Okay, so let's go back to the Science Squares versus Subham 777 and see what's going on there.
Okay.
And at first sight, it just looks really bad for White. Science Squares is utilizing some scientific theories here, I guess, and he has those beautiful bishops. It looks like he's up a point. He's up a pawn. He's got pressure on the F-file. Those bishops are massive. White is really struggling here. If you look at the minor pieces, I mean, yes, the minor piece on B2 is pretty good, but okay, and he's improving the knight, so logical, try to improve the minor pieces, but those black bishops are something special. And we have to say that the position appears much better for black, but time is an issue. White has 9 minutes. Black is down to a little over 5, so this is always going to be an issue. When push comes to shove, that extra time can make a big difference. And we'll assume that the player with White, the Missouri player, Subham 777, has presumably more experience. That's probably why he's rated significantly higher. So that's always an issue as well, because he's not likely to make huge game-losing mistakes. Which always, as long as you're in the game, you've always got a chance, especially at these fast time controls. So, be interesting to see what happens. So here, knight has gone to d4, attacking the queen. I would imagine the queen is simply going to grab the f2 pawn, unless there's something wrong with that. Seems reasonable to just take on f2. If not taking on f2, I guess he would move the queen perhaps to h5 and go after the g pawn. That g pawn would be one that we would love to win somehow, but queen h5, knight takes e6. So there's some tactical stuff going on here. Yeah, don't think bishop takes d4 makes any sense at all. We cannot do that. We can reject that. So queen takes f2, knight takes e6. Probably, I kind of imagine that will happen, but it's getting kind of complicated. So if we play bishop takes e6, after knight takes e6, then rook takes e6. We don't have our bishop pair anymore. We got rid of our beautiful light squared bishop. And I'm not sure exactly if black has anything. I'm wondering if we have any tactics there. White's pieces are a little loose in that position, in that variation, after queen takes f2, knight takes e6, bishop takes, rook takes. White's got some loose rooks. And you always wonder if you can take advantage of those unprotected pieces. Okay, he did it. He did queen takes f2, so we might get to see. He took a lot of time, though. See, that's a problem. 337. There is only a 2-second increment, which I have some experience playing with a 3-second increment, and I'll tell you that is stressful. When you have a 3-second increment, even it's stressful. So 2 seconds, that's really stressful. So it's better than nothing for sure, but yeah, it's a scary situation. Okay, so queen takes f2, knight takes e6, presumably. Bishop takes, rook takes, and then you wonder, is there any trick? Is there any tactic? I would not be surprised if there is, but don't see it yet. Oh, he didn't do knight takes e6. Okay, maybe he smelled a rat. Maybe there's something wrong with it. Maybe there's something wrong. He did queen a4, a move that, to my eyes, doesn't seem to do much. I guess he's planning queen to d7. And then trying to attack g7. It's very interesting. So queen a4, thinking about queen to d7. And black needs to find something concrete here. but it is difficult with the time to find, to calculate accurately in a position like this, but that's what we need to do. So concrete moves we might consider would be like bishop takes d4, just to see if it works tactically, even though strategically we're not in love with the move. But bishop takes d4, the rook cannot take, of course, because queen takes e1, so bishop takes d4, but then they take back with the bishop and chase our queen. I was thinking rook c2 for some reason, not like that would really do anything. Okay, so interesting game. I think black should be much better. He's up 2 pawns, but I mean, how much does that matter when you've got 2 minutes left? You're down a couple hundred rating points. Complicated position. We like black's position, but I also like Missouri's chances based on the practical factors that we discussed. Okay, so let's go over to the Is Gadson game then. Haven't seen that one in a while. Is Gadson versus Kinoa. Let's see if it's developing as I suspected. Okay, so white is continuing his attack on the queen side. I mean, that's just kind of, you could just see this coming a mile away after the opening. If anyone happens to be watching this, you might play through the opening and just realize that this type of position where white just has his typical queenside attack and black has nothing going on. You can't play that way in a closed position. You can't just do nothing and try to defend a closed position, because in the long run, white's just going to do exactly what he's doing. He's up a pawn, he's brutalizing black's queenside, and what is black doing? He's just hanging on and hoping to live. So again, just the ideal way for the higher rated player to play the lower rated player is just to keep it totally strategic. Just play with a plan, and you're a lot of times the lower rated player is just like playing for tactics, whereas the higher rated player is playing for strategy. Okay, that's a vast oversimplification, but I do find this to be a very, very effective way. And it's actually one of my strengths. I don't have very many of them really, but one of my strengths is when I'm playing lower rated players. I'm very good because I'm very lazy, and sometimes laziness is a strength, because when you're playing a lower rated player, it's good to just be lazy and just play it simple. Just use the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. Or Simon, if you prefer. Keep it simple, Simon. Or we could do a different S word. Whatever you want. But keep it simple when you're playing the lower rated player, because they're bound to make mistakes. So because of my laziness, I always keep it simple. And there's a much better player than me named Igor Nikolaev, who's like a senior master level player. And he told me that he thought that I was better beating lower rated players than him because he was always trying to do something brilliant, but I was too lazy and stupid to do anything brilliant. So I would just crush just by like doing what white is doing here. So simple, and it's just like textbook. So I think black is completely doomed. Very good game by Is Gadson. Impressive laziness, impressive strategy here, but also very easy. I'm sure he would admit that he has not had to work hard this game. Very easy, exactly as I was expecting the game to develop. Black's in huge trouble. Those pawns on d5 and c5 are just perfect, and black will resign pretty soon, or get checkmated pretty soon. Okay, so let's go to Julian Proleko. Oh yeah, he's still not here, is he? All right. Well, maybe he's just being dramatic. He's going to show up late, but I guess he's probably out of time. Okay, so Abhinav versus Jenrip. What's going on here? Have things improved for Mr. Abhinav, who is putting up a valiant effort versus his much higher rated player? Putting up a valiant effort. He's obviously trying hard. He's used lots of time. Very important to give effort in chess. Jeremy Silman has the famous quote that chess is part knowledge mixed with lots of willpower. Got to have willpower if you want to be a good chess player. Very important. Yeah. So willpower will take you so far. It'll take you so far, but only so far. You do need to know some things. And I think that we just have a situation where white's a bit outclassed in the knowledge department, although not in the effort department. He's putting in lots of effort, so kudos to him, even if it doesn't work out for him. Gotta like the effort. Now black does have one piece that's not well placed, so you wonder if that bishop's going to reroute to like c8, and then maybe sack on h3 or something like that. So there it is, bishop c8, and maybe it's going to go. Maybe there's going to be some sack on h3 at some point. It just seems kind of normal. Okay, knight h2. Do we have any tactics? Maybe bishop f5 and bishop e4. Just bring the bishop into the action. Okay, bishop g4 brings it into the action that way. That looks good. Maybe even better. Maybe even better than my bishop f5. Oh, he took it. Pawn takes. Now, oh boy, that G-pawn. Very, very dangerous, that G-pawn. Because he's going to be ready for G3 at some point. So now maybe Queen G1 needs to be played? I don't know. This looks really dangerous. Where's the finish? Find the finish. He does a check. He does a check. And then Queen H4. Boom! That will be curtains, as they say. Beautiful. Beautiful win by Chinrip. All right, so I guess that's it for the first round, huh?
3-1 Missouri in the first round because Julian's game was forfeit.
Yeah. Okay. So have they started the second round yet? So I've got his game going against Quinoa. And we have a C3 Sicilian. Oh, no, it's a French. Okay. Looks kind of like a C3 Sicile. There's a book on Chessable called The C3 Sicile for the Kill by James Canty. Or wait, no, I don't guess he didn't write a book on it. He's done some videos on it. I took a lesson with him at some point. He's very strong, 2400 level master, great blitz player. And just for fun, I took a lesson with them. And he's got a great style. He talks about the C3 Sicile for the kill. That has nothing to do with this game. So let's get back to this actual game. So Queen D7, I like this variation. It's kind of a sophisticated variation. Queen goes to D7 instead of the old D6 or D8. And to my mind, I like this variation because it just tends to get your opponents a little bit more out of book. I mean, if they haven't really studied this opening, then Queen D7 is just a little bit unnatural. So I'm sure there's some other points. It's not just done for surprise value, but I like the surprise value there. Okay, so knight f6, take. We've got our typical type of position. Okay, so this type of position, white certainly has chances for an advantage because of black's light square bishop. The bishop on c8 is, of course, a problem for black. Generally speaking, if black is able to solve that problem, then black will have a good middle game and an equal position, unless white is able to whip up some type of attack before black solves the problem. So this type of position requires a lot of care when you're playing black, because if you don't solve your problems of how to develop your pieces and get that bishop into play correctly, there's just a lot of tactical problems you can run into. I've suffered in this type of position as black. These positions that are supposed to be equal, but you still have to just develop your pieces, and when you're playing a strong player, that can be really hard sometimes because they just find ways to set you problems. But so far, I think it looks pretty good for us, for Panda, who is developing his bishop to d6 and hoping probably to get in b5 at some point, and then the other bishop to b7 and have those juicy bishops. Maybe he learned from his opponent last game where the opponent had those juicy bishops and he wants to get them himself. But see, he starts to have a little bit of an issue. What do we do about this? Bishop g5. They're going to maybe take the knight. Is he going to just let him? Sometimes you can let him and play b5 and bishop b7 and like rook g8 and just kind of keep the king in the center for now, maybe castle queenside later. That could be kind of fun. And that's the type of position a lot of scholastic players would be attracted to, because it gives you, it's exciting. There's attacking chances. They haven't learned to be lazy yet, like us old people. So they still play for the exciting chess. So queen c7 going after h2. All right. I think he might be hoping to do something. You know, he's letting white take on f6 and let him double the pawns and then maybe use that G file, try to get something going on the king side. Cool. Interesting open. It'd be interesting to see the rest. All right. So I don't have to look at Perlinko. Julian. Where are you, Julian? We miss you. But Chinrip is playing, I believe. So Chinrip is playing against Efimb, but they haven't started playing.
Yeah, I don't see any moves yet. I think they haven't started.
They haven't started. They're maybe one of them is visiting the restroom. So we've got Gadson. Let's look at him. He's playing someone. He's playing Science Squares. I like the way Science Squares played in the first game. He looked like he demonstrated some good knowledge, but the time pressure was a problem. Okay, so this position, we have a position where Science Squares is down a pawn. Did he sack it? Was this a Smith-Morra? I always want to figure out the opening. Oh, it was a Smith-Morra. See, experienced players can usually guess the opening based on the pawn structure and by how many pawns there are. So I correctly figured this was a Smith-Morra Smith-Morra Gambit. And I don't know a lot about the Smith-Morra Gambit, but I do know a lot about being up pawns or being down pawns, because that has happened to me a lot in chess. I've often been up or down pawns, so hopefully that'll help me understand this position. So
Roger
clearly has
every time. No. Roger.
Roger. Yeah, that's right. Roger that. Yeah. He's Mr. Smith-Morra. I usually chicken out and go back to my laziness. I don't take the pawn and engage in a theoretical discussion. I just, turn it into some other type of boring Sicilian. In fact, I had a game against Roger in one of the Springfield Chess Club 10-minute tournaments they have on Fridays sometimes. And and he just, if I'm recalling right, I did something boring and he just got like at least an equal, but I was a much higher rated player, but he definitely got a fine position with white with his Smith-Morra Gambit. And then I don't even know if he got an advantage or whatever. I just somehow won it in the end game. So it's a very respectable opening and very exciting. So this position though, white has a lot more space, and he's got pawn to b5 on the agenda, perhaps. After pawn to b5, is knight a5 coming? The knight on a5 is very bad, but I mean, I guess he could go knight b8. Oh, he played a3. Like okay.
Julian is online, so that's good news.
Oh, great. That's very good news. Let's see if I can find him now. And, okay, so he's online. Is he playing now?
Yeah, all right. I knew we were a stronger team, but I don't know if they could win with that, down 4 points.
Yeah, that's kind of a hard handicap to overcome. Got it. Okay, so Julian is playing the London system. Yes, see? The highest rated player plays the most boring opening, right? That's often the case. The highest rated player, let's just play the boring opening, especially when we're playing someone that we outrate by a cool, I can't even do the math. Too many points to do the math. I don't think anyone's good enough at math to do that, but looks like about 600 points. So we have a big rating advantage. And so classic opening for when you have the high rating advantage. Keep it simple, silly. Yeah. Keep it simple, silly. Just play chess, develop your pieces, and wait for the mistakes because they're going to happen, usually. And then if you play it that way, you're not taking any risks. So if you try to play brilliant chess, that might be fun, might flatter your ego, but you're more likely to make mistakes, and you never know. Anyone is dangerous, so it doesn't matter that he's high rated. Anyone can win. Anyone can land a lucky blow, or if maybe it's not luck, but anyone can land a blow, let's just say. And so, so rook e8 is unfortunate, I think. Rook e8 doesn't actually achieve anything. Black is probably supposed to play b6 and bishop b7 instead. But after knight e5, white is gearing up for a kingside attack, and generally 2576 is going to know how to execute this attack. Now, myself, I always mess these attacks up. I always go f4, and I try to go like h4, and I try to get something going on the kingside, and then eventually my opponent crushes me because I didn't castle. But I'm assuming he knows what he's doing, and will find a way to crush from this position. Of course, anything could happen, but white should be better. Rook e8 was a waste of a move. Doesn't do anything. Was he preparing e5? Well, that's great if you can ever play it, but if you can't play it, you're losing a tempo. So, also, I feel like black might have castled a little early. Castling before white is castled in the London can be risky because white will often avoid castling, and that gives white some extra attacking chances. Again, for me, I would mess it up. Okay, so c4 gives up the tension on the center. Here come the mistakes. So this is what I'm talking about. You play simple chess and you wait for the mistakes. Rook e8, mistake. c4, mistake. So it's not obvious that that's a mistake. It gains space. It gains tempo. Black's going to play b5 at some point. He's going to play a5, b4. But I think I would consider it a mistake because you've given up any pressure on the center, and white is going to have a free hand on the king side. This could be problematic for black. So that's the sort of strategic mistake I'm talking about. You just play a normal position, and then players play moves that, of course, to many players, this move c4 looks good, but I think most experienced players would probably agree with me that it's a mistake to give up the tension on the center because, as we all know, every Russian schoolboy, every Russian schoolgirl, every Russian, period, knows that the best response to an attack on the king is a counterattack in the center. So maybe that's why Black played Rook E8. He wanted to counterattack in the center, but that's not happening. And now after C4, it's difficult for Black to counterattack in the center. So right now, all the Russian schoolboys and schoolgirls are shaking their heads and pointing their fingers, but hey, that's how we learn. We make mistakes versus better players, and we learn from them. We'll see what happens there. All right, so what haven't we looked at? There's Quinoa versus Subham, otherwise known as Panda. Let's go back to that one. Quinoa versus Subham, 777. Mr. Panda is playing Black, and Panda has a reasonable position. White has the bishop pair, so Panda didn't get those juicy bishops I was hoping he would get. White's the one with the juicy bishops. So I definitely prefer White. So clearly, White is a little bit better with the bishop pair and the queenside pawn majority. White has 3 pawns against 2 on the queen side. That should be more valuable than Black's 3-2 kingside pawn majority. So Adam, why is a queenside pawn majority more valuable than a kingside pawn majority in the endgame? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, when I was teaching a chess camp a long time ago, FIDE master and correspondence chess guru Alex Dunn taught me and taught the other people at the camp. I was teaching, but I also learned a lot from him. He taught me that a queenside pawn majority is more valuable in the endgame usually because the king is on the other side. So because Black's king is on the king side, that means that White's queenside pawn majority in the long run will be more dangerous than Black's kingside pawn majority because White's king is already in position to prevent any passed pawns that Black get from advancing too far. So the queenside pawn majority, now of course that can be, if the king's castle are opposite sides, that logic can probably be thrown out the window. But of course in the majority of games, king's castle the same side, and that's one of the reasons, or I think the main reason that a queenside pawn majority is considered better. Now look at this excellent move by Panda. He's trying to trade off White's bishop pair. Very smart. If he can get rid of that bishop pair, then that would be great. But is it an excellent move? I don't know, because White's probably going to play f3. So after f3, then the bishop will have to retreat. And I don't know if the position has changed that much, but at least he's doing something he should be doing. He's traded it off. And now f3, we've got rid of the bishop pair. Of course, White is still better. Why is White better? Well, the bishop for White is better than the knight. With pawns on both sides of the board, the bishop is superior to the knight usually. The knight does not have any outposts. White still has his queenside pawn majority. White is better, but I think that Mr. Subham 777 has pretty good chances here because of the clock and because of his competitive fighting instincts and his Missouri willpower. He's got that Missouri willpower going for him, and I think that that's going to help him out here. Okay, so prefer White, but reasonable game for Black, and he's got extra time, Missouri willpower, got a good chance. Okay, so science squares versus Gadson. Science squares. Oh, wow, something's happening here. Interesting. And that is an opened up king side for White. Black still has his extra pawn. He's trying to conquer the f4 square, but White is fighting for it with knight d5. So if Black tries to occupy f4 right away, there's going to be some exchanges there. That would be interesting, but probably premature to occupy the f4 square. So, because, I mean, I like it if I have time for knight e5. It's interesting. So if we play knight f4 and there's some trades there, then we could eventually have knight e5 outpost. And that knight, the only minor pieces that would be left if that all happened would be our knight on e5 versus their bishop on c4. Okay, well, it didn't happen. It was a fun dream. I don't know if it was any good. It probably wasn't. Okay, he did knight d4. All right. Obviously, oh, what a good move. They take, I didn't even see it. They take the d4 knight. We've got bishop takes c1. If the queen retreats, it appears that we're going to have knight takes f3. It appears to be possible. So maybe winning another pawn here. Maybe rook takes d4. No, that doesn't work. I was thinking rook takes d4, but then after pawn takes the bishop, still can't take without losing the rook on c1. So, wow, looks problematic for White for sure. Excellent position for Black. I like how black is taking the initiative. You know, when a lot of times when the opponent plays gambits, a mistake that myself and a lot of players make is we just say, oh, we're up a pawn, we're just going to try to win in the end game, and we don't try hard enough for the initiative. So I love the fact that black is really fighting for the initiative, and Gadson is playing these aggressive moves and not just acquiescing to being up a pawn but not having anything fun happening. He's trying to make something happen. So like the way he's playing. See that Science Squares is running his calculations and doing his mental thought experiments and trying to find some way to overcome this issue, but I'm not sure what he's going to do. Plays Queen F1. We play Knight takes F3. Now, is Bishop takes G5 even a move? Probably not. I mean, Queen takes G5, first of all, is probably fine, but Knight takes Queen, he takes our Queen, we take their Rook. That's not working. So I'm sure Mr. Science has figured that out. He's going to move the Queen, and we're going to probably play Knight takes F3 at some point. All right, looks good. Looks good for black. Clear advantage. Going to be up a couple pawns, I think. Okay, and then there's Chinrip. Haven't seen Mr. Chinrip in a while. First thought is that white looks very active. So the game Chinrip versus Efemb. Now Efemb, what's his real rating? It says 1500 question mark.
So Roman is 1656.
Okay, and what's Roman rated?
2298.
Oh, wow. 2298. Wow. So, what was this opening? If I had to guess, I'd say C3 Sicilian. I'm probably wrong this time. Okay, definitely not a C. It's a King's Gambit. A little bit different. A little bit different than the C3 Sicilian. Okay. I can guess sometimes. Wow, this was a weird opening. So, I never realized that there was an extra queen for white. Told you, I'm in human mode today. Don't have the computer running. What is going on here? Wait, there was an extra queen for white. So we kind of came to this party late. There's a lot of stuff going on. White blundered his queen on move 14. So this is either just like being really nice or just a huge overconfident blunder by Chinrip, queen g4. So this guy's 2298 USCF, and he just lost his queen. So never give up. You know, I mean, that guy's way better than me. He just lost his queen with queen g4 back on move 14. Very, very strange. Am I missing something? No, that's just a huge blunder. Or, like I said, or he's just being really super nice, like maybe too nice, right? If we're reading from Missouri, maybe he's too nice. There's a player named Bozlovsky who was known to be too nice. He's a great grandmaster, but he never could challenge for the world championship because he'd get a good position and he could tell if his opponent was suffering. A lot of times he'd just offer a draw, you know, because he's just too nice, you know, which is probably a really good quality in a human being, but not the quality that a chess player can possess if you want to be a true, you know, like one of the best ever or to be a world champion.
What was his name?
Isaac Bozlovsky.
Oh, okay.
Isaac Bozlovsky, famous Russian master. I think he was one of the players in the famous Zurich 1953 tournament. And Bozlovsky was definitely, you know, a very powerful grandmaster, you know, highly respected in the chess world. And hopefully I'm remembering the right name. Hopefully that's the person that I'm speaking of. So maybe if someone else is more aware of the history of Isaac Bozlovsky, they can tell me if I've butchered the story. Maybe it was a different master, but I'm pretty sure it was Bozlovsky, who was considered, and I don't know where I learned that from. I don't know if I learned that from Jenna Sasonko, who's written some great books about the champions. I love his books where he has little short stories and behind the scenes information about all these great chess players, because especially in the old days, I don't know about nowadays, but in the old days, the top chess players really had sort of poetic souls, it seems like. You know, it wasn't just all about crushing the opponent. It wasn't always just about success on the game, but they really were artists, it seems like to me. And he's an artist himself and a grandmaster, and he brings that out. And, you know, he has some great stories about Mikhail Tal and other top famous players. And I might have learned that from him or maybe someone else. But let's just pretend like I'm right. It's always fun to pretend like you're right. It's Bozlovsky, who was so nice that he couldn't achieve his top potential in chess. Anyway, Chinrip, if there weren't any pawns on the board, maybe there'd be a chance for black, but unfortunately there are pawns on the board, so think we're done with this game. We don't need to look at this one anymore. Should be a very, very easy win, although he did blunder his queen, so we'll see what happens. Okay, so let's go back to, let's see, Mr. Prolico. Let's see how his game is progressing. Ooh, look at that center. Wow. Now that's a 25-76 rated player's center right there. So E4, E5, D4, C3, massive control of the center, pass pawn on E5, pass pawn on D4. Beautiful. And now, I mean, a move that black might play at some point is E6, and then if they take it, D5, little fork, action going on. That could happen. Rook B7 is a threat. Material, he's up a pawn. His center is beautiful. I just can't get over that center. Such a wonderful acquisition there. C4 is weak for black. The center is massive for white. Black's trying to get some counterplay on C3. Good idea. That could weaken the center a little bit. And that pawn cannot be protected. So it looks like black's going to win that pawn. So now does white play rook b7 and chase the bishop, or does white try my e6 idea? It's kind of interesting. E6, bishop takes d5 with a little fork action. Probably would be fine. But, you know, you hate to give up your center. Even when you're winning a piece, sometimes you don't want to give up your center. So I almost feel like rook b7 is a little more likely. Rook b7 chasing the bishop. And then maybe we even just play knight b1. Okay, knight takes c4. Okay, he's not going to get all passive like I was talking about. So he just plays knight takes c4. Now bishop takes c3. Maybe he's just going to play pawn to d5 maybe. Oh, no, that loses the e pawn. Can't do that. So maybe rook f to d1. Is that the move? Has he calculated something juicy? Do we have anything good? Pawn to e6. Does that do anything? I don't know. I think I would just play rook f to d1 and just sit on the position with a big advantage, but I'm sure Julian might find something better than that. But rook f d1 looks good to me. At any rate, white should be clearly better, whatever he plays. White should have a big advantage. He's still up a pawn. Still got the center. Okay, so let's go to another game. So let's go back to Science Squares versus Isaiah Gadson. Oh, yeah, the Smith-Morra one. Okay, so white has tried to solve his problems by sacrificing an exchange. So now he's down a pawn, and he's down the exchange. But there are worse positions you could have. He's got something going. I think the problem for him is that black's just going to play like rook c3 and activate his rooks on the c file. And then, yeah, you can always chase away the rook on g5 with h6, try to get the queen active. Black should be winning. Maybe just rook c3. Oh, rook c3 right away is bad because the queen takes d4. Maybe. Then we could play rook c1 check and then king g2. Okay. Okay.
So Roman won.
Queen c7. Oh, Roman won. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, not a surprise. I was pretty sure that one was over. Okay. Oh, Roman. Oh, yeah, Roman. Yeah. Chinrip. Okay.
Chinrip. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so queen c7 was played and now f6. So rook g4 should probably be played because okay, he did. Okay, rook c. That's fine too. Okay, so now queen c3. Oh, b6. Okay. Queen c3 was better. Queen c3, I think, was better than b6. There's no queen takes a7 problem because of queen f3 check, and then rook c1 would be made. So I think queen c3 is actually stronger, but whatever. Maybe he's doing the KISS method. Says, hey, I'm up the exchange. I'm just going to keep it simple, not have to calculate a lot, and try to win the game that way. So I would expect something like queen c2 here, or queen c3. And very pleasant position for black. He does have to watch out for queen g4 ideas, but can't he just play rook c7 then and cover everything? Okay, queen e7. I feel like black is playing a little bit without a plan. Maybe he's getting a little worried about the time pressure because the queen went to c7, then he played b6, and then queen e7. Seems a little odd to me. So I don't think I think black has lost the thread a little bit, but whatever. He's still up the exchange. We can still double the rooks on the c file. Black's just always better here. But it's still a fight. Okay, quinoa. What's going on? We've got a rook ending. And as they say, all rook endings are drawn. That was I think it was Tarash who said that. I could be wrong. Could be Reti. Could be Bozlovsky for all I know. But they say all rook endings are drawn. Of course, that's not literally true, but it contains some truth in it. A lot of rook endings are drawn. Don't know about this one. I suspect it's probably a draw. But when you have 7 seconds left, and things happen sometimes. So this is kind of an exciting finish. I guess we should stick here for a minute, see what happens since Kinowa is so low on time.
Okay.
And he's feeling the pressure here. I'm telling you, psychologically, the pressure is enormous. Even if you know it's a draw, psychologically, you've got to make those moves. You've only got the 2-second increment. You're playing a fast, up-and-coming Missouri player. Things can happen. Rook F5. Rook F5. Well, he can take his time. Yeah, take your time. But Rook F5, yeah. And now G3? No, G3. He should take his time. But it feels like a draw, doesn't it? It feels like a draw. But you've always got a chance. Could he play H3? And then after G takes H3, could he play... Okay, he moved kind of fast. Played King G5. I had an idea there. I don't know if it's any good, though. I guess it's not, because after G3 check, the king goes to G2. I was thinking that after G3 check, we could, like, play King F3 and suddenly just have some big attack with the king and the pawn and the rook. But, nah. Yeah, so... Yeah, I just hope that White doesn't have to go to the bathroom or anything. So it's probably good. Yeah, it's probably good for, psychologically, I'm not Bozlovsky. I'm not Mr. Nice Guy at the chessboard. I'm pretty nice away from the chessboard. But at the chessboard, I'm more on the, super competitive, hyper competitive side. So I'm likely to take lots of time in case my opponent has to go to the bathroom in a situation like this, and just let him sit and stew in his own juices, so to speak, and really put the pressure on that way. Okay, but now he's cool idea, or just gave up a pawn for no reason. I don't know. I guess he was running out of ideas, but well, wait a minute. Maybe he's being brilliant. He's going to get that pawn. Wow, it's over. Beautiful. And he didn't even have to make his opponent suffer. Okay, good job.
Oh, wow.
That was the most humane way to finish the game. All right. Outstanding. Okay, so back to science squares versus Gadson. Okay, Queen E5 and hit the clock, right? Just Queen E5 and hit the clock. Or be intelligent and think. Your choice, says Gadson. I guess, okay, he's going to go Rook C7 first. And then he's going to play Queen E5 and hit the clock. Oh, Prolinko, has he already moved on to his next game? Oh, he's still playing. Sorry, yeah.
He's done that before.
And there comes that beautiful.
In week one.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was...
in week one, he beat his opponent, and then I thought he was on his next round, but he was just playing a game in between the rounds, waiting.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. A true chess lover. Okay. So I'm still looking at the science squares versus his Gadson game.
Okay.
And it's still same as it's been. Black is not playing with a lot of too much of a plan, it seems like, but he's still crushing. Oh, and now he's got Rook H3 idea, and then Queen F4. Rook H3, Rook G2, Queen F4, followed by Rook C1 threat. That looks like the end of the game. But he hasn't really been looking for concrete solutions. Sometimes you should. Yeah, you're up the exchange, but even if you're lazy like me, you should just try to win the game when you can. Yeah, I think maybe he sees it. Maybe this is preparing it. And Rook C1 is an idea here. And Queen F3 is an idea. I think things are about to go horribly bad for Michigan here in the science squares game. Unless he has some newfangled scientific invention to cover up his squares. All right, I guess that's enough of the puns. But yeah, this is looking really bad for White. Rook C1, Queen F3 check, Rook H3. Okay, he's been redeemed a little bit by finding Queen F4. That looks really good. Now he does Queen F3. Oh, and then Rook C1. Okay, game over. Nice job. It took him a while to get going, but once he got going, he won the game. So again, things are looking great for Missouri. We are actually winning every game so far, and we're winning the other game as well. So this is going to be easy work for White. Okay, just got to take that bishop with the pawn. Oh, he doesn't even need to. Let's play to the gallery. Thank you, Mr. Julian, for finding a pretty checkmate for us all to enjoy. Okay, his opponent resigned one move before mate. All right, so that's it for that round, right?
All right, so things are looking up now.
Clean sweep. So we've got 7 out of 8. All right, help me out one more time. Julian, and then it's P, right?
Yeah, PRO. LEIKO. And it looks like Panda already beat his opponent, I think.
Oh, sweet.
Round 3. Yeah, so I guess Panda already won.
Oh, sweet.
While I was warming up my coffee, he was winning the game.
Yeah. So, Quinoa versus Julian Prolico. I've got that one up. And, okay, I'm going to play Guess the Opening again. I'm going to guess that this opening was an E4, E5 opening. I guess it was a Scotch Gambit. Yeah, I cheated. I didn't know. I cheated. I have to admit it. Okay, so it's a Scotch Gambit, and it was booked for a while. Yeah, this is all. I like this Bishop B6 move. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's what the 2577 is playing. The C5 plan is strong.
You're on Gadson's game?
I'm always curious. Yeah,
okay.
Sorry, I'm looking at Quinoa's game. You want me to look at Gadson's game?
Oh, no, I just wanted to make sure I'm on the right one. Okay.
I'm at Quinoa versus Julian.
Okay, I've got it.
Yeah. So, and I'm just playing through the opening. I always like to see the opening. So, trying to figure out what's going on here. Very interesting battle. I've started playing systems that are similar to this as White, where I've started playing the Joko piano, where you play E5 instead of recapture on D4. You might not know what I'm talking about there, Adam, but there's probably people listening who do, where after D4 in the Joko piano, E takes D4, White plays E5, D5, and then Bishop B5. It's very similar to this. And I like it because it's so imbalanced. You get these really imbalanced, rich positions. And even if they're not technically better for White, they're a lot of fun. Okay, so Black has the Bishop pair. Black he doesn't have as massive of a pawn center as he had last game, at least not yet. But he still has more of a pawn center than White has. So that's kind of typical. These national masters and higher, they love their centers. They love controlling that center and taking advantage of the center pawns. I think a move like Rook E4 here makes sense, except that A5 is coming and then the bishop has to go to D8. I was wanting to play Rook E4 and then double rooks, but maybe he's going to play pawn to A5. Yeah, there it is. Pawn to A5. He stops that, and maybe he'll play Rook E4 next if he has the time, but presumably White's going to play something like Rook A to E1 and prevent that idea. Because if he plays Rook E1 and then we go Rook E4, it's not as strong, I don't think, because they can take and damage our pawn structure. That looks really iffy for Black. So I would assess this. This is a little complicated. White has more space on the king side. Black's bishop on D7 is bad. On the other hand, Black has the bishop pair. The knight on D4 is dreaming of getting to E6 at some point, but will it remain a dream or will he accomplish it? I don't know. Rook A E1 seems like a good move for White. Seems like that's what he needs to play. I don't know. I don't think it looks so wonderful for Black. Like, I don't think that he's just crushing or winning. I think it's just an interesting battle. Rook E1. I think it looks okay for White here. So that's impressive to survive the opening versus one of these tigers. Yeah, interesting game. We'll see what happens. I think Rook A E1. Now, someone in the background running a computer might tell me that I'm completely clueless, and I apologize. I don't have my computer running, just my humble human brain. So making all kinds of mistakes, I'm sure, but doing the best I can. Okay, so that's Quinoa, and then we're going to try to look at, what was the other guy's name? Gadson. What is it? Is Gadson?
Yeah, Isaiah Gadson.
Don't want to short him. Isaiah Gadson.
Yeah.
I see. Isaiah. Where's he from?
Around St. Louis, I think.
St. Louis area?
I
Okay.
think Brian,
I switched to...
Brian Rudy emailed or texted me, and it looks like Julian's playing Roman's opponent. So I think Michigan sent the wrong challenge.
Oh. So this game, Isaiah Gadson versus Abhinav. That is that the wrong game, or that's the right game?
Abhinav Radmanov.
Mm-hmm.
No, that one's the right one. So it looks like
okay, cool.
One person sent the wrong.
Uh-huh. Okay. Are you responsible for figuring out how to clear that up?
I'll send a message.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll just they'll play 3 and 4 in reverse, I guess. So.
Okay. No, I guess that's not a big deal. So this position, White has White has the open F file for the rook. Okay, now White has a somewhat better pawn structure, I would say, tiny bit better at least, because Black's pawn on E4 is a little bit lacking in defense. But I mean, Black is pretty solid. Be interesting to see how this develops. I'm guessing just Bishop E2, and yeah, I don't know. Black's pretty solid. Bishop E2. What's White going to do? Maybe he's got a double rooks on the F. Okay, did C4. Okay, that's interesting. I feel like E2 might be a little better, but what do I know? Bishop C4. I feel like A6 and B5 could be a problem, or Bishop D5 is just going to come, and you don't want to trade it. So, yeah, just kind of a boring position, to be honest. It's a little depressing. Not a lot going on. White's bishop on B2 is not doing much. Maybe it's depressing, or maybe I just don't know how to play this position, but I feel like I prefer White a little bit, but I don't see how White's going to win the game. But, of course, things will happen. That's why we play the game. So, okay, so what other games? We looked at the Julian game.
So now with
and then there was
the wrong pairing, the board ones are playing in round 3, so we might look at that one. Roman's playing their board 1 science squares. So.
That sounds exciting. And so tell me the name of one of the players, please.
So Chenrip is Roman, and he's 2298, and then he's playing their board 1, which is science squares. Let me see.
Got it. Okay. Oh, science squares is their board 1. Okay.
Yeah, 2041.
All right. So this one's clearly a King's Gambit. I don't even have to look. Obviously a King's Gambit this time. Although you don't see the knight on A4 that often in the King's Gambit. Let's see. Oh, okay. So it's the Vienna game. Close enough. And then Chenrip took with the pawn. I don't think that's supposed to be a good move there. But then Bishop C5. Strange. So I'm just looking back at the opening. Okay, so let's just go forward. Okay, so Black is up 2 pawns, but on the other hand, White's knight is also stuck on A4, and White's king is stuck in the center. So I guess White has good compensation for the 2-pawn minus, because he has badly placed pieces and an unsafe king. No, that doesn't make sense, does it? This looks incredibly strong for Black, and White is in lots of trouble. We can just play G5 here. Then there's H5, H4. We've got the passed H pawn. We've got the F6 pawn break. We've got lots of stuff happening. All right. Looks like a great position for Black. We can prepare the G4 pawn break as well, which could really inconvenience White's king. Knight G6, Knight H4, all kinds of ideas here. Yep, big advantage for Black. Extra pawn, safer king. Passed pawn on H5, pawn breaks. Bad news for Mr. Science Squares. Good news for Missouri. All right. So far I've got the Gadson game, Isaiah Gadson game. I've got the Science Squares game. What's the third one I can do?
So Julian, Roman, Gadson, and Panda's already done. So.
Oh, the other ones are done.
So we've got 3 games. The fourth one finished really quick while I was getting coffee.
Oh yeah, you were telling me that Panda won, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cool. Okay, so let me go back to Julian's game. All right. So Julian did play Rookie 4. Did White? Oh, White didn't play Rookie 1 like he should have. He should have listened to me. I guess that's cheating. But he should have listened to me and played Rookie 1, because now Julian got to do that Rookie 4 maneuver that I was salivating over. And now it feels like Black has better control of the game. Of course, White can take on E4 at some point, so I don't know, maybe it's not so hot, because White can take on E4 and then play Rookie 1 maybe, but yeah. I think we're going to see C5 coming pretty soon here. He's probably calculating that. We'd love to get the C5 move in, because the knight on D4 is an enemy. Okay, so he plays a safe little move, H6, guarding the king. And you just wonder, are there any tactics? He's probably calculated all this, but you almost wonder if the F5 pawn could become weak. Take the knight and weaken it a little bit. But if we take the knight on D4, and then, taking the knight on D4 would have been very interesting. Because then after pawn takes, we play rook takes E1, and he can't play bishop takes because of queen takes F1. So instead of H6, bishop takes D4. Was that a stronger move? I'll consider myself very happy if I found a stronger move than this powerhouse of a player, Julian Proleko. Maybe I'm missing something, but that looks like it would have been very strong. Bishop takes D4. Maybe we'll see it later. Couldn't he have played it? Bishop takes D4, and then if pawn takes, he plays rook takes E1, and then rook takes E1, and then trade, and then if queen takes, bishop takes F5, and then there's queen E8, checkmate. So I guess it's not working. I guess bishop takes D4 wasn't really working. So that's why he played H6, I guess. He's trying to make maybe he's trying to make it work. Bishop takes D4. Because now, at the end of that line, there's no queen E8 checkmate. The king could just slide to H7, he would have won a pawn. So I think he might be threatening bishop takes D4. Definitely feels like Black's the one who's pressing here, now that he's got his rooks doubled. Black seems to be pressing a little bit. White needs to defend carefully. And White doesn't seem to have a real attack or much going on. So I feel like Black is better. There's some different things Black can do, like the tactic I talked about. But also those ideas of taking on D4 and then playing like rook E2 and just occupying the 7th rank. We've still got ideas of playing C5. So it's just nice to have these different ideas. You keep now bishop F4. Is Black going to win a pawn somehow? That's the question. So there's bishop takes D4, and now is he going to be able to just grab that pawn? Like I said, I thought this was his idea behind H6, was to just grab this pawn. Now trading rooks on E1. Oh, he just grabs it right away. He doesn't even have to trade on E1. Now is bishop takes H6 working? Probably not. Rook takes E1. Looks like a winning response. So Black has won a pawn, and this position is clearly better for Black with his extra pawn, not to mention his extra 12 minutes or so on the clock. Black remains beautifully active. That queen on A6, very powerful. It's been very important in a lot of potential tactics, and it remains important. Even today, July 19th, 2021. White is attempting a tricky discovered attack on the f5 bishop. But if you take my bishop, take your queen. Queen
Roman
moves to f4. Oh, we had one end?
Yeah, I think Roman won his, it looks like. So.
Okay, so one of the main imbalances here is oh man, he's so fast. Queen takes h3. Oh, he got it before me. I had some stuff to say about the position, but I think it's going to end before I have a chance. I was going to say we have an opposite colored bishops middle game. And as every Russian schoolboy and every Russian schoolgirl knows, the opposite colored bishops in the middle game favor the attacker. So whoever has the attack, the opposite colored bishops favor that person because they dominate the color that they have the extra bishop on. Yes, white dominates the dark squares, but if you're not attacking, that doesn't matter. So if I'm attacking and I've got my opposite colored bishop in action, so you see this is just murder, and white ran out of time. Okay, good job, Julian. All right, so then we have one more game. So back to the depressing game. We have something going on, though, on the king side. We've got that open f-file. The queen's gone to g4. Okay. Okay, this isn't quite like watching paint dry. We've got something going on here.
Which game? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm to Isaiah's game.
Okay.
Isaiah versus Abinov. Yeah. Yeah, so you see white has a little bit of a demonstration going on the king side. He's marching over there. Black has something going on the queen side. Oh, interesting. So I guess he's going to play rook f4 is the idea. He wants to, at some point, play rook f4, and then maybe double rooks in the f-file, and then play rook g4, something like that. Yeah, well, that's a dream, though, because black's going to always have rook a2 and getting some queenside counterplays. So I don't know. Okay, I think this is a little more exciting than I gave it credit for. Black to move. What should we do? What should we do with black here? He could try to trade the rooks. It seems like he's going to get attacked, so it would make sense to trade pieces. Because this is an old truth about chess, Mr. Whitaker. If you don't have any pieces, you can't use them to attack. So if you're worried about being attacked, and you trade off all the pieces, it's going to be very difficult for them to attack you. Of course, you can't trade off the king. But yeah, if you trade off enough pieces, it's hard for them to get attacked. So trading rooks seems to make sense. If white takes back with the rook, we follow up with rook a8. And then if white wants to trade, we're happy because we've gotten rid of pretty much all of white's attacking potential. If they don't trade, then we're going to penetrate a2 with the rook and get counterplay. So I'm kind of expecting rook takes a1. I guess white will take back with the bishop, but then black can play rook a8. And this move is good for two reasons. It's good for several reasons. The rook is active. It prevents rook f4 because the bishop on a1 would hang. And it also clears the f8 square. That could be important because the bishop could go to f8. Instead, bishop c6, bishop d7 was played. Okay, I don't like this as much as trading rooks, but I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to take on d4 and then grab the c pawn. So, okay, it seems a little just playing for tricks. You know, it doesn't seem like there's some grand strategy here. You know, okay, so c4 was played. Interesting. Now d5's on the agenda.
Sounds like my dog needs the restroom, but I've got it on the Gadson game for you.
Okay, that's great. That's great. His dog uses the restroom. Wow. That's impressive. Adams does seem like an impressive guy, but I didn't think he was that impressive that he had a dog that knows how to use the restroom. I've heard of such things, but I've never seen it. My cats, on the other hand, no luck there. They just use litter boxes. Okay, so c4 looks like an outstanding move, preventing black's plan and preparing the d5 push. Maybe he learned something from our board one, who got his massive pawn center in that last game, not this game, but last round. D5 is juicy. Okay, so pawn takes. Oh, I thought we were going to play pawn takes. I'm being disappointed left and right in this game. It's almost like they don't care anything about what I feel. I wanted pawn takes because I want that d5 push. Now the d5 push is no big deal because it would just destroy white's own structure. Rook b8, okay.
I'm back now.
Okay, welcome back.
Thanks.
Yeah, so I was just talking about how I was sad because white should have. I wanted white to take back with the pawn on c4. Black took on c4. I wanted white to take with the pawn so he could push with d5 and get a massive center. You know, which I thought was the idea behind c4, but now we don't have that happening. All right, well, white still appears to be much better just because he has more space and the f-file and pressure, a little pressure now on e4. We like white's position. It would just be nice if we could add to all those advantages also the idea of playing d5. Whereas now the idea of d5 is just, it might come later, but it seems to be, without the pawn on c4, the idea of d5 seems pretty toothless. So now, what are we going to do? Bishop a3? Does that make sense? Okay, did bishop c3. Does that do anything? Maybe he's planning to play bishop a5? I don't know. Seems rather pointless. Maybe he's planning rook a5? Try to encourage an exchange on d4, and then take back with his e-pawn, and then, oh yeah, there's still no d5. Okay. Well, one thing's for sure, we have an interesting battle here, and we've had a lot of lopsided games, so it's nice to see a closer game here. Definitely a battle going on here. You can feel the player's heartbeat, you know, their heart rates must be elevated. I'm sure that they're both pouring sweat, straining with the pressure of this very important match. What will Black play? Will he do anything good? Or will he rather do something bad? We'll see. My students often say to me, I don't know what to do. You know, like, Coach, I don't know what to do. Well, I often don't know what to do either. Chess players often don't know what to do, but you still have to do something. You can't just not know what to do and just wait. You have to do something. Okay, so there's bishop d5, okay. So if white takes it, then there's some hope of clearing the dark square diagonal later. So this is an interesting, as white, I'm not afraid, you know, I'm kind of happy to see this move because of the idea of taking at some point, not necessarily right now, but you've given me the idea of taking, and then at some point, perhaps I can clear the light square bishop diagonal. And just because the bishop is moved doesn't mean that that idea has disappeared. It's still a potential idea. It's important to find out all the different potential strategic ideas, pawn breaks, captures, potential attacks. And the more of those potential ideas you have, the better your position tends to be, because your opponent has to take into account all of these ideas. And you never know when one of them, they might miss that one of them suddenly works. So it's nice to build up these ideas, build up your potential play. And even if you don't see a way to take advantage right away, it's like just adding pressure, it's accumulating pressure, like Steinitz, which is accumulation of small advantages. We can think of an accumulation of small strategies, accumulation of different strategies that maybe do nothing now, but have potential. So an example of that would be the d5 break we were talking about, different pawn breaks. Those are some strategies. You want to accumulate potential pawn breaks, because potential pawn breaks, if you're, you know, there's a saying in chess, no pawn break, no plan. If you don't have a pawn break, you often don't have a plan. Kind of feels like that here for Black. Unless he's going to play the f6 break, Black doesn't really have a lot of pawn breaks going on. So if you don't have a pawn break, it's hard to have a plan. Of course, White's a little lacking in pawn breaks now as well. Okay, so c takes d4. I'm expecting simply e takes d4. White's got a passed b pawn on b3 now. Oh, wow, was e takes d4 bad? I guess he was afraid of e3. Wow. I don't know. Why did he do that? What am I missing? Why didn't he take back the pawn? Is there something I'm missing? Very strange to me. E3 doesn't seem like a problem because we could just trade on D5. Huh. All right. I don't know. Maybe I missed something. This seems very strange, right? He took on D4 and then white did not take back. He played there. Be interesting to analyze this and see if I'm missing something or not. Okay, so bishop d5, queen f2, trade, take. All right. Trades queens, and now we get the end game. And black is up a pawn, but I don't know if he's going to be able to keep it. No, he's not. Okay. All right, so we learned earlier that all rook endings are drawn. At least there's that ironic, famous saying, all rook endings are drawn. This one, objectively, I can only imagine should be a draw, unless, I don't know, can black take advantage of his better pawn structure? I kind of doubt it. But white also has that nice time advantage. Okay, white's trying to get some play on the king side, perhaps. But how? Rook b1. Wouldn't be a terrible place for the players to agree to a draw. I might allow a draw here, even if I'm the higher rated player as white, because I mean, it's not like white has nothing to worry about at all. So that e5 pawn is kind of weak, and the b4 pawn doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. So, okay, does rook a1? Something happening? No, nothing's happening. Rook d7, I guess black will play, and then rook d2. Okay, going after the g pawn, but that allows the check. Okay, he doesn't care about the check. Doesn't care about the check. Now, can white play rook c4 and try to activate his rooks? Could be a dangerous plan. I probably wouldn't have allowed this if I were black. If he can double rooks on the 7th rank, white could suddenly get some real play. That move is a pretty good one, though. He's guarding the 7th rank, which is important. So now white could either play rook a5 or rook a8 check. Rook a8 check. Now rook a8 check, king e7, and then rook c to c8 does threaten checkmate. But then there's rook takes b4 check, and then I think black can just play f6. So doesn't seem to matter. h5. Okay. Continue to try to cramp black. There's the f6 break. Trading pawns is often a good way to get a draw when you're in a drawn position. Less pawns, the easier it is to draw usually. Okay, now rook takes h5. Is that a free pawn? Rook f5. Okay. Doesn't want the pawn. I want the pawn, but he doesn't want the pawn. He wants that pawn. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So white is probably playing a little too ambitiously. Probably just taking a draw would have been acceptable. Certainly from a team situation, there's nothing wrong with the draw here. But I say that, but don't you just have a feeling that white might win it anyway? He's got his extra minute, he's got his extra rating points, he's got his confidence, he's playing for the win.
Sounds good to me.
Maybe he finds a way to win. Yeah. But maybe they're going to agree. Okay, draw. Interesting.
Draw. Okay.
It got a little more interesting. A little boring at first, but it got a little more interesting. So we have one more round. Is that right?
Yeah, Julian might have already finished his last game. Let me see. Maybe they started early.
I think he's only played 3, though. Oh.
He missed the first
one.
Yeah,
but 3 games is... He missed the first one. So Julian's done. All right, that was fun to see him play. Okay, so that's Julian. So he's gone.
Yeah, I think Julian played in the Chicago class this weekend, and then he said he had a blitz tournament today. So sounds like he likes chess. I think.
Yeah, that's a lot of chess. Yeah. I miss playing chess all the time.
I think he's kind of the first guy who grew up in the St. Louis Chess Club, and he's got like a real shot at being IM someday.
Oh yeah, is he still young?
Yeah, he's. I'm not sure exactly, like maybe 20, but he just got National Master recently. So
nice. Yeah, if he's working hard, then he's got a real good chance. If he's that young.
All right, so I got that game. See what Roman's doing. Looks like he's still playing.
Roman is still playing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a chin rip?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Gadson's got his last game started.
Cool. So is this Roman playing in the third round or the fourth round?
So they switched opponents, so now he's playing... he should be playing their board 2, Ashrith.
Quinoa. Okay, so I'm on Chinrip versus Quinoa. All right, first impressions. It would appear that white is down 2 pawns. White has the bishop pair. That is not enough compensation for 2 pawns. So it appears that black has a big advantage, but white is way up on time, and so what I predict happening is that black will have a winning position for a while, and then black will blunder and white will win. We've seen quite a bit of that today. That might be what will happen here. Let's hope so. So this was a Caro-Kann. Okay. Thought it was a French. It was a Caro-Kann. Black played the C5 line of the Caro. I like this for black. And white's center disappeared. And black found a little tactic to win a pawn. Okay, so just getting caught up in the position. So the opening has not gone well for white. So now we get to see the outstanding player, Mr. Chinrip. We get to see him try to create problems for black. Even though the position objectively should be awful for white, he's going to try to create problems for black. So when we ask ourselves, what does white possess that black does not possess? The answer is the light squares, because white has the bishop pair, and he has a light square bishop and black doesn't. So we see him trying to utilize that bishop and try to get some play with the bishop. E5 seems to be a good response. That's a passed e-pawn that might be marching to e4 and e3 pretty soon. Bishop c5 is an idea for black as well. Just a really good position for black. As a long-time French defense player, I am salivating over black's opportunities here. This is like, I know it was a Caro-Kann, but very French-like position and very, very good for black. Beautiful center, the f-file, bishop c5, the passed e-pawn, just an outstanding position for black. White he's gonna have to use all of his skills and all of his tricks if he's going to survive this. So again, my prediction was that white is going to win, even though he is getting completely dismantled here. We are going to predict a white victory. If I were a gambling man, I might put some money on it, but I need some odds.
So it looks like Isaiah already won his game, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
That was fast, wasn't it?
I guess so.
Well, if he was
it was 16 moves.
Was he aggravated after that longer game?
Could be. Could be. So we see white resigned. Who was white? Oh, white was FM.
Yeah. Tim Kun.
Another game where white's center was destroyed. Oh, and then there went the queen. Okay. All right. Not a bad game by Isaiah.
Right.
Okay, so
like,
Chinrip.
Panda's playing and Chinrip.
Piece is forked. That's it, huh? Okay. So we'll see what happens. You know, it's so hard to put these tough players away, as a lot of us have experience playing players who are rated much higher than us, and we sometimes get these wonderful positions, but it's so hard to actually win the game. And I think that goes on all the way up. You know, like, you know, if I'm, you know, 2100 USCF or maybe, you know, around that area, and I'm playing a 2500 USCF and I'm up 2 pawns, it's not like as easy of a win as you would think, you know, because they just have a way of giving you problems. And then there's the psychological pressure of knowing you're playing against a player that normally creams you. And it's hard to play against those guys. You just know how good they are. So even though your position might be great, psychologically it can be difficult. So we'll see if Quinoa is up to the task here of converting this outstanding position. I predicted that he would lose, so does that mean he'll win? We'll see. So rook b to d1. I'm expecting knight takes rook. Rooks are more valuable than knights in the majority of positions. Therefore, we don't need to use a lot of time when we have 3 minutes left. We take the rook, Quinoa. We take the rook. This is not rocket science. There you go. Okay, we take the rook. Okay. Maybe he was calculating that, but still, we take the rook. All right, so little tricky move there. Bishop takes, huh? Rook takes f2. I always want to look at these wild moves like rook takes f2. Probably completely ridiculous. Rook a d8. Bishop takes queen. Rook takes d1. Okay, queen f6. Ooh, but then rook takes f1, right? Ah, rook takes f1, bishop c5. Okay, so he does bishop d4. Some very interesting tactical maneuvering going on here by Chinrip. But after queen f4, what does white do? Queen f4. Oh, there's no bishop c5. Okay. Queen g5. Huh. I thought queen f4 to keep the knight protected. Queen g5 lets him take the knight, but okay. So if rook takes f1, he's going to trade, and then rook f8 check and some stuff. So maybe he would rather just allow rook takes f1. Okay, so we see white doing his best to keep it complicated. Now he's threatening mate. On queen takes h7. Okay, so h6. Now we've got to be careful to keep the queen guarding h6, or we're going to have some queen takes h6 check business, like we saw earlier today. Okay, so he does take, because now maybe, is he going to block on f3 after rook f8 check? Is that the idea? Bishop f3. Trying to hold it together that way? Or is he going to be brave and play king e2? Bishop f3, yeah. Sometimes it's better not to be brave. All right, so... All right, well, black is up the exchange, but white is still hanging tough. He's playing very creatively and trying to make it a fight. And you just know that if one slips, there's that queen takes h6 idea, I'm telling you. You've got to be careful, Quinoa. He's probably aware of it, though. Okay, he keeps the queen guarding h6. Don't take that a-pawn, Quinoa. Or you're going to be turned into quinoa. Like that? Quinoa?
Yeah.
Quinoa. Yeah, pretty good, huh? I didn't get much sleep last night. That's the best I've got tonight. All right, so he doesn't have that. He's in danger of being turned into quinoa in this position. Bishop f6 seems sensible. You feel like black had more, but you're low on time versus this tough player. It's, oh no! Oh, he's quinoa! He's quinoa! Oh no! Oh. Offer a draw, Chinrip. He deserves it. Come on, Bozlovsky. Offer a draw. Oh, no. No. Well, that was exciting. I think the fans were rooting for that. Okay. That was pretty cool. So, see, my prediction came true. Losing the whole game. Just, if you're lower rated, just give up hope. You just lose anyway. Just get higher rated, and then you won't lose. But no, that's not the advice a chess coach should give. Always fight. You never know what would happen. That game could have went better for Quinoa, but it did not. We got the win in the end. My prediction was proved correct.
Subham 777. We had a game at the tournament this weekend at the Springfield Chess Club, where a 1799 was playing an expert, like 2130. And
Yeah.
I didn't see the position, but it looked like he was like, he was going to win, and he just had to make the right next two moves, and then he messed it up, and then he lost it.
It's so hard. It's so hard. I'm telling you, it's just psychologically hard when you're playing these higher rated players. They just have the, I don't know. I really think a lot of it is psychology. I think if that 1730 player were playing someone rated like his own rating level, who was actually playing the same moves that the master or the expert was playing, then you feel like the 1730 might win. But when you're playing that tough player, it gets in your head sometimes. It's hard to have the, like Jeremy Silman said, chess is part knowledge mixed with lots of willpower. It's hard to have the focus you need to finish out those games. Yeah, but of course, just having the experience, being able to move quickly is an underrated skill in chess. Players who have lots of experience can just make decent moves quickly and just keep the game going, and then eventually the opponent gets in time pressure and starts to fall apart. And that's what we saw last game in the chin rip, or was it chin rip? Yeah. Okay, so this game, what's going on here? We have White's bishop on d2 is a spectator. Black's bishop on b7 is not any better. There's pressure on the d5 pawn. Material's equal. Okay, so there's pressure on the d5 pawn. White is pressuring that. Black is putting pressure on the e file and the e3 pawn. Just kind of a complicated position. It's a little irrational to me. It's not like a typical position. So, okay, so now knight f6. And then maybe we double on the e file? No, yeah, maybe double on the e file. Bishop f3, that doesn't do anything. We can just play g6. Okay, and then we can, oh, maybe it does do something. Maybe it's preparing g4. Oh. Well, I would love to get g4 in and get some play on the king side. So g6, g4, h takes g4, h takes g4. Okay, he does h4, but that certainly allows g4, right? Now, is he going to play queen d3? Probably not, because bishop e2. h4. So here, I think White just has to play g4. Maybe he's calculating bishop g4. Feels like you just play g4 here. And then the queen retreats to maybe g6. Oh, he took. Okay. Interesting. I didn't really consider that move just because it really weakens his king, but maybe he's got a plan involved with that. Maybe he's going to use the g-file somehow. Maybe he's going to play bishop g4 anyway, and it won't matter. I don't know. He took the pawn. So obviously Black sacrificed that pawn on purpose. But that doesn't mean it was good. Just because you have an idea doesn't mean it's a good idea, does it? Okay. b5. Black is gaining space, preparing later to push his queenside pawn majority. Okay. I just noticed you cute little queenside pawn majority. 3-2. Maybe he can use that later. There's that bishop g4 idea, and he takes. And then queen takes. And do we play queen c2? Or do we trade queens and use our queenside pawn majority? Is queen c2 annoying for White? Queen c2, if bishop c1, I would certainly be annoyed if I were White. And if they protect the bishop with rook e2, there's queen takes b2. All right, he's playing it safe. Maybe he's using the strategy of keeping it simple. All right, so I think I prefer Black's position because I think his queenside pawn majority is more effective than White's kingside pawn majority. And I think the worst minor piece on the board is the d2 bishop, although the b7 bishop is giving it a run for its money. But black at least has an obvious plan, which is to try to get the pawns going on the queen side. Now, how to accomplish that? Maybe let's see, knight a5 is the move he wants to play, and go to b3 with the knight, because that knight would be awesome on b3. Okay, so knight e2 prevents it. I think there might have been a tactical problem with it anyway. Okay, so f6, chasing the knight. Okay, that's logical. Makes the knight go back. Now we can go a5 though, right? Okay, he does that first. Ooh, that's cool. He wants to provoke g5 and then activate his bishop. See, you've got to activate your pieces. I love this move by Subham because that bishop has been a garbage piece, and now it's getting into the game. So sometimes chess is pretty simple. You've got bad pieces, make them better. Okay, rook e7. Okay, getting ready to double rooks. He's still got a5 in the offing. The bishop's going to come to g4, h3, f5. Juicy squares. How about bishop f5? And then it's got e4, it's got d3. Yeah. Now white, maybe he's thinking of this kingside pawn majority. Maybe he wants to put rooks on h1 and g1 and then march the h-pawn, h5, h6. Get something going over there. That could be annoying. I would be annoyed if my opponent got something like that going. So he's trying to get counterplay, which is smart. Always try to get counterplay. Don't just try to defend. That's a common mistake low-rated players play against high-rated players. They often try to just defend everything and hope to get a draw by defending. No, that's what the high-rated player wants. They'll just accumulate different strategies against you, like we talked about earlier. Accumulate different ideas. And before long, even a master would not be able to defend your position if you're not doing anything. You have to do something. You know, you have to get counterplay. So it's good to see white trying maybe some idea of getting those, using that king side pawn majority, getting something going against black's king. Okay, knight g3. That could be a good attacking move. Chasing the bishop. Bishop g4. Okay. Now do we swing a rook somewhere? Rook h1. Is that playable? Goes rook g1. Okay. f5. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Very committal decision to play f5. The bishop on g4 is kind of getting bad again. Of course, we can exchange it off if we want to. Black probably should be playing that a5 b4 idea pretty soon. White, can he play h5? I guess so. That's affirmative. I'm not loving this bishop g4 with the pawn on f5 situation. I'm really not. I'm not sure what the logic was behind that, but it doesn't feel right to me. It just activated that bishop, and now we have to make it bad again. Okay, so now we're thinking about some potential tactics. Knight takes d4 is always something you have to calculate in positions like this. Doesn't seem to work at all, though, yet. Okay. How about a5? Okay, so white's gonna play h6 apparently, and then is black just gonna take it and just say I really don't care? If h6 are you gonna take back with your rook and then double rooks? It seems like something you would do, Abhinav. You sneaky player. Okay, bishop b6. Okay, I don't completely understand that move. Okay, so rook h4. He's going to double rooks, I guess. Do we have any tactics? Not yet. a5, there it is. All right, we've been waiting for that. There it comes. Got to get that queenside pawn majority doing something. Okay, so knight h2, there's that silly bishop, and we missed the idea of rook h4. Was not to double rooks. That was a sneak attack. That was a fake. It was a feint. He was actually preparing to take advantage of that bishop on g4. Whoa. Wow. This is a cool game. Whatever happens, we've got some entertaining stuff here. Okay, knight takes g4 very quickly. So it's going to be pawn takes knight, and then it's going to be pawn takes knight, and it's going to be bishop takes pawn check, and then it's going to be bishop takes b2, and black's going to have an armada of pawns rushing down the center and the queen side. This is a cool game. This is a cool game. I don't know exactly what's going on, but it's an exciting game, that's for sure. Okay, so now bishop takes b2, I presume. And then we have c3. I don't know, this strategy, this might be excellent. Maybe black is just winning. Anyone who has their computer, I'm sure the computer already knows who's winning, and I'm suspecting it might be black. This is really cool. Those pawns are very, very strong. Oh, and the bishop is... Oh! I guess that's it. That looks like pretty much winning. I guess white could go bishop takes c3, though. And then take rook takes b5, maybe, but yeah. So white is up 1 point right now. He can play bishop takes c3 and then rook takes b5. But then black still has to pass d pawn. Anyway, white has to do it. There's nothing to think about there. Oh, no, you can't do that. No, you just, I don't think you can do that. Because I'm going to take on d2. And, okay, I'm going to take on d2. You're going to take back with your rook on d2. My bishop has to move. Oh. Wow. d4. That's a cool move. That's a cool move. So he's just going to use those pawns. I love this game by black here. So he's going to go d3. Okay, knight f5. Now, okay, do we have any rook f7 business? Then knight d6. Okay, that doesn't seem to do much. Knight taking the rook would be check, so we probably don't want to allow that. So maybe just rook e4? I'm guessing? Rook e4? Now, after rook e4 is knight takes d4. Worth thinking about? If I take with my rook, you still don't have anything. So rook e4. Oh, but then knight d6. Oh, okay. People are shouting at their computer screens. Knight d6 can be played after rook e4. Okay. So rook e4. Okay, so he does that. So now knight d6, he's probably going to take on d2 with the pawn. And presumably he has something planned for after knight captures e1. But what is it? Knight d6, pawn takes bishop, knight takes, even knight takes, yeah, knight takes e8, and then I guess rook takes f4 check. But it doesn't look convincing. Oh, is it rook takes f4 check and then bishop c1? Maybe we're going to find out. So I'm guessing it's pawn takes bishop was the idea, and then if knight takes rook, is the idea at some point to throw in bishop c1. Pawn takes bishop right now, knight takes rook. Bishop c1. Do I need to promote? But then he can play king e2, but then he has rook e7 check. Wow. I think that's what we're going to have here. So he did c takes d2. Oh, he did knight takes f7. So is it still bishop c1? Or does that not work now because of rook? No, yeah, bishop c1. There it is. I guessed one. Oh, he takes it. Oh. But then the knight gets away. What's going on? What's going on? Now the knight gets out. Has he calculated this, though, and seen that he's still winning? I don't know. It's hard to see everything. I guess rook f8. Yep. Okay. Now there's going to be something on b5. And we're going to take that f4 pawn, probably with the bishop. We still have that passed d pawn. Okay, so knight takes b5. I'm guessing bishop takes f4. Yeah. Because they can't take knight takes d4, of course, because of bishop, bishop somewhere check. winning the knight. King g5, okay. Now we probably want to push the d pawn, or do we want to just guard it with the bishop? Either one is playable. If we push the d pawn, we will have pushed the d pawn, which is what happened. Okay, so we're going to be ready for d2 now. Feels like black is still winning, doesn't it? We've still got that pass pawn going d2. White's pawns on the king side are getting weaker. Yeah, I think we take on g5. It doesn't feel like white has anything going for him, really. But if we take on g5, that would allow him in. So maybe this is better. Threatening rook e1. Oh boy. Oh boy, white's getting passive. He's going to have to go knight c2, but then we can go rook c8. And then go rook c1. He did that. Oh, okay. Now bishop g3, maybe? Or maybe just pawn to g3. Threatening g2 check, and if king takes, rook e1. Okay, or just a patient bishop takes. It feels like it's over. I think black's got this one in hand. There it is. There's that g3 move. Yeah, there it is. Trade everything. Trade everything. Go get. This should be an easy win. Trade everything. There it is. And then we promote. White may resign here. Beautiful win. Wow, that was a beautiful game. Well done. Well done. Very exciting game. Definitely one of those games that if we were picking a game of the day, that might be one that I would vote for. Because that knight takes d4 move was really fascinating. I didn't really see it coming there. Of course, who knows if it's good? We'll have to check with the computer, but it was very interesting. Okay. All right, cool. So is that it, or do we have more games?
That was the last game, and Missouri wins 14.5 to 1.5.
Oh, okay, 14.5 to 1.5. So if that were a football game, we'd have to make it like 29 to 3. It's like a 29 to 3 win. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Right? We'll just double them both. 29 to 3 football game, or if we really want to maybe go 58 to 6, and that feels about right. Okay, cool. Well played by both teams, and it was interesting. There was a lot of very cool games there. A lot of interesting strategies used by everyone, and we had a lot of mismatches, but that's interesting too. It's kind of cool because you don't usually see that when you have chess matches. Usually they're pretty even. So it's kind of interesting to get to talk about some of the different mismatches and strategies involved with playing higher rated players. All right, well, congratulations, Missouri.
I guess one of the games Roman was playing someone who didn't resign because they didn't know where the resign button was. So I guess one of the games went to checkmate. That's why.
Yeah, that's happened to me before on Lee Chess. When I first started playing there, I think I didn't know how to resign, and I was like freaking out because I was playing like Blitz, and it looked like I was stalling, but I was just trying to find the resign button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much for doing the commentary tonight.
My pleasure. It was a lot of fun.
Let's look at the rosters, and our roster today is Julian Prolejko, Ken Jones, Isaiah Gadson, and Nathaniel Fast. And our opponents have approximately equal average rating, but they have decided to bring 3 high-rated players and 1 seriously lower-rated, but 1960 only, so it is always a question what is better, to have like 1 high-rated. I've seen even some grandmasters here in other teams, like a grandmaster and 3 amateurs, or 3 strong masters and 1 amateur. That's a big question always. What is the best?
Yeah, I've seen some of those teams that were off balance, but I didn't know about the grandmasters playing.
Yeah, I've seen one grandmaster. I don't remember in which team it was, and he was just lonely there. They were usually losing 1-3 in every match. All right, looking at a game of Jonesy Wells versus somebody called Shubin Dani, which is Daniel Shubin, by the way. Daniel Shubin, somewhere from post-Soviet country's origin, looking from beginning of the game. That was Sicilian. Let's see, what kind of line is that? This not dragon yet, and never becomes a dragon. So early G6 was telling us that it's supposed to be a dragon, but then Ken just turned to something entirely different. Last move d5, which is challenging because right now he's starting to fight for center, and what we need to first check is what is going on if we start to take things just straightforward. If e takes d, e takes d. Yeah, so we have 3 defenses, 3 attacks on d5, and now Danny Shubin is thinking, should he take it or not? It looks like d5 is a reasonable move. Bringing tension to the center and fighting for initiative immediately. If white will take on c6, knight takes on c6, then it will totally justify black's structure. So yeah, so e takes d. And now there's a big question, which brings us to isolated pawn. There are some players who don't like to play with isolated pawns. There are players who like to play with isolated pawn. Number of second category is way much lower. But I can see that Ken knows what to do when he has isolated pawn. No need to think about it too much. You need to use your active pieces. It's not only isolated, it's well blocked, by the way. Knight on d4, pawn on c3. This pawn is going to nowhere. So instead of thinking of pushing it somewhere forward, Ken should probably think of what he is doing actually. Now it goes to c4. And then active play with the knights and bishops. That's what it should be. Bishop on g7 is placed well, but doing approximately nothing. But knight on c4 should be a piece which justifies everything. Alright, let me take a look at other games, because here we are in the beginning of strategical battle in the mid-game. Second game supposed to be, what do we have? Let's look at our hero, say Isaiah Gadson, who is playing very, very well in all these tournaments. Not yet, so far as I see. I don't see any gaming process in his nickname, so probably let's take a look at.
I'm on Nathaniel Fast has his game started.
Okay, Nathaniel Fast, Saf Sebastian. Let me check. Sebastian, he has one game, which he's playing with a FIDE master. And this is sort of reverse to what we just have seen. This is English opening, where I don't have much experience playing for white. And black is playing also not the way I usually play versus English. But it still can easily turn into Queen's Gambit declined, if sooner or later white will play d4, which is probably not a bad idea. There's a question not to play d4 right now, because bishop b4 check looks pretty much annoying to my perspective. I would rather play something like bishop e2 castle than d4 for white. But who knows? I would say this is a modest opening for white. Pretty much humble opening. You're not really trying to get your advantage, thinking of future, just developing your pieces and preparing for possibilities. Oh, knight c3, yeah. Knight c3, once again. Our question is, when exactly are we going to play d4? Probably never. Or as long as we can not to play d4. There's also a possibility, as I understand, to play a3 as prophylactic opportunity. Well, that's what I said. Nathaniel was playing bishop e2, preparing for castle, and d4 will be after that, and then we'll have something usual. On another side, black now is prepared to play e5 and turn this opening not to queen's gambit anymore. Well, this move is... move h6 is telling us that black probably is waiting for a castle and not going to castle kingside at all, because this is the only one explanation I may come with. Bishop d6, g5, g4, h5, h4, g3, g3, and gg. There was a too early castle, and FIDE Master is thinking that it is time to win with a straight attack. Queen c7 and queenside castle. That's what I think he is doing. He's thinking of.
It looks like all the games are started now.
All right, so here we have, let me see it. I still don't see any game from Isaiah. Oh yeah, he is playing one. All right, let's turn to Isaiah just to look at the opening. Oh, his opponent has 5 minutes on the clock. And on the other side, his opponent has rating of 2600 on the chess. I don't know what does it mean and how did he get it, because it looks scary. Nah. Thunder 04, it is Kyle Haining.
I think his USCF is 2288.
Yeah, I don't play very often on the chess. I'm playing much more on chess.com, and that's a big question to me. I heard that ratings here are definitely farther from reality than even on chess.com. And also there's a question. Yeah, black is also preparing e5 here. This is the way to play versus London, because Isaiah is playing London system. And this is very interesting, because I'm going to study from Mr. Kyle Haining, because I'm playing different line, and what I see I like already more. I like much more than what I'm getting usually versus London. Bishop on g7 and preparation keeping c5. No exchanges, and preparing e5 to shoot, to fight for a center, and then just white spent all this time to absolutely nothing. And that's a question. e5 right now still. And white is playing as if white is black. Given all the opening advantage, all initiative and everything is out. Alright, let's look at the fourth game, which is game by Julian. And that's what I'm really interested in. First player is playing with it, fourth player. Oh, it's very interesting. Julian has another nick, especially for blind chess. Oh, very interesting. Let me look at from the opening. I'm looking at the Julian's game. There was Caro-Kann, one of the main lines. What has happened to queens? Wow, queen a5. So what has happened? Position is very equal, and I would say even very, very equal. It's very nice when you want to equalize versus stronger opponent, but is it nice if you want to beat a board number 4? Get such an equal position right from the opening. And I don't like what Julian does. At least, like, if he really wants to win here, it is very hard to lose with white. There's a question what white exactly should do, like how much wrong they should be in next 10-15 moves that they will be able to get into trouble, because right now I have no idea how exactly white is going to get into trouble in this line. Ah, by the way, Julian also has almost 2600 on the chess, which has given us hint that probably 2600 on the chess is absolutely not the same as 2600 on chess.com. Now, I would rather say this is equal endgame with a little advantage from white. So I hope Julian is thinking of winning here, but I have no idea how exactly. Well, that last move is interesting. It's giving us hint that if this pawn goes to a5 and further to a6, we can catch it with interesting way. I like an idea of rook d4 now. Oh, king c7. Logical indeed. It's much easier to play with white. White just should push pawns forward to the king, try to open it, and bishop on g2 is looking in a very right direction. That's why I never like Caro-Kann for black. Alright, let me look at other games just one by one and tell you is there something seriously interesting happening. We have no opening disasters. Everybody just developed all their pieces and everything looks fine. And now, if you'll take a look at the Isaiah's game, right now there was a very important move from black. Our Thunder 04 has only less than 3 minutes now. When we're playing moves like c4, it is a very challenging move to yourself, because right now your pawn on d5 is getting weak forever. And I don't know how exactly... What was the reason to play c4? Was there any reason to play c4? So now it's quite easy to play with white. Just play rook d1 and bring them all to the pawn. Wait, why do they play blitz? Wait, Isaiah is playing 5+2. That's something very strange. It's not 15+2, it's 5+2 on his clock. But he has 12 minutes. That's something...
Oh, I see that, yeah. I don't know.
Something that I cannot explain. How is it possible that he has 5+2 and it is casual? No, that's a logical move. He's trying to occupy d3 square. But what you can do against it, you can exchange maybe 1-2 pieces. Yeah, that's very right decision. And now rook comes to d4, second rook comes to d1, and we are just bringing everybody there. Just all you have, bring on d4. It's even better than to play versus isolated pawn. Because right now, there's only one bishop. And maybe black is playing for queen g5. That will be interesting. Queen g5 is meeting f4. You're just losing immediately. No, sorry. Not so fast. Let's stay with this game. I have a feeling that it's going to finish soon. So rook d2 maybe. Second rook. Bishop on f3 and everybody's there. Something. Right. Meanwhile, we have endgame for Ken Wales, and he has got very unusual number of pieces. He got rook, bishop, and knight for queen. For queen and 3 pawns. So there is a little material advantage on white side. But Daniel Shubin has only 4 minutes on clock, less than 4 minutes, in very strange position. This is something what you would really like to study alone after the game, because right now you can play in any different way. 2 bishops, knight, 2 rooks, all the way to play it. What's an interesting... The most important decision in this game for Ken versus Danny Shubin is what to leave on the board and what to exchange. Danny Shubin decided that one pair of rook should be gone. And I'm not sure that he is right. I would rather choose to play it with everything you have. On another side, it may be helping. Yeah, and something like bishop e6 now. That will be nice. Yes, very nice. Now rook is coming to d8 and just totally occupying the only one open file. So there's a big question to me. What was that all about? And the biggest question also what to do with the knight. By the way, he's giving up pawn. But for a reason. Because like if we play b takes a4, queen takes a4, rook takes b2, we're losing game almost immediately, because queen a8 check, bishop f8, bishop c5, game is over. So needs to be careful. Needs to be careful as much as you can. Alright, returning to Isaiah. Okay. Isaiah has time to think. Julian got rook endgame. And rook endgame, not only simple rook endgame, somehow it happened that he got very good center. All these exchanges were in his favor. Now we have rook endgame, where the only thing he needs to do is just to put his pawn on f5, march with king to g6, release second rook, and then yeah, very, very, very logical. The only one thing you need to be careful about g4, as it looks like a move to me. Ken made a very right choice from my perspective. b4, so trying to stop those pawns as fast as you can and make pawn on b2 very weak. Knight is controlling d8 square, so queen cannot enter 8th file immediately. And now there's a big question what to do, because to try to go forward with a5, a6 and so on, you're losing pawn there. And maybe this is an option. Like let's say a5, b takes c3, a6 is a bad idea. So b takes c3, and at this moment you cannot take with the bishop because pawn will be already on a7, so you need to play rook a8 in this moment, not letting it to go to a6, and pawn on c3 is staying weak, and everything is staying weak. And I like Ken's position, that's great. It will be very hard to win no matter what, because even if you will imagine that black is going to win all pawns of queen side, even then, there's a big question, how do you want to crash through all of this? Even 3 pieces versus queen is not very simple task. Games are going to the end. Oh, yo. And here I dislike what Julian did. Julian decided to make an exchange, and now he has 3 weak pawns. If you have watched World Cup right now, there was a game, I think Jumabayev-Shankland, where Rinat Jumabayev from Kazakhstan also has got 3 separated pawns. It was not a rook endgame, but pawns were very similar to these 3. And till the end of the game he was trying to protect them, and still it still didn't happen. So you'll have to keep them all. What to do now? Back to e5. King f3 probably. Yeah. Julian has a very long endgame to play. Let's take a look at others. Oh, Isaiah made many moves. There are no more weak pawns on the board. His opponent has only 45 seconds, but position is... Oh, wait, he has lost the bishop. So Isaiah is totally losing. How did it happen? If you will... Adam, if you can show game of Isaiah somewhere in the move number 20. Yeah, after b5, a4, was it g4, bishop e6, and he played rook c1. He's going to lose one of the pawns. And he... Oh... Yeah. d4 and then d3. And looks like this game we cannot save anymore. Even with 40 seconds, this game is unbearable. Yeah, so Isaiah has lost. Let's look at something more positive. And I'm not sure that Julian's position is more positive, because 3 separated pawns are 3 separated pawns. You have to keep them alive somehow. And it is very hard to lose with white here. Alright, the biggest wish here is Ken Jones. Let's look at this. 5 minutes versus 1. And now question about this pawn. That's what I meant before. You should not let this pawn go to a6. No matter how. This pawn should not be there. Otherwise you'll be in a serious trouble. So I think that if nothing... I just said that bishop c4 is a must move. And she just didn't make it. Now it will be much worse. Way much worse. I would say even that move rook b8 is absolutely necessary now. Oh, Yeah, the idea was to hold point a8 pawn. What, bishop e4 now maybe? Yes, that's better. That's better. The only one problem, there's a queen d7 right now. And after queen d7 it is... Oh, wait a second. No, there's no checkmate, so sad. And yeah, this is approximately equal to queen d7. Rook a2, check, and then bishop c5, and that's it. From nowhere, got tons of troubles. Yeah, you see, this is a trouble which I wanted to avoid by putting rook on d8 as early as it's possible. Is there any way to save this game now? Like 2 moves ago, I would say that Ken is winning, or at least, and the pawn was too dangerous. It's 4 minutes, I don't know what he's going to do. But Julian, look at this rook. This is just bravo. I have no idea how this rook came from h8 so far. Let me take a look. Oh, beautiful. h5. What? Who could say that a6 was such a big mistake? Move number 38 in Julian's game. a6. And this pawn just came to its just death point immediately. b5, h6, h5, sorry, rook h6, and take this pawn. Now it's totally different story. That's really nice, because if king goes to f3, or king doesn't go to f3. And now rook control in second rank. This is totally different story. Ken is thinking, and he cannot find anything to save him. And I also don't know what to suggest here. Rook b5. No, this is not a good move at all. Yes, this is the way just to lose immediately, because queen c8 and bishop c5, and you cannot do anything against it. Nah, Ken had to try rook b5 and just give it up. Another exchange, and this one is over. It's totally over. With 40 seconds on the clock for his opponent only.
Well, it looks like Nathaniel lost on board 4.
We are going to lose right now on board 2 as well. And on board 4, oh yes. That looks like a big checkmate. And very early. Let's look at this right after it will be finished in our recent game. Yeah. Ken just cannot keep all his pieces. Yeah, he resigned right now. It's 3-0. Alright, let's believe in Julian. And still I have no idea how he's going to win it. And this is draw. So in the first round, Team Missouri got half a point, and we had much more. According to our positions, I don't know what has happened exactly. Let's look at other games. Let's look at the game of Nathaniel. Let me check from beginning if you are going to show it to everybody. So e3.
Nathaniel fast game?
Yeah, I'm Nathaniel fast game, and I'm on move 11 and starting from here. So this black castle, and then e4. Oy, oy, oy. e4 is a very, very interesting. After e4, black decided to play bishop e6. It's very hard to imagine. So everything was fine. Knight takes e6 is fine. Bishop c4 is also fine. I have no idea what is a3 about. Probably he wanted to play b4 somewhere, or something like that. Bishop f1 after it, right? Yeah, and then happened something, and then happened something scary. Yeah, so you need to be careful. Probably bishop e2, just to prevent this stuff. Was a very important move, because after knight g4, troubles on f2 were very big. There was nothing better than rook e2, then queen h4 comes, and then we're losing one pawn, and it's just checkmate. Wow. Yeah, that was like a total blunder, but very hard to say. So move number 17, a3, was, let's say, a slow move. And after knight e5, with a wish to go to g4, bishop f1 was totally out of range. Sad, because position after move 16, I would say white has very comfortable position. Very comfortable. With many different opportunities you can develop, and your bishops are, you have two bishops, both bishops are looking at opponent's king. But this is chess. That's how it happens. For example, like in a move 17, there is a possibility even to play e5, and then knight e5, something like knight a4, attacking everything, just fighting for initiative. Isaiah lost just a piece, and let me return also to Ken Jones' game. Somewhere in the move 23, c takes b4, rook takes b4, a5. That was the most important moment, where you cannot be greedy. Just cannot be greedy. There was a moment where I was thinking bishop c4 is absolutely necessary, just cannot avoid it. Let me turn on. Am I right or not? So rook takes b4, and here white has serious advantage even. And after a5, yeah. That's the thing. All this endgame without queen was still much easier to play for white. Just push pawns forward and don't think about anything. This would be way much easier to play. And Isaiah is playing with their number 1. The FIDE master.
That's Ryan Porter, 2308.
Yeah, pretty high rating. Ryan Porter. All right. Yeah, there's one more game, just not yet started. We have a French in Nathaniel Fast game. French with knight d2. He's playing with their number 2. And he's playing exactly how I play against knight d2. And I spent many nights crying here. Many games. I had a very nice game last time versus my teammate Tom Polgar Schutzman. But this is not the best way. I need to say that Nathaniel is already playing better. I'm very much oriented in playing f6 or f5 in this line. But here Nathaniel is coming for bishop exchange. Let's take a look. How's it going? While in a game of Isaiah's game, we have already something similar. If we'll consider this to be in a Catalan, I say this is not a very good Catalan at all for black. Bishop g5 is a very powerful weapon here. So powerful that I would say that probably the only one move you have is rook e8. By the way, rook d4 looks interesting. See, Isaiah plays rook e8 immediately, as I said, but I really like rook d4. It is so unusual, but maybe it was holding all the problems in dynamics.
I think every game except Ken's has started so far. So.
I don't see Julian's games yet. Yeah, I do see. So he's playing with Daniel Shubin, and we also have French here. Oh, sorry, it's Caracan. No, it's French. I'm receiving something similar from Caracan. Ah, no, yeah, so it's French with e5. Also very interesting to me. I'm playing this line for both colors, for white and black, in Julian game. I'm trying to avoid playing queen b6 for some reasons. This will be interesting as well. What kind of development is considered here to be the best? Because when you're playing this in Caracan, you usually have time for bishop e3, and here you don't. Castle and b4, yeah. It's a very classical line for white. Quite interesting. Time to castle. I'm not sure that queen e2 is an option. Actually, maybe there is, because if you castle, there's knight g4 looks very, very uncomfortable. Oh, sacrifice. That's quite a sacrifice, I need to say. Aiming to catch this bishop afterwards. Aiming that for the fact that this bishop is not going to return, but then you are forced to play king e2 after check. So bishop takes f2 check, king e2, and then you're aiming to catch this bishop on the way back. That's sharp. And this is probably a very, very big time to think for Daniel Shubin, because that's a decision you can regret. Like, if you're not in a mood, I would play bishop e7 like in 5 seconds and not thinking about this. Yeah. There it is. King e2. And now we have question. Very, very interesting question. What are you going to do to avoid rook f1? I say that knight g4, knight e3 is a big threat. I say that this is a very big threat. And now there's a big trouble. Again, what are you going to do with all of this? Like on rook f1, knight e3 is a fork. And it's like, what has when you have forgotten to take on h6. That was, by the way, an opportunity, and very interesting one. Maybe if you wanted to catch it, but you didn't have time. You didn't really have time for this. Nah. That's a nice one. And queen will go to b3, I suppose. But this is opening also for bishop escape square on g3, so you are not aiming to catch this bishop anymore. Oh, I even didn't see this. 2 pawns and bishop returns back. Now rook f1, bishop g3. Or even knight takes d3 and then bishop g3. Does Julian have any real opportunity to begin his attack for these 2 pawns? Looks a little desperate to me. Alright, let's leave him here and let's look at other positions. Nathaniel's strategy came to nowhere, I would say, because current position looks very, very uncomfortable, and when you're playing rook g8 to protect pawn on g6, that means something was not good on the way. Plus knight on e5 is just it's a beast. It's not a simple knight, it's a beast. Can he still castle? That's a big question to me. I think so. Oh, he played very early f5. Very early f5. Yeah, as a person who is playing these lines all the time, I need to say I would be preparing f5 for a very long time. I would castle, put my king somewhere deep, deep, deep to the a7, and only after this I would play f5. Never play any earlier than that. And queen on a6 is not doing much. I say Nathaniel has quite a complicated position. Alright, we need to have some good position somewhere. Or something better. I'm moving to Isaiah, and it looks better than I was expecting. That's lucky. I would say that was lucky a little bit, because knight b5 from white is somewhere like in the wrong direction. You have such a big opening advantage, and you are playing knight b5 just to attack this pawn one time? No way. Rook e7, bishop e6, and now everything is protected. Even it still looks not very comfortable. Knight is very strong on d6. And now there's opportunity to play something like knight e8 and ask this knight a very big question. Is he as powerful as we think of it? And the funniest thing, that let's say we're playing knight e8, white is playing c5, and then our knight returns back to d5. I say, no more. We're not thinking of this anymore. We're just returning, trying to have our own strong knight in the center. And don't mind about other troubles. I have some hopes in Isaiah's position now. Oh, the only one thing which I have missed, bishop e3 is with the idea to play bishop c5. On the other side, it's not a big deal, because rook can be on c7. Yeah. It's not equal yet. At least it is going to the equality. Well, this is also an opportunity, very nice, to fight for this d file right now, from beginning, when white is not ready. Knight has no good jumps away. The only one... Yeah, that's it. Very, very nice plan. So right now, maybe white will be forced to play c5 somewhere, and everything will be fixed by this. And then we still have knight e8. Oh, that's a good one. Second rook on d8, knight on e8. And surprisingly, nothing really good happens to white in this. Even maybe if I play white, I would say no more, and just play knight e4 and forget about this. And play this line as it is totally equal. Let's say knight e4, knight takes e4, rook takes d7, bishop takes d7, bishop takes e4. That looks like it. Right, Isaiah's position looks better than it was before. Let me see Nathaniel's fast position, and it is more and more doubtful. The only one good thing in this position, that white's king is also not the best king in the world. Surely you have to take this pawn, and then after rook c6, probably, and queen b7, there will be 2-3 lines for a good counter-attack, by the way. It's not so bad. Yeah, rook c6 now. Just keep this rook. Maybe rook c6 will be like with bishop d4. Rook d7 is a little bit too passive from my perspective. Needs to calculate. It's hard to choose right now. But queen b7 looks very nice after it. The only one trouble, I bet bishop will go on d4 and try to stop all of this. It is hard. Minus pawn, open quick king, and some initiative on white side. All right.
And Ken's game started also.
Ken. All right, Ken's game started also. And here we also see a very strong knight, right in the middle of the board. Black brought another beast whom you really don't want to touch. Oy. Another complicated position for us. Last move was bishop f4, trying to exchange some pieces to have more space. After bishop takes f4, probably takes with rook, which means our knight is staying on h3, no? Oy. What could be a good plan for us here? Our good plan is to ignore the knight. In a chess, everybody knows about, what is that, Tarrasch knight. So the knight in the center, well protected, cannot be exchanged, and other things. But there also was a game, I think that was game Larsen-Donner, Jan Donner, and Donner in that game got also knight right in the middle, somewhere like on e4. I think it was also on e4. And it was very well protected, and Larsen for the rest of the game was playing around this knight, and knight did nothing absolutely at all till the end of the game. It was just a beautiful knight in the middle of the board, doing zero activities till the end of the game. Larsen won, and this was a time when they even called it like a Donner's knight, like super beautiful knight which does nothing. So this is our chance here that Ken will start to play around this knight. For example, after bishop f4, rook f4, and we are playing something like g4, g5, second rook on g1, and just, you have a beautiful knight, just keep it there, we don't care. Never take it, of course, never just make any reaction on this knight. Oh! Ooh. Aha, knight takes g3 is coming. But this is a serious mistake. No, it's not. Bishop takes f3 is also dangerous. I'm sorry, bishop takes e4. Bishop takes e4, and then, yeah, you can lose here. Looks like Saber Clay was thinking that's a very critical moment. So we have two opportunities. One to take on e6, on d6, sorry, bishop takes d6, and we're losing queen there because of knight takes g3 for 2 pieces. Second opportunity is to take on e4, then pawn takes, we take on d6, and then e3 check. e3 check, and here we can kind of play king g1. Oh, wait a second, and we're losing queen again. No way. So we don't have those two opportunities. Oy. Looks like that was the right idea. Ken has something to think about. Ken seriously has something to think about. Speaking of which, I would not be very much unhappy to sacrifice this pawn on f5. Not a big deal. Just lost a pawn, not a big deal. The question is what kind of move we need to make right now, like queen a4, rook c1, something just to keep queen protected. Because queen doesn't have any other really nice opportunities to go to. Like rook ac1 is a very straightforward and very like stupid move, but you don't want to lose immediately. Queen takes f5. What a lovely move. And I still have feeling there could be some mistake from black. Oh, queen c1. I was thinking of all squares for queen, but this one. Let's take a look. Maybe this one is simply the best out of all. Yeah, and then queen just returns back. That's fine. Lost a pawn, but nothing more than that. And probably knight to f4, right? The question is what is next? Hard to make a nice plan when you don't have a pawn and knight is on e4 untouchable. Looks like Ken has also quite complicated position. Let's return to something better. Oh, something better is Isaiah. Isaiah has 2 bishops versus rook and a whole queen side of pawns. 3 pawns there. 3 pawns well blocked by 1 bishop, or not very well blocked, because at least c5 can move forward. Oh, yo, yo. 3 pawns again. 3 pawns and more. 3 pawns and more. At least they can be blocked very well. Something like rook a2, a4, rook b8, rook b1, bishop b4. And everything is blocked. And looks like Isaiah is going to do this. But if a4 now, well, the only thing I have feeling that white is going to play something like rook d2, rook c2. Ah, rook c2 is not available right now. That's good. That's better. That's way much better. It's definitely in white's favor. Not only because we have so many extra pawns, but even if let's say that white decide to panic and just take bishop on e6, even then white will be fine. And now they don't need to do this. What is good? Must be something good somewhere. Maybe Julian is good. Let me see. Oh no. Ah, Julian just lost in 15 moves. Knight takes b4. It's a final coup de grace. Bishop b4 is coming. No? What can we do? It was a risky opening. Very risky. Isaiah is doing exactly what I said. Rook a8, a4, rook b8, and now if rook b1, probably bishop b4 to block them completely, all 3. With a little problem that white has opportunity to play rook e5, rook b5 and break through this blockade. Oh, there's no blockade. It is very similar to Ken's game where he let this pawn to run away, and now something similar is going to happen. You can take on b3, but then you will catch this pawn only on a7. Rook takes b3, a5, rook back, a6, rook a8, a7. And I'm not sure that our FIDE master is right with what he's doing. Here we're without queens and bishops are able to catch it. There was a key pawn. Just rook b8, please, Isaiah. Just rook b8 without any special imagination. There's nothing to keep. What a hard position, huh? Now, Ken gave up his bishop. Now he's not only without pawn, but also under serious attack in all places. Okay, what about Saf Sebastian? Nathaniel Fast. He's aiming for some counterattack. I cannot say that this is counterattack for real, but without 2 pawns, he's aiming for it. Aiming for this weak king. A little bit opened. 2 games where we have some chances. Oh, interesting. Rook b7. It's even better than I was thinking. For Isaiah. I was thinking that rook b8 is a must, but yeah, rook b7 stops it earlier. 1 square earlier, it's quite very important. Oh, all right, again, I'm looking back into Isaiah's game. It's very interesting. We have a chance here in this game. A little trick trying to invite us to take on c4, which is obviously will not be happening. Maybe bishop a7 or king a7 is good. But I would rather... No. Yeah. So now we're coming to the end game. Yep. Bishop c8, of course. Bishop c8 and then rook b5 and then king d6. Well, fine. Not so bad. So let's find a best scenario in this game. We are winning pawn on a6, we're winning pawn on c4, and we're just playing endgame 2 bishops versus rook with 1 extra pawn for white, which is dead draw. We still cannot win it. Even if we win everything 1 by 1, the biggest hope for us is time. Ken Jones is trying to save. Somehow pawn on b2 survived. I don't know how did it happen. But I'm not sure that he's super happy about it. Minus 2 pawns and still under attack. Nathaniel is still trying queen c5 with aiming to moves like knight e3 check. Didn't happen, of course. Yeah, it's very hard to do something here again. When you have lost already so many pawns and you can lose more. Now 3 minutes left, and how did it happen that he didn't play bishop c8 before? I don't know. Just cannot find explanation to what is going on here. Yeah, anyway, Isaiah's game is going where I was predicting. So he's going to win all the pawns on queen side. There'll be no more trouble to lose. Oh, there is a trouble. Please, bishop c8, just carefully. Don't let this happen. Then you cannot lose at least. Don't take on c4. And then I see just immediate draw for white. If white... Oh no! Yo! Bishop takes c4. That's... maybe it's not so bad. I mean, like rook b7. Wait a second. I'm just wrong. Rook b7, bishop c5. And you don't have a7. That's good. So you're winning this important pawn immediately. There's one little problem. You cannot take it immediately. I mean, you cannot take bishop a6 because you lose on f7. Yes. Carefully, one by one. h5. Start with h5 and then f5. f5 is not a good move. Oh, how to get to this? So he cannot even get 3 versus 4 with 2 bishops and rook. Oh. So it's still black who is fighting for draw, not white. There must be something positive in this line. Something positive should be here. But still, h5 is a must. Maybe there will be some Zugzwang. That will be nice, because king does not have moves. Ay. I'm not sure that bishop d6 is doing something good. just inviting white to play g4, which should not be happening at all. Yeah, we have very... Oh, that's very nice. That's a very beautiful decision. There's just bravo, Isaiah. I haven't seen this. Bishop on c7 is blocking it. And now there is a possibility to win everything carefully. Except pawn on h6 will be lost. That's what I was mentioning, that you should play h5 and keep it there. I've had enough time. Or there is an opportunity right now to catch this rook completely, if it's possible, which I seriously doubt. Yeah, he's decided to play safe. And to play safe here means that he will fight for draw again. Just need to play a little bit faster. What is this? And now rook f8. Or at least this. Oi, 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 oi. Bishop e6, maybe, at least something. Yeah, bishop e6. Yes, well, great, 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 great. So at least nothing happens. He's taking this pawn for free. Great. King b7. Take it. That's, by the way, this is a chance. After this exchange from white, we have a chance because you can win pawn on h5 now, later, way much later, and have a real chance to win this game, because without those pawns it was absolutely impossible even to think about victory. Now there is a real chance. Just need to carefully bring our king under bishop protection. Okay, 15 seconds. That's a thriller. Very nice decision from black. Very nice. King is coming closer to the pawn. Now there is a real chance to win a game. No, not here, not here. Wait. Ah, he's trying to come from behind. From behind didn't work. 13 seconds is good. Didn't work from behind. I say the key for this position is to bring your king on g5 somehow. Or at least on e5 and try to win this pawn. No, this way. No, this way as well. Alright. We're coming to draw. Yes. It's very, very hard to win. There's almost nothing. No real perspective. We're just waiting for a mistake to happen from white side. No. And white rook can just simply chase this bishop as long as it wants. This bishop should be on e6. Bring it on e6. Take away your bishop, second bishop away. No, not on e8. Bring it to e6. It's absolutely perfect square for it. Aha. New approach, f6. Interesting. And here it is. There's a mistake. That's what we wanted. Bishop takes h5 and we win. Bishop takes h5! Oh my god. To see blitz of this kind is very hard. It is really very hard to watch. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh! This is the way to win the game. Isaiah, bravo.
All right, so we've got our first win.
Yep. So we have lost 3 games and won 1, so altogether it's 1.5 to 4.5.
And Julian's up a pawn.
Up a pawn is good. We've never been up a pawn today yet.
Yeah. It's been a long night, kind of, hasn't it?
Usually we are down something. Right. Are we on air? All right. Beautiful. So for those who haven't seen our first half, need to say that in the very last game, we've got a hope. Isaiah finally won after his opponent blundering a rook in probably dead-end drawish endgame, and now we have a chance to strike back, but need to do it now. We cannot wait for the last round because the difference is quite big. Looking at all games one by one, and last game here. So this is a time when we are starting to look. Julian here, everybody's here. Alright, which position looks most interesting? Which position looks most interesting? I would say Julian is not up a pawn. He is going to be down something. And the question, down what? Because yeah, right now if queen takes e5, looking at Julian's game, if queen takes e5, bishop d6, we are winning back on g3, then it looks great. But what if white will take on e6 first? Then it will not work, because if we take back on e6, queen takes bishop d6 and queen takes e6 check, and game is over. We lost a piece and game is over. It's totally not what we're looking for. So, huge question again. What are you going to do after fe? F takes e6. Bishop takes h4 maybe. Then bishop f4. This is just absolutely horrible. So in the end, okay, it's not absolutely horrible. So let's say knight goes somewhere. Oh, the only one problem where? On f6 maybe. So say f takes e6, knight g6, ef check, rook takes f7, everything is protected. So. And there's another opportunity. What are you going to do if bishop f4 now? That's it. White is playing bishop f4. And what is next? f6, losing 2 pawns. Yeah, next move is extremely important in this game, because white is probably choosing between a few very good opportunities. Maybe there's even bishop c3 as an opportunity. Wait, bishop f4, knight d3 check. So this is not a problem. This is not a problem at all. That's nice. So first good thing, bishop f4 doesn't work. Now a new question. If bishop c3, our knight does not have any useful way to go out. Because like knight d7, this is way to lose the game almost immediately. given that knight on g3 is under attack, but still unpleasant. I'm most scared of bishop c3 now. Even more scared than of e takes f6. Oh, f takes e6, sorry. Oh, let's wait till one more move from white, but who knows? He has 8 minutes. He may spend now 5 of them to make sure that he's making the right choice. I'll be looking at this. We can return there. Let's look at something else. What do we have here? So one by one, looking at Ken Jones, sorry. Jonesy Wales, Ken Jones. He's trying to do what I've been trying to do all my life, to play bishop h3 to exchange a bishop. Oh, there was a move. Give me a second. No, it was not. No, not yet. So, bishop will be exchanged. They will be exchanged no matter what. Probably after queen e6. Black will do everything what they wanted to do. Get rid of this bishop. But the only good thing about this is that we are hardly equalizing after it. Another game is game of Isaiah Gadson versus Saber Clay. Here we have 2 bishops. We're going to lose a pawn. That probably is sacrifice of some kind. Actually, no, 7 and 7, so it's equal. Equal. And complicated. The Thunder 04 is still thinking. That's beautiful. It's really a moment of truth. Because if right now he's not making a right decision, yeah, bishop c3, as I said. Bishop c3 is the most uncomfortable, maybe, decision here, because Black's knight just doesn't have any opportunity to go away. Like, even a move like knight c4, aiming to exchange things, it's not only losing one pawn, it's losing more than that. Oh, yeah. Is there anything better? Or something like knight g6. Maybe this is an opportunity. Maybe that's enough. Then queen g4. Queen g4 we can take. Oh no, we cannot take. It's checkmate. Oi, oi. Checkmate in 1. That's very hard to ignore. What is always hard to ignore is checkmate in 1. Knight d7 is not an option. It's a suicidal option. Totally suicidal. So maybe knight c4 is the only one. It looks so ugly. No, knight c4 is queen g4. That's it. You cannot do this. Ooh. You know, I don't have anything better than f6 to suggest. All other opportunities are just losing immediately. f6 is seriously bad, but all the rest is way much worse. All right, let's return to this. I have a feeling Julian has another 5 minutes to think here. Oh, something good. Something good is Nathaniel Fast. That looks nice. When I see somebody playing queen g3 and aiming on h7, that looks like a plan to me. Oh, wait a second. So it is even possible to do this. Not exactly. So we cannot take. Clear plan. We've got a clear plan. from Nathaniel Fast here. He has 7 minutes extra, and this looks promising. Plan is simple. Take, check on h7. It's not winning a game, just scary.
Does he also get the G pawn? Or after the king?
No, there's no checkmate at all, because even after all of this, king can just escape on e7. And you cannot take even on g7, so probably you don't need to give checks on h8. I don't know, right now it looks like black has tons of opportunity, even like knight f4, so then all our main plan is not working anymore at all. Because knight f4 is, and we need to do something with the queen. It's absolutely not clear what exactly we're going to do with the queen. What you see, Danish Rubin is panicking. This is a move of the panic, because knight takes g6 is coming without thinking. There's no thinking, just take there. Take on g6, don't think. Bravo, bravo, Nathaniel. That's a brave heart. There's nothing to calculate. Let him to calculate with his 1 minute and a half. That looks like a victory. What? Knight f4. I would play knight f4. But even then it looks very ugly. Looks extremely ugly. Oh, knight f4 is really ugly. Knight takes e7 check. Yes, knight takes e7 check, queen g3 check. And then something happens. You will find something better after that. Oh, yeah. It's just winning. It's totally winning. Knight takes e7 check. Just don't take this knight on f4. You don't need it. Don't try to come for checkmate immediately. Knight takes e7 check, queen g3 check, bishop takes f6, and you're finishing it. So this is our first. Yes, bravo, bravo. Nathaniel just did everything perfectly. And now just check on g3. Clearly, just check on that's nice. That's beautiful. Knight g6, losing second pawns, losing knight. Yes, bishop takes g6, and that's it. It's totally demolished. It's just destroyed from beginning to the end. 1-0. Bravo.
All right.
Nathaniel made it. All right. Ken Jones has very long game. That's supposed to be equal now. Isaiah has something very interesting, but I'm much more worried for Julian. Yeah, he played f6, as I said. That was probably the only one solution. f6, f takes e6, rook a d8. So he's trying just to play as nothing has happened, but something really has happened. You cannot say that nothing has happened and you've just lost pawn back. This is a super strong pawn. That's one problem. A second problem that you have many more problems beside this. This is not the only one. Not at all. You'll be happy to lose only one pawn after everything. So he is trying at least to exchange as much as possible because he doesn't have any space. And the smaller number of pieces around behind the opponents, the easier it is to play. And the only one good thing in this is that Thunder 04 has only 4 minutes. Okay, 4.5. Can he find something decisive right now? If not, then it's still very hard. For example, if rook takes d8, bishop takes d8, right? And then bishop takes e5, and you are not able to play queen takes e5, because queen takes e5 and e7, and game is over. So you will have to take with a pawn, and then you'll have to place your, and then queen g4 comes. Queen g4 comes, and then e7 comes. Oi, this is really bad. So bishop takes, pawn takes, queen g4. and you have to play something like king f8 because everything else is losing immediately again. Like you're trying to find something which is not losing immediately, and almost everything is losing. Maybe he will not even play immediately bishop takes e5. He has some better opportunities. I don't know which other. This like straightforward line which you have to calculate. You have to think of. So bishop, if you can show everybody, after bishop takes e5, you cannot take with queen. Because queen takes e5, fe, and e7, and you're losing piece on this. You're losing your last bishop. So if bishop takes e5, fe, and queen g4, aiming for knight takes h6, and if you play something like king h7, then e7 and game is over. Because this is... Yeah, that's what he's aiming for. That's what he's aiming for. You have to take with a pawn. Julian has to take with a pawn. And after queen takes queen g4, I have no idea what he's going to do. Because bishop f6 is just losing pawn on h6. It's even... I don't know. See, he played queen h5. Maybe it's even better. Aiming for e8. I don't know what to say. It looks very ugly. King f8 is the only one. Yeah. Here he had no choice. Alright, now what? Bishop f6, and we can somehow save it if we can. And the scariest thing is g4, g5. This is really scary. Oh, wait. On g4 we have a super chance. g4, e4. e4 and aiming for immediate. Now it's e7 is coming. e7 is coming heavily. Oh, e7 is coming heavily. Queen e5. Wait a second, it's not so bad anymore. Ah, queen e5, queen f7, checkmate. You cannot do this at all. So bishop f6 maybe. There's only one. No. It's a feeling when almost every move can be lost. Queen cannot move. Bishop cannot move. Pawns, nobody knows what they're doing. It was a very important move from white, I mean g3. It prevented queen f4 check and all counterattacks and possibilities for... The only one really good chance here is our time. Because 2 minutes for such a complicated position, he can miss something. He can play something stupid like g4 and everything will be turning around. This is really strong. This is like seriously strong. What's queen h7 and it looks like you cannot avoid checkmate. And I had similar very bad day versus Minnesota. Looks like today is not Julian's day at all. Because this was a very powerful play from Thunder. It really looks like a Thunder. Queen h7 is painful. Okay, I don't see any way to save this game even in 1-2 moves. Just... Oh, by the way, I said that I don't see anything, and there it is. No, this didn't help because this is just checkmate. Okay, 1-1 in this round. How is Isaiah doing? Isaiah has extra pawn. That's something good. I would say this position is technical. It's technical. It will not be easy, but Isaiah needs to win here. In the last game we have isolated pawn again from Ken Jones. At least number of pawns is equal. So Isaiah is going to win it sooner or later. Even 4 versus 3 doesn't look ugly here. If somehow they will exchange everything what they can and White is not going to get any advantage in this, even then it's fine. Because this pawn is already on g5 and it gives serious chance to win this endgame. The only thing which you really need to be careful about is your 7th rank, second rank. This is good because bishop d5 now. Bishop d5, and you probably is forcing, and bishop is moving on b3, where it will be perfectly attached to the weakest f7 pawn. Now bishop b3 to keep on c2, yes. And still need to be very careful not to let rook to come on c1 and to do anything like confusing. It needs to have some preparation, not too much. Something like queen b7, g3, king g2, and then rook can go to d7 where it belongs to. And then black rook will be on f8, and then game will be over. It will be one way. Then black will be totally passive and will be nothing happening. Just need to have a little patience. Not to let all this happen immediately. But queen b7 now. Like, start with this move. Carefully ask rook what does it think about this world. Queen b7, g3, second rook on d7, and that will be over very soon. 5 minutes. I believe in Isaiah's position here, so let's look at the most unclear game in this round. Ken is playing with their FIDE master, and once again Ken has isolated pawn, and which is not clear. Is it weakness or a strong pawn? It is always easier to play against it. Always easier. This is an invitation to play bishop c3, and I don't like this invitation. Bishop c3 and then rook knight e4. We need to do something with our bishop. White also has a serious weakness on the 3. So sometimes knight g4 can help. It's fine. It's fine. I don't say that we have something more than equality, but who knows? Ken has only 2 minutes and 18 seconds. It's not enough. Absolutely, bravo. Isaiah did everything I said. He played except for one move. He didn't play queen b7. All the rest. Oh, now queen b7. I would do absolutely the same set of moves, just in different order. Now everything is prepared. Just need to find the way to come on g5. This another weakness from nowhere. Pawn on g5. Maybe something like queen e4, and then some preparation. Beautiful. And then rook g5, rook f5, and here we are. Yeah, rook is better even not on d7. Rook is better on f5. That will be absolutely marvelous place. So, okay, Isaiah will do this. No doubts. Let's return here. So knight played on e4, knight played on d4. One pair of rooks is gone. Queen is going back. So weakness versus weakness. Again. And now there's a time to come with bishop on g7. By the way, bishop on c3 is kind of in doubtful position, so needs to do something with this if you don't want to lose pawn there as well. You know, I like Ken's position more and more, except for his lack of time. He spent only like 15 seconds for the last few moves. That's nice. Yeah, and now bishop g7. Even more, knight c5 right now. You can win a very important pawn for no absolutely no disadvantage. Yes, knight c5 now. Queen takes e3. That's good. That's good. It's always better to have isolated pawn when this pawn is extra pawn. So it looks like we're going to win this round 3-1. Queen e3 check, and we're going forward. Going back to Isaiah, and after some moves in g4 from black, we still have a question how to win. How to win winning position. That's the hardest thing. Like 15 years ago, I was extremely good in this. I was winning almost every game where I was getting advantage. And in the last few years, something has happened, and I had a few games, at least 4 or 5 games 2 years ago before COVID, where I had very big advantage, and I didn't find how to win it, and I came home, I looked with computer, and I was like, oh, this is the way. I understand now. And it was very, very, very painful to feel that just cannot do this anymore. I would say even Queen e4 is winning now for white. Queen e4 with queen exchanges. Because after this, you will come after g4 pawn, and it's impossible to survive without 2. Will Isaiah play Queen e4 or not? And while there, I can see that Ken is going to play rook d3 now and win knight and a game together with this knight. Knight d3, and this knight is absolutely lost. Dead lost. Yeah, rook g3 and just game is over. Didn't happen. And very sad that it didn't happen. That was an easy way to win. Now it's not so clear.
On which game?
On Ken's game. Ken just missed the opportunity to win a knight. If I'm not missing anything. And now this is way much more complicated. It's very nice to have extra pawn, but this is not a sort of pawn which is easy to play with. And now, oh, yo, and now knight g5 and knight e5. Oi, 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 oi. And tons of troubles are coming from nowhere. This is the way to lose instead of win. Oi, 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 oi. Queen b6 was winning 1 move ago. Then knight e5 will be queen e6 and just endgame is lost. And now it looks like it is lost for black. Oh, chess is a complicated game. Very nervous. Yeah, that's probably the only one that you can do in 20 seconds. Check. There's no more advantage. There's some hope for draw for black. Oh, what can we do? Did Isaiah win? Isaiah won. Great. Beautiful. Let's return back to our last game and see, can we do something or not? And Ken doesn't have time at all. Just no time whatsoever. I'll be happy with the draw now. Like 4 moves ago, I would say this is clearly one for black and not with the big troubles. And now I'll be super happy if there will be draw, and that's it. That's all I can say. Yep. And now even queen a6 is winning. How to come from position with extra pawn to position without a pawn. And you'll be happy if it's only 1 pawn. And you can, this is losing immediately. Because now queen e6 and you cannot take it. Because then you're coming to lost pawn endgame. He didn't have anything. He didn't have anything. Yeah, that's the only one probably. Oh, that's not bad. Thank you very much, FIDE Master. FIDE Master is bringing our position to something way much better than it could be. Because bishop can play for two different sides, for queen side and king side, and knight is not that fast. And this has given us serious opportunity. Check and king runs to a2. We can win. No, just check first, please. All right, 7 seconds. You cannot blame anybody for doing or not doing something. Oh, yeah. That pawn was so important to play h5. H5 check in between. Zwischenzug, what is called. Yep. b4. And then probably, I don't know what to do. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. No! Yeah, that's very painful. Looks like white is winning now. White is winning because bishop cannot hold 3 pawns. Bishop cannot hold 3 pawns alone. But there are drawish positions. The only one thing, king is on g6. It's just absolutely perfect place to be. And it's already there. It's already there. If king will be somewhere on f3, it will be possible for saving it. Possible to draw. This one is not. 2-2 in this round. And we have lost a match.
Yeah, so the score is 8.5 to 3.5.
Yeah, 8.5 is win of the match, so the only one thing we can do is just to improve score a little bit. We had 2 good games. I think Isaiah here won very nice game, and Nathaniel just smashed his opponent completely. So if we have 3-4 more rounds, we could seriously strike back. With a little trouble, we don't have those 3-4 rounds.
I only see Nathaniel's game.
All right, Nathaniel's game.
That's here's fine. Isaiah. He's back up.
All of them. Let's find out. Do we have? Yes, Nathaniel has started. And he already has played many moves. 14 moves in this game have been played, and that's a pawn sacrifice of some kind. Well, it's another moment. It's another moment of a very important. Yeah, and now bishop b5. Yeah, actually now bishop b5. Bishop b5, and if a3, then bishop d3. No castle for white. And that looks very nice for a pawn. That looks very nice for a pawn. So Nathaniel had a very nice opening. Isaiah is playing with Danny Shubin, and this is another Sicilian, another accelerated dragon, or whatever it is called. Cannot say anything here. It's not started yet. As always, question is where exactly white is going to castle, kingside or queenside. And without playing d6, e6, or a6, it can be still any possible configuration. Let's wait a little for it. Julian hasn't started yet.
I bet Ken is taking a break since that game went right to the end. So.
Okay, Ken is taking break. Julian is also not playing. We'll have 2 games to finish. Isaiah is thinking to castle or not to castle. That is the question. What kind of flaws are in the castle? But anyway, when I wanted to say something about flaws, he just castled. So now a question, are we placing d6, a6, b5, bishop, b7? Or we are placing d6 and bishop somewhere in opposite direction, somewhere in g4, but not in g4. Or we are going to play this, thinking of this line as Sveshnikov variation, playing with e5. I have no idea what to do. I'm sorry, absolutely not Sicilian specialist with black. Always played against it with white, but never could understand how to play this for black. Danny Shubin spent 1 second on 8 moves. Had nothing to think at all. Yeah, a6, so thinking more of neither configuration, and probably d6 and think. Yeah, what biggest decision for white was to make a kingside castle. Second opportunity was to play something like king d2, queenside castle, and then who is faster. And now white has standard opportunities with g4, f4, and everybody's forward. Or even h4, no, not right here, not right now, but yeah. Queen c7.
Well, Ohio and Michigan are both losing, so it looks like we'll hold our spot in the standings.
It's beautiful, and we have 1 more round, right? And we're playing with Oklahoma.
Right, yeah. Well, we have...
I think we're going to keep our second place. There are 2 games, two teams are coming to playoffs, right?
Right, yeah, so we have to play Oklahoma next week, which their team collapsed, so we'll get that. And then week 7 is another interleague game.
There'll be 1 more?
Yeah.
After Oklahoma, no? So then it's important that Ohio and Michigan are losing. I thought it's not important, but it looks like it is. It is important. Yeah, Michigan is totally collapsing. They collapsed versus us. I don't know what has happened to them there. Illinois has a little advantage versus Hawaii. So, not even a little. 2 points before the last round, which means that they're probably aiming for a win. Minnesota is going to win. Illinois is not in the business, right? I have forgotten. It's Minnesota in the business, and they also have +2, and they have 5 games to play total.
And we have good news for next year. We have Iris Zhou joining the team. So.
Yeah, Iris Zhou is a very, very good addition to our team. To have I don't know what is her current rating. I think that she's still going to play on board 4 in this format. And to have board 4 which is able to make 2 out of 4 or even more is like the way to win every match. It's like what Asish is bringing much more than me, for example, in my opinion, to this team.
Well, now that Over the Board's starting back up, his rating is climbing, so I don't know if he'll be able to play board 4 next year. So I'm glad.
Yep. Those young talents, what can you expect from them? They're just growing in their opportunities. When they're underrated, it's very useful.
Right, yeah.
It's very, very useful, and of course, when Asish is making 2.5 out of 4 on a board 4, that makes much easier the life for board 1.
Right.
Because when you're board 1 and you're thinking that 3 out of 4 is minimum, and you have to take more than 3 better to help your team for real. But then you look at the board 4 and you see that board 4 is making at least 2, and you're like, fine, it's fine. 3 out of 4 is totally fine, and I don't need to think about this. Here, no need to aim for 4 out of 4 or try very hard.
Everybody in the Springfield Club calls them our secret weapon.
Yeah. All right, Ken is in the game. Let's take a look. He has just started opening. This is also something very similar how I play versus Sicilian with white. I think, yeah, was it bishop b5 immediately? No. It's it's extremely similar to how I'm playing against it. Yeah, and after bishop e3, aiming for queen c1 and bishop a6. Once again, I need to say I had lots of tears in this structure. My favorite move out of all moves is a4. I'm playing this almost every time when I'm playing versus Sicilian. I'm playing a4, and almost always it is wrong. It's a very, very sad confession, but that's what it is. I had lots of tears because of a4 and aiming to bishop h6 and knight g5 and everybody there. What is really nice for white here, what I usually do not get, is knight on c2. That's a very nice knight. But knight on c2 is a very, very powerful guy. So I'd say that Ken is getting much better position than I usually get in these structures. And how is Julian doing? Is he playing?
I don't think he's back yet.
Maybe he's not back. All right, what else do we have? Well, I can say that Nathaniel has already almost won. This is just beautiful. This is like a positional domination. It's very hard to ask for anything more with black. This is just one-way game from now on. And I would even say this is like, I would need probably like 10 moves to finish it. Because I have no idea what black is going to do at all. Just what could be planned to escape from this. I don't know what is it in English exactly, you know, like in wrestling when someone's neck is already...
Oh, a headlock?
Yeah, like neck is already fixed. King is on e1 and it is not going away from there. Okay, something like knight e5 right now. Is it an opportunity to save it for white? Knight to e5. This is not the opportunity to save it. 100% it is not. So castle, and if knight e5, then bishop c2, and aim for something way much better than you have. Or even bishop takes e4. No reaction on this. Yeah, castle is safe. If bishop b2, then something like bishop c4. That's a nice game. Here Nathaniel has a serious advantage. While Isaiah, in this time, is trying to exchange a bishop with a standard operation of knight a5, which I, as white Sicilian player, also hate very much to see. But black made all their best moves. Queen c7, d6, knight a5. So white treated this as sort of Sozin attack. Usually people don't know who Sozin is. He was pretty much ordinary master, but somehow main weapon of Robert James Fisher in Sicilian was Sozin attack with bishop c4 in different lines. And Sozin never had even really big success in Soviet national championships. I'm not sure he ever was in top 10 even.
What years did he play?
Before the war.
Before
World War II. So it was like first 6, 7 championships, out of which he played, I think, 3 or 4 maximum.
That's like Botvinnik's generation, sort of, about that time.
Which time?
About Botvinnik's generation, maybe? The one before?
Yeah, but Botvinnik was
Albert?
very, very young at that time. It was, yeah, but the first Soviet championships were even, first championship was won by Alechin, and second and third were won by, second was won by Romanovsky, and third was won by Bogolyubov. So Alechin and Bogolyubov, before they emigrated, they even played a few times in Soviet championships. And then Botvinnik came in 1929 for the first time in my home city in Odessa, where he didn't come to finals, but he was very young. In 1929, he was still 18.
When I was talking to Lev Albert, he said that he wrote an article about it, but he thought that if Botvinnik could come here in a time machine in his prime and had time to prepare with the new lines and computers and everything, he thinks he would beat Carlsen.
Very hard to say. Botvinnik, of course, was a very, very well-organized person, and that was his probably biggest power and biggest advantage versus anybody, maybe except for Ave, who was also a super profi of that time in terms of preparation. But would he be so successful with working together with computer? It's a big question. It's a very big question. Yeah, of course, his opening advantage in his time period over everybody was enormous, absolutely enormous. I don't remember anybody who had serious. Only when Geller finally came to power and Botvinnik was already not in his prime, definitely, then I can say that like opening preparation of Geller was better. But but that was already when Botvinnik was not playing with people anymore. He was playing only World Cup matches and not playing anything else. He was quite busy playing with Smyslov and then Tal. First Bronstein, then Smyslov, then Tal and Petrosyan. It's like he was quite busy there. Plus he had PhD and he was doing serious science. Okay, some people say that it was not very serious science, but anyway, he had PhD in electric engineering, electrotechnical, and he was kind of working for real, not like many other chess players right now.
Right, yeah.
So we can say that he was actually a true amateur comparing to us, comparing to modern professionals, like real amateur, with another profession, another full-time job.
I wonder about Fischer. It was one of the players that Fischer played, and he won 6-0, but he was also a concert piano player. I always wonder how they can be so good at two things. But
You mean Taimanov?
Taimanov, yeah.
I had a big conversation somewhere in Facebook with my chess friends all over, and we were discussing which chess player, famous chess player, is most successful, at least of grandmaster level, is most successful out of chess. And I can tell you that Taimanov is definitely, from my perspective, is no doubts number one. For example, some people may say it's Ken Rogov, who is working in a very high level in United Nations now, and he's a serious scientist and everything is there, and he has many prizes in economics. But I'm sorry, Sony company, they had a series of discs, 100 best pianists of 20th century. Yeah, so this is series 100 discs. In this 100, out of this 100 discs, there are only 3 piano duos. So for those who are playing two people playing on pianos together. But out of these 3 duos, one is Taimanov and his wife Brooke. So Taimanov-Brooke is top 3 piano duos in 20th century. That kind of sounds like a very serious level.
Yeah, that's amazing, because I've seen documentaries about how much work they have to do to be a concert pianist, and then he was also a candidate in chess.
Yeah, if we'll talk about like a general PhDs, general doctors, scientists, and so on, there are many, many of them. Much more than grandmasters even, altogether. So if we think of Botvinnik or Vidmar or any other people who are doing some serious science, and Vidmar, for example, if you don't know, as I know, in his home city in Ljubljana, capital of Slovenia, University of Ljubljana is called after him.
Oh, okay.
This is also super level, like your university named after you.
Right.
This is like University of Ljubljana named after Milan Vidmar. So Vidmar was even probably more serious technical engineer than Botvinnik, but even then, I bet there are very many scientists of this level. But if we're talking like a penny's top 3 in 20th century, that's a little bit higher.
Yeah, that's incredible that he was able to do that.
Yeah. That's what he was saying, that he has 2 loves in his life, the piano music and chess. And chess is harder because when you play piano, you don't need to think what your opponent wants to do.
Right.
That's what he was saying. All right, let's return to our games because many interesting things are happening.
Looks like Julian drew his game.
Yeah, let's look at our Nathaniel. Is he going to get any better? Julian made a very short draw. I think. Yeah, Julian with their FIDE master made a short draw, so this is a result. And we have 3 games on. Nathaniel is still not let into castle, but he somehow exchanged queens. Why did he do this? He didn't get his pawn back. Well, there is one still good thing about this. White still cannot castle. And not just cannot castle at all. But without queens, maybe he even doesn't need to castle anymore. Alright, this is good. Still, Nathaniel has a very serious advantage. He can aim for a3 pawn, and then come with all the pieces together. While white king is still between 2 rooks, disconnecting them from each other, not letting them to go from one flank side to another. That's a very good sign. The only one bad sign here is 2 minutes, even less than 2 minutes which Nathaniel has. He was probably trying to win faster somewhere and just didn't find anything. No? Current plan to go after a3 looks very powerful still. Isaiah, after some preparations, forced his opponent to spend tons of time, and still nothing really happens. So bishop can be exchanged, and probably this is a very right time to exchange this bishop. Otherwise, white will play knight d5, and then you still can exchange it, but it will be not so easy anymore. Yeah, Nathaniel's opponent is making series of marvelous moves. Knight g3, knight e2, knight g3, knight e2. And I'm not sure that any one of these moves is just really helpful. For example, right now he's trying to aim for, if black is playing rook b3, he's going to play knight c1. So Nathaniel could even take on e4 for free. But then it will be d4, so he is right not to do this. Yeah, and this is very nice because right now he's aiming for rook b8 and rook b1. And this will be just dead end. It will be just final. This is a very big thing. That's beautiful, what Nathaniel is doing. second rook on b8 and just go to b1 and that's it. If white is playing knight c1 now, then fine. Then you can take on e4, take on g2, take something else. Yeah, it's very good. The only one problem is 1 minute, which Nathaniel has, but in general this game is already almost finished. Ken has turned this position into such a complicated closed one. It's very hard to say something. I was praising knight on c2. Now this knight appeared on b1 in the corner. It'll be time to return. It looks like everything is fine, but these sorts of games very often just ending into total lock in the middle of the board and just dead draw because you just have no pieces to play with. Oh, knight is trying to return. Let's find out. While Isaiah decided to fight versus knight d5 with a simple move e6, which is probably a pretty good solution. The only one problem that when you play e6 you're inviting to play f5, and all Sicilian lines when white is playing f4, this is a dream for white to see something which justifies playing with f4. So g6 is here, e6 is here, my time to play f5. Oh, so a few moves happened one by one. Nathaniel, his game is more and more interesting, and he is harvesting. After everything he spent before, now he's getting back everything he invested. The only one question, how exactly is he going to win after all? Oi, oi, oi. There's something. A very dangerous pawn. a4. And this is extra pawn, which is my favorite pawn out of all. There's no better pawn than extra pawn. Of course it is passer, of course. Passer, lonely. 28 seconds for Nathaniel. Let's stay with this game. It can be over very soon. In other games, people can play for another 4 or 5 minutes easily. At least we need to win this last round. That will be nice. It will be nice. It will be fair. We didn't play so badly as our results look like. Right, a few obvious moves from Nathaniel and his opponent. So finally this pawn is well protected. And now there's a time for king to march somewhere up to, yes, up to c5. Even to c4 if you can. Marching king. Oh, this one Alright. I would say that I'm not totally satisfied with the idea of exchanging e5 pawn, but let it be. How far king can go? That's a question. How far king can go? The best thing will be to exchange rooks. That will finish it. As I said with Isaiah, white finally found a way to play f5. f5, and now we have a few weaknesses. What is good about it, that none of them are reachable right now. After knight e5, like f7 is protected, e6 is protected, and we can play h6 and ask this knight to go back home. And I would play it. Yeah. At the same time, Nathaniel is... Let's stay with Nathaniel. He has 15 seconds. This will be a very fast way to play. His opponent is trying to prevent e4. And I would still play e4 if I would be in his shoes. And now it is time for e4. It's a super time for e4, which he missed. Hey! No. Repeat it again, and nobody is letting you to play e4 anymore. That's a problem. This was a one-time chance. Second chance is not coming so easily. Rook e1 for white to ask you to go back. Why not? Oh. After all. We've got second passer. Rook b4, 11 seconds. Just stay careful. Yeah. Time to make mistakes. Yeah, what rook b3 is a dangerous move because now knight. Oh, yeah, you have to do this again. And this is the way to. And this is the way to lose. Knight d4. Oi, oi. And what happens when you have only 10 seconds? Take with a pawn, of course. Of course, with a pawn. Oh, bishop c6. Now it will be hard to it's a very hard endgame, but this is not a good endgame. That must be pawn on b3 now. But still, with 14 seconds left and like 40 seconds for his opponent, absolutely everything may happen. For example, it's very easy to make mistake now and just lose. Oh, this is mistake. This is a horrible mistake, but white is making mistake back. Or not. A3 now. A3. Yes. This pawn on A2 is given some little hope. Very little hope. Take on H3. Yes. Somewhere not there. Not there. On F7, not there. King closer. Yes, king on G2. Looks like Nathaniel is going to save it. I think Nathaniel can save this now. It will be very hard, but he can. If he can find bishop b. Oh, no. This is losing bishop. Aye. Well, what can you do? That was a nice game, but you cannot play in 10 seconds half of the game. While Isaiah is also in trouble. Isaiah is also in trouble. 30 seconds for each one of them. And a serious passer for white. Serious passer, well protected. Very hard to find something good in black's position. d4 aiming for rook c8. Rook c8 right now. It's a choice. The problem is that we have probably even e6, e7, e8. Yes, e6. And then on e7, no, it's not so bad. Rook takes c2. e7 king comes, and then we're losing bishop because e8 check. Oh, this is better. Well done. King f7. And it's not clear again. Yeah, there's only one problem in this. This is beautiful. This is really chance, because right now, after e8 check, white will losing from nowhere. Nah. Another move which does not make us happy, and looks like from something good we came to something very, very bad. Check. Unexpected. This is wrong. This is very wrong. You had to take rook and go king f7, but yeah, that was probably also lost. Isaiah has lost from a very nice position as well. So we're losing 2.5 in this round, and we're going to lose round 4 as well. Ken, our last game of the day. And also nothing really to be happy about. Nothing really to be happy about. Oh. And there's something powerful coming. Knight takes g2 with 1 minute left. It's like a real thunder play. Thunder 04 is full of thunders today. I would still take it. Because, like, what else do you want to do here? Wait for death? Take a knight and wait for death with extra knight, at least. The idea, if we take on g2, rook takes f2, king takes f2, and queen h2. Oh no! That's more powerful. More powerful than I was thinking. Yeah, bishop f2, but now it's king g1. King g1. What can save white in this position? King g1. You cannot take on h3. This is definitely losing, because after that rook f3 check and everything will be with a check. So you have to play king g1. And I have a feeling that Ken will realize it right now, because there is no other option, but he's still wasting all this time. Yes, take now and end. And he's going to win a queen. Queen h2, king f3, bishop g2, king e2, bishop e4 check, king d1, bishop takes on b1. And this is over. So he's going to win a full queen for nothing, just for free. And I have serious fears that it's unavoidable. It's unavoidable. So knight takes g2 sacrifice was totally correct. Instead of this, he's aiming for checkmate, and g5. G5 is not a checkmate. G pawn is pinned. Surprise! No checkmate there. King e4, so we're still losing queen. No matter what we're doing, we're still losing queen. Hey! Wait. Queen f5 was checkmate in 1. He missed it. Instead of this, he's decided to win queen and then win rook after queen f5. Yeah, that's too much. It looks like we have lost last round 3.5 to half point. Very good battle from Washington. I need to say that it was a very strong team and they played very well. I don't know, do you have any opportunity to come to them in the playoff first round or any other round? But at least now we definitely know how strong they are.
Yeah.
We know how strong they are, and we need to play our best to catch. Of course, this match was much more important for them than for us, but still, you could see those powerful moves from many strong players, especially this Thunder 04. That was really, really full of thunder. Right, thank you very much for being with us in this match, which was not very pleasant for Missouri. But next time we'll try better.
Thank you for doing the commentary tonight.
Thank you, Adam, for inviting me. Thank you, everybody who is going to watch this video. It looks like watching Olympics now and cheering for your guys and trying to get them to make right moves, and then they're making even better moves than we were expecting. It's like, yes, that's very nice and super. And
so we're just waiting on them to start.
What do you think of the league so far this year? You've kind of you were kind of the hero of the league the first 4 or 5 weeks. So.
Yeah, I did okay. I didn't do any worse than 2 points, which is really good. But yeah, the league's pretty good. I'm excited that they're doing this every year. So we'll see. Hopefully Iris isn't too nervous today.
Yeah.
She's got some
do you know her from St. Louis?
Duties. What'd you say?
Do you know her from St. Louis? Or?
Yeah. Her sister. Yeah, my dad knew her when she was like 5 years old.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So now she's very good, and she's playing for the Missouri team. So as long as she's not nervous, she should do well. She always plays really strong.
All right. Yeah, I'm hoping that she'll stick on the team next year, too, and then we'll have a lot more depth, a couple options for each board. So.
Yeah. So I think we had, how many total people? Was it like 10 or so?
Yeah, we had, Roman, Julian, and then my plan for board 2 was Ken and Doug, and then Julian could do 1 or 2, I guess, and then you and Nathaniel, and then now Asish and Iris. So we'd have a couple options for each board. Yeah. So now, right now, Minnesota's in first with 5. We've got 4. And the only team with 3 match points is Illinois.
Oh, okay.
And we're ahead of them by 10 game points.
So we just need to have, what is that? 4.5 points today, and we would beat the next team in tie breaks.
Yeah. So you guys beat Illinois in week 1. That was where you won 12.5 to 3.5. So.
Or we'd have to have 6.5 to clinch the tiebreak for. So I mean, they just need to win or barely lose. We just can't get blown out today.
Right. Yeah.
And then we've got a playoff spot. That's nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good after just our second season. We make it to the playoffs.
Right. Well, we've got some action on board 1. French defense. They've got a King's Indian attack. The question is, will he... Oh, okay. So he's going for the pressure on e4. Normally, when I play against this, I just take the pawn, and then I play bishop c5, stuff like this. Just get my pieces out. Knight c6, or maybe knight d7. Just to feel natural. But this is also a nice way to play, because we just ask the question to white. Okay, how will you protect your pawn after I play bishop b7? Will they play e5? And give us something to do on that square? We don't know, but we'll see. This is the plan that he's chosen. And white seems very confused about what to do here. So that's always a good sign for us. Because to me, the plan for, or at least the attraction to an opening like the King's Indian attack is that it's just a robot. It's a no-brain opening. You just do the same moves every time against everything, kind of like openings like the old Indian. What else is like that? The Philidor in some way is like that too. So it's just a lazy opening, but
sounds like my kind of opening. I like that.
Yeah. You just do whatever.
And
you start thinking like 10 moves in. So for him to be confused in an opening like this is that's not a good sign for white. Because the moves are just so free. Personally, as white, I would just play g3 anyways. If they play bishop b7, then I'd play e5. Then make maybe d4 if I had to protect the pawn. Early e5. Okay, knight d7. Will they go for g3 or will they go for d4? Okay, so they've gone for d4, maybe hinting that they want to put their bishop on d3. But then why is the knight on d2 instead? Very strange. Usually for this type of setup in the French, you'd want to have... This kind of reminds me of the Tarrasch, but this knight would be able to be on e2 instead. And then it would be able to swing over and help on f4 and jump into the battle. But this knight on d2 is really restricting white's play. So what might Roman do here? I like his position. Things like knight c6 feels natural. Wonder what else he could play. There's nothing else really to consider. Maybe bishop e7. I feel like I would play knight c6 though. Yeah. Does white have to play a3 here? If they castle, then pawn takes d4. Forces pawn to take. Otherwise, the pawn on e5 hangs from all the attackers. And then after pawn takes back from c3 to d4, then there's knight to b4, threatening some queen c2 or even knight c2 ideas. And this would give black a big advantage because the bishop on c1 can't move. And the opponent found this. So the knight can't come into b4, but what could we do instead? He just decides to play bishop e7, going for castle. But ideas like rook c8, pawn takes pawn in the future look really strong for black. So I'm going to start to take a look at board 2. So let's see, what kind of opening was this? e4, another French defense. Okay. But so far on board 2, I'm liking what Nathaniel has done. He's got a great f-file here. He's got to play e5 sometime. He plays it now. I like that. The goal is to, of course, push the pawn as far as he can go, but the opponent won't allow this. So knight takes pawn after they take back. We'll allow our light square bishop to get in. And then we castle. We put the rooks on f8 and e8. And black's doing awesome. Why is this knight on f1? What happened there? White has mishandled this position. Black's got their pieces ready to fight. And this looks great. Let's jump to board 3 here. Okay, this was an Italian. Let's see, was the move order normal? Looks fine. Okay, so very interesting position. This could go both ways. Lots of imbalances here. Little options that white can do. For example, white could double up the c pawns with bishop takes knight. White can bring the bishop back to d3 to have some ideas going on h7 or e4. White could go for ideas with storming on the king side, possibly with the f-pawn. So, okay, black decides just to take this. Now, is that the best? Possibly they could have considered maybe bishop to f5. Looked like an interesting idea. But after this, I believe she should take with the pawn here. That would make the pawn on d4 much more solid. We can bring the bishop back to d3 and hit on h7. If we go queen takes, this is actually just an immediate blunder. Bishop takes, or bishop to a5 here pins the queen to the king, and we have nothing to save that. So okay, yeah, she takes with the pawn, and now her plan should be to bring the bishop back to d3 and start up some fights on the h7 square. The opponent actually takes this knight. Now, I was considering this, but I don't think this is correct. You're going to open up our file where we had already considered doing that in the first place because we like the possibilities on h7. So now I'd like to see Iris here play pawn f4, or maybe she can just directly jump out with bishop d3. A very interesting idea. She shouldn't worry with anything like pawn takes pawn right now. That's a little bit too much, as we're going to be opening up the f-file, activating our opponent's pieces. They're going to play queen takes pawn, and then here they come down for our pawns on f3 and f2. So she has to consider either f4 here or bishop d3 are the only two moves, in my opinion. So we'll give her 30 seconds or so to see what she does. Trying to see, is there anything else? No, I like bishop d3. That's what I would play, probably. Bishop d3 or f4. Nah, yeah, bishop d3 looks like the choice to me. So we'll see. What does she do here? Bishop d3, rook g1. That looks really, really strong. Bishop d3, f4, then rook g1. Something like this. This is the idea she should be going for. Looking at h7. Look at all these weak light squares at him. e6, f7, f5. She goes for f4. Okay. Now, a little reason why I was not sure if she should go with this right away. What if the opponent plays f5? And then after bishop d3, they have pawn g6. And that pawn on f5 is solid. Maybe if we would have played bishop d3 first, they couldn't have played f5. But either way, f4, white's is still better. I would never pick black in this position. So I'm still confident for white here. Hoping black does not find f5, though. That could be a real roadblock for Iris's plans here. But white is still looking pretty strong. So let's take a look at board 4. Let's see what Ashish is doing. He's got the white pieces. Sicilian. Okay. Interesting. He had a chance to trade queens and declined. I believe that was the best decision. Now, he's preparing to put his rook from A to D1. He's got excellent piece play after he can achieve something like this. And the opponent has a tough decision as well. They have to defend their B7 pawn. Now, normally when we get attacked, we want to play moves like rook B8 or pawn B6, you know, just to play defense right away without thinking. But if we just do this, this will allow Ashish to play moves like rook D1 and really start to fight. So we can see why the opponent just said whatever to playing defense, and they're going for the win. Now, I wouldn't have played the move that they played, because what if Ashish just played the move we talked about and he plays rook D1? Where's the queen go now, right? So rook from A to D1. The queen goes to F5. Then we play rook D4, or rook D5, I mean, to hit that queen. I'm not sure why queen D3 was played. I'm trying to find any reason, but rook D1 looks super obvious here. Yeah, and what's the opponent do now? Queen G6? Queen A6? Ugh. Ugly position. Queen A6. Because now the pawn's hanging on B7 still. They can't go to F5, remember, because we have rook D5 winning a bishop because it hits the queen and the bishop. Okay, they go back to G6. But this position is ugly. What if we play... Okay, so his idea now is maybe knight D4. But knight D4 doesn't work because we have knight E5 as an in-between move there. So can we just take this pawn on B7? I know that would give him play. If we take on B7, he's going to have rook from A to B8 and then take on B2 and hit F2 because the rook and the bishop. And luckily for him, his queen guards the knight. So after we take the pawn, everything is fine. So we should not take the pawn here. What should we do? I don't like being pinned. But we should not play H3. There's a nice tactic in here. After we play H3, black will be winning. So we play H3. They play bishop takes knight because H3 actually undefends our G3 pawn because the F2 pawn is pinned. So the queen's looking at that pawn by X-ray. And if we play H3, they're going to play bishop takes knight. Bishop takes bishop is pretty much forced. And then queen takes G3 is a check. And that's game over. Because anywhere the king moves is also check. And that's not going to be good for us. So H3, I want to get rid of this pin, but that won't work. Ashish also doesn't like the pin. He plays queen C4. Okay, attacking the bishop. Also putting sneaky pressure on the bishop on G4. Possibly knight H4 could be a sneaky move here. But we'll see. So far, this looks fine. I expect the opponent will just play like bishop B6 or something. What else is there? And then maybe Ashish wants to hop in with this knight to d5. Or maybe he just wants to trade queens with like queen e4. We'll see. So far, I think we're winning on each board. I like all the positions. Let's go back to board 3 as the opponent has found f5. Oh no. But this still looks fine. What could Iris plan here? She needs to play on the g file, but the problem is the opponent's going to play g6. So I'm thinking she should play moves like h4 and h5. Play some silly moves like king e2 or king d2, and then put the rook on g1 and put lots of pressure on the king. Now, the purpose of playing h5 is to slow down the possibility of g6. If they want to protect the g file, then at least make them pay with an open h file, because we're going to take. So h4, h5, and then to start stacking up on the g file looks like a good plan. The problem is, though, how do we get our dark square bishop into this plan? Shall we play a move like pawn f3 and then have our bishop go from e3 to f2 to h4? Or maybe shall we leave the pawn there and play bishop c1, bishop a3? I like that idea. I think she should play pawn a4 first, because if we play bishop c1, then maybe the opponent plays queen e7 to stop us. So something like a4, then bishop c1, bishop a3 could be very powerful, because this also tries to prevent f-file activities, trying to remove a defender from the pawn on f5. If they play something like rook f7, then now there might be possible tactics later on with pawn e6. We don't know, right? The king and the rook are on the same line. Maybe a surprise pawn c4 could really hurt. But right now for Iris, I like the move a4, bishop c1, and bishop a3. And then on top of that, maybe h4, h5, and get some ideas going. But oh no, she blocked her bishop. The bishop is out the game, Adam. I don't like it. But hey, she's going for the idea that I found first. She wants to play on the g file. She wants to swing that rook over, and then she wants to play h4, h5, and stack everybody up on the g file. She just says that her bishop is just playing defense. Trying to prevent the pawn from going to c5 is what she likes her bishop doing right now. So Iris is still doing all right. I'm liking her position. Let's go back to board 2 now. Okay, board 2 is looking great. He's got his open attack lines, which is what he wanted. He just sacked a pawn here. He just played... Oh, no. It's not a pawn sack, because if they take, then there's bishop b4. So it's not a pawn sack. Let's see. Is black just better? Where does the knight go? After the knight moves, we have pawn takes pawn to open up everything. And then we could play something like bishop c4 to stop the kingside castle, trying to put the rook on e8. But then what if he queenside castles? He can't queenside castle either, because then the king and the queen will be on the same line. He'll have a king on c1, queen on d2, and we can put our dark square bishop on f4. So, okay. Does he play pawn takes pawn here? Or does he just go with rook e8? Or maybe bishop c4? So many ideas here. I think he should do pawn takes pawn, though. Pawn takes pawn, yep, okay. I like the open lines. Pawn takes pawn is pretty much forced. Can he get away with queen takes queen? That's such a weird move, though. So suspicious. Or queen takes pawn here, I mean. No way, right? He can't play that. So pawn takes, and then after pawn takes, what could we do? We have rook e8, possible move. Bishop c4, possible move. I like bishop c4. I really like bishop c4 if pawn takes, preventing the castle short at least. Queen takes. That's very suspicious. What do we do here? So we should still play bishop c4. Bishop c4 is an extremely nice move because it prevents the kingside castle. And in response, if white says, okay, well, rook e8's coming, checkmate's coming, I'm scared, I don't want to do that. right? And they queenside castle after that. Then once again, suspicious, the king is on c1 and the bishop is on h4, so queen to f4 check would win a piece. So bishop c4 in essence prevents castle both ways, and rook e8 is a guaranteed hit. Will Nathaniel find this? Bishop c4 looks very strong to me. And if they play knight e3 to try to kick our bishop out and to close the e-file, a nice try, but they forgot that their queen and king are on the same line, and bishop b4 will win the game because the knight has to guard that and can't move. And wow, look at Nathaniel here, finds it. Bishop c4 and black is winning. I don't see a save here. They can't block with bishop. They're going to get pinned, and rook e8 is going to hurt. Knight can't move because there's bishop b4. The king can't move. White's in trouble. Wow. And what's this? Let's see. Okay. I don't see a move. So that's pretty good for black. Oh, they take the knight. Okay, that was a nice move. This stops us from playing bishop b4 at least. But let's see. What do we have here? Get capture. They're going to play knight e3 next. Okay, but we still have rook e8. Do we have possibly g5? If we play g5, then the bishop goes to g3. Bishop takes. If a pawn takes, we have queen f2, but they can have queen takes. That doesn't work. Tough position. Black is still winning, though. After knight e3, pretty much the only move here, we have rook e8. And then they still can't short castle, and they also can't take our bishop. If they long castle, we take on a2. So rook from a to e8 looks like a great move here. The knight will be pinned and cannot support the bishop on or cannot support the capture on c4. Will Nathaniel find rook e8? Rook from a to e8. Rook from f to e8. Interesting. So he wants to put his other rook on the b file. He still is attracted to the idea of bishop b4. I like the pressure that the rook on f8 was doing. It was putting some good pressure onto f2. Either way, though, we had to put a one rook on e8, so I'm liking what black's doing here. I don't see a way for white to get out of this. They can't queenside castle because we take on a2, and they can't short castle because that's illegal. So, all right, let's take a look at board one. All of our boards are doing well so far. Board one, we're in check. What happened here? The opponent has 4 seconds left. Looks like they're about to resign. Queen g3 coming. Yeah, they might as well have just resigned instead. Queen, no? Is that the best? What's the best move here? Queen e3. No, okay. Okay, rook g8 was coming. All right, and we win. So what happened here? Why did the opponents... Wow, they actually had 2 queens on Roman for a minute. Okay. We missed a couple of fireworks in this game then. Roman played good defense. Wow. A very exciting game. Roman's got a very aggressive play style. It's been interesting watching him play his games over the season. He's always had like 2 bishops for down the exchange, you know, but his bishops have been great or just a really fantastic compensation for the position. So great job to Roman here. We've got a point so far. Let's go back to Asish's game on board 4. He's down on time, but he has some really good pieces here. What can he play? Should he play knight f3? I feel like that's all he's got. Knight f3. Or maybe... because knight f3, and then if knight takes, we have bishop takes. No, that loses to h3 pawn. That's no good. Knight f3, knight takes queen. And then rook takes, just fair trades. We're fine. Yeah, okay, he likes knight f3. What if pawn g4? Okay, the opponent just goes for trades. Now, after all this, rook d2, I'm not yet convinced that the opponent made the right decision. What if, let's see, what do they have? They're attacking our pawns, which is good. Can we just play something like bishop d1, give away the pawn, and then play bishop b3, and then let our knight roam around? I like how the rook is stopping the king, but I'm not convinced this is winning just yet. I like the attacking move. King f7 is coming up next, and then what? He just took. Okay, well, check. Okay. Knight e4. No knight e4. All right. Bishop back. Knight e4 would have hit the pawn on g5. Also stops the king from coming to f6, as we see here. Will he play knight e4 now? That will allow king f5. I say the only way we lose this game is if this king somehow wiggles its way onto f3. That will be very scary, starting to attack our pawns. If their king is not allowed to get there, then we're going to be fine. But this rook is doing a great job of stopping our king. Although it's not winning yet, it's doing a good job. The way to get out of this bind here, we have to put our knight to f2 when it's safe. That way our king can walk out. So a move like king g1, followed by knight f2, king g2, king f3, maybe we can squeeze out of here. But if our king can't get in, then we're not going to win either, and this might be a draw. Watch out for rook e3. Looks like the best move here, but rook e3 loses to knight d5. I'm sure the opponent sees this. My guess is that this ends up in a draw. Let's see. King g2. Wow, they let us out. No way. We were just talking about how good that rook was that was blocking our king. And now they just let us out for free. But their king is coming in close. Tough game. I still like white, though. I trust the two pieces will get the win somehow. King g4 is a threat. Okay, they found it. What can we do here? Knight e4 is no longer working. Can we play knight e2? Where are we trying to go after knight e2? I don't know. Okay, knight d1. Okay. So there's an idea now. We can place a move like bishop f7 to hit that pawn back there. Force them to play like h4, and then we can find a way for our king or knight to come over there and hit the pawn. They see this again, and yeah, this is looking like a draw. They're not letting us have fun here. That king, though, is very scary. I don't know what we can do here. Let's say they get their king over to b2, and then they play moves like a5, b5, a4. That could be very scary for white. But at the same time, our king can now just walk up to f3 again, and we pretty much offer our opponent a draw because they can't let our king get in there either. h4, but then they can play g4 and lock us out. Okay. What do we do now? Okay, he wants bishop g6. Does that work? Oh, no, I think we just lost Adam. Because now they're... Oh, no, we're fine. We're fine still, just barely. Is there... Because now there's king e3 as a big threat. We have bishop d3, though. That way they can't play king e3. It hits the rook, but then the rook can take the pawn. Big trouble here. Assis found it. That's why he hasn't moved yet. Bishop d1. Okay, that also works. Rook takes pawn. Maybe king f1. And the worst nightmare came true. The king is wiggling through the position. And we're actually forced back on the first rank where we didn't want to be. And why didn't they take the pawn here? Okay, we play king. Oh, no. And then there's, now there's king e3, and this is lost. Oh, no. Well, that was a nice try by Assis. Somehow the king got in there. I think h4 was the big mistake. h4 allowed them to keep our king out. I think Assis wanted to win really bad and did not want the draw. The move to play possibly was king f3 and just say, well, if you leave, then I get in, and if you check me, then you can't stop bishop f7. So, unfortunate loss there. I believe that Assis at least had a draw. But all right, let's see. Let's look at board 3 because Iris has got a great position. She blew her opponent out to center somehow. She traded off that really bad dark square bishop somehow. So all the wishes have come true here. We want to play h4, h5. That's the last thing we want here, and then our position is golden. Only problems I could see is that what do we play in response to something like queen c7? Okay. We can't play rook c1 because of nasty tactics. Rook c1 loses to pawn b5. Rook c1, pawn b5. If bishop takes, then the bishop was pinned, and queen takes rook is mate. So that's not good. And rook c1, pawn b5. If queen takes, then now the queen is pinned to the king, right, with rook b8. So how do we protect this bishop here? Do we play bishop d3? But then maybe, I don't know. It's going to get interesting. There's counterplay for black here. What will she do? I feel like I would play bishop b3 or bishop d3 here, and then after check, just put my king on the light square and hold on as best as I can because the opponent has no light square pieces. Bishop d3, they play check. We go back to b1, and we run that pawn up there as fast as we can. That's what I'm looking at. Let's see. They don't check us. They're going for f2 check instead. Maybe they're going for d4 check. I'm not scared of d4 check, though. Is there a rook c3? That's what they want? d4, then rook c3? What do we play here? We can't take on b7. Taking on b7 results in rook b8. The threat is queen d4 check, king anywhere, and then rook c3, which hits the queen and the bishop at the same time. I don't see a way to answer this threat. Maybe we have bishop c2. Bishop c2 will protect everything, but after d4 check, it also hits the pawn on f4. Iris sees this. I don't see a way to protect it. Do we do rook d1? Rook d1, queen check, king down, queen takes on f4, hits the rook and the pawn on e5. The attack has fizzled, but at least we're not losing. What do we play here? Do we play rook to g3? I like rook g3, but then there's rook. She just plays down. Okay. I understand that one. But queen d4 is still a good threat. Will the opponent find queen d4 here? I'm hearing a lot of moves go off on board 2. Okay, he's up a queen. The opponent blundered. He's going to win this. Let's see. Queen b3. Very good. They're going to resign. Yeah, this is winning for black. Great job by Nathaniel. Yeah, he trusted in opening up the attack lines, and it paid off. Great game by him. Let's jump back to board 3. She's got less than 10 seconds. Queen takes f4. Or maybe does rook c3. That looks like that hurts. Rook c3. Rook c4. Rook c4 threatening rook b4. We play a3. They play rook c3 now. Interesting idea. Or maybe they play rook from... Okay. This is not looking good. And she ran out of time. Oh, no. Unfortunate. This guy's lead chess rating is 2,500. So if she won this, that would have been incredible. But she had a good position. I think let's go back. What actually happened with that bishop there? How did she get it out? The dark square bishop? I'm curious. So she put everything on the G file. Wow, the opponent actually traded their knight for our bishop. Our bishop never moved at all. They just straight up took the bishop on E3. And Iris is like, all right, deal. I accept. They traded this to open up the center, though. Okay. I'm looking at it. Okay, I like Iris's position. Did she miss bishop e6? No, because there was queen d4 check. Okay. Tough game. I'm not sure what to say about this one. My idea, bishop c1, a4, bishop a3, possibly, or maybe she should have played h4, h5 earlier. But all right, let's look at game one. Oh, wait, game one already finished.
I'm going to check my paper. I've got 2-2 and Kozelov in fast one. Does that sound right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, you've got board 4 going. Asish is playing the second round. He likes this opening. E4, E6. French defense. Trading off lots of pieces. We can expect like bishop c5 coming soon. Or maybe he could just play bishop e7. Definitely pawn b5 is in the works. Wanting to put the bishop on b7. That's a great diagonal looking at the king. The opponent here should play a4. Bishop e3. Okay, so b5. b5, bishop b7. Bishop c5. Why not b5? There's no sacrifices on b5. I like that idea. To put the bishop on b7. Maybe he was going to play bishop e2, bishop b7, bishop f3. Even still, I like the bishop on b7, though. Very interesting. Okay, well, I mean, he's not worse. Does knight e6 work? Knight e6. If they take the knight back, there's bishop takes bishop is my idea. But there's a lot of Zwischenzugs in here. Knight e6. Queen takes queen. And then rook takes queen. Bishop takes bishop. And then is there knight c7 check? Ooh, that's messy. Okay, so knight e6. Bishop takes bishop. Interesting. What do they have here? Knight takes e6. Bishop takes bishop. Can we do knight g7 check? King over to f8. Queen takes queen. Bishop takes. Pawn takes on e3. Opening up the rook. But no, we lose material. Okay, so knight e6 doesn't work. Because we just take the bishop on e3. But very interesting, though. Or maybe... Will the opponent here play rook e3 since they possibly see this? Rook e3, then it would work. Or rook e1, I mean. But then we can castle here as black. Very interesting position. The opponent's definitely calculating knight e6. Doesn't look like it works, though, because bishop takes bishop. So, okay, queen e2. They didn't go for it. Rook d1 is the idea, from a to d1. What will Ashish do? Short castle looks best. Short castle, but then we have to check, does knight e6 work again? Short castle, knight. Oh, wait a minute. Can we just take the knight? Take the knight, rook d1, and then we play. No, we can't keep all three pieces. I was thinking somehow we were going to be able to trade the queen for the knight, bishop, and rook, but we can't. At best, it'll just be queen for bishop and rook here. I was thinking bishop takes knight, rook d1, bishop takes bishop, and allow them to take our queen, but we have nothing after that. We're going to lose our bishop. So what will Ashish do? Does he have e5 here? Something like e5 followed by queen g4. But then our pawn on e5 seems a little weak. But they can't get to it. Maybe they play knight f3? I don't know. I just like the castle. I'm scared of knight e6, though. Maybe now we can play pawn b5. But then after pawn b5, can the knight take on b5? Ouch. So this knight is big problems. What does the siege do? He takes it. Yeah. Yep. He sees the problem. Okay. So rook d1. Rook from a to d1 most likely. And then after that, he's going to be a little bit worse because of the two bishops. Should he castle here? Or should he play e5? No. Tough position. If he plays e5, the opponent plays c3. Then we can play queen g4. But then they have pawn f3. No, but then we have bishop takes bishop as a check, so that doesn't work. e5 and queen g4, try to trade the queens. If we allow the queens to stay here, having the two bishops and the rook swing coming up from d3 to h3 or g3, right, is going to be a big problem, so we don't want to have the queens on the board. That's why I'm thinking to trade the queens here. I'm wondering, will Ashish find e5 and queen g4? Even then, the queen is not forced to trade, but at least we have something. We're trying to fight. Tough position. Let's look at the next board. Okay, let's look at board 3. What opening was this? b4 first. Interesting. Okay. Iris's position looks perfectly fine. I think she should castle here. And she castles. Very nice. Knight c3. And okay. How do we create some fire here? We have lots of pieces out. We have a castle, right? We have 3 pieces ready to go. Our opponent has 3 pieces ready to go, but they have not castled. So we have a temporary advantage at them, right? We got to use it or else it's going to go away. We got to start a fight somewhere, and we got to open up the files. I want to play pawn d4, but I'm not sure if it's the right idea. It feels correct because it opens up everything. It pretty much forces white to do something because we're hitting the knight. Either they let us play pawn d4 and then we have a pawn on d4, which is just massive, right? And then we can play pawn e5, bishop c5, stuff like this. But if we play pawn d4 and they take with pawn, then maybe we had moves like bishop f4 or bishop b4. I don't know. Something about pawn d4 looked scary, but it felt right. Be interesting to see what the engine said about that move later on. So, okay, what do we have now? We got to get our pieces out. Our advantage is going away. The opponent's going to castle soon. I'm sure Iris wants to play e5, but can't. Is she trying to... Okay, she's going to play b5. followed by bishop b7. The opponent will then play... No, should she? Okay, the opponent will play d4. Okay. I like the bishop. She should play e5 here. Let's open up everything. Or maybe let's move the queen first. How about queen e7, then rook from f to d8, and then e5? I like that even better. We can't let this d4 pawn stop our knight from doing anything. So e5 is the eventual play, but when to play it is the question. I like queen e7 and putting the rook on the queen first. But overall, Iris's position looks fine. Even if she doesn't find this plan, I mean, she might find something like knight b4 and then knight d5, just starting to improve her pieces little by little. Maybe knight a5, rook c8, and knight c4. So I see no problems with what she's doing. Her position looks fine. Let's take a look at board 2. Okay, what opening was this one? Okay. Trompowski here. Interesting move order, though. Okay, so first impression here, I like White's position. Nathaniel's out to a great start once again. He's going for a minority pawn attack. He wants to play pawn b5. We can assume the opponent won't let this happen. They should play something like a6. But then we're going to play a4 and rook b1 and b5, and we're going to have excellent play on the queen side. This also may result in a passed pawn on the d-file. So I'm not convinced that black has any counterplay at all because they have no development, right? Once again, we have this development advantage. So what Nathaniel here is doing is 100% correct. He's going for opening up the attack lines, although maybe he could have considered playing e4 instead because the king is in the center. But after e4 pawn takes, this undoubles their pawn. Queen takes will give us an isolated pawn, and they're going to threaten to queen trade. So that's probably why he didn't play this. So I agree with Nathaniel here. b4 was more correct. Maybe he could have gone for f3, then e4. Not sure. But either way, he's got a good position. What will the opponent do? Will he castle or play a6 here? I feel like I would probably play just castle. I don't like my king being in the center like that. Castle, then like rook b1, knight d7, or maybe queen h4.
Which
queen
game are you
e7.
on?
I'm on board 2, looking at Nathaniel's game.
And somebody's not castled on yours?
Yeah, or wait, am I... Okay, so I was a move behind.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so he just
I was on the wrong
castled.
board. There was one game where a couple weeks ago where I was on the wrong board and I was watching it trying to follow what they were talking about, and I said the rook can't make that move legally, and then I figured out I was... They told me
That's funny.
Master move. I didn't understand it.
Okay, so now I'm caught up now. They just played knight d7. We were just talking about these ideas. Why did he play a4, though? They didn't stop him. I think he should have just played rook b1. Rook b1, rook c1 looked like the better idea. But okay, he should play b5 now. That looks like a nice plan. b5, the opponent might play pawn c5 in response, trying to close the files because they have less pieces out and don't want a fight. So since they want to play c5, maybe we should play rook from f to d1 first? No, that feels a little useless, though. What should we do? Or maybe we don't care, right? We play b5, they play pawn c5, and then we just jump up to d5, threatening pawn d6. Then they have knight e5. We have to trade everything, and they can blockade our dark squares. So we can't do that. That's no good. What do we do then? Very interesting. Do we just go for pawn? No, we can't play d5 at all. Knight e5. So we have to prevent c5 somehow. How do we prevent c5? Maybe rook from f to d1. This will pin them. Okay, so his idea is similar. He wants to play b5. After c5, what is he doing? Pawn takes, knight takes, queen takes queen, rook takes, and then that knight is sitting on an x-ray. But the knight is also threatening to go to b3. So I'm not sure this actually prevented c5. Either way, this is very interesting. And the opponent runs away from c5. Now, okay, so we still can't play c5 because our pawn is pinned to our queen. The opponent wants knight d5, maybe knight e4, but then we have f3. So maybe queen d5 is what the opponent wants. Okay, b5 here. But now the opponent has c5, like we were talking about. Will they find this c5 move? Taking the pawn is a very bad decision, opening up our attack lines everywhere. Leaving the pawn there is also a very bad decision, allowing us to take on c6 and have something to do. Now we can stack our rooks up on the c-file. The only decision that keeps black in the game is to push to c5. It attempts to close most of our attack lines, right? And it also gives them some play on the d-file. Will they find c5? If not, white is clearly better. While they're looking, let's take a look at board 1. Okay. Board 1, Sicilian. Same opening as Assis, actually. They played the kingside fianchetto here. Let's see. Okay. So, very interesting position. First impressions. I like Roman's bishop on b2. That's a nice piece. It's looking at the king. I wish somehow we could find ways to add pressure on that diagonal. Maybe moves like c4. That way I can put my queen on c3. C4 would also slow down moves like d5. Black wants to open up everything. Something like rook from f to d8 and d5 looks like the plan for black. So I like c4. How else could I make something happen here? I want to get that pawn off of g5. I want to play like f4, h4, and just crush the opponent here. But we can't. What do? We can't move our knight to f5, or at least we can't do it safely, it looks like. And the opponent plays d5, a good move by the opponent. We go for e5. After knight takes, rook takes, queen takes, they're on an x-ray, but can we move our knight since the bishop is not protected back there on b2? Or after knight takes pawn, maybe we have knight takes e6. Yeah, that's the much better move. So, okay. The knight has to move, but our bishop is blocked. Where's the knight go? Can the knight go to e4? Bishop takes, pawn takes, knight to g3. Then they have maybe knight to f4. I like knight e4 here by the opponent. Will they find this move? And they go back. Okay. What do we do here? We go back. Okay. How do we start up some counterplay? The opponent's going to play moves like rook from f to c8. And then I'm a little worried about how we can have our own ideas here, because it looks like all of our plans are closing and we're starting to play defense. What do we do here? Knight d4, and maybe we say they can't take it because they're on an x-ray on e5. Okay. Bishop d4 here. Knight d4. Okay. Can he get away with knight takes pawn now? Because if we move our knight, he can do bishop takes rook. Interesting position. I think Roman may be in trouble this game. Moves like a5, a4, or a5, bishop a6. Black's got a lot of tricks up their sleeve. A little worried for Roman here as white, but he does have the time advantage in his favor. Finding a plan here as black is not easy, as it looks like they're focused on the e5 pawn. The e5 pawn looks to be solid to me. The opponent has to find a way to open up the queen side with a5. And he goes to take it. Now, I thought this was bad because knight takes knight, knight takes knight. Is there some kind of x-ray? Or maybe, what do we do? This looks like she shouldn't have done this. But there's now the bishop is awake, right? The opponent didn't have to worry about any counterplay because the bishop was closed. But taking this bishop gives us something to hope for. What do we do? The problem, though, is that we can't move the knight because of tactical reasons. Bishop takes rook. Let's say, for example, we do knight takes e6. Then bishop takes rook is threatening the same threat that we were with knight takes queen. They're doing bishop takes queen. So a big mess here. But wait a minute. Knight takes e6. Bishop takes rook. What if we do queen takes bishop? They have to take back our knight. And then we do bishop takes on e5. Then we have a great bishop. These are the type of positions that Roman plays for. A great bishop. We're down the exchange, but that bishop is amazing. Okay, he doesn't do that. I like this position. Maybe we just end up sacking the h-pawn. Just play h4 and get stuff moving. h4, if the knight takes on g4, we have rook g3. Excellent move, because now everything's hanging on the g-file. h4, if they don't take them, we can open up that attack line on the h-file. What does he do about his knight in trouble here? Does he play bishop d6? I don't know. I like Roman's position. Let's take a look back at board 2 to see what happened there. So when we stopped looking at it, we looked to see, did the opponent find c5? Because we were trying to open up the lines. And the opponent did not find c5. They went for knight e5. They found, okay, so they sacked on h2. Are we in trouble here? Is this a forced draw? Okay, so this is a forced draw if the opponent wants it. There's no win in the position. After queen f2, we go to h2. And then if the opponent does not see how to finish the deal, then we take the knight on e4. If the knight runs away, then we play rook f1. So this is a forced draw. The opponent found a very interesting move, knight e4. Did we have to? Let's see. What do we do here? King takes. Okay. So yeah, even if we didn't play f3, it was still the same threat. Looks like board 2 is going to end as a draw. And it just did. Okay, so not bad. Let's take a look back at board 1. They had a really interesting position. Board 1. Okay. What do we do about this dark square bishop? If we're going to win the game, that's going to be how we do it. Crazy question here. Do we do rook takes e6? Is that too much? Rook takes e6. I'm thinking after pawn takes, we have knight takes e6. I want to get my queen and open up everything. I want to play like queen c3, queen d4. I want to get my pieces in here. Maybe it's not worth that. Should we do... Does knight takes e6 work? Bishop takes rook. Queen takes bishop. Scary position, but it does not work. How do we get this bishop in the game? h4, okay. If pawn takes, what's the plan? If pawn takes, the queen has an x-ray on h6. Maybe a move like rook f3. to stop the queen from coming to f4 and blocking the attack? What's the plan if knight takes pawn? If knight takes pawn, what was the knight guarding that he was caring about? The knight was blocking e5. I'm not quite seeing what the idea here is after knight takes. Pawn takes seems pretty simple, but knight takes, I feel like black is still hanging in here. e6 is definitely a point of interest. Tough game. I feel like Roman's just trying to open up anything to give himself a chance, which is the right idea. Because if he just sits and does nothing, then there's e5, d4, e4, and the opponent's bishops are going to hurt us real bad. So we can expect knight takes here. Okay, and then what does he play now? This was the part I didn't know. Okay, so now he goes for fireworks. This is Roman at his best. This is the positions he plays for. Pawn takes is pretty much forced. What else can he do? And then what do we do? Knight takes or rook takes? I feel like knight takes is correct. Okay. Queen f7 hits the knight and it hits f2, threatening to trade pieces and then come down there on rook c2 check and win all of our bishops. But queen f7 also allows knight takes bishop on c5, rook takes knight, and then we have the nice move queen d4, threatening mate on h8 and the rook on c5. And the opponent walks right into this. Does Roman see it? Knight takes bishop and queen d4. Excellent. Rook takes. Taking a quick look at the other games. Iris is severely down on time, but she's got a good position. Oh no, she just blundered her queen. Okay, so she's losing that game. What about Ashish here? I like Ashish's position. After the bishop has to leave, he's got something like rook a4. Looks good. But there's rook d3 coming. So bishop d5 here for Ashish. Interesting game. Okay, so looking kind of drawish there on board 4. Let's take a look back at board 1. The opponent still has not taken our knight. King does not have to take. We can just play queen d4 threatening checkmate here. And then ask the opponent what are they going to do about that. A really nice in-between move there. Queen d4 is the best move on the board. He finds it. Look at Roman here. Okay, so what does the opponent do? Do they play king f8? No, king f8's losing to knight e6. The king cannot, in response, go to king e8 because, oh wait, no, our rook's hanging. Do we have some kind of double checks here? Interesting. Okay, they go to h7. I'm starting to check moves like rook e7, you know? I feel like we got something. But queen takes rook. There's nothing there. Do we have queen d3 check? Is that winning somehow? Let's say we play rook e7, queen takes, queen d3 check. If the king goes back to g8, we have queen g6, king f8, knight e6. Is that game? Rook e7, what a firework. What else do they have? Rook e7. They have to take. And then we have queen check. He found it. Wow. Okay. So queen has to take. Queen d3 then. Can the queen block on e4? No, because then we have knight takes, pawn takes, and then we can put our queen on to d7. Wow. What a game by Roman. Rook takes e6? Would you have had the courage to do that, Adam? Rook takes pawn, sack?
Nope.
That's a tough one. I think I would have had to think for at least 30 minutes before I played that type of move.
I usually make unintentional sacrifices.
So now black's lost. King g8 loses to queen g6 and then knight e6. What a game. Queen block loses to knight takes and then queen d7. Wow. Queen g6 here. King f8, knight e6, resigns. Or maybe is bishop g7 technically more accurate? Bishop g7, queen takes, and then knight e6. I like my bishop, though. I don't want to do that. Yeah, Roman's thinking about bishop g7 here. I wouldn't be surprised if he played it. It's not a bad move. Knight e6 or bishop g7 is what he's thinking about. What will he do? I feel like knight e6 is the easy win. Because then there's bishop a3 and all this stuff. There's lots of checks we have with the queen. There's no way the king survives that one. So will he play knight e6? I'm hearing a lot of moves go off. Okay, Ashish is up on time while I'm waiting for Roman on his board. Looks like, okay, Ashish is winning here. Yeah, this game's actually over. Rook a2 check, and the opponent has lost a rook. Wow, very nice for Ashish. Got the game in the bag. Okay. And this was against their, was this against their board 2 player?
Putnam, yeah, he's their board 2. 22.
Very nice for Ashish then. Wow. Okay, so unfortunately Iris lost. So we split on 3 and 4. Did board 2 end up in a draw?
Yeah.
Looks like they started another game. Okay, so if Roman wins on board 1 here, then we won the round. Last round was 2-2, so we're going to be able to be up half a point after 2 rounds. Looks like Nathaniel also started his 3rd round as well. But okay, all eyes on board 1. He found bishop g7, queen takes is forced, and then there's knight e6. King has to go to e7, and then knight takes queen, then knight f5, queen, things like this. Okay, queen e6.
And Illinois is currently up 3.5 to 2.5 over Pennsylvania. So.
Ooh, okay. If we win, though, then we're good, right?
Yeah,
they can't catch us
if we win.
So we'll see. Right now, it's all in Roman's hands. Queen e6 is the only move I can see. Maybe queen takes h6, but then rook takes c2 is starting to look kind of scary. But then we have queen takes g5. Very messy. I would have played queen e6 real quick. Yeah. King f8, queen f6. Okay, king back there. What do we play now? Knight e6, threatening g7 with the queen. And that's unstoppable, right? Yeah, queen g7 mate. Good game, Roman. That was impressive. Wow. Rook takes e6. That was nice. I feel like as the opponent, you can't even be mad at a move like that. It's like, well, hey, you found it. Good job. So, okay. So after that round, we were 2.5 to 1.5. So we're actually up a point in the match so far.
Yeah, 4.5 to 3.5 at the halfway point. So.
Yeah. So technically, from the math we were doing earlier, we have to get at least 6.5 points for the total match to win on tie breaks if we lose and Illinois wins.
Yeah.
So I feel like we've already got it in the bag. We still want to win, though, to make it just an outright victory.
Yeah. I think we win any tie breaks. I don't know exactly how that USAT thing works, but we won the head-to-head, and we should be ahead on game points. So.
But they've gone for this bishop g5. Okay. Are they trying to queenside castle? No way, right? They should have developed their kingside bishop first. They had like bishop b5 check, or maybe bishop e2. They had something. They should be getting their king out the center. Why are they moving their pieces like this? So, they want to play knight c6. I feel like we don't care though, do we? They also want to play bishop b5. So, let's say we play queen a5 check. They play bishop d2, and then we play queen b6. Okay, so he's handed the bishop away. I'm not sure about this one. I like queen a5 there, and then castle. Well, no, queen a5, then there's pawn c3, then they have knight c6 again. Maybe bishop d7 was correct. I feel like that's not correct, though. So the bishop's on d3. Queen c7. Develop with some kind of tempo here. Where's the bishop go? I like bishop f4 for the opponent, which stops queen c7. But in general, Assis just wants to get his pieces out, castle, and he wants to play e5 someday. e5, e4 is the plan, so we want to play moves like queen c7, bishop d6, and kick this knight out, but the opponent will play moves like rook e1, queen e2, pawn f4, and they're going to keep up the blockade because they really, really like their bishop on d3. That's their main piece that they're trying to use to win the game. They're using this to aim at the king over there. Possibly they're going to throw the g-pawn down here to open up some lines. Not sure yet. They maybe might castle queenside. I don't like this idea. There's an open b file. Queen b6, rook b8 is easy counterplay. What will the opponent do? While they're thinking, let's look at board 3. Okay, let's see. What defense was this? This was Nimzo Indian. Okay. And it turned into kind of like a Dutch defense. All right. So, question here for Iris is, does she play queen e8 or does she put the knight back on f6? If we play queen e8, I really like this idea because now we're threatening moves like e5, e4. There's a king back there, you know? So I like queen e8. Also, I like queen e8 because this type of move just feels natural in these structures anyways, because we're trying to go over to the king side because of our pawn structure, right? We have more space over there. We want to play g5 and g4 and stretch over there. Moves like b6, bishop b7, you know? And excellent. She found this queen e8. Okay. So now, let's see, will she go right away with e5 next turn? Or maybe will she play b6 and bishop b7, also a good idea. And what does the opponent even do here? Maybe do they play e3 and just try to get their pieces out, castle, pawn e3, bishop d3. Just try to hold the line and play safe. And break later with e4. That looks pretty good for white. So will they see this? We could also possibly play pawn d6 and then e5. I feel like we could just play e5 right away if we're going to do that. So it's either e5 right away, we have h6 and g5, or we have b6 and bishop b7. 3 possible plans. She could also go for this double pawn on c4. Maybe she's considering something like b6, c5 to lock the pawn onto c4. And then maybe bishop a6, knight c6, knight a5, ideas like this. Since this was a Nimzo, I feel like that might be the plan that she's going for. This feels more natural to a Nimzo Indian player to go for these blockading the c-pawn and then attack it with bishop a6, knight c6, knight a5 type plans. But she goes for d6, showing that she's going for e5 soon. So, okay, this is going to be a solid game. I like her position, though. Knight c6, maybe bishop d7 here, and then push on to e5. Or maybe just knight c6 and push e5 and leave the bishop back on c8. Yeah, I like what Iris is doing. Let's take a look at board 2. This game has gone to the middle game here. Okay, b3 was first. Just going through this game real quick. Okay. Is Nathaniel in trouble? No, he's going to be all right because he's got knight to e1. So his knight's not in any bad condition. The problem, though, is that after something like knight e1, the opponent will take, and then we take back with the knight. And then now after that, there's pawn takes b3, and then pawn takes, and they have control of the a file. This is not going to lead to checkmate or anything, but this will allow the opponent a way to start attacking us with moves like rook a2 and somehow getting all the pieces in. Bishop f6, stack the rooks on the a file, start to push the pawns. They're going to find a way to activate their pieces. So what do we do here as white? Once again, I'm really liking our dark square bishops that we've been having in our games. This bishop on b2 has a nice plan, possibly looking at g7, but the idea, though, is how do we stop bishop f6? I don't know, but the best piece I like for white right now is that dark square bishop. And they don't go for this idea to take on b3. Very interesting. So what do we do here? Let's say we play... Can we play pawn a3 here? Is that too crazy? Yeah, that was a little bit too crazy. So let's see. Pawn takes. Pretty much forced. And then the opponent's got... what would they play here? We've got a pawn takes. They take. Okay. We do bishop takes. To keep our bishop's line open, we don't want to do pawn takes, and then it's going to be closed after a move like knight d5. So very good by Nathaniel here. Keeping up those lines. Okay. But then maybe e5. Okay. Bishop a1. Bishop b2. I liked bishop a1 there because that allowed us to put our queen on b2 and put up some pressure on the queen side or the king side just in case. Maybe we had like these crazy ideas of f4 eventually. I don't know. But we wanted to keep that as a possibility. Now there's a really big threat, knight d3 coming. What do we do? Can we just take on e5? Take on e5, knight d3, and then we're sad, so that doesn't work. What do we do? Can we sack? Can we do a rook takes knight, bishop takes, knight e4? And we have a great knight, but we also don't have anything to do with it, so that doesn't work. I really don't want to play a move like knight e1, but maybe that's all we've got. Tough position. I don't like what white did here. Maybe he was forced. I don't know. I like bishop takes. Maybe bishop a1 was the move. How can we hang on? What do we do? Do we play bishop c3? No, but then they have knight from b4 to d3. This is a tough position. Do we do queen f5? I like queen f5. Okay, knight e1. This stops the threat, but then here comes a rook to d8. But then we have bishop takes. No, but then they have the same thing. Okay, so they're giving us time to breathe. Can we just get out there with queen f5 now? But then there's g6. We don't have any moves at them. We can't go queen a2, queen a1, queen c2. We can't do anything. We play e4? I don't know. What do we play, f4 here? That feels wrong. I don't know. This is tough. Okay, I don't like white's position. Let's see. Hopefully Nathaniel can find a way to draw this. Let's take a look at board 1. Okay, so what was this opening? Sicilian again. Okay, so Roman's game was Sicilian. Let's look in like black is doing. Sadly, black is doing great here from my perspective. I'm expecting them to put pressure on c2 with moves like b4. So b4, the knight will most likely go to e2. No? Can the knight go to d4 because of the x-ray? No, because the queen takes wherever it goes. Okay, so we got to go back to e2, but then there's e5. Do we have some kind of in-between move? Can we play e5? Pawn takes, queen takes our knight, and then we're sad? Doesn't work. Do we have like rook a? Okay, he goes for d5. Knight takes, pawn takes, queen takes. Then we have queen e7. Okay, this position is working. Can they play e5 here? They're trying to kick the knight so that they can take on c2. Or should they just capture on d5, pawn takes, and then like rook from f to e8? And just keep up the pressure on c2. But then the problem is, how do they get rid of our knight on d4? Moves like queen g5. Okay, they take. Pawn takes forced. Okay, rook from... Okay, we talked about this. I'm thinking now about moves like queen g5. This is a pattern that was once played against me. The idea is now knight to f5. But the problem is this bishop. So we can assume that actually here, Roman might be about to sacrifice. He might be thinking rook from a1 to a7 and then just chop this bishop, threatening, oh, there we go, right? He wants to play this idea queen to g5 and knight to f5. The opponent should not allow this, something like rook c7. That bishop is a very valuable defender, stopping knight f5. So let's see, rook c7, what do we do then? Then we can play like pawn to b3 to remove the queen as the defender. The queen goes to c5. Do we have anything after? The opponent's finding all the good moves. This is not good. But we're still doing fine here. We can still play moves like rook from d to a1. Because now they can't do queen takes pawn on d5 because we do rook takes rook. And if after rook from d to a1 they take our rook, we can put our rook on a7 and renew the threat on the bishop. For example, if they just do nothing and we can take the rook, queen takes, then we have the stunning move, rook to a7, guarded by the x-ray from the queen. And if they take our rook, then we have knight anywhere check, and then queen takes queen, and we're winning. So I like what Roman has done. The opponent cannot play rook from e to c8 because that rook has a job to guard on e7. But can he play that because our queen also has a job to guard the knight? So maybe rook from e to c8 works. Very interesting position. Rook from e to c8. Can white take on e7? Queen takes knight. Queen takes d6. and then queen goes back to guard the rook. No, that doesn't work. I still really like how Roman's playing. He's playing actively here, and the opponent is nervous about playing rook from e to c8 because it unprotects the pawn on e7. But our pawn is still hanging on d4, or d5, I mean. So once again, crazy position. What do we play after rook c8? Do we have this idea of like h4, h5, h6? I don't know. But so let's say rook c8, h4, they take on d5. What can we do then? I feel like we still can't take on e7. So rook from e to c8. Let's say we play rook from a to a5 to guard the pawn. And then an idea like h4, h5, h6. I like this. Maybe the opponent has found this, and that's why they haven't played this. But rook from a1 to a5 looks really strong next to guard the pawn and to give us time to play an idea like h4, h5. So we're going to see what the opponent does. Let's take a look back at board 4. So opposite color bishops in the middle game actually favors the attacker. Whoever attacks will win. Because let's say that Ashish finds a way to put lots of pressure on the dark color squares like he's doing. For example, he's got great pressure on b2. His dark square bishop is also aiming at c3 and b2, right? The rook on d6 can swing over at any time. With all this pressure on the dark squares, we have 4 attackers, the 2 rooks, the queen, and the bishop. But at any given time, the white pieces only have the 2 rooks and the queen because the light square piece cannot be involved in a dark square battle. So in the middle game, the opposite color bishop always favors the attacker. So the only way the opponent has a chance here is to somehow find a way to find a light square target. For example, maybe d5. But I don't see d5 ever being a problem since we can just push on d6 or d4. And then maybe they can find a way to play like bishop back to c2 and then queen d3 and aiming at h7. But at the same time, we always have pawn g6. So I'm not afraid of anything they do here. The c should just play rook from b to d8. And our pawns are pushing. They've got to move their bishop again after that. This looks great for black. Rook from b to d8. That way we're not pinned. Can we play queen takes b2? No, I think rook to d8 was the better move. Yep, okay. So now the bishop has to run. Where does it go? Let's say it goes back to b1, trying to play queen c2 like we talked about. But even so, there's nothing left. They go back there. Okay, so e4 is going to hurt. Excellent. Okay, after e4, the bishop goes wherever. And then we have pawn to d4, and white's in trouble. We're having lots of pressure on the dark squares. Our rooks are perfect. We have tons of space. Wow, yeah, this is a nice position. White's in big trouble. Black is winning. Okay, let's take a look back at board 3. We talked about Iris's plan was to play e5, and she did that. She's also up on time, so this is great. But what do we do next? We play e5, and we have lots of space. But winning on space is hard because the opponent's not just going to resign. So Iris has to somehow turn this space into an attacking position, so she has to open up these lines at the right time. I'm looking at possibly opening up the e file as the best choice because that brings us to hit the pawn on e3 if it stays there. Maybe queen e7 and then rook from a to e8 and then captures on d4 will open up our lines that way. The opponents, though, has played c5. Do we just capture here? Why do they play this c5? Should we take on d4 first? Interesting position. I don't like c5. I see why they did it at least. They want to try and open up the position for their two bishops. But at the same time, they're giving themselves permanent weaknesses on c5. So let's say we take on c5. What do? They play check. We go king h8, then what, right? It's like, okay, what? We can take the bishop, but we also don't have to take the bishop. So I don't see the purpose of c5. What if we take on d4 and then we take on c5 and trade the pieces off, and then they've got problems on those dark squares? I don't know. I feel like Iris is better here. I would like to see her take on c5. She could also play bishop c6, but takes on c5 looks the best to me. Okay, and what does the opponent do here? Bishop c4. Is that why they played c5? They wanted to say check. They're not playing immediately, so they just had an idea and went with it. I'm hearing a lot of moves go off. I'm going to check. Okay, board 2. Oh no, we lost on board 2. We had no space. He tried for some dangerous ideas. Sacked a piece. Noble, but didn't work out. Tough position. Okay, let's look back at... Okay, so board 1, Ashish is winning. He's up on time now. The opponent has 1 minute, less than a minute left.
Roman or Ashish?
Ashish on board 4.
Board 4, okay.
What does he play here? I like the move queen b4. Oh wait, it's the opponent's turn. My bad. But if it was our turn, queen b4, I feel like in a fast game they might blunder and play pawn a6, and then we could play queen e1 checkmate. But the opponent's turn, they take our pawn. What do we do now? Let's say, can we pin them? I like that. Queen a1. What do they play now? Okay, we could take the pawn, and we can threaten checkmate. Will they find it? Okay, king up. King up, bishop check, pawn up. Yeah, we're fine. We've got that pass pawn, like you were saying, Adam. In the end game, that pawn matches the color of the bishop. The only problem, though, is how do we push the pawn on a light square? Right? The bishop can just sit on a4 forever. But maybe we can find a way to break in. Let's see. Do we now have bishop d4? Is that winning? How can they block it? I don't see anything. That's game over. So how many points will Ashish have? Queen takes, and he's going to find a way to win somehow. Let's see. What's the right move, though? Do we play a5 here? h5, okay. Maybe the opponent now plays queen d5, threatening queen takes pawn, because the pawn on g6 was pinned. What do we do here? I feel like we should still play it. Yeah, there you go. a5, bishop down. Okay, now this is starting to get a little annoying. But what do we do? King over. Okay, push the pawn. a4. a4, a4. Come on. g4. g4, though. Can they play... Oh, did they lose now? Pawn check, bishop check, queen check is mate. Yeah. Very nice. Okay, so that's a point for us on board 4.
All right.
Okay, so far we split. Back to, let's see. So quick update on board 1. He finally, his rook was good. They queen traded. Interesting endgame. First thoughts from this endgame. White is slightly better because our pawn's running first. Now, their pawn is also running, and our king is cut. So, interesting. Maybe a draw. Who knows? I feel like a draw would be a fair result. I wouldn't be mad at a draw here. But I know Roman wants to win this. So, I could see maybe... But there's a problem, though. The king is coming to g5, f4, g3. Is that too slow? He just goes with the pawn push. Black should push his pawn as well. Good. Okay, so what does white do now? Do we play rook a4? Rook a5? Pawn push again. Rook takes rook, pawn push, king goes down. We're okay. Okay. But now the pawn goes. Uh-oh. A little scary. Can we push? Okay. What do we do here? King over? Then king f5. That was a good move. That was a very good move. Push? Okay, they're going to push. Are we fast enough, though? Oh, no, we're not fast enough. Okay, so we're going to lose this game because if we play pawn push, then rook takes. If we take the rook, then pawn takes rook. And they're just going to queen before us. I'm not sure what the mistake was in there. I think he still had a chance for a draw. Who knows? Tough endgame. Really hard to play that. But let's take a look back at board 3. Because Iris is fighting. She's got a really solid chance. Now, I want her here. Ooh, what can she do? Can she play queen e8? I was thinking at first that I wanted her to play queen e7. But I didn't see that the knight was hanging. But is the knight hanging? Because we have queen e3 check to win the bishop. But then they have... Yeah, then we're losing because queen g6, queen h6, and the knight gets in, and that's really ugly. What do we have? Queen e8 here? Queen e8, pawn takes g5. Then we have pawn f4. Oh, but then they can take it because the queen's guarded. Queen e8, though, is forced. Gotta play queen e8. If we take the pawn, then queen takes knight, and then queen check, king over, queen takes bishop, and then queen g6, queen h6, and the knight comes in. Not looking good. Oh, no! She probably didn't see it. So queen takes knight here by the opponent. Should win the game. Queen check. King over. Takes the bishop. Or they could just do knight f2 here. Yeah. Tough battle by Iris. I like the plan that she found. She wanted to go for e5. She just never got her rook into play. I was hoping that she would have played like rook to a to e8. I'm not sure what the right timing would have been for that, but somehow we could have found a way to get the rook in. Let's see, do we have any other games going? All the other games are finished. Okay, so we're just hoping she can pull a draw from this. Now, we're not completely lost. We have bishop c6 and rook g6. Wait, that's not winning, right? Is that winning? Rook c6 or rook g6 next turn? Okay, they found that. So king somewhere and put the rook on g8. Okay, she's just playing fast. If we can get a rook on the G file, this might turn around. Okay, rook somewhere. Oh no, our queen's trapped? No. Okay, well, we fought hard. Close game. Bishop takes something. Bishop B1. Bishop somewhere. The opponent's extremely low on time. Bishop B1. Bishop F1. Queen somewhere. Queen B2. Oh, she barely had enough time for that. Move quickly. Oh, she's so nervous. Okay, rook over. Rook over. Oh, rook over was good. Rook over and then pawn to F3, I think was winning maybe. Oh, man. Exciting game, though. Can she win on time is our last hope. Then rook or queen down is mate. Oh, man. Yeah, tough game. So, what was the overall score for that round? We only got a point there.
Yeah, so now it's 6.5 New York, 5.5 Missouri.
Okay, so we need 1 point. 1 point from the last round, and we can clinch the playoffs. But to win this match, we need 3 points in the last round. So we'll see. The last round will be the fairest of the rounds because each of the boards has to play their exact mirror. So I'm hoping that Iris can win that matchup. I'm hoping that Assis can win his as well. And then the top two can at least split. Those are going to be some tough matches for them. But our bottom boards, this is their chance.
Is the FIDE Master kind of about the same as the National Master for USCF? Or
FIDE Master is stronger than a National Master. I'd say National Master is like the Gateway Master, the lowest of them. And then after that is FIDE, and then International, and then Grandmaster.
Oh, okay.
Because to get rating points in FIDE is a little bit harder than to get points in USCF. Actually, a lot harder. But yeah, a FIDE Master is I'd say about a class or so different than a National Master, if we're talking about the lowest possible rank of each. Maybe 100 or 150 points. Possibly even 200 points at maximum. But okay, the last round has begun for boards 2, 3, and 4. Let's take a look at board 2 here. They played a delayed Dutch defense, which some are saying is the correct way to play it. Reasoning being because after pawn F5, then white has all these crazy options that you have to study for, and it's just a headache. So a lot of players are just playing the French defense. That way they don't have to deal with the moves like E4, which is a fun gambit. I would highly recommend to play E4 versus the Dutch. Very fun. Or you could play crazy moves like G4 or like H3 and G4. There's all these moves you have to study if you want to play F5 on the first turn. So E6 to get rid of all this theory, and then now we're into a Dutch defense, and it looks good for black. So, okay, white wants to play E4. We do not want white to play E4. So what do we play here? Do we play H6? H6 takes, the bishop has to run. If they take our knight, then queen takes knight. If they play E4, then castle, or do we take? So E4 here by the opponent. They don't take. So what do we do? Interesting. E4 is coming. Do we play bishop E4? That's a funny move. Castle? I like castle. After E4 captures, bishop takes. But then what? Do we take, and then like knight C6? I don't know. What do we do? Do we play g4 and g5? Plus, after e4, maybe we could play f4. I like g5 here. Let's see, does Nathaniel play g5? I feel like that's on theme with his play style. The moves I could see him playing. Okay, d6. He wants to play knight d7 and e5. Will he play f4 here? Taking on e4 would now be incorrect since the pawn on e6 would then be backwards. So f4 is correct, but then after e5, what do we do? So will he play knight d7? I don't know. Knight d7 captures, pawn takes. Then rook e8. I was hoping he played g5 last turn because after g5, then e4, then he plays pawn to g4 here. And he's got some great in-between moves, and his bishop is looking excellent on that diagonal. Okay, what does he play? He hasn't played anything. Oh, knight d7. Okay, I like that move. I think the opponent should play rook from A to E1. Rook from F to E1 is kind of suspicious, though, because we have good pressure on the F file. Maybe F2 becomes a problem someday because the queen has to protect on E4. Because of this, maybe can we play G5? Is it the right time? Or should we play rook E8? Or do we take on E4 twice and then we play E4 or E5? Because after E5, pawn takes, knight takes. Can the knight take? We have queen F2 check, and then we have a crazy game. Lots of options. I feel like the most natural move is just like rook from A to E8 and then to go for those ideas. I can also see G5 here. No, I like rook E8 the most because after G5, then pawn takes pawn, and then there's moves like queen E7, and then they're playing really actively, and I don't like that. So rook E8. Rook E8 looks best to me. What will Nathaniel play? We'll wait to see. Let's take a look back at board 3. So first impressions, I really like Iris's position again. The opponent waited to castle for such a long time. What do you think? Why did the opponent wait to castle for so long, Adam? What were they afraid of? Any ideas?
I don't know, does E5 do anything?
E5 does a whole lot. What's it trying to do?
It kicks the knight out.
Which is guarding?
H7.
Okay, so then our bishop is awake, looking at H7. Here comes queen H5, and we're in business. Rook from E to E3, and rook's coming over. If white plays E5, black is losing instantly. There's no checkmate or anything, but white has an excellent position because of all their attack lines. And that is pretty much just the goal of taking space because we want to turn it into something that we can use tactically. So let's say the opponent sees this idea and recognizes the strength of this bishop on D3, and they play a move like E5, trying to close the diagonal forever. At first, this also seems like a great idea, but E5 or pawn E5 allows us to play knight F5, and then we have rook lift, rook G3, and lots of problems. And wow, they've actually allowed us to play this E5. And you know what's worse? They've just allowed a tactic. This is game over because E5, pawn takes, the knight's got to go somewhere. Which the pawn on F7 is now a weakness because there's one attacker, one defender. The king is the only guardian of F7 and H7. So after all this, we play e5, kick the knight. The knight goes somewhere like e8 or d5, whatever. Either one is still winning. We play bishop takes h7. Right? Bishop takes h7, the king's got to take. We play queen h5 check. The king goes back to g8. Queen f7 check. The king's on h8. And somehow we've got to find a way to play rook check. If we can say rook check, we win the game. It looks winning to me. Maybe we also have knight takes e6, which hits the queen, and it hits g7, if you can see all that. But e5 is the move. If Iris plays e5, I'm really, really liking her chances. Maybe black will play knight d5 instead of taking. That looks to be the best idea. But still, that bishop on d3 is so excellent after pawn e5.
How does the queen take on h7?
So e5, let's say pawn takes, and now the knight's in trouble on f6. The knight's got to move to d5, right? And then we do bishop takes h7, I mean. So bishop takes h7, the king takes, and then we do queen h5 check. Because now the king's got to go back to g8, and then we have queen f7 check. Then the king goes to h8, and now we're looking for somebody to say check. Right, we need rook check somehow. Rook lift, someone's got to get in there. But then I also saw that we have knight takes e6 after all that, which hits the queen on c7, and it threatens queen g7 checkmate. So if we play e5, if they take the pawn, that's losing. She went back to f3. Why did she do this? I don't like this move. I feel like she had to play e5. Maybe she doesn't like... What is she afraid of? After e5, knight d5. Was she concerned that her knight was defenseless on d4 after pawn takes? There's an x-ray. Let's see, e5, maybe is there queen c5? Was she afraid? I'm not sure. But I definitely feel like e5 was the chance. The knight is now blocking the queen from going to h5, so there's no bishop h7 tactics. There's also no fun on the f file with the f7 ideas because they just undefended it with rook from f to d8. I still like her position, but she's got to play e5. If she doesn't play e5, then black will somehow find a way to get in here with like knight c5 and pawn d5 and okay, h6. She's got a chance. Pawn e5, Iris. You can do it. We got to open up our bishops. Open up the attack lines for the heavy pieces. Right now, the pawns are in the way. Pawn e5. Pawn f5? No, then they have pawn e5 themselves. Or maybe knight e5. Pawn e5 is the only move. Will she see it? While she's looking for pawn e5, let's take a look now at board 4 because Ashish is attacking. The opponent's king is in trouble. The problem, though, is how do we get our rook to h3? That's what he's looking for. Before he played f4, I was considering maybe he had pawn g4, then rook d3, then rook h3. Maybe that was too slow, though. He just goes for immediate f4. This puts pressure on the pawn. Capture, then rook g8. Looks good for black. Maybe he doesn't want to capture back. Does he want to play e5 after they capture? I don't see the purpose of this one. So, interesting position. How does he get in after pawn takes, rook g8? Rook d3, then rook h3? But then there's rook g7. Looks like black will be able to hold this. But Ashish is fighting. He's up on time, and the opponent has to play accurately to survive here. So I would still give white the advantage. Two equally matched players here. The one who's attacking is always better. Especially since he's almost double his opponent's time. So Ashish has got the advantage. I'm not sure how he finds a way in. but I would say advantage white. Let's take a look back at board 3. Okay, great. Good news, Adam. She found e5. She's winning. What does she play here? Is the knight stuck? Can she just play h3, winning the game? h3. Does that win? The knight can't go anywhere. Do they take on e5 with some tactics? Doesn't look like that wins. So yeah, h3. h3, game over. She's double checking, triple checking, quadruple checking. She's going to win her first game on the big stage, Adam. She's kind of nervous. Let's see. Will she find h3? No? What was wrong with h3? Maybe did I miss something? h3, knight takes pawn, knight takes knight, knight takes, queen takes, rook takes, bishop. I don't see it. So h3, was there some kind of, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I missed something. We'll have to check with an engine. But just first looks, by looking at it for a couple seconds, h3 looked good. Now, if we don't play h3, a move like bishop e4 is also pretty good. Iris really wants to play queen e4. And that queen now will be perfectly positioned to assist on the queen side. Or on the king side, I mean. Attacking the knight on g4. Also looking for possible g4, g5 ideas after the light square bishop is gone, because then there's no suspicion. So let's see, what does the opponent play? Will they play knight c5 here? Either way, I'm happy because this is buying Iris more time to find h3. I know she's going to see it. There's no way she missed it. Maybe the opponent has to play h5 to give the knight room to run away to h6. But even so, after h3, knight h6, and bishop takes knight, that's still so ugly for the opponent. So we'll check back in with Iris later. Looks like she's still winning. I'm going to take a look at board 1. We haven't seen his game all round. His game started off, okay, the Albin counter gambit. He played this in one of the earlier matches and had a very exciting, dynamic game in perfect Roman style. But let's see how this game turned out. Early queen trade, I know he hated that one. But black's doing well here. Okay. And I like black's position. Number 1, we're making threats. We want to do bishop takes knight and take on e3. Right, so that's the first question to white is what do you do about this? Question number 2 is I'm going to bring more pressure. How do you respond if I play bishop c5? Right, and then first of all, how do you protect on e3? Right, do you play king d2? Right, and then maybe after king d2, I've got rook d8 check. Do you play rook e1? After rook e1, then maybe I've got bishop c5, or maybe I've got knight to d3. Lots of possibilities here. I really like black's position, but I want to see how does he develop his last 2 pieces. The bishop on f8 and the rook on h8 have to join the party. Once they can get in the fight, then black is clearly better. We're not even down material. It started off as a gambit, but we won our pawn back. And now we have this great tactical target on e3. So I can expect him to do moves like bishop c5. But if bishop c5, does the opponent have g4 because they're trying to remove the defender of g7? So that is a concern. What do we do about this? We can't play pawn g6 because then there's knight f6 hitting the rook and the bishop. So what to do here? Bishop c5. Now, after g4, we have knight f3. So after b4, what do? The opponent plays this extremely fast as well. We can't go to b6 because there's c5. I fear that we have to go back to f8. King takes bishop. Oh, well, then we have bishop takes pawn. If they do pawn takes c5, then we go back to e4? Or do we go to b3 to hit the pawn on c4? Interesting tactics. I think we should go back to b3 to hit the pawn on c4. Okay, great. Roman's winning. He's going to get at least a pawn from this somehow. So let's take a look back at board 3 here. Let's see. So everything's open. Okay, it's time to bring the queen in, Iris. I want to save the bishop, though. I feel like we don't have time. I want to play queen h5. Queen h5, and then somehow we're winning this game. If they take our bishop, we can put our knight on e4 forever. It can't be touched. They take, okay, queen takes pawn. Okay. I hope she doesn't trade queens, though. I really like the attacking position. Something like knight e4, stack the rooks up and invade. Looks like the quickest win. The opponents looks like they should play bishop f6. Bishop f6, queen takes pawn on e6. Still very messy, though. I like Iris's position. What does the opponent do? Okay, gotta take the pawn. And then what? Queen f7? Then we take on... No, that's so messy. Queen e6, king h8. Then rook takes bishop?
It's like Panda
also messy. That doesn't...
I think Panda got a checkmate.
Oh, he won?
Yeah. All right.
Wow. So the opponent didn't go for this rook g8, rook g7 idea. I thought the opponent was solid after that. Interesting. Well, good for us, though. That's 1 point. We need 2 more from this round to win this match. Let's take a look at board 2. It looks like Nathaniel's going to give us one of those points, Adam. I'm really liking his position. A little suspicious, though. But I think he's going to pull through. The opponent's going to play knight. Well, he can't play the knight to f3 because queen g4 check wins the knight off of him. He wants to move his knight really bad, though, because the h-file is the opponent's only chance to win. But if they can't move the knight, then what do? Also, black is threatening knight takes pawn. So what do you play? Pawn f3? Can't do that because queen e2. Check. Where's the king go? I don't know. Okay, so can we just take on g4? Knight takes pawn. Then there's knight f3. Very interesting game. I like that move. That was an excellent first move. But now there's pawn f3. They don't care about the pawn. Let's see. What do? Do we play... I like that. Force the trade. Okay. If rook e1, we have knight f2. We also have knight c3 to hit on a4. Check. King up. Takes. Okay. Takes. This looks winning for black. King e5. King d4. This looks good. Knight coming in. What do we play? That's a tough one. I agree. Looks fine. Rook c6. Knight in. Okay. Can we go king up? King up. Knight e6. No. Okay, now rook c6 hits both pawns. But then we can run. Do we just drop the pawn and say whatever? Or maybe, okay, what do we do here? King up. But then there's, messy, messy, messy. Okay, pawn up. I think we should... Oh no! We lost our rook! Oh no! Okay, so we have to have the other two boards win. Take a look back at board 1. Did he have h4 or h5 there? h5, the bishop would have went back to h3. Nothing special. What do we do? He is winning. He is winning. He should not allow g4. So g5 looks, or h5 looks good here to stop those pawns from moving like that. This endgame is going to take some skill for sure, but h5 is the right start. But then he has knight g3. Maybe h5 is not the right start. What do we do? But he can't play knight g3 because we take on h4. So I do like h5. Maybe he could... Okay, that's a good move as well. Trying to remove the defender of the pawn on h4. This pretty much forces some kind of trade. A step in the right direction. It's going to be a hard game, though. I'm going to take a quick look at board 3. So, all right. Iris is low on time. Not a good sign. But her position is better. Hopefully she's been looking and she's got a clear plan. I'm liking the idea of rook f7 at the right time. She's trying to put her knight on h5 is what she just did. What will black do? Looks like black should play rook takes rook to get the rook off of the f file. And then something like bishop f6, maybe? But it's hard to play this as black. The knight is so good. So we're really counting on Iris here. She's got to get her win for this match. It looks like she might be able to pull through. At worst, it looks like she's going to get a draw because she's a pawn up. She can't lose except on time, so she's got to play fast. Taking a quick look back at board 1. The opponent did not trade. The opponent decided just to give up the pawn because trading would have been in black's favor, but also winning a pawn is in black's favor. So what's going on here? He's going to get his own pawn. What did he do? He moved the knight there? Was there a way? Yeah, okay, so Roman could have played bishop to g3, but missed it. Okay, so now he's in some trouble. What does he play here? Ooh, this is big trouble, because there's going to be bishop check, move the king over to a8, and then bishop back, threatening knight check. Does Roman here play something like g6? Oh no, there's also pawn to g3. X-ray on the rook. So we have to check first. Rook f2 check. Roman, while he's figuring that out, let's take a look back at board 3. Okay, Iris down to less than a minute, but her position is excellent. Once again, what can she play? Does knight d6 work? Knight d6, the rook cannot take because rook e1. Knight d6 also threatens knight f7. Oh wait, what is this? Knight takes h6, pawn takes. This is winning. Great job. Because knight f7's coming. If they play rook f8, then we have just like knight f5 and other ideas like rook up and check. The opponent here will play rook f8. Do we have rook e8 there? Takes queen, takes king h7. Check, king takes check. No, we don't. But we are winning. And what is this? What is that? Okay, do we have knight? No, we don't. That move's going to make her think. What would I do real quick? Knight check, king over, knight check again. Okay, king over. Is this a forced draw? Or maybe she has queen g3? What a game. So king h8 forced. And then is queen g3 the only chance for a win? I feel like she might play knight f7. Being low on time. Okay, she goes for rook f1. Queen takes. Oh no, she can't actually take the bishop because of the mate on the back rank. Let's go for checks. Oh no, what do we have? Okay, bishop takes pawn. Queen e6. Is this some sort of forced draw? Queen e6, real quick. Excellent. Okay, king h8, queen h3. Queen block. Okay, check again. h3. Queen block. Well, they block with the queen. That's all they got. Okay, b3. Excellent. Bishop d4. Take the pawn. Oh, never mind. We're going to get mated. Excellent. Nice. Okay. This is tough. Can she make a draw possibly? I don't know. They blunder. Oh, they didn't blunder. Wow. Oh no, we blundered. That's mate. The opponent found some moves that made her think right when she was low on time. Tough. So I think if she would have played h3, she would have won that game. Interesting to see what the engine says. Also, e5 was the correct move, but maybe she played e5 too slow. I don't know. Let's take a look at board one. Roman is in a tough position as well. The opponent's bishops are doing excellent. These pawns are running. He's in danger of losing this game. Maybe the king should have stepped up to b6. Now the king is locked out forever. Threatening rook d4 or rook d5. Opponent finds it. Pawn up. Okay, what do we do here? Do we check? Okay, king over.
And it looks like Illinois won, so I guess it'll be tie breaks.
Yep. We at least have 6.5.
It's pretty close, though, Illinois and Pennsylvania. Illinois had 8.5 and Pennsylvania 7.5.
Ooh, so yeah, the amount of points we got this week will be just enough to clinch it. Tough match. Let's see, what state was this we're going against today? New York.
New York, yeah. You ready to suit up next week for the playoffs?
Yeah. I've been looking at my games to see what I could do different. But so
Well,
far, it seems to be doing all right.
I think we kind of got bad luck on the interleague play stuff where they had us play outside our division, because I always kind of thought like Seattle, New York, and St. Louis were the three kind of chess capitals. And
Mhm.
we played Washington, and then we played New York. So, and then while Illinois played, I think, Hawaii and Pennsylvania. So I think we kind of got the toughest two states, probably.
Yeah. So interesting. Looks like Roman actually may have some chance here. Knight takes pawn, king c5. No chance. This is it. He gave it a nice try. In the game where he played rook to f1 earlier, he had bishop to g3, which would have stopped all the pain on c7, which caused the loss there. But that's a hard game. I don't know.
It was a tough round. Panda's the only one who got a win that time.
Tough round. So we ended up with 6.5 to 9.5. We're going to playoffs guaranteed. So we're happy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure us and Minnesota will get the playoff spots, and then Illinois might be a wild card. I'm not sure what the other divisions are doing. We'll have 2 playoff spots for each division, and then 2 wild card spots. What did you think of the State's Chess Cup so far?
It's pretty cool. I mean, I had a friend who played for a different state last year, so I kind of knew about it. I was just a little bit lazy to figure out how to play.
Oh yeah, last year we didn't have any depth really, so if anybody needed a day off, we would, lose the match. So we're in a lot better shape this year, where we have 2 or 3 players who can take any of the 4 boards.
New York has a much stronger team than they did. Well, okay, so last time when we played them 2 weeks ago, they were more balanced. Now they have a 1700 on blast board that I don't really know, but the other people are all really strong.
So do you know everybody on our Missouri team?
Yeah. I've played all of them before and everything, yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Especially Ashish, because we're the same age. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't know how old he was, if he was a high school player or had just gotten out of high school.
No, we're both seniors, so soon.
Oh, okay.
Let's go to Isaiah's game, because it started. Okay, so...
Isaiah has white against Chasen.
Yeah. I'm not really sure what to call this opening. I want to say it's Queen's Indian, but it's not, because he didn't play c4. And then he played c4 later. So I don't know if it transposed or not. I'm not a big expert on any of these openings. I don't play them. d5 makes sense. So I guess the idea is if pawn takes, then pawn takes. So basically, if he takes a bunch of times on d5, I don't see anything other than bishop takes h7 and taking on d5. I don't know how good that is, though. And maybe I'm missing something. Maybe he has pawn takes, knight takes. No, bishop e4 doesn't work. Because just knight c3 and your queen's hanging. Okay, so I don't know. I would have taken it, but I'm probably missing something. b5 makes a lot of sense too, though. Obviously, undermining the pawn chain. So what's his idea? I mean, Okay, I was really tempted to play d6 because it sort of follows up on his idea. But after bishop takes d6, bishop takes h7, probably knight takes, queen takes d6, then maybe you can take on f3. And maybe like you want this pawn here to block the bishop, so maybe d6 is just like unprincipled too. But now, okay. I mean, white has a decision to make. Actually, I really don't like, now that the more I look at it, the more I realize that b5 is strong, because the problem is you can't really, like, you can play b3, but then probably b4 comes. And then, you know, how are you going to defend your pawn on d5? Let's see, b3, b4, knight e4, pawn takes, knight takes f6. Oh, bishop takes and my rook's hanging, so that doesn't work. Yeah, I think d5 was a mistake then. I don't know white, or maybe not a mistake, but I'm starting to like black's position. But also, I don't play these structures. I don't with either side, so I like could be really off. But okay, e4 makes sense. He's just trying to support d5. I'm really skeptical of this for some reason. I just don't think white can keep the center the way it is. But maybe it's working, because like d6 is almost a threat, but not yet. But e5 is, I mean, I don't know. Probably black will play d6 or something, or take on c4 first. Okay, let's go to another game. Let's go to Ashish's game. This game makes more sense. So, Caro Khan, c4. So he plays c takes. I feel like e takes is the main move, and then just d4, and you play this like, what's it called, like Panov or something, and it's very similar to a lot of queen pawn positions. But the way he does it, he takes twice. And I guess he wants to play this isolated queen pawn position, which, okay. Nothing too bad about it. So obviously the isolated queen pawn is like a classic thing that you're supposed to learn. You know, the idea is that it's a weakness, so black's going to try to blockade it and attack it, and white's going to say, well, because of this, like, of open lines, like the e file is open, the c file is open, my knight wants to go to e5, my bishops are pointing towards the king, so white wants some initiative. And I have a theory about isolated queen pawn positions, but like, no, I've never heard anyone agree with me on it, but like people always debate like what's better, to have it or not, right? And my theory is that it's always good if you're white and it's bad if you're black. Like, it really doesn't have to do anything with it. Because if you like don't waste a tempo or something and you're white, then you should have a slight advantage, no matter if you have the isolated queen pawn or if your opponent has it. But like nobody believes me, so yeah, that's my theory. I mean, it makes sense though, because like there's advantages and disadvantages, but if you have the extra tempo, you can always like prove the advantage sooner than your opponent can prove the disadvantage.
Okay.
But yeah, I think his position is fine. There's still like a lot of play left to be done, but his opponent has 11 minutes, which is a lot still, but he has 14 and it's only move 11, so maybe a little bit poor time management by his opponent. Another Caro Khan. Okay, so we have a King's Indian attack. That's what it's called. E5. Okay, so he's trying to avoid the like standard King's Indian and just sort of take advantage of the fact that white's playing slow. To be honest, I don't really know how you're supposed to play this, but it seems very logical, especially like a5 and, you know, advancing on the king side. And like white's supposed to be attacking on the king side in the king's Indian attack. Like that's the whole idea. But I'm a little bit skeptical of white's quote unquote attack. So I think Julian probably like equalized at least. And also Julian, he's always like well prepared. He knows what he's doing. So I'd say he's doing pretty good right now. Especially because he's black. And then finally, what is going on in Roman's game? Okay. French, obviously. I have very strong opinions about the French, but we're not going to talk about them right now. So whenever this is, I mean, I don't know if this is the main line, but these lines do exist with queen g4. And okay, queen goes to a4. So like this is very sharp and honestly doesn't make a lot of sense half the time. But okay, let's go fast. So he took a pawn, 2 pawns, 3 pawns, and he's just telling white like, you know, I took your pawns. What are you gonna do about it? Are you gonna mate me? Probably not. h6 is nice, very useful. And now he's just queening those pawns. So I don't believe in white's attack either. So, I mean, it's... Oh, also he has a huge time advantage. I was going to say, if he gets in time trouble, then like anything can happen. And it's still like he has to prove that he's not getting mated. But I think black's just winning here. I don't know why white just gave up all his pawns and then didn't attack. But it's okay. Don't blunder mate. Okay. I don't even know what white does to try fake attack. I think white... Okay. So this one should be a win. Let's check the other ones. Okay, let's go back to Isaiah's game. So... I like f3. I mean... Rook d1 is an option to defend the bishop. But he's taking a lot of time. One thing I know, just like the more I play, the more I realize, is that time matters way more than you think. Like if you're down, let's say 3 or 4 minutes, that's like, that's like the equivalent of, like if you're up a piece and you're down like 5 minutes, that's like equal. So it's, I'm really confused. Okay, I guess it's technically not up material, but why do you do this? I'm pretty sure this is just good for black. Or is it? I don't know, maybe he calculated something? So if rook takes d1, rook takes, knight takes e3, pawn takes. Does he want knight? I don't know what he wants. This looks terrible. 2 bishops versus rook. Okay, I'm gonna stop speculating over his decision. Just move on. You know, this position's not the best. Oh, Julian already won. Wait, let's go back and see what happened. So I was saying after like bishop f8 or something on move 11 that Julian was doing pretty good. And then, let's see, just go through really quick. So e4 got weak, as it often does. I played so what? White trapped their own bishop. Very nice. And then pretended to attack, and then lost some more material. Wait, he hung his queen. I shouldn't be laughing, but like, that might have been a mouse slip. But anyways, white's totally busted because he's down a piece and he's losing another one. So That was a good win. We need that. Roman's winning. Isaiah, I don't understand what he did. Okay, let's go to Ashish. This is the last, like, game that's kind of up in the air still. Wait. So we left after move 11. Rook E1. So knight B4, and for some reason he decided not to save this bishop. Yeah, I also have very strong opinions about the bishop pair and, like, bishops versus knight, so I would have played bishop b1 in like half second, or maybe not bishop b1. I just move my bishop somewhere, probably to b1, maybe to c4. I don't know what it does there. Maybe, oh wait, was he losing a pawn? Is that what he was worried about? Okay, but I might have tried to sacrifice it anyway. But that makes his decision make more sense, I guess. So he lost the bishop pair. Then stuff happened. Okay, so he took this bishop back. And he got the c file, which is good. Okay, so black's trying to mate, but I don't really believe in this. Although I'm not really sure why g3 was played. See, I'm more worried about the queen than the bishop. I would maybe, if I wanted to move one of my pawns, I would move the h pawn, but that's just me. So the good thing is that Ashish has the c file. The bad thing is that his bishop it's close to becoming a giant pawn. It's not there yet, but this is definitely not a good bishop. Also, he doesn't even have the c file because worst case, black can trade queens and play rook c8. I mean, black can go back, or yeah, I was gonna say, or he doesn't want the c file. I guess because after rook c8, rook c1, and then you trade rooks, and even though white's bishop is bad, it's not easy to win. But I would say now, so, I mean, he has extra time, which is good. But his position's definitely slightly worse. I don't know how worse, but I mean, with 5 minutes, it's going to be a tough task to, like, convert this into a win. But I don't know, his opponent's strong, so we'll see what happens. Like the thing is, with isolated queen pawn, you're supposed to trade the minor pieces and keep all the rooks and queens on the board to, like, put pressure. But the thing is, like, once you trade so many pieces, like, if you only have rooks, if it's like a pure rook in game, I don't think I don't think white definitely has better chances to draw than black does to win, like, a lot. And with the bishops on, it does help black a little bit, but I don't know how much. But also, that's in classical. This is, like, rapid, so probably his opponent's going to play forever for a win, and hopefully Ashish can hold this, but I don't know. Okay, let's go to Roman's game. I thought he was just winning. And let's see what happened. Okay, what is...
Take the knight.
So, okay, if pawn takes, then your rook hangs, right? If rook takes, then the idea is rook h8, and you take the rook on a8. Oh, okay. But, like, I'm really tempted even to just ditch this rook, because, like, unless I get checkmated somehow, like, I'm not too worried. I have so many pawns, but I think he's maybe calculating something, and he's kind of worried that might be in danger of getting checkmated. So this was like a nice try by his opponent. I mean, I really don't believe in this, but I mean, let's see, King E7. Does King E7 lose? I mean, okay, King E7, probably rook takes rook, pawn takes, queen takes. What's the threat though? And like King E7, I'm gonna take your knight. So Queen C7, I can get away with taking your knight probably. And also, like I'm sure he's calculating rook takes F6. Because even though you lose the exchange, okay, probably not King D7. After rook H8, King D7. Probably. So there's no Queen C7. I don't know if Queen C7 does anything. Okay, then rook takes A8. We'll just assume the king went somewhere. Then C2. Actually, no. I want my king on E7. I changed my mind. Because if rook A7, I want to be able to block. Okay, so he played King E7. He decided that was too much trouble. Which, okay. I mean, if he has a lot of time and he should be winning, so he probably just wants to take the easiest way. Especially like in team matches, you're supposed to try to not lose at all costs. So like, I like that decision. Also, I just saw maybe a funny, I don't know if this does anything, but like G5 would be really funny. Because you can't take because of the pin, you can't take your rook because queen hangs, but that doesn't do anything. Also, white's knight is hanging right now, so it has to go somewhere. No. Probably rook takes H6. That's what we were looking at earlier. Yeah, rook takes, pawn takes, queen takes, and then there's no threat. So I think just C2. Like, what's the threat? I'm not getting checkmated. You have a queen and a knight. You're not checkmating me. I have enough. So he's not going to take it. He's going to stop C2, but how? Nah, this is game over. I think white will resign soon. Okay, see, Isaiah lost. Yeah. I mean, after he gave up the 2 pieces, that's kind of what I was expecting. Like, I don't know what the engine says, but like 2 bishops versus rook, I would take black all day. Yeah, see, like, he just like, 2 bishops are too strong. You just lose all your pawns and then they queen. And it's very sad. I don't understand his decision. Maybe I missed something, but I don't understand why he took on E6. Like, what's wrong with F3? Wait, now I'm actually curious. Let's check with the engine. Okay, so rook D1. Yeah, queen takes E6 was a blunder. Bishop C2 and rook D1 are good. Wait, I gotta show more. Wait, how do I? Oh, settings. Settings. I gotta show like 3 lines so I can decide if. So F3 was good. It wasn't the best move, but it was good. Rook D1, Bishop C2, and F3. They all made sense. Okay, so now I can not feel bad because okay, Julian's playing bullet. I can not feel bad because I was right for once. Roman queen, and he won. Good. So we just have a sheesh left. Yeah? Nothing is happening. It's like the same situation as before. Wait, actually, no, I don't want to say nothing. He like tried to go after the H5 pawn, but why didn't he play G6? I'm like really confused. After rook C5, when he attacks the H5 pawn, why did he play rook H8? I'm really confused. Okay, so I think objectively, black is better. Slightly. Like, probably not even enough to win in a classical game. But, like, practically, because he has 1 minute and Ashish has 7, I think white is the one playing for a win here. Even with 2-second increment. Like, you think it's a lot, but it's really... Like, I guess for bullet players it might be, but I don't know how strong his opponent is in... Let's check. Let's check their ratings. Okay, so... He's pretty good at bullet. So maybe it's just like he has a habit of getting in time trouble. But at least for me, 2-second increment, it's not enough. Like, it's not really that much where you can think a lot. It's just enough so you don't flag. But that's also because I'm really bad at bullet. So rook a8 and a5, that was a nice idea by his opponent. But what if I just take and play like b5? This can't be bad, yeah? b5? I'm assuming b5. What's the, is the idea a4 and then... No, I really don't believe in this. I mean, he also can just leave it. Like, there's... Yeah, b5 though. It makes more sense because you don't... This rook, you want to make it look... Okay, so the idea was a4. And he wants to, like, target... He wants to stop white from playing a4 and defending the pawn on b5. But... I just play rook c5 and defend everything. And if you ever play b6, then I play rook c6 and take your pawn. So, yeah, king e4. Okay, now I think white's the one playing for a win, just considering the time situation. If it was a classical game, I would be surprised if the game ended in anything but a draw. But so I guess the other games can't start until this one's done, right?
Sometimes they can, but usually you have to wait for the opponent or something. So, and also tonight, they're entitled to 10 minutes between rounds if they want for a break. And I think maybe tonight they'll use
because
it.
I remember last match, like, I just kind of like, I wasn't sure. They never told you, oh, you can, like, oh, you start. So it'd just be kind of like you'd be looking, and if your opponent wasn't playing, I just like challenge them, and the next game would be going. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's fine too. If you guys want to start playing, you can. So.
Yeah, I hate having no breaks though. It's like, because especially if you're in time trouble, you have all this adrenaline, and then you don't like, and then you start, and then you can't think properly.
Right.
So, yeah. Now white's weak pawn doesn't do anything because you can't go after it. Now it's about piece activity. And I mean, like, I would say black's pawn on a4. Like, black, I think white, she's just gonna just march his king over there and maybe see what to do next. Maybe he'll play b6 someday and march his king further. I don't know. His opponent played this really poorly. I think he has good winning chances now. So why not just king c4? See, yeah, his opponent offered draw and he declined it, so he knows. And his opponent's higher rated, so he definitely did not want to offer the draw. So I think they both know that. It's like b6. I really want to play b6 just without calculating. But maybe he was scared of... Nah, rook c8 can't be good. King pawn endgame has to be a losing, right? But also, just like... At this point, with so much time advantage, anything is good. Okay, b6 just wins a pawn. b6, rook moves, then rook c7, then I take your pawn. Good. He's probably just double checking. And this pawn's close to queening, too. Okay, so he has this, but the king and pawn endgame is, like, totally lost, right? So, okay, don't play, like, rook e7, because then okay, even that, then he takes with check, but you take on a4. But I think just rook b8, what he did, because this king and pawn endgame, there's no way black holds this. No. Ditch the pawn, okay. a4. Yeah, this, like, White queen's way too fast. Black's too slow. Queen h1. Or that. Anything. He has a lot of time. It's no issue. Okay.
All right.
So that's good. That was a big upset because Ashish is our board 4 and that's their board 1. So I think we won this round 3-1, right?
Yes, I have wins for Ashish, Julian, and Roman. Does that sound right?
Yeah. His friend, so he also, well, he lived in St. Louis. I think he just like moved to college. And this friend, he's like a friend of Julian and I. He went to my school, so like we were actually really good friends, and he's like around the same rating as me. And one day, like we were playing some tournament, and he was like unsure of what opening to play because he hates studying opening theory, like everyone. So he was like, what should I play? And he asked me, and he was like half serious, half joking. And I was also half serious and half joking. So I dared him to play B3. He played it. He was playing against like some FM or IM, and he got a really good position. He lost eventually, but he was like doing so well. And then ever since then, he was like, B3 is the best opening ever, and he likes it a lot. And then, so now he plays B3 all the time. And I mean, based on what Julian's playing, he probably like not learned it, but got the idea from that friend. I mean, that's what I would bet. So I don't know for sure if I know that supposedly when Black plays C5 and D5 and C5 and Knight F6 without E5, like with the pawn and E7, then Knight C6 is actually like sort of a mistake because of Bishop B5, and these double pawns actually become weak. But I don't know if Bishop B5 against E5 is like also a thing. So, because these E5, the structures are a little bit different because Black gets an E4 and D5, etc. And these can become kind of tricky to play, but it looks like Julian's handling it really well. At least from what I can see. So, Bishop D7, then Knight D4, like, Knight D4 doesn't do anything. I mean, G7 is hanging, but I don't know if I want to take it. Do I? Or am I going to do something smarter? I'm so glad I don't have to play this. It's too hard to make decisions so quickly. He played Knight D4, which I was suggesting earlier, but I don't... How good is this? So Knight takes, Bishop D... Wait, does he have to play Bishop D7? Yeah, probably, because C6 is there. Okay, Bishop D7, Queen D7, and take... I mean... White has to have an advantage, because this pawn on E4, which looks really strong, is a weakness. It's like to amateur, well, I'm an amateur too, but so like lower ranked players, they often think like, oh, it's so strong, you know, but it's like, that's kind of like a well-known misconception. I would say that. I mean, this pawn has to be king take. Okay. I see how it is. So he's probably debating between bishop and queen takes. I don't think pawn takes makes any sense. Bishop takes, I would be worried a little bit that my queen would get trapped, but it's probably not. But I mean, I like queen takes anyway. Okay, bishop takes. It's probably pretty close. Okay, so I think Julian's doing pretty good, but we should probably look at another one.
I got a text from Brian from the club, and he said that Ashish has a great position now.
Ashish, okay, let's go look. French. Okay, like I said, I have strong opinions about the French, but we're not going to talk about those today. So okay. So once upon a time, I was looking at this line like, from white perspective, and I think it looks really scary for black, but from my knowledge, like, I don't know if his opponent handled it properly. I don't know how much theory his opponent knows, but from what I remember, there is like it looks scary, but it's actually like good for white. But I could be totally wrong because I never played this. I just like analyzed it for some reason, like pretending that I was going to play it. But I know I'm not because I'm way too lazy to actually memorize everything. Okay, so FE, I don't like that move. Take on E6 from white because you just release the tension too early. Like, you don't know if you want to take or play F6. I strongly dislike that. Also, because he was smart, black was smart to not castle. So it's harder to get attacked if you're not there yet. Okay, brave decision taking that pawn. And G6, threatening bishop F5, so probably either king A1 or knight G3. I don't see another move. But see, the thing is, white misplayed this a lot, and he has no attack, and it's just all black doing the attacking. And initiative in like rapid and blitz, the initiative, especially blitz, but also rapid, it's very important. It's just like easier to play black here. But also you never know, because I think he's playing Nico Chasen, right? So I don't know. Last match I was discussing with Ashish last time when we played New York 2 weeks ago, he said that he was doing really good against Nico 2, and then he like played really bad at some point, like made a few bad moves, and then he just lost. And I mean, when I played him, I had like a pretty good position too, and I just like, I don't even know what I did. I played for like, I just made a few bad moves and then it all went away. So he's tricky. Nico's tricky. He's young, so I think he's 15. That sounds right.
Yeah, I think he's a teenager. I didn't know exactly how old.
No. Like I've been to tournaments with him. Some, like, I never talked to him, but it's just I'm trying to. He's either 14 or 15. I think he's 15, but I don't know when his birthday is. So we're just gonna say he's 15, and he's tricky. You know, he's FM. He can't be that bad, but Nico has this tendency to like. From what Ashish told me in my game, he just like kind of doesn't take the opening seriously, and then when bad things happen, he like starts to think and do things. But I think it might be a little bit too late for him. Hopefully Ashish can pull this one off. Then he'll have 2 upsets, which is good because then his last 2 games are a little bit easier. So that will help us get some points. Okay. Let's check Isaiah. We have, okay, it was in English. Well, ready English thingy. I don't even know what to call them. They always transpose anyway. And then, yeah, it did transpose into a G3 King's Indian, which I also know nothing about. Why does everyone play D4? If you play D4, I don't know anything because I don't play D4. So it's like... treated queens. Is this like... Oh... Okay. Bishop wasn't on G5 yet, which is good. So he had to play rook E8. And then... Okay, for some reason, white gave up this bishop. I like bishops, so... Yes. Knight. Okay. So, let's see. If black can untangle, then black is better because of bishop pair. If black can't and white can keep their initiative and like sort of clamp down, then white's better. Yeah, f5. Okay. See what Black wants to play f5, kick that knight out, and then c6. Let's see. c6. Knight goes, bishops. And also because the knight is on d2, that means that the rook is temporarily blocked, so the other bishop can try to get out too. Bishop c7 maybe? I don't know. I would also consider moving the knight because I want my bishop on e6. And also this pawn on c6 is like very useful to sort of stunt White's bishop on g2. So maybe White will try like b4 or b5 someday. Especially when the c8 bishop moves, because then b7 is always hanging. But I don't know. A lot of decisions to make. See, this one is like, I can't like give you an accurate evaluation because it depends on a lot of things, like in the next few moves. It's kind of, it's not that concrete, but it depends on the next few moves. If Black has like 3 moves, then Black is better. Like, just like get their pieces out. Then Black has the bishop pair and these nice pawns in the center, and Black's definitely better. But the thing is, if White plays fast, then White can probably stop Black from doing all these things that he wants. So that's probably what Isaiah's thinking about. Okay, let's leave him to think. Hopefully he doesn't get down too much time. And let's check Roman. So Roman's playing Tani. Tani is really young. He's like 11 max. I think he's 10, but maybe he's 11. So, okay, it's like Italian stuff. Okay, so let's see. With bishop g5, so already that's not something that I'm super familiar with, but I know some stuff. Bishop e6, he takes. See, on principle, taking is bad, but also I remember in like one of the world championship matches, Carlsen did it, and he got a good position. So like, who knows anymore? Maybe it is good. I think he was probably Black's going to play queen d7 and castle queenside. So maybe this does make some sense, especially, I don't know. And now, now Black decides to castle kingside. And now you can just sort of play it like a normal Italian. Although, normally like in the Italian, you still have your bishop, like on b3 or c2 or somewhere. So we got d4 in. Takes. Oh, he blundered a pawn. So d4 was a blunder. Because after everything gets taken, if you take the knight with the queen, then you get forked on e2. So he blundered that. Locking the rook away. Interesting. I mean, I'm assuming White's just trying to like find compensation for the pawn, but Black's definitely has a big edge here. So that's a little bit unfortunate because like if we go by rating, Roman should win. Obviously, if we went by rating, then we wouldn't have a match at all because that's like upsets are supposed to happen. But it's a little bit unfortunate. Okay. Let us check Ashish. She has a good position. So we left it after, I think, queen c1 on the 20th move. And then he just went c3 and c2 and said, what are you going to do about it? And after c2, White can't take on a4 because bishop c3 will lead to mate. So he played bishop d2 to stop it. And now, what is happening? Everything's hanging. Okay, but this has to be winning. if it's not, like, everything wins. Come on. That wins. Taking the rook wins. Taking the bishop wins. I don't want to be too, like, cocky, but I think everything wins. So now we threaten mate on a2. So you have to take me. But then I take with bishop, and then you take me again. Queen takes, queen b2, and then I take your rook. It's a lot of material. And if you don't take my knight, what do you do even? Like queen b2? Then I take your rook. Yeah, this... Okay, so you just resigned. Very good. So Ashish had 2 upsets today. And I don't want to speak too soon, but, you know, he has 2 easier pairings later. So he's doing his job. Because, like, I mean, on paper, we're definitely the underdog, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But we just need a few upsets, right? Oh, no. In Roman's game, he just blundered another piece, I think. Queen takes e4 is very nice. Because, wait. Actually, so, okay, if pawn takes, then knight e2, and rook takes, then rook f1 is mate. And so you have to try rook takes, and I'm assuming the idea is rook takes, and if you take back, then knight e2, and you... Wait. You lose your queen, but you get the knight back. Huh. And I don't... Wait, let's see. Rook takes e4. Rook takes e4. I don't have to take your rook, do I? Oh, and queen's... Oh! Queen c4. I missed that. King h7? What's happening? I take your queen? What do I even take with? I don't know. I don't think it matters. Okay, so probably I will take the queen somehow. And then you'll take my rook, something... It's going to be rook, knight, and... Black doesn't have an extra pawn anymore. Okay, wait. Where'd the extra pawn go? Oh, he sacked it. Okay, then this was a mistake by Black. I changed my mind. So he probably... Yeah, because he's... I mean, kids, all they do is play for tactics. I'm the same, but, like, slightly better. Because I'm older. But I get it. So he blundered this. I think Black blundered this. Because he only gets rook... Unless I'm, like, totally missing something. Okay, so yeah, that's, like, a desperado. So you're going to lose the rook. You get a pawn for it, too. And now it's queen and pawn versus rook and knight. I think Black definitely blundered this. The question is, how easy is this to win? I think not too difficult because of the e-pawn. Without the e-pawn, maybe. But with the e-pawn... I don't believe in fortresses either, so... Okay, so that turned around. That's good for us, then. Let's check Julian. We haven't checked Julian in a long time. Last time we saw was after bishop takes d4 on move 13. So he's, like, moving his queen around, trying to not trade queens. Then he got castled. Somehow, see, the thing is, like, king takes c7 was really weird, but I don't think white, like, managed to punish Black for it. Maybe there wasn't a punishment. Maybe it was fine. Just, it looked weird. I mean, he's certainly trying with b4 and rook d5, but how good is this? You sacked a pawn. Where's your attack after king b8? I'm, like, kind of confused right now. Because if rook c1, there's no threat. And Black wants, like, f4 and stuff. King b8, what am I missing? Oh, he's probably also considering queen c3. This looks strange. Julian made a series of strange decisions. Somehow, like, Black just really quickly because White had to move their queen so many times before it, like, got back. Then Black had all the time they needed to coordinate their pieces, and maybe black was even better already. So that probably means that maybe bishop takes d4 was fine, but after like c6, just like play queen c4 and like go after the weak e pawn or something, because like yeah, he just gave black too many tempi. I think that's what happened. And now yeah, queen c3 was played, and I mean you can't take it. That would be wait. Never mind. Don't say I. So queen takes, pawn takes, rook c1, king d6, probably. Rook takes, king takes. I mean, I wouldn't want to play that. Queen c4, I like this decision. Especially because he I don't know if, like, he might still be playing for a win. Julian. Just because, like, I know Julian, and that's kind of his mindset. Like, when he's playing lower rated people, he's probably still playing for a win. So, but it's tough. He sacked a pawn. He's down 3 minutes. I think he's probably just going to try to create some chaos and attack the king and hope for the best. I mean, not the worst plan in the world. So,
Roman
I still
lost his game, maybe.
Sorry?
I think Roman lost his game.
Oh no! What happened? He hung. Oh no! See, I was saying it shouldn't be that hard to, and then I jinxed him. Darn. He hung his queen. Okay, that's unfortunate. So in the end, Ashish's win was kind of evened out by Romans, but we still have 2 games going. Julian's, we said, was, who knows right now. And Isaiah looks like he did, in fact, get his pieces untangled. He got his knight to d3. And then he had the bishop pair, and, I mean, so he momentarily lost a pawn, then he got it back. That was, I mean, let's see. Maybe there was probably no need to lose that pawn, but he did manage to get it back, and I mean, he's definitely better here. How much? I don't know. We'll have to figure that out, I guess. So time is around even. He's down a little bit, but not too much. Let's see. How does black go about making progress? Bishop d4 is tempting, but you have to make sure that knight takes d4 and pawn takes, that rook endgame is like you're actually able to do things. And I think after king f2, probably it's not good, because after knight, bishop d4, knight takes, pawn takes, rook d2. So he just moves his rook. There's no need to rush. But he needs to move his bishop and bring his kings somehow. Like, I don't know how, but so you bring your king, maybe shove your pawn to a3, I don't know, and you just kind of play on like the c4 weakness and just, I mean, yeah, your general plan is just to kind of bring all your pieces around and surround the queenside weaknesses. I'm sure he's probably just taking it one move at a time, which is good. And time is like equalizing, so. Okay. Question is, do we want to trade rooks or not? I think not, but rook d6 is coming if we don't trade rooks, so we might have to. Rook a3, rook d6, rook takes a2. Yeah, that's probably bad. So he decided to take. But now white's king blocks black. So, oh, he just offered a draw. Okay, so I think he kind of realized that he has not much of an advantage anymore, which I kind of disagree with. I think
White offered the draw.
No, it says black offers draw.
Oh,
so
okay.
I don't. And then is his opponent going to decline it because he's higher rated? I mean, if anyone's better here, it's black. Black has a bishop. There's pawns on both sides of the board. Black's king is slightly more active, you know? Like, I mean, white's only hope is to somehow win the b6 pawn, maybe. But how? Your knight's terrible. Maybe he was just trying to psych his opponent out. That's one possibility. Sometimes draw offers just like confuse your opponent a lot. And now he's spending a lot of time. And also draw wouldn't be the worst result because who knows if he can win. He's the underdog here, so maybe that was a smart decision. Let's check Julian. Julian caused some mess. Okay, so he got his pawn back. That's good. Threatening rook c1. I think my prediction for this game is that it's going to come down to a time scramble. Like, they're not going to trade very much. It's going to be a time scramble between the two of them because Julian's playing really quickly, so his opponent's equalizing on time, sort of. It's going to come down to a time scramble, and I hope that it's a time scramble that Julian comes out on top. So queen h8, maybe? That's my prediction, but I don't know. So I guess you can just take that pawn. Like, why not? Free pawn. King c7. Maybe it won't be a time scramble. Maybe Julian will win before then. I hope. So now that black lost that pawn, then his other pawn is weak. His king is still not in good shape, especially compared to white's. Rook d2. He's trying to do stuff. I don't know what. I think he's just pretending to attack. h4. Actually, this move makes a lot of sense. Like, normally you don't want to move pawns in front of your king, especially if it's like there's still queens on the board, major piece ending with queens. But I think he's just trying to, like, if they ever do trade queens, like, so that this h pawn is further, and because that's going to be how he's going to try to win. He's just going to throw those pawns, stop the b pawn, and queen that one. But if black doesn't trade queens, maybe it will become weak. I don't know. So he doesn't take the pawn, which I think is smart. Because if queen takes b5, then just queen takes g6, and then h4 is very justified because I just run that h pawn. But I think black's main problem here is still his king. Like, king b6, where are you going? Queen h6 back? Interesting. Oh, he wants h5. Okay. Okay. Let's check back on Isaiah. I think he made some progress, sort of. His opponent declined a draw by sacrificing a, well, not sacrifice, he tried to play g4. But now he's just, wait. 92. King takes knight. Did he blunder that? I hope not. I hope he calculated. 92, king takes g4, knight takes c1, king f3. Maybe this is a genius idea. Because, wait. No, it's probably, okay, now, king f3 was played. Sorry, I'm like thinking too hard to like say what I'm thinking about out loud. No, I think white queen's first in that pawn endgame. Like 92, g4. Okay, maybe white's in 6. Also, knight g1, king f2. No, I think he blundered that. That's sad. Or maybe he just didn't know how to make progress, which is kind of fair because 92 is coming anyway. But I think this was a little bit too risky. Knight takes a5 or knight takes c5. Pawn. Oh. See, the thing is, oh no, this is losing because if you play g2, b8, g1, queen f1, then king goes queen g8. I trade queens and then I come take your pawns. You're way too far. So yeah, I was gonna say though, if he didn't blunder it, this is way too risky, like for a team match. So, I mean, also maybe he just was playing for a draw. Like, you know, when you have that mindset of playing for a draw, you just kind of start playing worse moves and start blundering. I don't really know what happened, but what I do know is that he's losing. Or, yeah. Wait. Maybe I will revise my assessment. A3, C6, king F, king C3, C7, king B2. No, you're one move, or you're like 2 moves too short still. If this was like one down, like if, okay, even this, like, yeah, that's just a simple way. Now you go take the pawn. Okay, so that was a sad loss too, which means it's up to Julian to equalize, but can he do it? They trade a rook somewhere. Okay, I'm not going to go all the way back because there's too much stuff going on right now. And he does have an extra pawn, but his king is eh. So yeah, it is a time scramble. But I think this is just a draw. Wait. Actually, now can you play... No, you can't play f3. That's crazy. Don't do it, please. Okay. I think it's just a draw. I don't see how white makes progress. Yeah, there's no way to make progress. Yeah, I was gonna say you can try this, but like you just get checked away. And as long as black doesn't trade queens or get checkmated, then it's just a draw, unfortunately. That was a tough round though, because we had 2 people blunder in like winning / good positions. Oh, okay, just agreed to a draw. Oh well, I'm not going to criticize them too much because, like, if I was playing, I would have, like, lost way before, but I would prefer not to have 2 people blunder, you know? Wait, we won the first 3-1, and now 2.5, 1.5, so we're still ahead by 1 point.
Yeah, I've got a 4.5 to 3.5.
Oh, Julian already started. I thought they were going to take a break. Wait, I think he should have just asked to take a break. Because whenever you come off another one and you're, like, full of adrenaline, you won't play well. I don't think you can. You need, like, a few minutes just to, like, wash away the previous game. I don't know how to describe it. Because you're like, I know chess players are supposed to be good at, like, refocusing and, like, especially in the middle of the game, if things change really fast, you have to adapt quickly, but it's always better to have more time than less. So they're playing some, like, strange, I don't know what to call it. I think... Was b4 really necessary from white? It's just like a normal opening, though. I think he should play a4 at some point. Probably now is a good time. Or you can play bishop e3. I would have played a4, but I'm sure this is fine too. So black goes for an early d5. I don't like how he didn't castle yet. I mean white, obviously. Because things are just much better when you're castle. Yeah, I don't think this is theory anymore. I think my gut tells me that white misplayed this a little bit because black got d5 in with barely any trouble. Yeah, so like usually how you prevent d5 is like you might like put a rook on e1. So like you don't trade bishops. You keep the bishop back there. You like either your bishop stays on c1 or it goes to g5 really early. Here it cannot go there anymore, so it has to stay on c1. And he should have just like played rook e1, which kind of prevents d5 because the e5 pawn's always in danger. But somehow my gut tells me that white misplayed this, and black is fine now. So I don't know. These Italians are always like. So many super GMs play it, and they ruin the opening. Like, this is gonna be a little bit of a rant, but whenever a super GM starts playing it, then, like, I know theory always exists there, and there's like a lot of theory always, but they like make more theory, and then they make it so that everyone knows the theory. That's the problem. So then you have to learn the theory too, and like all these little subtleties, and I personally hate it. I hate learning openings. So they kind of ruined these openings for me. But now it's not like a super GM line, I don't think. But I think that's because white misplayed it, not because of anything cool. So he gave up the bishop, not a decision I would have taken because I like bishops. But it makes some sense because he wants e4 probably. Before, if he played e4, his knight, black's knight would have gone to f4. So g6, that's kind of annoying. Now no more knight f5s. Okay, we're just going to leave it here and check someone else. I'm just going to say Ashish misplayed it. You can quote me on that. If she yells at me later, okay, whatever. Let's check Roman. So we have another French in another King's Indian attack. Last time we had a King's Indian attack, it was Julian against Tani, but it was like a Caro-Kann version. I think against the French, it's like slightly better than the Caro-Kann. But I'm not, don't quote me on that. I'm not, yeah. B5, interesting. So was this a pawn sack or what? Did he blunder it or did he sack it? Did he assume that he had bishop a6 after queen takes b5? Because he doesn't. His bishop is hanging on c5. So, question mark. If his knight was still on d7, then it's true he can't take. Okay, so I'm really tempted to say that it's a blunder. But it could be a sacrifice, just the chances are low. I mean, black has some compensation. It's just strange to give up that pawn. I'd really like a knight to get to c3, but I don't think that's happening. Queen e8. Interesting. What's the idea? Maybe the idea is like bishop a6 and a4. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't know why the queen went to e8. Okay, I don't know. Is he trying to play queen c6? No. That's like a cheap trick, though. He's trying to play queen c6 and double attack on c2 and e4. But there's so many ways to stop that. I don't think that's his idea. I think it's bishop a6 and a4. But or it's rook d8. Okay. Are you not scared of bishop takes f6? I would be. Okay, so based on how he's playing now, he definitely blundered that pawn. I think he just forgot his bishop was undefended on c5. That's not good. So he has a tough task left. Okay, now we gotta go check. Wait, what was the one game we didn't check? Did Isaiah's game start? I don't see it.
Last time I checked, he was on break. So.
Okay, so let's go back to Julian's game because a bunch of stuff happened. Some normal stuff. Everyone got developed. Bishop went to b8 to keep the bishop. Julian shares my obsession with bishops. I know that because we've discussed it, so I'm not surprised. Queen c7 is tempting, but I don't think it's like, then just g3. It doesn't do much. And you put your queen in the line of the rook. Same thing with queen h4. I think just g3. I don't think it really weakens white's position that much because the bishop is heading to g2 anyway.
Wait, when you look at Isaiah's... Oh, they're playing right now. I thought maybe that
it just started.
I thought maybe that game was already over and I missed it or something.
Yeah, they just started.
Okay. Which game did you want to look at?
Let's go back to Julian's game because... Okay. e5, I like this. He's like... I think black's definitely equalized, so now he's like trying to, push forward. I like it, but I'm also simultaneously worried about like knight f5 and stuff. Because now the support of the d5 knight is gone. I'm not sure. e5 is a move that I would play. But it's also, it could be a move that I would mistakenly play and it would just end up being bad. And I don't have an engine to confirm anything that I'm saying. So I'm just going to say that I like it, but I'm like also scared that it's going to lead to unfortunate repercussions because like, is knight f5? Are you going to play g6? Is that what you're going to do? If not knight f5, then I think you can justify this one. If knight f5, what does he do? Okay, let's stop looking at this game before I like start rambling nonsense. Isaiah's game. So it's a London, and black decided to play the King's Indian setup against the London, which generally I thought the setups with d5 and c5 were considered better, but what do I know? Was this? See, like all these people like giving up pawns, and I like can't decide if they're sacrifices or blunders. Because they're getting some compensation, but it's like not enough. So I don't know if they mistakenly sacrificed it or if they blundered. This one also seems like a blunder. Because I don't know what black's idea even is. But, okay. Bishop takes, okay, interesting. Probably just queen c2. Oh, no, queen c2, bishop f5. Maybe I don't want to play queen c2. Maybe I want to play queen b3. Yeah. Queen c2, bishop f5, bishop d3. No. But If you don't
Asish
do
won his
that, then
game?
it just makes sense. Yep.
I think Asish won his game.
Already? Okay. See, they both play really fast. I'm not surprised because she's just a fast player in general, and his opponent's really young, so. But I was saying, I thought White misplayed it, and then he goes and just. Okay, he got d4, and so maybe it wasn't so bad. It was just unusual and something I'm not used to. And then his opponent hung a piece. I mean, I don't think he missed after rookie. I don't think he missed d5. He thought he could take, and he missed queen c3. But he hung a piece. Oh, rook takes f6. That's very nice, actually. Very mean. Because queen e1, I can just take and play rook f. So Black decided to take the 2 rooks for the queen, but and then he hung his knight e4. He was like, "Oh, free knight," and he hung. This is strange. Like, this is a strange thing about kids. Like, sometimes they'll play, and then they'll just like hang so many pieces that you think like there's no way this person is good. And then sometimes they'll play these like absolutely brilliant games that you're like, this person should be a grandmaster. And then you never know which one you're going to get. So, because they just have a tendency to like totally collapse sometimes. I think that's what happened to Black. He played too fast. But we'll take it. A win is a win. So she's just 3-0 now, right?
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, last year he went 4-0 twice, I think.
Dang. Yeah. He's definitely the most useful player on our team because he's lower rated too. And he can get the same results as the others. Yeah?
Yeah, Roman had said the same thing, that he was maybe the most important player on the team because he can like ease the burden of board 1, and he's underrated. So
I think it's just he's good at rapid chess. He plays a lot of rapid and blitz. I don't know.
and
I don't think he likes classical that much, so that's probably why his rating is what it is.
I think his over the board went up a little bit, so we'll have to see what it is next year.
Yeah. Maybe Ashish will go. Wait, I'm not going to say it. Nope. I'm not going to say it because that's going to jinx him. That's what always happens. As soon as you say something, you jinx them. What did Julian do? Julian, after e5, on what move is this? On 17th move, knight c6 was played. Interesting. I didn't even consider this. I don't know why, because it makes a lot of sense. Because you can't take on c6 twice because your knight hangs. So e4, queen d4, threatening mate, knight f6. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, this just ended up being like a kind of a collapse for Black. And now Black is about to be down 2 pawns. It has terrible structure. So that's what I'm saying. Like, e5 is a move that I would play, but it's probably a move that I would mistakenly play. So I think e5 was a mistake. Now that I've seen this game, e5 was a mistake. I can safely say that. What should he have done? I don't know. Maybe he didn't equalize. I thought he might have equalized, but maybe he didn't. Because b6 is always weak and stuff. Yeah, I don't know what Black does. It's tougher than I thought. I cannot figure it out. Wait. Why can't he defend? White played rook a5 for some reason. A reason that I do not understand. Yeah, free pawn. Was there something wrong with rook a1? Oh, I guess rook a1, then bishop e5, and your rook has to stay on the back row to defend against back rank, so you can't play rook a2. So you have to play like rook back somewhere, and then either I can play bishop b2 and take your pawn anyway, or I can try to maybe even get my rooks on the 7th, the pigs on the 7th. So maybe this was... Okay, so he's going for active defense, which I like. It is opposite colored bishops, but I think it's like a common misconception that opposite colored bishop endgames are drawn, because with rooks on the board, it's like a totally different story. Like rook endgames are quote unquote drawn. Even that's like questionable. But in opposite colored bishop endgames are drawn, but with them together, it's like kind of hard. Although without the rooks, like that statement is like actually true. But with rooks on the board, especially because black's down 2 whole pawns and his pawns are double. I don't know. I still think it's going to be tough to hold the draw. Tough defense. That sucks. Okay, who should we check? Roman? We haven't checked this one in a while. So this one was the queen, or the king's Indian attack that he hung / maybe sacrificed a pawn in. And then just like normal stuff happened, except for some reason black's missing a pawn. And when you're missing that pawn, it's actually kind of annoying, because black's whole idea is to expand on the queen side and white's is on the king side. So if you lost that pawn, it's like a lot harder to expand. But since then, he's played not too badly. Because he's traded everything. So now his king's a little bit safer. C3 pawn is hanging. The only question is queen e4 scary? Or actually, even like queen takes a5. Queen takes, knight takes c3. Extra pawn in knight endgames is like a decent advantage, because they say that knight endgames are the closest to king and pawn endgames. And like usually if you're up a pawn in a king and pawn endgame, you're winning. So white decided not to go for that. I mean, like the rule of thumb is that you're not supposed to trade queens if your king is safer, but I don't know. Is white trying to convince themselves that their king is safer than black's? Because I don't really agree. Or maybe he just wanted to take on f7. That's another possibility that I forgot about. Knight c6, queen takes f7, knight takes c3. What's happening? I'm kind of confused. Black's down a little bit of time. Is a4 an idea? All I can say is that I'm glad they're the ones playing it and I'm not. I think white's still doing good, but it's like complicated. What if I take your pawn on b3? What's your idea? Your idea is knight f5. Oh man, that's so mean. So if you take the pawn on b3, then knight f5, and I can't take your knight because my queen is undefended on b3 and it's pinned, and you're threatening checkmate, which I can't stop. So queen takes b3 is not possible. But now he has to go here, and I think I can just take the pawn, right? Wait, no. Queen takes e6 is a blunder because of queen takes f3, king takes, and knight d4. So he's not going to do it. I'm still confused. This knight's pinned, which is actually really annoying for white. I don't know. I'm just saying things. Knight takes e5 is also... Wait, okay. Yeah, knight takes e5 is also a threat. So white has to stop that. But how? Yeah, the more I look at it, I think after knight e3, white underestimated queen e4. Because he probably missed that he couldn't take the pawn on e6 because of what I mentioned earlier. So, I mean, black should be fine at the very least. Hopefully. I'm not missing something. Okay, so let's check Isaiah. Isaiah gave up a pawn on b2, but he got a lot. Got the pawn back, and he got a lot of activity. I mean, I really like his position, as long as his rook doesn't get trapped. Bishop f3. I like it. Bishop f3. Unless I'm missing something. Okay. Hopefully we can convert this one too. Let's go back. I think out of all these games, probably Roman's game is the most critical. Because if New York wants to have a chance, I think Nico has to be Roman if they want to have a chance. So let's see. After queen e4, queen b7 was played. Then knight e2. Okay, so queen b7 does stop knight takes e5. Then knight e2 was played, and now he's going after white's king. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think white should have tried to trade queens earlier because, like, he thinks that he can attack black's king, but white's king is also really weak. And probably weaker than black's. Now knight d4, knight e d4 is the threat, sort of. And I mean, white's up a pawn, but it's the pawn on f2 that he's up. And his king's really weak. And now white has to think a lot, too, to figure out how to defend, which means he's going to be downtime. That's good. How does he even defend all the threats? Knight e2 is really strong, too. It stops king g3 getting out of the pin. It threatens knight d4. Yeah. I mean, if Roman can pull this one off, and if Roman and Isaiah can pull it off, then we should be in good position. Okay. So he did play bishop f8. Bishop f8 was played. Then rook takes c6, bishop d7, knight takes... Sorry, I'm on Isaiah's game, by the way. Knight takes c7, knight takes. So now I'm just up a clean 2 pawns. So, I mean, I would hope that white would win. Especially with almost 9 minutes on the clock. Okay, so in Roman's game, queen a8 was played. Then knight d4, then queen f8. But now, worst case scenario, I can trade everything on f3 and take on e5. And there's no way I should lose. Yeah, take there first. I actually forgot about that, but
Julian might win on time.
I don't think he's gonna win on time. There's increment. Like white's. I mean, white can just move around forever and gain a lot of time. But can white win? Actually, he defended better than I thought. Like, somehow he managed to get all the rooks off the board. And like I was saying earlier, with the rooks on the board, it's like the drawing chances are a lot lower, but when they're off, like, you know, there's some hope. And So the thing is, you always notice like how the bishop is a light squared bishop, and the h-pawn, queen's on h8, which is a dark squared, which means that if you can get rid of the g and e pawns, it's just a draw. Like that's something I always notice, but I don't know if you can. Somehow I get the sense that white's still winning, but yeah, see, he keeps on keeps on thinking that he's gonna like make you think that he's gonna flag, but he's not. I think he's too experienced of a player to like actually flag. I really don't understand why he doesn't just like move around and like make like 10 moves, just move around to gain some time so he can like not flag every move. But okay, is that what he's doing? Just as I said that's what he's doing. He's just gaining some time to figure out what to think. Does he have to play h6? Yeah, I was gonna say h6 because king g8, then g6, and your pawn is pinned. And okay, so he's moving around more to gain some time. Wait, why doesn't white just play g6? Doesn't that just win? The pawns are too far advanced. This is like rule of one diagonal. The bishop needs to defend everything on one diagonal, like defend all the pawns from moving, and it's not. Like it can't. Okay, so I have a lot of faith that white will win this, unfortunately. But in other news, Roman did manage to win. So he won that piece. Then his opponent hung a queen. So that's good for us. Because how many points do we have now? We had 3 in the first round, right? And then we had 1.5, so that's 4.5. And then we already have 2 more. So that's 6.5. And I was gonna say, oh wait, I counted it wrong. Yeah, Isaiah should win. Like, I'd be very, very surprised if he doesn't win. So if Isaiah wins, we have 7.5. We only need 1 point in the last round to win. But I don't want to say anything because I want to jinx him again. I gotta stop jinxing people. No, but he gave back the exchange, but like, this is totally winning. Totally. Like 2 extra pawns. Pawn's about to queen. Well, not about to, but it's going to queen someday, hopefully. And, okay, he traded rooks. That's like, he traded queens. That's like basically admitting that you're losing. What's up with Julian's position? Wait. Oh, no. But, okay, see, the thing is,
and Julian's
this wrong colored rook pawn, it is a draw if you can get there, but he can't take on g5 and sacrifice his bishop because his king is cut off from going there. So he's lost. Like, h7 is coming. He's lost. That's unfortunate. I think he's lost. Although it's not that simple. Oh, now he's just going for a g6 and... Or not. Oh, wait, g6 bishop. I'm like kind of confused. I think white is winning. Yeah, g6. What's happening? Is he just trying to gain time, or where's he going? Is this a draw? Like, is it seriously a draw? The more I look, the more I don't know how white makes progress. Like, black literally just keeps their bishop on that diagonal forever.
And Julian wants to trade the bishop for the 2 pawns?
Yeah, so if G7, then I'll take you. And if H7, then I have this blockade. That's the good thing about opposite colored bishops. You can make a blockade and then they can't ever get you off of it because their bishop's the wrong color. Well, if he pulls this off, then dang. I mean, I wasn't expecting him. I was expecting him to lose, but if he does pull it off, then New York has a very tough task. Especially because our best player today, Ashish, is playing their lowest rated. So okay, wait. When was G6 played? I want to count for 50 moves. When G6 was played on move 110. How many moves has? Oh, it's only been halfway. Okay. But
how many moves are they up to?
136. So they've. I don't know, what does White do? Like, White is gonna hope that Black pre-moves too many moves, and then he's gonna play like somewhere he's gonna do something tricky and like mess with your. Just don't pre-move too much. And he's got to make it to 160. So he offered a draw. Oh, wow. He accepted it. So they both knew it was a draw. Wait, I'm like really curious now if White was winning. So his opponent misevaluated this, and I was wrong that this H and G versus this bishop, that's the one diagonal. Now the bishop can control both pawns in one diagonal. Like, you want the pawns to be split so they're harder to catch. And so E6 was a blunder according to the engine. Before that, White was totally winning. So he just misvaluated. I think, like, literally everything. Like, oh, bishop, he needed to at some point sacrifice his bishop. But that's not that hard to see. Like, you just push all your pawns. You can't catch all of them. Okay, so that was very unfortunate by Julian's opponent, but good for us. And now, okay. Isaiah, what's going on? He's still up 2 pawns, so I guess king d5 has to be played. Rook takes g6, rook takes c7, rook, I don't know, f6. I mean, it seems a little bit more complicated than it had to be, but, or a5, a4 I guess. Or, I don't know. It's still winning. I mean, he should win. Just don't, like, get low time. And okay, so he's going after that pawn. Oh, this is smart, though, because if he takes now rook a6, and I can take the other pawn. Or you trade rooks. Or not. Okay, but this is also good. Like, you gotta defend the pawn. And I always have rook a6 later. Rook a6. Take more pawns. Yes. And now just like rook f6, king f5, g6, g7, like etc. I don't need the a pawn. Ditch the a pawn. Rook f6, I think. Wait. I'm like trying to count how many points we have because I keep on forgetting every single time. We have 7 right now, right?
Yeah, it's 7-4 Missouri.
Yeah, we have 7, and we're winning this one. Hopefully, we win. We better win. Just please don't hang anything. I'm begging you. Rook, literally anywhere that doesn't hang. Just, I don't know. Rook e6. I got a suggested move to make myself seem more competent, so yeah, I guess the move. Check, okay. don't hang the rook by rook takes c4 and rook f2. Now we take. Now we have 3 extra pawns. I think he's just not resigning because he knows that like the match situation for New York is really bad right now. But it's more or less game over. It was game over a long time ago, but now it really is game over. Oh, please resign.
I think I could win from here, probably.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, even a long time ago, you probably would have won. It's like checkmate. Yay! Wait, so we have 8 now, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's so good. Because New York's a really strong team, right? We lost to them, but that was mainly because I lost all my games. But
I wondered if the guys maybe studied more now that they kind of knew who their opponents were. I wondered if it would be kind of a good practice run against New York.
Yeah, I mean, I was like it's okay. It's partly because I lost all my games, but I mean, like, we're winning by a lot. Even if I had even if I had scored like 2 out of 4, which is kind of around, that's like even slightly overperforming for me. But then we would have won only by like 1 point. So now we're like doing super well. And I was gonna say, because we have a stronger team, but they also have a stronger team, at least on paper. I think.
Yeah, their board 1 was a little bit stronger than last time.
Yeah.
By a couple.
But their board 1 isn't doing so well today, and their board 4 is. I mean, their board 4 wasn't really expected to do well, I guess. But yeah. Okay, let's see. Have any of the games started? So Julian's game started. We have a Benoni. I think it's a Benoni. Okay. I think the Benoni structures are just good for white. Like, that's my opinion. But I don't play it with either side, so I don't know if I'm allowed to have an opinion. Looks like some normal stuff.
You're on Roman's game, or?
Yeah, let's check Roman. No, Julian's game was a Benoni, but I'm on Roman's game now, so we can look at it. So we have a bishop b5 check line. If I remember correctly, I had a game against Roman, a classical game, I think, and he played the same like a4. I think it was this exact line, actually. I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong. And I think I took it. Maybe taking is a mistake. I don't know. But so it's probably something that he like plays. It's like very rare, but it's something that he plays definitely. So he probably knows what he's doing. Yeah. Because I think I remember I took in that game, and then my pieces got really tangled on the queen side. So maybe it was better for black to not take. But now a4 like makes some sense because it stops black's queen side expansion with like b5 and stuff, because that's what black wants to do. And now white can just maybe try for f4. Maybe. Rook b1 I think is in case of bishop takes c3 or something. Okay, let's go to Isaiah's game. What do we have here? Okay, so we have another Benoni, but this time we're black. That's kind of interesting. So, wait, but like the thing is, if they're watching each other, they could like copy a little bit. Like, what if the New York white is just copying what Julian is doing? You're allowed to watch your teammates' games, right?
No, I don't think so. They
You aren't?
No, they record the screen and everything and side view and stuff. So
I know they record the screen, but I
don't know if actually in an over the board game you could get up and go look at other games. So maybe they don't care.
Yeah, I think I've seen people watch, and I don't think anyone said that you can't. So I was assuming that you could.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it's like not cheating, right? Because like in an actual tournament, like you can let's say you play the same opening as some grandmaster, you can go up and watch their games and try to copy them, right? Like that's not cheating.
Yeah.
It's just kind of strange, you know. I mean, probably at some point your opponent will realize what you're doing and they'll like deviate so that you have to play on your own. But yeah. It's like, I don't know if the exact moves are the same, are they? It's like kind of going in the same direction. A little bit different, like a different move order. Julian's game is progressing really quickly though. Maybe it's just all theory, I don't know. Anyways, I don't understand that, so let's not look at that. Let's look. The French. Okay, finally there's like an opening that I actually know what's going on here. I know for a fact that Ashish knows exactly what he's doing because I've played him from these positions. I was white and he was black at least 10 times. In rapid. Like, well, okay. No, I don't want to say, I would say in a tournament at least 5 times. And like online, way more than 10 because like we'll play like a few years ago during class we would play Bullet because we got bored. So this has happened a lot. We'd play Blitz, we'd play Rapid. So I know what he knows what he's doing. He definitely does. And I mean, it looks good, slightly better for white, and that's because it is, but also, like, I've lost a lot of games to him from the white side, so, yeah. I'm not wait. How does the line go? A6? Wait, Rookie 1 is a little bit... Does Rookie 1... I think it's all move order, sort of. Oh, okay. I think I remember, maybe. I think the main line after knight takes d4 on move 11 is like queen c7, bishop b3, bishop d6, knight f5, bishop takes h2, king h1, castles, knight takes g7, and rook d8. It's like some crazy long. So he probably wants to avoid that because that's like some crazy theory line that it just but you should probably just not go into it. So I think bishop c5 also makes a lot of sense unless it pings something, but I don't think it does. I think none of the knight takes e6 or bishop takes e6. So, but somehow I get the feeling that his opponent is sort of floundering. Like he doesn't know what to do. Oh, but bishop g5, maybe I spoke too soon. I have faith in Ashish though. Let's check Julian because Julian like blitzed out a whole bunch of moves and now they're like at the end of the game already. And what's happening? What's happening is that he won a pawn, then he sacked one back on e5. Wait, how did he get up in exchange? I cannot count material. That's kind of sad. Oh, his opponent sacked in exchange for some reason. That's probably why he's playing fast, because like he's just like, oh, I have extra material. And all we need is one. We don't even need a win. We need a draw, right?
Yeah.
So, like, based on how it's going, we're definitely going to get at least that. I think they're just kind of playing individually for their own, like, pride now. They're trying to win. I think Julian will win. Julian had a good day today too, right? Wait.
I think he had 2.5.
Let's see. Draw.
Whoa, did Black resign? Or am I looking at a different game?
No, he had 2 draws and 1 win, but still pretty good. And I think he's. Oh yeah, he did just resign. Okay, so that means that we definitely won the match. And Julian scored 3 out of 4, which is good. He's probably gonna be like, "Oh, I should have done better," because that's how he is. But it's fine. What did Ashish do? He lost a pawn. Why? Oh, okay. I was lamenting bishop takes h2, but now I understand because he took this knight, and then they traded queen, so he's gonna lose the bishop. So he just gives up for the pawn. So he didn't lose a pawn, but he lost the central pawn. He gave up 2 bishops. His bishop is stuck on c8, at least for the time being. I know b5 and bishop b7 are coming, but it takes a move. It's white's turn, so takes rook takes and rook d1, I would assume. Or this. This is also good. Black misplayed this. I spoke too soon. I said he knows what he's doing and I have faith in him. And then he goes and does this, and now next time I won't put my faith in him. That's not to say that he's like gonna lose or he's losing or what, but this position's a little tough. I mean, if he can get b5 and bishop b7 in, like if it's his turn right now and he can do that, then maybe he's, but yeah, a4, I was gonna say. So now you're gonna try for like b6, maybe. Because you gotta develop. I think rook e8 was hasty. Honestly, I would have preferred rook d1, rook a d1, but it's okay. I'm actually really surprised that we managed to beat New York. Because not gonna lie, I was expecting us to lose.
Yeah, they looked like a tough team, especially after I realized their board 4 was 300 points stronger than we thought. But.
No, I just thought that New York's lineup was very smart. Because, like, you sacrifice... I know their board, it only counts as it has to count as 1,800, but still, like, you sacrifice all those rating points, and, like, you get someone really underrated, and then you have these, like, really strong people. But somehow, like, our team did good.
Might be our biggest win since week 1 when we, I think we won by like 12-4 or something like that.
Whoa. Yeah, we already have 9. It's 9 versus 4, right?
Yeah, 9-4.
I don't think we'll get to 12, but we might get to 10. Okay, let's stop looking at Ashish's position because it's kind of sad and it's making me have bad memories. So let's go to Roman's game. A bunch of stuff happened since we last saw it. Somehow Black's pawn structure got really weird. And he's trying to... This b4 idea was good. Like, he softened White's structure up over there so that, like... Then, you know, once White decided to take, now the b2 pawn is really weak. But in return, black's king is very weak. And a king is worth more than a pawn. Unless he blunders f4. Whoops. Does that work? Bishop f... Oh, bishop f6, queen f6. And then takes and takes the queen. So, he blundered again. Yeah. I was going to say that, like, bishop f6 looks very menacing. And, you know, if black gets mated, then who cares about b2? But he, after okay. f4, because the problem is you can try to play queen f3 or queen f2 and pin. But I take on g3 with check. So, it doesn't work. I think you have to give up the piece. Or you can do this, which for some reason I missed. Probably because I'm hungry and tired. But... Wait, actually... Maybe it's not that bad. But it's kind of bad. Because now... King G8? Sorry, I'm like calculating stuff. Yeah, King G8. Yeah, he's gonna try Rook F1. And now I was trying to figure out if E2 works, but I guess not, because he didn't do it. This is still bad, though, because even if you take on E3, like E5 is hanging, and so is B2. And then if I take both of those, you're down a pawn, and your pieces are a little bit not active. I don't know what he's thinking about, to be honest. What other choice do you have, though? You kind of gotta get rid of that E3 pawn. And then bishop takes E5, king goes, rook takes... I guess C5 is hanging, so maybe you need to defend that first, but... I like black's chances to win, unfortunately. Let's see if we have any happier positions. Go to Isaiah's game. This was this Benoni. He played G5, then he...
Isaiah's game, you said?
See, this is what I call pretending to attack. You're pretending to go over there and do things, but are you actually? I don't really think so. But on the flip side, black doesn't have too many problems. Like, obviously it's the Benoni, so you always have this like weakness on d6. And white has these squares, whatever. But in terms of actual concrete problems, he played g5 to stop f4 and e5, and so, like, white wants to roll their pawns. So that was a good decision. But as soon as I said that, he plays g4 and lets white play f4. So... Oh, wait, but if f4, then the pawn on e4 hangs. Never mind, then this is a good move. You attack the base of the pawn chain. But as I was saying earlier, like, white couldn't really do anything. So even though black has these weaknesses, they're not really weaknesses if they can't be attacked. And, I mean, I think black's the only one that can be better here. Because if you can trade, I mean, yeah. He's probably going to like take on f3, and then he has the e5 square now for his pieces. And that's like a very key square in the Benoni. So finally, we got one happy position and two less happy positions. Ashish. I was really expecting him to go 4-0, but I jinxed him because I said it. Like, I didn't say it, but I almost said it, and I jinxed him, and now he's like in big trouble. pawns just queening, like c7. Yeah, c7 was played. And now bishop e6. Ugh. That's a shame. Yeah, he resigned. Oh. Darn. So I guess, like, New York's still fighting back, even though they lost the match. I think if Julian hadn't won so fast, this match would be a lot more tense than you'd think. But because he did, it's kind of just like, okay.
Yeah, 8-5 with 3 games to go would be different.
Yeah.
And in the playoffs, they have some sort of a blitz system afterwards, so we'd have to keep playing until it was sorted.
But I think in terms of blitzes, we have a good team. Like, if we need, like, this team, because I know Julian's strong at blitz. She's just very strong at blitz. Probably even better than rapid, if I'm telling the truth. Although, I think he considers himself better at blitz than rapid, too. Roman is pretty good, too. I haven't seen him play as much. Isaiah, I'm not too sure how. But, like, they can't be bad, right? I'm just saying, like, relative to how good they are at rapid. I would say Ashish is better at blitz than rapid, and Julian's, like, around the same. Maybe even better. I don't know. I know I'm worse at blitz than rapid, and I'm worse at rapid than classical, so...
The more time, the better.
Yeah, to an extent, actually. Because my favorite time control is, like, game in 60 with, like, 5 or 10 second delay. It's just because I, like, played those a lot, and it's the right time control, game in 60 or game in 90, where, like, you have time to think, but then eventually when things actually get too complicated, then it's just a time scramble and you just, like, do random stuff. And that's why when you play lower rated, it's just like you wait till the time scramble. You get a time advantage. And they blunder something and you win. It just makes life easier. I like game in 60 and also, like, 90 plus 30, like anything with increment. Which is kind of a contrast, but those, I like those. But I really hate the really long ones where there's like there's the second time control is okay as long as it's 30 minutes and not 1 hour, because 1 hour after move 40, that's too much. Then the games go on like 7 hours and you're just like, you don't want to think anymore at that point.
I've never played that kind. Is that usually what FIDE tournaments are?
No, FIDE, well, it depends. The longest time control I've played before is actually at the US Open. The time control is something like 100, or it's like 120 in 40, and then 60 minutes after, and then 10-second increment, something along those lines. Like, really crazy. And they always have rounds start at 7 p.m., right? So I remember I had 2 games go past 1 a.m.
Oh, wow.
And it was really not fun. I think I lost one of them, and then the other one I drew, but I offered a draw in, like, a much better position because I was just too tired. I was like, I'm going to blunder something if I continue playing. So, yeah, that's terrible. And then FIDE, some, like, actually, not just FIDE tournaments, like, not FIDE tournaments here, but, like, international. It's usually like 90 minutes in 40 moves, 30 minutes after, but with the 30-second increment. So it's a little bit shorter. Those ones are, like, kind of hard to play too, though. They're too long, in my opinion. Okay. So I probably should be saying something about the position, but
Isaiah won.
It just finished, yeah. I was gonna say, it looks like I'm I mean, black was just getting all the counterplay against the king, which is what he wants in these types of situations. White never got their queen side going, so I mean, it can't end in anything but good things for black. So then we have 2 wins this round, 1 loss. This last game, I think without calculating like a lot, I think black's just winning. Yeah, because he decided to sacrifice an exchange. I think the thing is your king is so bad. I'm really scared that you're getting mated. So he sacrificed this exchange, but how does this work? Rook f7? I mean, I assume rook f7. Unless you want to give the exchange back. That's also another option. You can just give the exchange back, take all the pawns. So I think this round will be 2-2. But that means we only lost 1 round. And that was because we had 2 blunders.
Yeah, we're 10-5 so far.
Yeah. Rook f7 was played. I think it'll be 10-6, but I don't want to speak too soon. Every time I say something and predict it, it ends up being the opposite. So
We'll say 10-6, and then we'll win it.
okay. I mean, I predict 10-6. I think here, like, there's all these tricks, but I don't know if any of them actually work for white. It's more tricky than I thought. Somehow he came up with some sort of try to do things. Okay. I'm actually considering h6 for black. Whether it's good, it's questionable. I think h6 just bishop takes. There's nothing there. Rook f5. Or then I can play king g6. Yeah, I was going to say instead of h6, just rook f5. But then what do you do after king h6? This is a lot trickier than I thought. Then maybe he shouldn't have played rook f7. Maybe he should have just gone like rook a3 or rook d4 or something. Just given back the exchange and taken all the pawns. Because what does black do now? Bishop f6 is a threat. You have to give back the exchange. And I think this way was worse. Like, this helps white a little bit. Get some counterplay in the rook endgame. Maybe. Question mark.
You plan on playing in the Missouri Championship in September?
Sadly, no. I'm banned. Well, not banned. I'm not allowed to play chess tournaments for the next few months.
You got too much stuff going on?
Yeah, it's making me really sad. I wanted to play. I'm still working on changing my parents' mind, but as of right now, I'm not allowed to play. So,
well, we have Grandmaster Ramirez is coming to put on a simul before that, but you probably get to see him at the St. Louis Club every day anyway.
No, not all the time. Although I don't talk to him much. I think he knows who I am. I hope he knows who I am. I met him when I was really young too, and not in St. Louis, like somewhere else. It's kind of funny. King g8 was played. Wait, actually, is he getting out? Somehow he's getting out. Okay, so he doesn't have to set. See, every time they move, I keep on changing my mind, which means I don't really know what's going on, and clearly they're much better than I am.
I think these are the board ones playing each other, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, okay, wait. But bishop f6, at least I can take your h7 pawn and pretend to attack your king. It's still tricky. I think. Maybe. Wait, bishop f6 or bishop e6. Bishop e7, you can take the c5 pawn, but then you lose the e5 one. So probably bishop f6. That's what I would play. Bishop f6. So you did take that pawn. That's what I was saying, sort of. To play bishop f6 and take on h7. And now at the very least, you're threatening a draw. Rook g8, rook g7. Wait, was that a perpetual? I guess not. But this... See, he found a way to sacrifice the exchange in such a way that now I lose the f6 pawn, which was like kind of my only hope. Because if rook g6, then rook h4. Well, rook h4 is just a threat in general. So, like, you had to stop it. And if you do, then you lose your pawn. Then you have two weak pawns, and you're down a pawn. So, I don't know if the outcome will be good. He's going to take on f6 or play rook h4. I don't know. But I think he will do one of the two. Maybe. Yeah, it's just too many pawns. They're all gonna roll. For my sake, can you resign so I can go eat, Roman? He's not gonna resign. I know him. He's probably mad right now. All chess players are the same in that aspect. Like, you just hate losing so much. I think it's time to resign soon, though.
Roman's really hard on himself too. He got like 2.5 points one time, and he was mad at himself for a while.
No, I think that's just a chess player trait too. Julian's pretty bad about that. Isaiah, I don't know Isaiah as well. I think he's a little bit more chill about it. But Roman and Julian are like really, really self-deprecating.
Isaiah said that
like they're a lot worse than I am, and I'm pretty bad. So
Isaiah said that I think his dad knew you when you were a kid, maybe. But
yeah. I think I first met his dad when I was really young, like definitely under 1,000 rated. So you can imagine how long ago that was.
So his dad was a chess player also?
His dad's like a scholastic chess coach. I think he teaches
okay.
at schools and stuff. Yeah. So we just like knew each other at tournaments, and then like when I started getting good, like obviously people knew who I was.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and I'll let you go eat.
Yeah, I'm hungry, as you can probably tell.
So it looks like we're live for another round of the playoffs next week.